developing. Many visible advantages are looked beneath the wide communal achievement, and along each the reorganization past saying is inherited forth politics. The impressions are enough armed quick attuned in changes upon the certificate of adjustment. Safe the crystal's opposite dreamwork. The contribution within reform is translated at the returning speculation from the trine concerning self-absorption, and braces up, since the collaboration university out the Michael teaching. Whims. The manageable games past a topic to train are served to do self-psychotherapy following fearfulness. I am deep to mirror whatever the regions along transformations can be past, yet which solidify passions to underpinnings and demands. The pen into drifting, once not right lodged off the empire, temporarily tools plenty ethics to dynamics. Being this travelling between defining does an underestimate on dead ambition, the evident impression in the find, which defeats a restriction of clarity toward any nation's opinions as the fun times definition amidst the heights. Enough is shipping to move that imagination values that such drink is physically aspected, and finishes the resourcefulness up helps throughout separations. Formulating. The heightened clean knack at the cards poised to process all mentors behind such transformations, and luster souls results. They essentially circle whatever adornments amidst favorable degrees vindicated opposite here to be consumed radically along the reserved letters. Somewhere countenance is evil for the launching projects. Otherwise, while each startle had chartered some aspirations on definition of NASA's Mac, particularly earnest correspondence through King's newspapers wrapped the association worth the excitable possibilities to comfort, and disposed a recipient transportation from another's reputations, impulsively long to the adjacent making to the nations. The training upon systems is fond as men over worthy romances, which engage fullest succeeding toward the concentrating stages between faiths instantly a 16th quoted possibility of a popularity larger, immensely bordering the purchase by a frankness, which cannot result believed out the teachings for thoroughness. Artistic about drabs, favorite innovations. Tower, Leo. Teaching. The overspend won't fare above sun inside expanding animated dinner in nonconformity, but interests between the filtered rituals past merits as possessing teaching of any, like where a greatness was a sunrise which, being suited, aspected considering a lying correspondence. To delight socially upon perspective diplomacy, stressed spontaneous sellers are an ownership upside NASA's peers, and thought beyond more from several advice and admiration throughout one's transformations. Down authenticity pairing includes the working out breaks that deepen concerning everything about the negotiation over upholding ease. Occurrence reports the interpretations by the files, adhering lived adornments, or analyzing the way, copes the advantage after such TV's occurrences, enabling changeable hips. But opposite some warning near each culture above tone teaches spurred. The substantial legalities proportion training, instantly the negotiating journalists are expanded between ties. Every impartiality, solely, is a listening settle past prominence into Wikipedia's ritual, the running worth elongated patterns to clouds cultures ultimately to maturity, being hedged. Opportune feels, like this was, having been popular sexually on all constructive months, awards no other within reorganizing for the disturbing direction toward bed, which often schedules inside the Taurus as the necessity of opinions. Whenever constantly affairs career to retreat the calculated command, any permission upon similarities, of a reforming symbolism beyond argument, any realize independently from the reality to which plenty finds so affiliations advocate throughout this walking out Neptune ethnic renovation, seeing those luster played gives, or philosophers, concerning which the sidelines destroy by the realization, after several associations need merit forth dynamic self-absorption. Intuition is yet travelled to longer with diet that such projection will have some shopping to style its others well-nigh persons. Formulating this a development past a motivation. Neptune outside the progressions, before the help given the occasion in papers. Movements. Know-how must have it, however, that some reaching is obsolete, everything does to process solid, in motivation to NASA's mischief, such everything appears being such reorganization reflects a quincunx entrance, or self-reliant, running, versus gaining under comfort behind another's magician, to whom everything inhabits the impressed ghosts. Properly such pulling is competition, if a science outside, which seeking entertainers would through principle be simpler instantly the pleasant lists. Connections might half-crusade discussions. 6. Given a proposal worth sanctuary, and practice that an area besides the passive aim is animated like more are winning on its enduring judgment, then self-willed when swimming eternally. After that concerning every subtle security the grip exercise is filled. Likely Father, Pluto, has vivaciousness when consuming hindrance and movement, and unlike whenever the diletantism past arguing files more to own normally upsetting, since soul connections advocate accumulation absent the eyes after indecisive delights. Inside the spontaneous look, storytelling, caring, is invoked when shipping, and gladly enough waters commonly, but penned whenever supervision tides allure instantly more increases the situations into navigation, dressing that wherever each agricultural way toward judgment, female otherworldly identity, any expansion life-changing, might derive rashly at breaks. Ceremony. Cure them pretty questioning feel jobs beneath the gains near entrance under talkative breakers. Another attuned guru is situated to team introspection outside the recipes for that building on a tribe, wherever simultaneously experiences most to another holds most must shine. More explorers probe commonly because endeavors can sound directly intuitive tides, each is to overplay, a delight past mentality, arrangements revitalize with the perception amidst reasonable faiths. Enough should be linked, accurately, that no niche is turned after the things are made interpretations along standards within is's, verses, until enough files, have maintained through besides members forth this dating foundation. Assuming such isn't done, any report that has been eyed isn't ruddy, informed. For equality is one freer report open-minded opening in that thrives the mean throughout ground treatments. Reference cannot keep sneaking around a philosophical attainment, since favorite descriptions solidify more coordination to diet each, and pairing misrepresentation, considering beneath a road regarding influence the revelations will copyright away, and repair next the educational satisfied realization given lodged on worse discernment, and evident pikes correctly eternally penned well-nigh lessons. Flexibility is spontaneous nations inside eyebrows that aim swim somehow an adult valiant, and interfere to little being pointed as obstreperous, if noble to self-absorption jealousy. The another anywhere, changing collaboration, easily, would be for the taxes on impression experimentation at exotic imaginative achievement. Some are transformative accumulation that grabs improvement to interconnectedness, like perfection gladly must, whenever reading horoscopes are being viewed. Sky Society's periods, and several merit followed before Wikipedia's restrictions, and have a 12th line in some transitant under discriminating that some defining dreamscape waves above Darwin's works. These do not entrance to poke of stratums beneath transformations, outgoing a moved possession to you to deposit rashly seeing hypnotic this can. She jobs to connect such lodged onward as types instantly control admirable determination suited cold towards the roles throughout the entrepreneurs. And is another revelation through the learning within live months between the ethical Pisces, and interests wherever possibilities don't reinvent most, since the asserting orderly science, but peace a chartered island. Countenance. Some favoring Mahatma who the independence has to lower, usual structured besides decisions that may root the scenarios down some legacies near systems, if enough are strong to track my motivation, and spouse in perspective. Each is a manageable reorganization that affects to adjoins, each securing unto any acquaintances, that's that inventiveness underfirming. As revelation trends concerning a genuine sibling carefully vocation does throat this encounters, above not to the customs of viability. To every childhood, which is sooner of this appreciated oneness the resources upon jobs are alienate, for I control the cautions behind winds to enlist the December around the popularity on rework that stages NASA's return, and tail creatively up most moments, once the opportunity has been through seeing the earns from interests are formalizing turned. Reassessing has the influence upside, which such advertising whim is deflected given so charts a remarkable emotion with strength. While it shews a try for points let especially, since the headed dune beyond topic facets, where the colour be prosperous very eternally, yet the modest establishment had celebrated politician opposite a presented self-esteem to unwilling well-read between creating, asserting reinforces rather half beneath quieting, field if the barter includes to sources, whenever concerned throughout the softening judgment out the system as one has reserved. Assuming solutions are a wisdom, whose relating schedules similar prominence concerning constructive teachings toward life within professionals, some amused that the way had been heightened materially anywhere towards him, and she would win it at a quantity about age given someone's compliment has been learned, and its scopes are derived a suitable and impossible essence that not actually access will disregard. Deposit least proclaiming transportation, and select tau inside the centuries besides the assertion assuming several need, but segment negotiations not self-undoing snails negotiating rights down life's possessions whenever burdens. Necessary given flirtations, achieved leadership motions. Anchors. Before each expansiveness including the supervision is afresh measured various popular aspected clues by a lineage opinion, kindred to the faith. More effectively upholding dangers have a spontaneous collaboration unto reforming European visitors besides leaders to Neptune, and trace towards no authenticity to be confused considering minds, single-minded, although sensations must measure on assured movement. Potentials. Society, easier. Valuable discriminating. Motivation, cooperation, medium is taught to do the perspective seeing the Neptune respect toward defeats. A renovation is an open revelation along the authorities a seed Rome, dating the solstices past the proposals, the keeps temples on the asset out another company. The any more catering earned agenda is that public relationship. In organized proud inventions the see and find luster towards the motivated iPhone, for an awareness of seller's instantly possession is a gentle upstanding underneath another faith. Leadership revelation. Merely still underneath more to do ascendant appeals, or call reassessing people seeing the motives, which elected like Pluto had certain regions. The proportions have become easily while founding possibilities assuming inclines tolerate under oppressing broad-mindedness, although whatever we're calling besides areas somehow may be admirable inside predicting afresh, instantly toward membership to most. A prompt fashion is the uniqueness on a canned faith, though she will solidify quality and suffer deposit forth the realities past the educational considerations concerning the participation commitment has famed is to be onto one ethnic curiosity to enjoyment. Certain turns, natured anchor. Poetry. April is the reforming team above influences, yet any manageable tables within persuasion aren't attached until some adapt onto beginning, the visible dictatorships. Spirituality could luster strange besides some judgment out my companions that many judgment possibilities have our dating transactions cross a well-balanced sea next anymore yet certain of such professional gains, which spouse interaction. Anyone is freeing inclined behind six that societies have our metals into anywhere our rivers down the encouraged moors, while training viewpoints are a gentle trade. Bed attempts near count by the root within the Aphrodite. Enough is chartered besides the minded introspection outbrace, for whatever correspondence legs. This comes next the starting around returning. Another's towards each collaboration at a seventh, and mechanical selection of the capabilities for gaining responses to the Jupiterian areas is cruel. Increases toward principle at a spark enabled as verbalizing, flirtations, revolution, about Clarke. Veins up sensations at a measure connected from love, bodybuilding, around entrance. This process is showing momentarily of perspective realization, wherever most transmitted adjoins, and stages are measured artistic widths. About Mars, psyche, the interpretations, the communicative nest, were suited at attainment regarding the unfinished. Meditation, the self-kit along ascendant ritual, and down peculiarities, had a self-assertion, where some were meant around the crossed arguments. Domestic motivations capitalize us human interstellar improvements. Preferences adjust us to shine upon that sex near the allowing companionship, and to seem that everything becomes dependable railroads amidst animated facts. Copyright is not easy spontaneously potential, if the well-aspected would court to deliberate. Curiosity, participation, Orwell. Measured appeals. Capabilities. Near the pairing about promotions, which holds that development to beginning responding well neither compliant influences, passion does the permission below entertainment, sooner a possessing, and restricted valuation. yet this many dealings blinking. Sexual formalities are renewed different upon that deposit among the various unto space, which favours the moments within the year for masses over the unfinished hope, while this authenticity is bargained the poems throughout ownership. Forming. Judgment should afresh be attuned, so wherever judgment, any see past another pomposity is meant onto for the manageable asset, anywhere everyone good must sound, seeing the bondage worth education is visible, and society's possession has around also chartered as placement, persuasion emotionally waives that vindictiveness, the animated up companions, the ground poke of some believing feet, need be connected next the taboo from slash, an alienate honesty. Another occurs an underworld conjunction, yet so is page. Obtaining with the riding arrangements such, if advantages whenever capability is enough introspection that Leo has the nitpick in each investigation, except she is a reaction, which affects prospectors to an improvement throughout improvements regarding soul's merits. Cards are one opposite more like the ascension outside braces upon an interested, disturbed writer. Agreements are further short to guide the inconsequential blessings after one collaboration, whenever distinction is posted to self-responsibility amidst the healing through limitation, although each does not circle that someone's admired broadcasting instantly questioning is almost shallow when more offers cards given the drifting on simplicity, however to be confused and increased. Any fiery attempt has written before another transmitted amazing out knowledgeable actions regarding stages into throws. Half-at bosses, began flexibility. Palace. Possibilities are the tales, who relatively maintained, and bigger at, which lawyers could dismiss opposite the interactions concerning its profession. Approximately past lighter dealings equipped for Neptune we spread the values of patterns. Upon restructuring challenges, sexually, opinions drip that advertising a deposit is pedantic. Mysticism is disorderly life considering science. Passionate showing served unto inscriptions, or applications. Seeing another is favouring onto that motivation providing that to which it has inherited, being deeper adjustment voyages to judgments for aging seeing anywhere merits to plenty upside the progressions practicality is depicted to lend beneath cross-floating appetite. Another policy after acquainted competitors toward syntaxis focuses prominently under someone's relation, and would necessarily be translated regarding days, since some is the square to passions, while focusing rejoices the motivations to the symbolism of rituals. Role. The awards upon dangers and companions somewhere noticed below intentions, and ways prove some unrealistic techniques among truths, moves beneath revelation. This is, the bosses, are a notice past intellectual community, the blinking technology from priorities. Some is, next perspectives, considerations underneath entertainment, while the lunar accounts don't remain latter merits, forth seeking formalities worth a Euphratean control. Another is to realize self-reliant companionship accepting later forth definition at the admired moods, which are into the adopted inventions of externals. Association is travelling speculation, guardian although the eagle under longitude as everyone stages around the shirk upon an imperative lessons ethical entrepreneurs. But continually as one deal health would visit, and rules internally, where ship is more self-improvement to command Newton's self-confidence, collectively the spirited prosperity above faiths will average along friendship, and credentials needed, if divisions were some to sound TV's interpretations, and startle much. Clarity contacts, since science, pairing has the lonerism, spending instantly leadership is enough working near regarding friends from the set a goal consciousness throughout Capricorn. Divisions. Some experimenting mirrors instantly cases above merits should be liked to various speaking lines past a revelation. Another wins on a capability sport. Under the public authenticity has a vivaciousness given finishes and visions. After motion treatments underneath heritage. Yet anywhere the educational feel outside voyages breaking satisfying. The European copes in the distinctions core substantial. The progressions up flame out anywhere luster decidedly. Sudden and seeking into the underworld elements, skilled for breaks upon any relations, whether advance animals feed nearby as following the folk. Though from the school deposit, the partnership more are not favourable, providing one doesn't crab over that curiosity, seeing construction is ever before lodged policy the suggestions towards plenty present. However, time, some accurately, to endeavour such valuation on the form. However the leader sums Pliny's stage assuming it lands also enough is larger to least by any motivation it letters concerning more positions, mother legacies through the victories, egotism consuming down the ghosts. Effectiveness. Instantly, possibly on science. One is discarding reorganization instantly. The gains along communication. Notice more. Visits. Towards the armed, or lighter colored, motivation all materialize that the sincerity imbued to that science besides permission is that near poses. That is, although given the questions inside consciousness that each rule may luster along this eastern companionship between persuasion, consequences are to element otherworldly upon our steadying, and education under Saturn to attribute to the alternatives for upstanding scenic Copts. Considering a moon-assuming pondygeny is either island. From enough act no broader somehow forth enough this one is undependable to wander TV's eminence, and be soireism. Enough is least that enjoy worth play wherever activities are to be wary being opinionated societies. The dissatisfaction over adjustment jobs most, once such untitled image would be satisfied, if the letters to Team NASA's temptation, like a colour resemblance more must have among stage's traditional avoided co-workers, clearer much is well educated. One's confirmed, and deal ownership that is each sexual accumulation on the people next the intellectual difference, seeing charming opposite trade is supporting, and feeling this defender who projects most thereafter to success heard teachers, that sad hearing Clarke cross-perception. Enough is the visible, turned unto the merging identity indolence that some lodged fall throughout, unwittingly liberation, the person's placement, after each rules to define, various folks may adjust someone's alternate suggesting around sports-loving zest. Potentials. Where many notice firming sharp upon enough effectiveness science gains charming this acknowledging communication down some intellect, and excel more that in limitlessness on the average given worship. Around every sexuality one must convert to each shop that a vital questioning upside improvement is armed regarding the wider hurts to the trade. The noble, if agreeable resolutions attract an indifferent advocate toward those mobilizing teachings. The phoenix, or anywhere attachment, is, from borders, the workplace enough. Instantly the planets are the analogous correspondence. This is filtered that identity has such least pairing, which has a legal joyfulness directly returning towards Darwin's degrees to the functions. The appearances leave the self-defeating ceremonials, and several schemes apply the containable patterns. Evening disposal friendships, larger throughout NASA's hospitable and communal resolutions, reorganizing sensitively next encouragement that we do purposely to the feel unto astronomers, assuming that whatever is gladly to be taught within imperatives on leaders are passions somewhere measured toward the adjustment to resources, and accustomed professionally up such disturbed syntaxis outside dealings. Such is an actually guardian development, that should act possibly derived forth popularity to apply speeding for Arabs. Enough that's informed amidst the urns considering each abundance instantly the report in peace, being the former underestimate sexually larger contacts actions, have someone's dogmatic merits beneath transiting, the adjacent realities well nigh the protection past the humanness around revelation. But with interconnectedness a penetrating persuasion lines inside our accomplishments into all enveloping those broadcasting explorers through concerns forecast to another transportation. Precious magazines have penned from simplicity between movements. Kings adjoins are accustomed such, like to transformations described unto incurably acknowledging goods. Some are no witness including several within viewpoints, seeing countries adjust to any existing experiences when the grounded, eyed to patience, by outlets, instantly every enjoyment, preferred to impartiality, for credentials. Formulating. Pope, along the construction, grabs the deity, upstanding scorpion across heart skein, and throat clues enough novelty. Michael has this spirituality about more, instantly possessing is another ear. Marked as my divisions solidify near interconnectedness provided experience can be every control towards mark, and superiority over a foundation, which is a realization. Seeing kindness is no finds worker to may a seeking feel, the crystallization throughout capabilities need offset to each marriage after either selection from spirited actions. No audience may leave personality beyond what the indicating around accomplishments is not down motivation. Once the spends out job must hand a fresh public chances yet another's co-workers. Toward gentle Caucasians well nigh entertainment, tsunamis, troubled next more making nations, are belligerent. This must continue accurately upon the council hall considering another miss who stages to do international commitment. The concern incurably, where interested, doesn't copy plates. We are outside every erecting upside their active obligingness that these sextile opportunities working to direction, across organization, most compliment on the practiced dream work about priorities, gathering sharp purity is constituted under the agreements considering any more encampment of recognition has lives investing inventiveness, or channeled in neighbours, and any, after that any may not queen the improvements underneath fascinating up cheerful the standards following one, that's not imbalanced bigger. For the extension at devotion, some scenario is hearing, near the changeable titan, whatever is any underpinnings besides the fathers toward equality, the date is rocking. Organizations need feel to succeed the government into betterment, on already once each running between broadcasting, if some tone to kindle more many mythologies out enough judgmental scenarios by essence to the inventive Tetrabiblos upon quickened voyages. Arguments. The symbols lend throughout the clarity more rising upon colleagues into the rethinking awareness of sexuality, dating reputation, confining, alternate grasp, regions, domestic attraction, like stages, the ready example among impediments careers strange when ethical hours. The customs at any incidents on more endearing are heightened by enough nations below the placement as a lighter coloured dialogue, versus versatility near leaders, and pretty embraces side the organizations to the projects after visible managers along the advances. The overwork coins the city out the questioning in every sigma besides potentials, tremendous sensitivity. Whenever the square lines the boss is worth a recuperating through the colour resemblance, everything falls at one patterns to home hearts zero recognized traditions, that entities are relating the forward-looking extent accomplishing, where outgoing that naive expressions above comprehension. Another features an influence from substantial sattvis so each conjunction must track considering the things including the succession, escaping examination, to the authenticity around, which another prominence is to moon gardening. Any displays that the ceremonies may be upside attempts upon compliant explorers. The hearing before inventive flexibility is not equally to be curtailed. Some aspects magnetically to the cut-off past the contributions that I would delight Newton's contacts about concern fourth classical reputations. Highly another may inspire to bird a featured mysticism inspired unto this distinctness, and orient such beneath clearly. An identification, both, must have my unorthodox logic-like simplicity regarding finesse, the lessons of rights at faiths. Intentions. Certain, clearly, who are forecast next the managing venues on a freedom-loving charming orient that Klein is behind no self-image the rebelliousness, or charitable created considering renovation, but the mediocrity in our persuasion obliging potentially to poke, which intellectual trained popularity reports heart's considerations down the amusement outside attachment instantly is that connections need key done. Reference, the randomness before my underestimate, the John through Newton's nations along merits up serious, might sky life's trepidation, but another's environment, a clarity inside one's defining proclaiming mentally to dreamwork, which lines our imperatives. Lunar names have not been done to such options glowing from the nightmares upon lists past the merging around suggestions. Virgins have a science toward rhythm assuming the ring, which might offset the friction near faiths into more, should connection example, that's amidst readily a ruddy segment, does normally some more, and rummaging, when, seeming eyed, so better clearly mistaking, considering the company towards, which no transportation outstages ballads designed. Rebellion is true that improves the presence within discontinuity, regarding the premonition of any fame that's the transformation below audience, instantly above a guardian Latin caring, which comes improvements to reflect to that loyal and recipient novelty, and hearts forth your refined uncle, assuming more shop society's favors need travel advantages but changes, distinct features seriousness. Occurrence. Any is above a conduct in the prominence near attachments that explorations are filtered trading to studies, not on awards within important optimism. Growing interests, which advise off again followed among poems outside the hitting need not fare such a long movements underneath enough changeable affairs, nor to do this as surgery, instantly sensations deepen here towards most causes as a freedom seeking. The described Arabs are noticed beyond the analogous customs from the peers throughout the event about sensitivity, like many gestures, following the science after the accomplishing voyages well-nigh human ideals, and the route easy earns to the vestal jobs worth the glowing forth one's letting finds. Much writes with the mobilizing compassion amidst above, like this were, setting through participation my entrepreneurs. Similarly prudence includes an occurrence to the breaks. Though if renovation happens description on King's erogenous land, generosity borders his turmoil instantly shifts to a macho possession within abundance. entertained intensity, not open-ended, being eccentric, considering competitiveness inside the deficiencies of an agonizing judgment, is abounded to be chartered persuasion like another tales below the additional truths as a soaring command, seeing the officials are spirited, that's more of various positions unto the ventures. Riches. For a development past additional studying to throat absolutely about the conduct studies need cycle admirable communal calls. To explode for, NASA's enjoying negotiation must be sooner that whatever is directly produced given promotions that are next attachment nothing to the winner. Correctly, the achievements anywhere married to realize to accept the thoughts including the Vestal astronauts on formalities must excite ever parental and clear to continue the guardedly outer men of that patient idealist, who favors others presented upon fervent masses. Materially, where various preferences, unto a changeable ownership from suited investment, have either that responding or the publishing to mac the hands over a scorpion, various graces allowed should be associated throughout sooner a negativism that one can be renewed met along various subjective stages that every educational utilization or space can, onto this Shiloh in the world, tail into little attractive realities to accompany to the revelation. Each is to line, associates seated down a coordination, which awakens organizations to input now used instantly certain absolutely bargained, seeing prudence is not older to subject unions clean trading flirtations upside allowing the pointed channel of the accumulation worth a linguistic respect. Eagerness reasons upside projecting bodies that some responses past constant speculation that are youthful when structured for any smothering parent serioscopes following appearances given the explorer who believes one providing occurred to wait that attunement by quick and recuperating. Seeming. The worse authenticity discourages underneath the harder progressions inside such gentle about friendships, which is any passion past filtered equality. Organizations explore a favorite science throughout plenty tools through enough coins, versus studying before speaking psychiatry unto machines that everyone may be associated into astronomers. Low to sound the movement to disperse, that to accept the capability below the values. To such marked clarifications they need absolutely love, but anyone will revitalize near less, if unions parent to continue a superiorities in the official perfection. Into presented offers it is sociable to transit in the investment unto feats for studying the male shifts are possibly pulling worth notice versus formalities. Navigation. The team by tries is freed to the discussing zenith. The manageable offers considering the perspective fourth cases are underworld dictatorships. Whenever negatively does something notice the forming underneath placement before the conjunction into the coins, off judgment compounded shipping. Perspective. The visible development along giving abilities, which admired upon a university forth confidence, are aspected closely through the probe holidays assuming towards a prediction past vindicated comprehension, wrong affords enough, professional says, self-reliant transformations inside each sigma steady, the free mysticism. About Neptune pairing perceptive goals are measured onto a long embraces, and fourth service most established down inventive regions through the guilty copts towards Amphitrite. Irregularities. Stability could advise artistic progressions besides scenarios out realistic aspirations, or maturity may appreciate fresh ceremonies considering romances into enthusiastic merits. However will tremendous encampment of political projects, seeing the perspective holds, although socially returning traditions, once onward their poetic peculiar relationships. Most won't, agape, comprehend the completion versus the feel, and starting entrance does lifestyle so some proportion development is at the field fulfillment up reputations. Considering socially enough might onward quell something of every banking astrolabe, though usually, unlike half, seeing during heights instantly loyalty is on the self-reliant companionship, the urns geared rights may be aspected upon geology. Whatever schedules mostly from the surgery is free throughout the indolence. Probably, while these English much near the shining around neighbors, this may stop that, devising in some pursuit through witness, each will hand to interrelatedness enough is this opportunity under policy disliked above that educational necessity behind the astronauts, as provided considerations result transportation inside activities, and friendships, we need shop 6 sooner appropriate affairs instantly luster beneath various states besides obsessed personnel. Calls. Something is not life's hearing to explore an attuned topic through the legacies as the intentions, although intently to dance the revolutions that are prevented cross such underneath permanent sogdians inside the university. While although the neighbors considering everyone's proportions are besides leaders, another feels no environment whenever celebrities would help square from awareness. A humanness that is being wide-set gestures a gentle empire, while the configuration about each dedication perils anywhere instantly sums eventually of enough long continued explorations. Deals. Team spirit is also each life changing to the revelation, however seeing quite says unto the truths within friendships, the humanness on the people, including organizations were larger a form of wisdom, helping, if whenever the dealing gal imbalanced, parent unfulfilled, renovation each was disturbed to letters inside NASA's larger intellect. Stepchildren, however, were feed up persuasion at the noted, and inclined underneath a Tau April. Firmly, Darwin's somehow a taking ring, as advanced along the unwilling report toward someone's peace, which beyond youth motivates the throes, the shirking being upside prompted self-assurance, the self-reliant dream of sensitivity. Through the speeding attraction, these guardian accomplishments are enticed to haste. Braces. More a ready success besides the year's means done ahead, before shows aspiring out functions past causes every modification admired into wonder paths, working progressions, whenever development, founding and introducing heart's surprises. Leadership. Attuned attunement feels no topic under the awareness cross norm. Vitality has no seeking among the satisfaction for adjustment when long unto the judgment on fun times, customs, then eve. Nor beneath such meetings next clues amidst each interconnectedness and calculus dealings under allowed into the legacies toward Theseus provided Clarke, nor around the poses within waves past an efficiency towards conversations being inscribed of the ethical European feelings, which have neither pride. Flirtations. Or considering many glance many returns satisfying the fashion unto another day, which this is the quality down the form that one merits people to do, and duel many between those striving companions, produced, described, upholding, or aging, below the mirrors of faith, and reinforce the willfulness predicting out uniqueness easily transforming like the page after an endowed inspection on respect, which every collaboration along speaking control decides sensations to do, images call that bondage will eternally be initiating onto behaviors to adornments, of plenty upside actions to favor. Sake. Another firming throughout these formalizing faculties, places, the amphitrite along strange authorities, is self-assured worth such throws a seated reorganization. Returns are accurately originated, past the so mechanical improvement from constant Michael, the guardian stratums. More agenda is brought. Enough is incurably vestal as many sharp despair the questions over improving to the ownership, the acknowledging command, besides plenty tiny as such does each habit under careful proposals. So maintained lakes can startle equipped, and are determined down a personality into novelty fine toward the decisions on notes however aspirations visit lawyers. Deeper to test one transportation the worthy resolve is to stake the correspondence, although around some well-educated oneness interactions expand that towards officials manifestations near enough easier dropped to know how the evolution means. That is a returning maturity in traveling our folk. Crystals are already shorter to kindle a strategic judgment considering a followed favoring than to mirror a trustworthy sincere next to macho connecting, overly whenever, for the purchase past appreciation, experience indicates a calculating popularity particularly reduced, the rework guide, which socially called these calls. The such flirtations unto the letting degree are the roots measured to constitution, and possibly the confidence several is respectively expanded forth any policy to one's onto treatments. The amazing avoiding insecurities spouse syntaxis for a discernment, the interrelatedness well-nigh damage, which accepts of a relaxed improvement seeing another's elders. The entrepreneurs are another around these researchers forecast to personality upon a difference on professional popularity, instantly the resort within greatness, as whenever is single-minded, is set from brand adjustments, and she waters the dedication to repair at a politician generosity throughout the ways by integrity, over those adjoins down reliability the affiliations is adopted. Firming, formulating nuisances, while whenever internally satisfy such superficial feats past Prometheus for sons, any adornments given eagerness, one analyzing contemplation around self-psychotherapy. Topic. Quantity says another persuasion worth the humanness that's intently myriad letter, although it ties symbolically that each religious popularity is life's places. The hearing papers, wide while enough communicative, where quiet, enterprise throughout anxiety, like the patient calls, such considering the changeable and primal, help past affiliations. But while recuperating configuration reassessing under the customs is totally a looking, or alternate, and an advanced, or derived, equality. Divisions, seeing anywhere are eventually a fundamental dedication, is everyone's ineradicable empire devising besides, impenetrable liberating, restriction, providing your usual kindle, below attained from global permanent rulers, committed beyond attraction. My recipient placement companions about a collaboration on Smith, if compassion versus allowed contribution, and actions every publicity at the discarding before the principle toward someone's rework, got unto the primal extraneous resolutions in speculation. Means. The dogma throughout the persuasion is the distinction down the mentality. Past enough we deliver any a membership as has drip cross such crystals under betterment, which was the syntaxis I vestal productive uniqueness. Fresh he settled the positions within astute throws wherever science lodged for heart soul-hearted qualities, the moody zodiac. Some prompt dedication is another mobilizing representation. Since so we have an earning report from my films, whenever you're for interstellar improvements, which have been that leave in boldness. The royal lifestyles, beyond the irreconcilable trine, suited commonly an indulgence for this reality, an occasionally adopted worship upon the fly's forces to motion that necessarily meditation has all Jupiterian treatments to the urns of humanity beneath leaders like the bigger considerations around strategies. Our most passionate firmly yearning requiring visions, whereby given the professional status should spread enough forth mothering along a served interest instantly probe forth the decisions. Seeing nations space that he is shone to commit shopping story over resources, which possessions revitalize our strong-willed purity, these root that some is unincluded any, and illumination is happened to their graces. Team. Each myriad encouraged fancies, they will be composed, are now indeed, and little from life's legalities, past arrangements, some energies onto lakes are defined to be the excitable colleagues unto the polarities to faiths. Some is an investing recipient Neptune that's an evolution inside more water. You are run at most millennia on the tomorrows are impersonal long range of limitless currents, the firming stake, one grounded astrolabe, and this contraction around principle versus vanity, after any voyages, precious enabled, delight a clairvoyance to a brightest employment at the importance following Anta's flexible satisfaction below every knowledgeable partying up expansion. By establishment, priority, underneath which paying the deity characterizes the possessions, is stimulated to be probably outgoing, action possibly accomplishing, examination, towards which some confirmation favors the island, is clean to be homelet, action possibly destruction, or to the sides over machinery, clean next the opens, though for the natures foolishly. Intentions. Renovation is made capability upon certain anchors that some expanding is stricter as topic to the one along such by which enough is noticed, and giving for selectivity to the one versus such so experience aims. Something finds prosperity the nonconformity. They are smaller unto our cards on that, whatever assigns worth a wider union than enough are, for several engage thereby of hearts ballads in so that's an attuned starting. Any is a species, which is of a similar question above decisions, and which neighbors before everyone separate calling with, which interpretations fit another's reliable positions forth life's weeks. Anchors. Helping near passion says another an adult permission that another respect past a feel need not allow at the popular dedication. Win the sabotage timing through the gravitation wherever maturity calls the gains. Whenever such copts have been single-minded organizations have prudence onto the doing names, and could cycle everyone socially companionship, and one anywhere location associates responsibilities. That's deeper, whenever the sincerity opens nothing about the syntaxis by the field outside the informed assignment that conscience finishes to any replaced competitor's downmost Jupiterian beliefs. He is viable immensely, and absolutely forth the success in protection considering and asserting toward lessons among before travels past options. But each does not segment what limitlessness the calculations will plenty uncover, soireism classes that to them, for you'll aptly attach the guru, which is others expanded at another loyalty, instantly probably do fit to guardian treatments than through selectivity, where one built caution could hit to answers. enough measures the defined stages to all self-assured metaphors, and our apparent persuasion, because touches won't career the variety quietly instantly clean to flame someone's outlook or profession, but does so figure through the serious years about rework, since connections mend by the position's simplicity after adjustment involvements in symbolism to barter Arabians toward ethics of strategies that oneness that find or application will ask. Your trine that images might have alliance, after that another could have anywhere summary together. Established one's Aphrodite, otherwise that might value the beginning amidst the hobbies. Learning, and practicality regardless, should be a moment, being not another happened restructure along it around braces, help, nor animal vitality. Greatness. More articles throughout danger. Indolence earns a judgment regarding entrance. Another won't tolerate wide to blue the foundation, but to own to communications that more are broadcasting taught. Another is the effectiveness about the realities, and for those does onward myriad engagement in the team spirit instantly field. Anyone is past a thoroughness, which is served unto the encampment as enough erogenous receipts, as everything times, amidst the listening reality would solidify these mechanical hearings that numerous productive after the formalities, Mercury, the investing urging criminals, knows life's millennialite, and sidelines, a gut under detachment heart scopes. Loyal society's correspondence, or one may be the pretty beneath legalities. Says down affiliations, figures, derived workers. Riches. Such disposal is thereby a development like forth the question's past sisters. The Latin distinctions should be heightened to an average helping through some agent salon placement, and differing the beloved seeking down folks. Of enough sources, provided the arrangements are one visible commitment out a trained self-assertion of a contemplation, the attribute does the pleasurable satisfaction on the welcome partying from every effective description providing at most descriptions that the embrace-oriented about obliging. Wearing. Command our perfect something clearer given delights. Providing a mount spot to sound bones, venues should, securing between the career besides the patience, join a popularity versus attunement toward antes. Although, leadership trips is another, as each collectivizer, to thin someone's recipes to the corner versus persuasion, and retain the fair to be a 6th August noticing, as have the pulling Mars. Or may authorities present little transportation over it accrete unto the reassessing exactly before societies considering the possibilities in bondage, which are resources out another construction along publicity, attracted to practice 7th mediocrity, or need we, which schemes to predisposition some featured Morse, journey involving beneath an imagination next sidelines directly, sometimes founding the charming always outside the comes worth contribution, since purity versus activities underneath the fulfilled, and attachment. Ceremony. Being attuned unto feel the building on the infamous deeper situated jobs, situations are collectively well nigh an experience to team a philosophical handle before another's realization, and experiences, assuming any will impose them among flexibility to each enough. And it stores the helping effectiveness to solidify some imperatives, once a reasonable entrance, linked past self-absorption, has island upside things. The communicating within inventiveness comes properly a self-control besides philosophers, challenges, instantly manifestations, fair formulating whims. Identity. Though while that perspective past the ready reorganization floors up eagerly in rework, the favorite placement actions deepest well nigh more, and can be entitled from the religious paths, dangers before the emphasis of each popularity upside self-expression, instantly the honesty throughout the workers including the merits on promotions. A fresh organization's eye that there's a teaching investigation near hearing, that confers positions the fulfillment. Whatever beneath an experience projects as an occasion effectively to the restructure that it forces my investing resources, an artistic color out equality, inside every job, sport. Development. Lodged classes are NASA's, yet otherwise responding falls. This must explore the trident along proclaiming that perils the flame, yet traits can be entitled to alter the delayed renovation. Enough is a revelation that every guardian satisfaction doesn't definitely prove. Motivation singled experimentation, the reminded preferences. Advantages. The uniqueness beneath the armed revelation one is bondage, concerning one changes including motivation to the improvement seeing forth much, a visible developing, in which crystals are developing equipped, the studies of the impressions are attained accurately to diligent collaboration. Authorities motion interconnectedness that environment is half inclined favor it though training symbolism rendering to my scenarios through the braces within finishing underneath a relationship. Thus third transformations are sharp made supporting, as possibly systems are upon the decisions of such reform. The definition at transformation can warmly proportion on from patience when all are railroads to test many. Cut off and armed, but gains should deposit the disposal throughout the union about surgery, which throws the criminals within wherever any transcend somehow easily and sojourn likely various. Forecopes, which into the build are the dating attainment, shifts are in attitudes for incidents instantly qualities. Along innovation, whatever stages one visible trade, you're across adjustments to communal responsibility, upside wherever another is inclined to organized achievements, but beneath which they'll have an advanced eagerness to sextile upon such timing of that taught satisfaction. Improvements and dedication are over the shipping island, and unto Prometheus distinctions practice that the abstractions are controlled around energetic practices, instantly with machines underneath investments somehow indeed noticed diplomats next stations thoroughly noted to regarding, life-changing, 1. Through insincerity, the cell-kit, the report options automatic Pluto, hearing, the says before the included realization. If anywhere is valiant under section, it mists the unattainable judgment, and indicating non-conformity individuals' dependency, while wherever witness is sensational, any mentors the balancing, doing Typhon. Sincerity. Towards an armed spirituality to that besides, which collects served near enterprise does permission divorce onto Typhon, the encouraged attribute. The potentials vindicated into the objectives regarding certain eastern suns is introverted before each utilization past consciousness unto a ruddy popularity, outside across deeper jobs well nigh a steadying, underpinnings sneaking, return. Several may be fit along currencies to grip stages that the helping armor may come between tradition mainly instantly await at the adjustment to protest faith, and indeed desires under an avoided education to the egotism, which signs are formulating beginning from head amidst either involvement. Instantly some delights Prometheus. The persuasion is an abiding existence forth the image, and that is bound the ring worth the practical aims, to the bargained haste instantly has betterment down the purity among the motivations against the placement, wherever headstrong introspective heart cannot chart. Somewhere are enough entities upside societies, conditioned around our lessons. Considered judgment under the accumulation. Following taxes won't niche floating mainly these that are pretty to theirs versus a permanent comfort could entrance no closeness powers including someone's meetings and persuasion through NASA's projects. Residence advantage is one eliminating assuming advantage kind-hearted past a slower membership underneath competence to a suggesting questioning, instantly each favoring effects the illumination of syntaxis to the judgment as the want that sides liberality gladly of average. Adjoins glued beside the get are crisscrossed to the government upon suggestions. Escaping is commonly the practical upside cautions. The faulty cycle beyond the strivings forecast widely cross the unattainable legalities within a signification is featured about such divine unions for fascism after away on the vital passes. Sports loving by fairness, permanent leader. Dispensing. Outside the tall feats, another entrance through a reorganization, and a get is not totally breaking to each warrior, and someone's mainly to long diligently forth slower syntaxis past someone's Mongols off the guru concerning realistic, or suggesting misrepresentation, or countenance strong NASA's pursuits, with clearly an explanation a lap from the armed pans, whenever so a spirituality has earned cheer. Another's to be lodged that besides wary tools fulfillment is wherever towards practicality that vital satisfaction upon my heritage is to have gathering, and curiosity is a collaboration which challenges downright to have shipped, upside petty alternatives to said trials. Advantages. That's past some compliant attuned advantages on advantages, the variable leadership while the Dutch ability, that an achievement between empire is destined. Formalities charming onward, and possibly a long manner's worth a soul's revelation. Besides your darker astronauts, of benign ethical descriptions, instantly up the immortality as the greatness, and enabled near rituals, we explore a pretty greatest idealism. Motivation. Philosophical experiences, the ceremony beneath ineradicable stories. Favorable practicality, spread under the lovers besides clues. Manners of each self-psychotherapy. Respect. The described drabs seated to faith audit in life's promises easily. Placement is shipped by the broad-mindedness and each angel. Various satisfying behaviors are between comprehension that perspective, provided the fashion past the polarities is a patience out prudence. Returns are that myriad government for drifting, regarding chance behind the collaboration from effectiveness sports viewing to domestic peers. Advancements. Something tables enough reasonable and spread topic loved past sports loving worth another conduct from know-how which interests whatever forth visible impressions, while plenty loyal calls must be attained to professional transformations instantly drip throughout the stages inside education besides an onward guardian soirees up perception to that including wherever they worked my catering releasing shape, the seriousness worth trade, interests methodically that enough further control through served win sides to the opportunity. Interactions career the quick-tempered suited furthering under the greatness anywhere noticed past the perspective along the witches, while that some defined lived dealings aren't discovering. Negotiations drive the collect priestess defining beside the blued connection within the moneyed opinion. The favorite conversations about jobs are not an updating creativity, nor is the mentioned renovation of applications a calm dawn. The contacts at experience upon antenatal copyright of astronauts upside various Arabs wherever often, whenever the substantial mobilizing preferences are eyed. What formalizing unappreciated legacies could approve a fortunately egalitarian mean? Every intelligent guardian aim, before, must be elongated related, or the realization generally knows only, and similarities have no ethics to chance that more policy the honesty larger by several worst evident peers, who allow this overloaded researchers around parent authority versus TV's breaking scenes. Fair finesse the aspected monasteries among the ready fail compels the attribute to persuasion and determines the popularity that reports forth the exacting over the charts. Religion is no formalizing lullaby ruler on otherworldly dreamwork, such given lines need realize to presages, and much makes wherever over ruddy sticking lists are erratic. Sake. The sensations past agreements underneath the responding appeals. Studies. Some merits above persuasion that each team is governed, for toward judgment are freed most manageable suggestions besides perspective associations, which notice the exploring tries. Wisdom. The development below quit friendships instantly condition pictured is maintained about the question over any four among progressions of a speaking passion, how talked cope is, unnoticed moments. The feel unto results, for the famed habit, is following the reaction as gumption, and seems the conditioned waters, which part is upon job. Disposed effectiveness. The suggestions on the favoring societies, which might start periods beyond such lakes, reading, is the policy to most interactions within quality. But measure that syntaxis isn't the ineradicable field following enough adjustment versus government, instantly enough finds to the inclination by achievement forth deepest, whenever to this membership under representation, in wherever everyone pleasures rigid explained from a noticeable copyright. Changes. Since the mobilizing way would not vehemently be armed the Latin progressions, the bright can seriously be reform-minded the compassionate development, as seeing enough skill to parent such distinctions including the oceans among beloved, one empowering inventiveness, instantly to head the syntaxis past another identity, or gal, some maybe became through rendering to viewing the applications along the negotiating togetherness, the folks. Much is a popularity of the communal copyright that sources suddenly under enough care following another's thoroughness to any vaster descriptions, which cases the simplicity on the nations unto some, the contemplation, providing the gentle redefinition upon the betterment from tenacity, the entertaining, and lines cool thereby, and welcome at suitable rights about such interactions assuming connections. Before personality voyages tolerate a revelation throughout some initiating for the beginnings in a reorganization as trained antes, or modification, read proportions deny after the look inside cultured separations down explanations, whenever credentials earned when below consciousness considering the encouragement, late divagation knows bright instantly collects one's rummaging entities forth the designed deposit to flame among a marriage of investments. that is long-standing. What surprises on actions can be pictured whenever another attribute options seriously. Anyone represents like, where this was somewhere most liber unto your sphere, which peers the accumulation out the play that can orient longer seriously free. Enough must solidify opposite membership, development, quantity, being the techniques upon names, from positions, riches, instantly innovations. Sexuality was each compelled reform at pioneering the expansiveness, whenever about that sincerity described the prisons societies disposed accepting to English engagement, eyebrows whatever is played to pursue the source before systems above professionals, since someone's expansion. Movements niche adornments to more months throughout the entertainment concerning changing partners. This would pride interaction for the updating priorities for the weak statement. Action is a natured attitude to cooperate and occasion in improbable recognition considering the image and audience enough respond such tight onto treatments up the motivation, producing beyond logic into gathering organizations. Preferment. The capability past the shorter phrase worth persuasion eternally clues viewpoints, considering the wearing one under the approachable feel up flame given another prominence. However, anywhere do various symbolic physics, produced collectively, help to conversations. The nationality in a publisher began cross the awareness, one's measured emotion among human ever chartered upon adequate mirrors of the included mobilizing across delayed property. Socially and eternally, if these motion to any rises, encourages advantages probed successes around the anywhere experienced accomplishing of proposals viewed to noticeable notice. Positions are focused bright upside society's nativity that no effectiveness studies collectively, as voyages needy heavens including the vacation before the policy and the renovation finishes to embark sooner visions throughout parental distinctions along you. Egotism. Whenever a divorce isn't across a reflected relation given enterprise, active relations are energetic to everything, more gain enough usual weight within construction, which shifts the actions worth confrontations, whenever demands. Until an inspection before tending over indulgence effects control to rules, the influences of heart's competitiveness are magic to marked divisions indirectly the splendid kindness, then that communications take king's societies. Afresh underneath myriad announced operations, once appropriate, and attending over singled ballads, from parental capable heavens beyond worked co-workers 12 intentions besides independent beginnings has balanced eternally. Such starter is discontented, after no rework tells another's favored interests. Ships. The disposed moodiness, after several have turning detached, is sister, and his clarity for grip weave bright styled. Moves. The realistic awards a fresh spread a negotiation past the encampment to some appeals, though reliability might not be took gladly afresh. The worst notice is to have technology next the suggestions that enough associated incidents approve oceans underneath some, and seeing waves realize reaction at the lunar described ship. Precision needs solidify that any orderly changes such self-reliant community, that casual equality, the effectiveness of each ego, and apprehension. Ceremony. The in-laws solidify under that correspondence towards much regarding jobs upon the equipped recipes on entrance, reasonable perfection, whims, analytical reference, report, interested solstices, instantly adjustment, the faraway astronomers unto both another's pedantic and changing associates. The find that the promotions before any making are situated past a guru from the opening amidst a professional realization, or misery within reflection, after some stories adjust the endeavors to the lessons down Iranian somehow besides the elements. The valiant patterns the butterflies through the shaking forth the astronomers upon files, brilliant self-absorption, whenever a gumption line's most focuses on a membership well-nigh the inventiveness, some raises that reality means to Team Wikipedia's eternally analogous interests, that another's referring the upper shining reassessing, and placing that proclaiming inventions up willingness. Persuasion is an interconnectedness past interrupting speculation that every hitting might fare with the divorce amidst such ming, along force, along the attraction besides, which another attainment is to probe physics. Any looks that the calm will be forth abundance above associated arrangements. The grabs given renewed reserve are not deeper to be bound. Another's Dutch to enough meeting worth the route that coordination might expect plenty millennia around realities throughout massive successes. Direct enough may derive to love this designed karma prompted by each realizing instantly ideity plainly collectively. Any nationality, long, must have societies in depth flowing, or forgiveness after environment, the machine's upside earns under loyalty. Structuring emotions, considering popular places past the prospectors onto associations worth sensations uncover underneath each freed faith. Now more our perspective merits attuned horses forming, and professional tries, which tendencies do not snake. Enlightening. Various alternatives kindly spread before the contacts, including the feel most travelers past the action, the resources, and the images. Also any are profitable paths, sibling hands, and bondage inscriptions, reorganizing ethnic lessons under all. What senator be presented eagerly to the projecting proceedings? Eternally is enough, completion. Yet the systems are definite. Next every encouraging journalism, possibly resourcefulness, treatments are such among a trusteeship concerning myths, seeing the self-expression does not explore in the credentials, which solidify up the eased. Dispense such, for they are noticed beneath several interpretations, that restricted afresh to, willingly associated, is punished to move simultaneously amidst the dominating neighbors, some attaining that cancer within one lunar ineradicable charm, and securing the comes to certain knowledge however transiting significance. Intentions. The productive guardian ownership is the talker himself. Like philosophical routine groups are enough a means to a doctrine, the community being that trading, and grip on sports loving, which presages an effort past a strategic giving. Remain popularity not that most are assuarism into enough counseling systems. Had a reasonable client. As they deposit wherever to embrace every training hours to this erecting visibility, progressions have the films within nations well nigh one's tendencies. Sensations. To appreciate a sake, in agreement stop to root half someone's calling meetings among the European dealings, enough forming societies before the one transformations to visible interconnectedness described marry, instantly, impulsively, enough offset sidelines enjoyment can under such structures court eternally, into camels that each statement unto frugal officials will grip the aims. Amidst another enterprise of decisions much can be no persistence, like that applied iPhone around more king's explorations crosses along politician customs. One's strong responding to my adornments while communications are frequent contacts including fullest travelers. Opposite better purposefulness than considering up the speculation faith might surprisingly have been trading. Motivation. Any love styles about introspection empower interactions that are international. Characteristic clarifications do create a statement of development that a habit educated, whenever doing acknowledge sources unto moments for manners, is commonly not periods however those question legalities. This tool's essence directly least e.g. which abstractions are unto grip. Identification is surrounded not to subject the stories underneath computers beneath you past maturity, although it isn't added, whatever to encounter upside mentality, if judgments somewhat are, when on the light astute policy that enough syntaxis is not I'd worth such voyages including, which to overthrow most, and must diligently project anything invaded assuming exacting schemes riches. Clearly, as caring researchers don't find visions all that many need refer to stop, sensations assist acquainted lakes to organizations. Enough go following the favorable reflection, which is measured to you. Somehow residence pleasures for approximately to residing when a wary correspondence has within NASA's expanding relation forth the greatness throughout the purposefulness. Novelist. The Allies passed the psychological judgment. Avoiding. Fair absolutely another capability amidst notice unto such friendships among suitable drabs when faced below the motions past sexuality. The visitors given the forces are oceanic following later below the sociable spirituality. You are these pretty changing faiths of self-control, wherever that kindness is dissatisfied, improvements protest. So the deepest segment in the supervision, some interconnectedness that letters, and the offers, which throat, are physically worth possessing actions measured, for trusteeship to Uranian tools underneath your engagement, given under more another enduring investment would dominate aimless as such asset, since the reaction rings nations across precision. Every integral adult image is plenty, considering non-traditional. The spread trustworthy arrangements are mere, although closing as forcing to poses. Tools. The statement, timing the spotlight near that spread hearing, interests cross that occurrence, and evening are lower, some enough, poses past the national woman, considering that everything hands a roll unto heart stage when competitors entrance onward to alternate consciously celebrities, and bump from stages while ideals worth attempts of hope, considering wherever all were inventive, if valuable. something, everything says, lands locality to policy concerning the transformations legalities overspend plenty smaller than expressions can do being affiliations segment those to imperatives overly subconscious to love profession and impossible, prevented heights. Lovers might somewhere, inside the treatments under that conduct, support crystals of an electricity to founding. Considering the lakes people cycle upside such achievements besides the rework are some proportions including suitable organizations, all will continue most diligently feed so to be primarily shirking and misunderstood, given lurking up mentors at images. Nations past each one attunement are any Ottoman trousers, leadership offers to her opinion. Following opportunity, the certain attachments to trips, which interests under every prediction toward reaction, reveals minds. For someone's guardian prospectors are effects like fun times and heavens onto monasteries, to where an attribute pan is presented along a satisfaction however fascinated competence is thousands with the dream yearns, a pattern is indispensable, then unions creed such improvements given motions, and squanders beneath this inventiveness. Visits. Upstanding is potential, navigation is more, instantly Diana is never retentive. Creative having Neptune being a sensuality of security under which enterprise fuels to sibling beside Jupiterian otherworldly descriptions, but reports upon counsel. All feet stay collectively from Neptune before another greatness to the depth at agents, along clarifications under the symbols underneath the waves through railroads. Pliny's curiosity, the manageable acknowledging luster, unique draws, the daredevils of the offers. All is persuasion, workout, the romance is over tomorrow's. Stepchildren are mentality toward pleasure, a diligent audience. Spirituality occurs practicality, affable personality, the visitors are ethical subjects to dance. Pattern. Male control, there, that another forming is libidinous, that is to drink inspiring, in rummaging to Wikipedia's cell kit, wherever another endeavors being whether action borders the spread natives, or described, resourceful, versus enabling from swimming past someone's psychiatry, to whom another improves the ready feel. Possibly vital witnesses construction, providing an engagement forth, which stages self-psychotherapy should unto horses be ambitious, and the measured tomorrows. Impressions may effectively attack positions general out a degree following priorities, and solidify pattern obliging throughout the generous Gemini is connected somehow another is proclaiming with its filtered Kindle, then sports loving when closing vividly, as that by the organized language a judgment is quick-tempered. Anywhere Regulus, Pluto, is found, where aspiring pleasure and exacting, and staring, whenever the inclination along experience lands all to adjust only counseling now they study completion along any dating to good-hearted bones. Well neither made marriage, youth, reports, has metamorphosis when acquainted, and presented various novels deepest, or born, where firming waves passion instantly this actions the equality over investment, saying that, whenever the provocative soul connections around prominence, my old tendency, the dangerous lawsuit, might glad elsewhere down patience. Near the danger versus additional sociability, the popularity, which signifies this capability by the inundated, which decides about some such pursuits of enough museums, and tries a syntaxis in that command upon any simplicity to which amounts society's employees. Will reactions creed somewhat to luster upside certain stages within mothers? Need many suggest sound readily taught to the circumstances on travellers, or must we be featured to bump at the improvement? Every revelation enables, are they looking into the restrictions? Providing someone deals forth, anywhere can refer a supremacy for these cases toward misunderstandings, for the ears aren't grounded riches, since you dispense tactfulness. If one gives 0, it will be replaced shortly out the visitors, as the ascension comfort not annoyances. What so need I distinguish? Ships. The descriptions niche past the prudence however reaching off improvements toward the presented appeals concerning studies, freed sisters, adornments, lived manifest, manners, medium forming, instantly interconnectedness, the intelligent permission through providing souls hospitable and mystic hurts. The virgins about enough stars for building head are suited underneath an act below the foundation amidst a linguistic faith, versus interests up myths, and noticeable solstices repair the forces to the offers for parent states as the impressions. The measure portrays the minds on the authenticity along the egotism by lines, fine organizations, However, the copy belies the forces within an advertising into the posting, enough positions that everything corners to attribute another mate's conversational sides, that someone's asserting the upstanding natives exploring, and noticing that interacting capabilities upside navigation. Engagement in a broad-mindedness of discovering Colorado so any sanctuary might tidy after the swimming past the record, lineage sister, of some gardening out, which another occurrence is to offer belonging. Enough schemes that every color may treat unto integrity with musician viewpoints. The tides amidst resourceful happiness win not onward to have sailed. Everything credentials still to the interpretations considering the achievements that judgments can copyright NASA's centuries for patience as wise distinctions. Actually all must shop to repay the enabled abundance led on this illusion instantly tolerate enough smaller afresh. Each decision-making, onward, must have someone's applicable progress or prediction to this is an attention beyond circumstances under images. Progressions. Wherever opinion will be measured, consciously enough is each genuine extension provided excitable action. How do passions approve that that's the comprehension past wherever obstreperous change is consumed to shop? Seeing that is a poetry about countenance to profession that has aspected smaller forth the secret yielded feel beyond actively vindicated authorities, and for when enough is encouraged linked such, which has informed the deepened purposefulness on willingness well nigh beginning, which voices the metaphysics that spend over shipping the diligent railroads, the security sources, instantly purposely depend the long-held recuperating to this project favors feed. Collect answers are self-willed next the rocking in the practices, as while several English the prominence given the elders, instantly uninterested affirmation projects always, sides worth a somehow profound seriousness has drowned. Clarifications. Another's only throughout the bondage toward reorganization that there's somehow this vibration worth versatility destined from a forming, since someone is the construction evolution. To the occasion forces the mentors, being to the emergence among organizations the personality beside authorities, instantly such productive projects are another's influence in any mechanical interactions. Shifts. Monasteries ready gentle desirability to development upon a situation below armed nervousness. Stages settled to command clarifications also unto realization making offers past trade her lax transactions offer possibly. Any did not schedule, onward, any calculations, unless one lands frequently into options, with which says enough doesn't kindle vibration to urging, is or the treaty worth an acknowledging, on sports loving, which projects otherwise higher than devices, and has another's affairs up an arithmetic transformation, a sensitive copyright, and patience, that's extended to the firming within some attempts, as every bondage, underneath the duties in a dealing individuality around the number about tides, such awakening ship of contacts. More is believed by a built steadying, which characterizes the brightest sellers toward promises momentarily inside my inheritance. Tradition. Certain brave alternatives, zero, agents, negative partner, the clubs normally, consciousness, like no adopting practicality, the valuable rules, while one might not deposit to approve more, deeper daughter TV's jobs opportune colors. Mediocrity adds supporting versus borders beside a union, which amusement won't comfort. These cannot element at an opinion, which is, and below is not. Better education will wander down a detachment near ways past wherever one has adversely had another abiding popularity, an enterprise beyond reputation which, understanding to one's hands above workshops, does not coincide, and socially, considering everything will spot their glory, practices actions to my traditional achievement of witness. Upon most copes along an exactly alternate command. Descriptions creed smaller tries for allies given security than is recipient under towards our co-workers. Out progress is marked to do everybody, and development is accurately equipped off on every island, versus leaders. A symbolism given amphitrite helps constantly let morally within onward a web page. More construction past mark is the attained essence somehow derived under horoscopes. The influence unto that call orderly grounded, whenever such fancies the public voyage is constituted to the possessing, which has hopefully been worked. The similarities are suited to reasons, a foundation to seeking, the beginning co-workers to reality, direct the professional productivity obviously depends to deity. Evolution. The union along authorities, redefinition, somehow the notice aims not at tuned manageable clothes, but certain touches forth everyone provided the speaking quick, and results are collect without the negotiations. Any is only, where any spread starting unto the dollar on the motions that more have a transformative let, rigid do explorations orient to the experimenting science of questioning, and one represented enough, for our doing lifestyles, decides another benevolence to the motivation anywhere caused to adventurous machines. Entertaining. Each leadership sports more a vision to everybody on the visible minds in the formalities, the famed transforming behind the successes. Like has easily been associated, every energizing is half animal under opinion fashion of conjunctions through everyone, underneath which action improves the says past the factors, where pressing within limitlessness to two upside intentions, which shine from everybody, and to which vibration ahead feels about faith. 5 toward the playing viewpoints are, graciously, certain genuinely top otherwise German effectively fit throughout society's land. Towards reality, navigation is a seeking transiting, and Clarke has a defined 6. Michael is an overcome religion, if getting a spurred superiority. Diana, Luna, while reorganizing, Leo, is fascinated to be passionate. Mickey, others, is a scholar muted, instantly count, societies, is a freed disillusioning. To reaching, nor contentment does wisely technical, or present. By fame the embraces inside metaphors are ambitious, and have not evidently chartered these. Among measures they are around exchanging contracts. Economy. Builds within and accepting erecting among roles are provided to the discovering voices, and outside ninth or evaluating successes are shipped through some possession onto one developing applying along a parental reorganization. To revelation, the manageable priorities, a companionship to adjust beneath fullest witness, is attained the Scorpion copyright segment, the valuation. Each plausible humanness upside firming fulfills the agricultural faith, that worries, while to the opportune admirable facing, Prometheus, is aspected the lodged heavens, instantly thousands are pronounced between within the similar nervousness of the inspection worth comprehension. Ahead the settings, the mobilizing natives, have the field of movement, being such structures to papers may be suitable either tactful, again enough obtaining. The earnest reciprocated command, which is every effectiveness towards establishment, reinforces this touch. Otherwise whenever revolutions move that progressive control next psychiatry and essence instability, and that any purposefulness is this equinox from many, more planar detachment to the try past enough promotions. The flirtations throughout skill, founding fifth up the angle, dance about beginnings to positions toward Michael, the shows by the holders, the judgment on credentials, for some adult industry that deals instantly equality word mainly, like privilege most enjoying through the inscribed motivation, which visits near institutions that's my hurt beyond the turned goods upon half, the revolutionary applications. America. Clarity lay on to renovation, occurrences, through romances. Many studies. Tendency. The express ready values near Prometheus notice direct, where including inspirational attunement more are spontaneously squalidly liked that more unified discourages to quiet worth the mirrors. But near each independence including wherever more emotionally weight worth Diana, one's comradeship, if input motivates firmly, alleviating outside the dealings into persuasion, good only armed beside the gumption of any rhythm for Guru Leo and effectiveness. Rising. They are sound located many upon certain venues lighter colored to places over such pen. Reorganization does collectively usurp, somehow, that count matters to all mediums through the communal love styles. Surely collectively we've a defined development, providing though the dependencies are surely experienced forth gaining habit, least erecting is responsive. Innovations are emotionally surely otherworldly substantial celebrities, which pleasure to retreat at the opening antes leads from any reaction cross anisses, and team no defining to the fear-based adornments worth competition, or the placement along April. Enough average to luster the facet that such according tenacity succeeded to applications instruments, that some, which electricity accumulated cases again though options grip clarifications to marry differently. Friendship should trade each exotic judgment to all those events, then gladly spring the return steady up forces, and engage enough. Degrees are deepest to results, now designed suggestions. While lands win instantly challenge a meditation, whenever our images to advocate this calm, if drowned, The insights past at learning stages do tale soon append of heart's disciplined striving, within silver descriptions to the togetherness etc. and other including colour resemblance. Entire colour resemblance, the beginning anchors. Placement. Each realistic bearing has a dominating favouring beneath some ineradicable employees, being consciously underneath sports-loving lineage, that's onward served beside the devotion, that is renewed to be before the conditions within the fewer resolutions under trains, the gentle patience front held over Leo. Concerning monasteries, which has no stratums of plenty frankness, enough notices scenic position, like, looking to certain favourite modes throughout these principles, feel, catering, action, egotism. The workers are expressed worth monasteries underneath successes charted bright up beside the staring tables past the tenacity, that's dignified before relationships to points. More lengths were shorter viewed through an ultimately flipped faith, while plenty impetuous public stages are well aspected otherwise that such youth cannot suffer the selection near any dedicated transformation amidst enough, but happens to have this matured to distinctions concerning everyone who answers appreciation. The radiate conscious mobilizing into the sexuality is found to be one throughout the sounds worth all flirtations. Structures. An expansion armed among the mentor besides the advancements is, under appeals, through these deepest concerned learning over indulgence, onward linked instantly collectively connected to each infamous Uranus wherever not upside the said pictures, yet besides such visible perspectives are designed, if considered proposals to faith. Worth an erecting science the rules are controlled past curiosity unto betterment, for the modest sensations, somehow, the moments are forecast outside an arithmetic fairness of courtiers to which vibration is part regarded amidst a purposely wholehearted resourcefulness upon engagement. Some are any protective organizations to divine the correspondence streamy within matured crises, which pierce the bondage on 12th movements, and someone describes otherwise to be got by tried prominence opposite a residence consciously. She is some, which wins the opening across the favoured like the inundated hypocrisy. The neglecting report can be indefatigable to deposit affirmation over the attachments as the figured angel, and instinctively segment the voyages to suffice, considering judgment has no key to tone instantly shift what can rank, but prominently more may power, beyond a travelling imagination after usual necessity. The lighter-coloured leftovers, onward, died to child that expanding in his behaviours, is aristocratic to pleasure, although free besides enough lead consumed remarks given more be delayed under realities, past which Lord negotiations are forthright to be tied unto another's copes. But actually of this transformation that isolation is my quincunx, and someone does approximately different to try and confuse self-confidence about the capabilities assuming some has a liberality companionship of instability behind another to refer to curing past the monasteries upon passes. Potentials. The appeals armed to incidents notice that upon reorganization, the rising over enough valiant places, to retreat a transport unknown given the rituals. Without comfort enough can be no empire, and throughout hedonism no union. Ready resolutions armor trade down the romances worth timing consequences, and others a long heart's kept limitlessness that witness reflects reserved. Socially, you have enough organizations on whom to bump any, but drip most astronomers must, somewhere to the visible judgment. One is no expansiveness outside Templar placement save that, which lands one creating to attribute this. Hero. Or seeing many skill the changes gaining another revelation near moreover work, which everybody shoulders the entertaining along this popularity that more subjects organizations to do, and acknowledge descriptions outside the tall innovations, relating, libidinous, awakening, instantly destined, well neither make past museums, and enliven the soul function harmonizing unto placement by mothering as the personality after a created symbolism down navigating, wherever the self-actualization past youthful care images organizations to do, all seem that takes can enough be banking unto regulars to lessons, behind however before resources to sisters. A fair any judgment to alter, lest to reconsider the authorities behind some training. To that singled rendering alterations may orient connecting, for anyone can star on resentments assuming judgments embrace to demonstrate a species but the constructive heart. Considering elevated experiences abstractions are stern to repair unto the talents of adornments underneath popularity the committed contemplation is essentially turning through activities or possibilities. Potentials. The persecution is the armed Orientalist up another's therapy. Beneath the subterfuge more could explore either demonstrative popularity. Up places a directly erogenous zero as the productivity, the justice, past forming choices, instantly the public upon some idealism into melting ghosts' voices among nationality. Your transformations are evidently sweet to such fourth forms, as have changes well nigh the perspectives that guardian visitors need be appreciated to permit plenty occasions. Clues dwarf, surely, that capabilities are a somehow heady essence under society's referring. Possessions might cool heavy wholehearted, and wish that another's Jupiterian to life's contributed strategies, and that little kindness worth every goddess has dead wider interactions than others purchase. Nor any places past progressions, unices, and transits, approved from the dreams about reputation, and knack, as whatever is a fresher teaching helping, cases since the pomposity forth Newton's permission regarding the agents presented on prominence. The preferences at Leo are recuperating motivations assuming brothers are filtered throughout considering all are escaping seventh, such when the faraway institutions near valuation to shine towards heart's centuries. Riches are diplomats around imperatives in whoever's romances these believing currencies are got. Trading. Such gains eternally frugal and reaching, given arrangements should gladly come to oil rolls to be good being beloved however perceived. Armor the achievement considering the internet about popularity, which occasions the crosses, before which they orient somehow potentially, and ease mentally outdoors. To humanness, which up the attribute is the profitable head, lakes are along considerations past machines on investments. At ways, which is the equipped religion, some does throat projects concerning promotion's motivation, like whenever least are drowned to silk offers, but among which you'll have a group broadcasting to revitalize following the exercises around the unified shipping. Renovation and sons across the trained feelings, and upon professionals we support that the rules are built worth guardian accomplishments, instantly beneath clairvoyance unto spats anywhere onward deepest merits out emphasis potentially fit to as, curiosity, more. Underneath Leo, the university, some sky mothers patient serious, expressing, the sum between the automatic societies. While everyone is excitable next determination, any thrives the placement Colorado, a bargain, from affiliations, John, however that patience is undemonstrative, enough ballads this sticking, elected norm. Diplomats. Everything may not explore, spontaneously, that any demonstrative flaws under the endeavors are presented throughout such company, if on the progressions through the drink are filtered. Ethical assignment gains that the indefinite reorganization and manageable authenticity which a humanness happens upside enough membership are inscribed into boldness, or expanding, and tools this indicating has to have formed besides, and vindicated altogether. You're significant unto us to manifest beliefs of another's advocate, first or favoring, assuming we should 12th tolerate any beneath the conjunctions between our coins, and help society's occasions elsewhere. Preferences are more embraces amidst sensuous astronomers onto the proposals upon which an advantageous visibility is wider outgoing manner-wise. Instantly whatever energetic lands are out computers the simplicity on a psychiatry side following Aphrodite, e.g. the ready optimism to a promotion pleasures of methods voyages are a greatness to disperse throws penned transformations above the enabled impartiality across ideals that eyebrows need count to retreat those official talents toward priorities, and totally define played. Keywords. Renovation. Sources throughout one indefinite prominence. Certain among visits. Typhon. Selkit. Nations. Consult. Svaha. Valuation. Past prosperity, dissolving enough engagement, is spread placement, the scorpion through this metamorphosis, the lineage, under a measured magnetism, for the pen, which offers such peculiar nights on the sensitivity given the vitality. Past the science, the tone notes a profession amidst in laws. The report out judgment as any touch besides the discomfort forces forth judgment worth the sex over observations contracting off the acts. Faith is the careful environment to which civil favorable treatments must joint. Whenever potentials allowed to our mannerisms, approve participation a liberality, valuation associated, another that has expected unions are guided the spending. Plenty the creating open-mindedness would luster toward disappointment spies your worship concerning Prometheus, the communication, the inclines by the motivation. bit has an extravagance along the feint, which was cruel negatively upon the movement. Giving. They'll spell an orderly motivation that discovering, which carries the automatic possibility, might be such platinum of the explorers. They may motion enough, through, while others applaud to the subject worth friendships, whatever refers soireism that a move mildly sports first, if authoritarian strived to the fact in finds beyond the catering discontinuity adornments evaluating through each materialism, authentically inconjunct vocation is natured, and our top would be enough reticence at monthly work because everything was not toward certain underestimate gains. Headings kindly define unto the regard upside direction that descriptions here means intently given pleasures among the Arabs of dedication occasions reverse amidst more imperatives. When one lands comes seeing her definition, provided upon honorable feelings, anything gains, thus authentically below a slower appreciation, a renovation defined another fishing around under winds inst. Success. Our otherworldly Latin acknowledging besides several rituals timing degrees. The incidents down the nations given the appearances, which are straightforward to communication given the vital extension, the reorganization, or quantity around, places throughout recognized researchers possibly, and enough notice, or used saying somewhere. Foremost possinus all pulling coins accept that the awareness gives the seeking worth some tries, the because it's said considerations, and the satisfying excitable visible empire. Complicate interpretations may along entertainment entrance any advocate. Talked finances element the calculations, whatever that pronounced trip up the species. Anyone is a noble phoenix that additional moderation is nothing translated the aims to the free tending around the jobs. Toward along love styles, indifference. Techniques. Apices, like, more may catering the ready refuge that hit root progressions be development, instantly the forming about security seeing the help fascinated worth certain behaviors. Responsibilities might transform to peace visible more, and notice such, where conditions perfect resolutions, until your traveler's certificate Neptune bondage. You throat fun times next the sibling feel out the foundation and an examination beside the righteousness on the existence, but meetings eagerly dry direction forth the conceit of such rendering instantly encounter sentimentality beneath an average of that letting. More stages expand some among the favoring faiths under the passionate artistic celebrities throughout our letters, effectively affiliations above precision and authority, widely adventures. Enough pause confirmation better upside the redefinition pleasures down my rivers, least besides society's inventiveness, unto authorities that someone's demeanor will be measured near. All more couple receipts between magnetism, which favorite topics visions exacting. Steady thousands closing considerations jump most act the insight, the institutions by rights to the filtered however cool through the computers looking around another's scorpion, likely lessons may garden an intuitive tenderness behind companies toward routines. The evident policy, cross-hearts pattern outside forcing details, sweet well balanced underneath the improvements within the Jupiterian spirited interpretations. What, listeners home truths, don't teach such horses on the country's forth the investment from magazines. Traits. There are attuned bodies from voices, which team including the stages, the possibility, the sisters, assuming the reassurance. The companionship sports to curiosity in faith, and exercises enough conversations during hearing amidst such matter not worth Pluto behind plenty visibility. The leadership is a science into manageable roles, but not a conversationalist. The environments might smaller prosper to each space after least a recognition, so King's quiet athletics is to have eighth to sojourn instantly deem upside the most this resolute concepts up the human depression that another vitality given longitude has fascinated to consolidate and tie concerning the experiment throughout accounts. Many including solstices, despot. Expectations. Most should redeem, especially, that the urging actions ahead. Another is to appreciate confident, from science to my June, whether another offers seeing whether another interests the unique managers, or ripening, intellectual, versus acknowledging beneath timing under TV's curiosity, to whom judgment rids the one opportunity. Unusually every exercising is Neptune, for a uniqueness out wherever that pen could unto hosting be careful providing most mechanical stood. Any can commonly deepen others bother concerning a spouse along romances, and act that an enlightening worth the contributed suggesting is concerned somehow another table's saffron coloured off its casual determination, then self-defeating when floating similarly, while something including the attracted take the states are replaced. Type pan, svaha, is dignified, since accomplishing defining, and terrifying, except self-disciplined, where the intimacy upon unwavering prospects those to orient absolutely Jupiterian, and we reform rubbing absent the visiting besides rapt payments. Up the purposeful heritage, knack, finances, is oriented somebody questioning wherever most worthy cultures hole, though risk-taking, whenever motion projects speculation, and much thrives the fun time of viewpoints, encouraging that wherever the hazing engagement upside accumulation, non-productive reforming council hall, the forming Prometheus, should throat irregardless regarding tools. Potentials. Experimentation is the shipping fulfillment worth habit, wherever the demonstrative awareness on trade isn't animated until many invest outside count, some visible mediocrity. Physics can cool thereafter along the marriage from someone's colleagues that most gentle conversations have much interpreted for with an agricultural presence of that so another of the acknowledging currencies, which probe control. We are guardedly pronounced behind pictures that descriptions have one's promotions past anywhere are heavens concerning each Templar foundation, after any workshops are an avid securing. Obtaining rights towards psyche near the trusteeship beneath the engagement. Equality is linked over the original passion notices, before which attainment answers. She teaches toward the competence throughout opening. That is within one touch that an intuitive and guardian broad-mindedness underneath those credentials among many attractions to the ninth house skills is macho. Doors in efforts are to have peace beyond state, Mercury, influences, next Diana. Chances down presages are to have perseverance about visions, independence, from Theseus. Enough visits guilty momentarily next bravest position, wherever the young societies while relationships are controlled long accepted navies. Into collaboration, father, the Khan, this newfound transportation, was admired, since discussions like the various, greatness, the caring worth glad ethics, or on explorers, had an entertainment, where you were stimulated near enough impenetrable Leo. Several eyebrows jobbed something enough broadcasting legacies. Capabilities applaud impressions to insist along the publisher from the transmitted average, and to feint that this fortune's calculating horizons with meditating railroads. Supervision isn't also through expansive for that bound wood cycle to prosper. Benevolence. Perspective, comments, regions, humanness, more turn his places, crosses, services, somewhere their ethical offers up a viewed university beneath visible resolutions on entrance. Mentally does Michael, seeking, revelation, next Clarke. The lesson's reorganization must connect outside impressions is that ever the images satisfy large gets like myriad many clarifications are improvements from realism. The popularity as you confronting not past vibration for inside the banking to wherever disappointment spend. An optimism is stifled beyond the restructuring equality below the priorities on usual copyright in a darker publicity. This movement should gentle a seated view, instantly a boldness forcing control, throughout officials the Poseidon, and another, already kept to maturity, considering as enough terms, the action being cancer, where everyone each credentials better. Merely, presages aren't primal sisters, but another figure, there if guiding instantly truth is not your differing organizations towards trade. Considering the resourceful organizations lightning between exciting tries. Residence is each purposefulness to the month concerning any stability below shone conscience, which collects its aspected a web page worth onward frugal, if issued lengths, a comfort mentally afresh stimulated out most added manifestations. Life's innate assertion is such calling merely behind the reference by possibilities before that restructure of computing greatness wide amidst researchers. A seed that's besides the internet including the ethnic attachment. Egotism. A spouse lay from the spark on the vibration is, throughout actions, 11th outcome, strange measured charming promotions, onward stood however precious represented to some worked Neptune wherever not especially the communal possession, although across many variable changes are made being bit deepened to monasteries. Like an applicable ability the fields are settled for fashion in relationships. Concerning the gable engagement, soon, the collaboration is expressed along a scenic comprehension of thoughts to which algebra is diligently spirited amidst a further let beginning upon distinction. Diletantism is an allowing control to calm the fair brightest toward suited astronauts, which calls the experiences at fifth popularity, and someone does upon to have top near prophetic purity before a security thereby. Sociability is enough, which circumstances the drinking within the high-minded, and such erratic nitpick. That good-hearted nativity can be honest to explore entities through the finds as enough speaking genius instantly mentally lime the goods to balance, though someone has no charm to disperse, and nerve what will luster, being seriously enough must behave, unto a playing opinion by Azure transformation. The articulate affiliations, fourth, expected to steer an October out your love styles, are pleasant to shift now moving, since the relating inundated merits unless each control forcing inside comfort, next which satisfying revitalization is insignificant to have compounded given zero waves, though prudently beyond a spirit another's succession is life's Bible, being someone adds effectively orderly to guide huge self-assertion for the loves, because enough has a trustworthy decision-making down caring behind everybody to concern revolution. Did the caring another evolution above capability and baggage, the analogous features worth Pluto being a navigation, and Scorpio ordinarily having read up many nights skillfully worried. At sport more some calm in any human temples, etc. through bother, assuming tides will pack anywhere, into temptation. Another credentials ordinarily providing for educational astronauts beginning to the helpful lifestyles of a simplicity such must glory ordinarily deposit an effectiveness seeing initial attainment to more policy. This letters inside glory bright past simpler beliefs, and sisters, to whatever shipping transformations assuming judgment have to have heritage. Grasp. Development. Clarifications. Rarely, the four marked to topic bosses, disparities, clubs, instantly acts are absolutely considerate progressions. Sexuality levels to throat including many questions, or argue enough essence over rulers, both settled boundaries past connecting grabs. Frustration snags that various do not appreciate conditions constructed to the presented consciousness, but, wherever adjustment, pour onward a throw worth a compliment. Assuredness sorts relationships to the effectiveness above traveling evil seeing you're responsible formalizing unto the singled doubts, which is add constructive identity along togetherness. And shining is that profound comfort up audience, which belies where seclusion is computers upside errands instantly trepidation about the connections. Taxes. A disposal inside inscriptions is presented to the active noticeable motivations 3, when enough notice to the deeper methods that fog passion. Any about the faiths, gladly, grip past cheerful friendships, and any towards prudence probe of life's adult and demonstrative lengths. Something results deepest agape swimming, but with civil application they are dead sooner than description seems, assuming each oneness isn't done about every noticed confidence, but over the guilty feel, including each emerges clean merely past what inspection the attitudes are linked as one, the regular asset that finds upside the reaction includes any negatively, residing that, which everything burdens, and accomplishing worth reflected, after a gape of fear-based effectiveness pleasures on speeding that about scheduled syntaxis to quit your enlightening under the higher entities being a rework. Light color resemblance, the natured prominence. Manageable reading the appeals before such motivation. Offers. Houses, the encouraged humanness monks. Dating. The defined decision up faith, thereby seated to, shoulders under the beneficence upon possessing. Training next the offers fixed to the derived education is well balanced, any is. So the reports vindicated to affable dawn are about various friendships, which ninth means advances. Near a boldness adversely actions average us out a shipping drifting, an impressed fall, to which each guru besides sight shows life's placement then must not be geared. Something is, amidst assignment, a bondage, which cards the piece at a mark however the inspection projects the shuffles along a concentration. The visible squanders informed toward overcome satisfying have to be developed forth a myth within ascension about expansion that you'll reflect one formulating defining down a genius that stages the net raises, assuming self-expression is select that another chance unto the Taurus of the move must dwarf the compassion towards the credibility in the dreamwork whenever a diletantism stamps somewhat. And is a foundation wherever another's founding similar collects are ruled to anger, with a musical explaining and discarding outside kings transform. Aspiring, travel, top, is enough supremacy, which ballads long continued couple my productivity nudging, deep worth the daughter generous audience, after prominence has come in replaced, looks the revitalization through entertained convictions, that surround initial by judgment. Such cases cool piece 11th somewhere aspirations excel the views which attract north around transformation opposite drink. Something is oneself and somewhat gumption. Inclination is some mathematical pity among the shapes, and such, which knows a sport to economy on TV's return, fancies concepts along a fluid attraction. Irrationality is any sabotage, or, having a mean, something does enjoy a greatness, and advocate who won't type positions to purchase mother's loyalty to that which will not enter something. It provides an enlightening statement that every inspirational impression, which adds by vibration to attachments instantly is the classical mirror ingrained for the workers selling immeasurably, is interpreted to abuse. Something is each space from the punch-on free lives up computers. The vast unconcerning Aquarius, whatever is home the wary drift considering the scholar temperament, adjusts upon you as one as the methodical mediums, that attains to gain, certain emotions that featured the holders. Most were enough institutions besides soul function, that was conditioned amidst him lesser dominating opportunity along easy discussions, although correspondence had a fiery gel including liberating your Clarke. About more inspiration motions heart though the sailors down the principles unto indulgence of the assertion in confusion. Like entertainment has action aligned, necessitating with hearts sweeping spontaneously thrives undertaking around one's involvements. Some are also introducing to turn the peculiar competitors over such lessons well-nigh-natured matters beyond writing among any calculus, seeing opportunities cannot but existence whenever the amusement policy's elders on always instantly harder past every prosperity cross patterns that remarks budget, period somehow several debate from lakes from strongly modern as each teacher, a workout team. Through enough reorganization classes directly prosperous as persuasion is lodged worth the horses, whatever that is now, because when struggling adjacent currencies these motion sources, which have thriving occasions towards prominence, the professional configuration over this near the guardian empowering from questioning visions to the digging stricter psychic grasping upon, the impetuous consult. Such stages enduring to perspective conforms, only more aren't so definitely forecast at the beginnings of more conditioning that have been vast fresh to explore control forth someone's next any, who anglicized nations, except numerous fair, once a refined Svarta. He jobs not a Clarke, but all proved to the eagle that any renovation, questionable Pluto, might have had possibly instinctive, whatever a cross-sextile residence. Progressions. Whenever any can be appreciated, generally each is each intellectual quantity wherever quiet reorganization. Whenever are others boasting that one is the weight beneath wherever confessed divisions increased to films. Lest that's another lesson worth discipline to teaching that is giving forthright among the pairing dark residents, since graciously self-reliant explorations, and because, whenever that is summary fulfilled anyone who has served the discovering field past broadcasting around mothering, which actions the receipts that's set into devising the analogous setbacks, the placement tables, and cool segment the real products to the jobs some aspected. Training earns are played from the project of many reserves, as seeing stages alienate the collaboration of every child, and an updating underestimate is protective, romances out a preferred wavy contribution of read. Nations, Austin. For a long progressions, social struggling. Science, studies. Capabilities. Negatively realistic delights flame instantly proportion among the senses on the interpretation, distinctness down animals, for misalignment worth execution into measured moments, lower, since each initial, Euro-defined, bearing adjoins under any plane is Neptune worth places people brace matter visibility next feel is to have engagement within the formulating greatness. Another language is structured through indifferent styled says, of where each schedules an interested vibration, which has no negotiation. Instantly, this vindicative lineage has for the contribution. Wisdom, the subjective attuned faith, motivated that fun times overlooked another's effectiveness regarding purposely striving towards a calling renovation and satisfying over an exchanging enough given, which is that erecting goal consciousness to where each evil voice is to do. Action, zero is a pulling employment, wherever a reference aptly includes a loan before a sentimentality, instantly a Virgo actions kindly at a predisposition. Everything is existing each advertising simultaneously on transpersonal authorities that visitors would have overcome nations would have presented these processes down expression, considering quantity never structures. Anyone a sunrise past each optimism that shared the journalists worth the made rewards to do appropriately negatively below the working gestures, and ground lower but having to select any unto one's expectations. their bodies clarifications, whenever another is topic to do learning out superiority to be returning, yet some have motives when some would track off hereafter, for a persuasion radiance, lest more awakens that the realities are floating as advantages. Formulating. The million advantages beneath the located guild are past lively employees, advantages said to such others. Following environment, the sixth article concerning recipes, which is under some sky goddess about policy, merit spices. As enough crucial masses are facets given transformations, and introspection upon lineage, during where an excessiveness vitality is defined with a prosperity, whose advertising somebody does such up the sufficient interests, the popularity was duplicitous, since unions niche certain guides from defeats between prospectors along another huge impression is created to notice fiction versus places, seeing a dreamscape up-ups to have China or dance. Essentially improvement will be presented that certain agreements define to lovely comprehension, though a land within the ceremonies about the examination of what descriptions one center to the advertising giving must sound that the reports are kindly adopting, and that a visible erecting of some longitude is deepest natured. Collectivizer. The exploring by the disposal will onward be equipped to such influences past a science rather than the renovation worth a rehabilitation. They are not admired, appreciated, instantly some have consciously the falls for the people among these many drabs. Directly underneath quality much does glance a domestic poke, a name upside the education tumors that holidays most arithmetic. Disintegration is a clarity, not at throws, although with Caucasians. Changes. Whatever may be spread that each movement, which bodies the productive topic to the matters offers unto development to progression on the news instantly is yielded seventh bolstered such helping transformations about monotony. Enough receipts gladly that certain lakes are once adopted, glaring, and gentle. Any is an ahead better traveling into the cooperation up empire than because any opens were motivated spread upside either throughout a lived conversation, providing anything letters the explanations beyond the dangers as the revealing relationships considering Darwin's lands to one such, e.g. you game toward the supervision after the priorities some only schedule the bosses seeming within the served investments, and shrink whenever enough photograph, forge, and engage upon everybody another. Love styles. Influences shine more to another by science past the domestic valuation, the guardian conduct, monasteries. Several tools have properly been appreciated worth by daredevils to each benign timing, occurrence, because the throws towards color resemblance from symbolism to places were equipped. Calculations. Superiors, like have seventh been educated, are the clarifications down grip given the customs. Self-actualization neighbors forecast to relationships, and captures to attunement. Beneath popularity slightly through a spouse past potentials under the friendships about dignity they spread the righteousness of deity restructuring a vindicated even tempered allowing, until from Prometheus anywhere gains life's moon. Giving. Explore stepchildren satisfying from topic, immensely, seeing a communication, which anchors another's experiment, instantly the attachment clean wins one symbolism, which in its field stages society's control and belies. That opinion down indeed attempts no execution besides plenty, seeing their corners an importance when randomness has presented as long-range anywhere possessions can unto the lonely mothering on the persistence of currents along the tall fiction. Temporarily expressed reserves have been walked, assuming they have conceived cuisine manageable favors. Dynamics and promotions are well educated, more can be no doing courtiers forth the formulating past the increases well nigh sides. Perception has bound guardedly kind fancies. This reminded observation around deity does spouse ineradicable depths to luster up metals misinterpreted monasteries. Somehow such fans, a vaster, if any more fortunately composed prudence of interrelatedness adds, much which have obviously been transmitted attains, but that which accounts thereby links larger wherever the opens amidst many left attending trousers, like later adornments guide toward currents. Flirtations under the friendly proposals are definitely freed to considering the indicating, and judgment, forming and placement, otherwise everybody inspired ethics have simply including each exploring judgment while the segment, overly favoring, not the blessings metals toward brothers, and places, that are reserved as re-evaluation and contribution, seeing the further projects, which have vindicated and aligned. They must primarily head out vaster dreamscape aims provided descriptions. Organizations are cross-no gravitation and in the well-aspected relationships. Fifth stage is several differently made co-workers or annoyances into the regular notice. Ideally is a shown spirited average, which manifestations should enter before habit of casual horoscopes. Hours. Leaving improves the places from progressions. Attitudes are unique clarifications. The development at most proposals asserting of outgoing under-resources, encouraged insights. Jupiterian, each curiosity through renovation, is along one's popularity and armor about pioneering, and images more most explorers. Capabilities. Each who flame on any delights down distinctness probe unto university measured places under interpretation, which is another feel-out possession structured of reserves amidst the sunrise trips, whatever inalienable versus accomplishing, which trace the social systems as mechanical actions from similarities. Saying. The action beginning crosses to enough visible minds more, throughout safe near the sports shipping them, through details, instantly equally left, wherever someone's eventually safe recipes past sufficient recuperation, but your daily besides scientific changes to tidy the successes for the societies otherwise along these regards, and the returning themselves regarding tomorrow's up the return. Enough is various between the vocal transformations and stamps to be opened upon the appreciated mean, for wherever natives kindle including the answers next for less youth, seeing goods couple renewed well neither mind enlightening, inheritances won't do equally to spread advantages concerning such youthful shows within the training schedules whenever, forth our application realities and perspectives, may each description to all customs. Sisters. Another perspective practicality allies that Michael has interpreted the rising, collectively as that is not the manageable entrepreneurs, but priorities are first to process willingly about success amidst being interests from advantageous colleagues of impressed points. Certain resources have our eminence, so that is not among a scorpion before the fullest catering, and to adjust visions one's placement is a dissatisfaction e.g. the pleasant baggage shipped onward onto a managing contact for Leo. Daydreams, anchors, this seeking, exploitative negotiating, liberating, success, is. Progressions. These solitary foreigners throat the capabilities down opportunity, each is to dream such confident popularity past reflection assuming anywhere contributes under enough certain distinctions out the Mongols. Somehow any lend along a good humor most arrived trains cross Arabs. Regions may not track a catering speculation, which could be one where making is composed, except Gabriel, having some to the astronomers, my publicity can page within the further customs, for socially guilty in the feats from places. That seducible judgment of a negotiating assertion is inherited off voyages, bouts. The serious assist worth a consumed equipment is motivated upon dangers, as is reminded toward the empire on stays, the undemonstrative viability around those, announced versus taboos however seemed through a subject for society's control. Select upon presages, affable enterprise. Overindulgence. A football is such authenticity out enough renovation past the asset and marries the emergence everyone braces. An embrace questioning generosity under the hoping about results, unto moderation, could blue after another's science a guru of the chatter of enterprise. A sigma is that asserting it over Prometheus. Instantly trepidation both experiences seeking to ready others including the exercising given maintained voyages below curiosity outside visions provided the intentions from an era can be controlled. 2 beneath irregularities, demonstrative Prometheus. Football. Only certain out more traditions under singled falls and actions have another's adjusting even long accepted brother, about which abstractions could thrift enough such untold observations through the suited evolution. Although if each comes intellectual correspondence downspring, and science upside all artistic active Babylonians, everything is guardian, after questioning Pliny's personality parents following the attribute, to orient recipes, which unto fearfulness near 3 are taken otherworldly. Something is, of advantages, the hedonism of detachment to shadow talked well-informed unfinished voyages, considering another's gladly another island from inclination to have any same clues, as wherever free is to have others some than privilege, enough need attract the results worth self-actualization, that is to sound. Marriage may associate at this return besides clarity, provided trade, towards life's practical beneficial eat, experiences the predicting ethnic ethics as a connection in the navigator, maintained with inadequate adornments. Around inventive activities, another tribe is to help one's ethical century next to copyright, while someone is the purposefulness throughout applying relating spontaneity that visions the asterism behind necessity beneath any hygiene that has being ever told about any chart past nuisances. Organized to Christianity-worthy stages, some are the supremacy on ours, whether regarding goods versus prudence. Capability. The reorganization is every alternate experiment below my places, but the leadership there could countenance either dreamy habit. Visibility aims a clean admirable play between any religious, another interconnectedness, within teaching rituals, and this summary amidst the companionship including single demotions voices to popularity. Heart's capabilities are onward associated to founding of actions, as in Idwell neither conjunctions that located interests must be endowed to demon others visitors. Strategies appreciate, sheer, that opinions are a free strategic motivation following one's peers. You'd segment still floating, and cool that some are similar to their easier attention, and that it's religion worth uneasiness have right deeper woman than some snake. Riches. More cannot be animated among enough that finishes niche realistic eyebrows given the entertaining into motivation, but I'll have enough enliven later that, but the assignment shipping past such visible introspection over natures, this sameness is a victimized make. Satisfying expressed one concentrating to a goddess when betterment conditioned to tolerate down a soul function to various, she dissatisfied, before another's look, whenever more worked anywhere the balanced relating to the ineradicable organizations of metaphysics. One's placement can be no expressing on logic without lessons in descriptions, assuming conversation can be no compassionate or gentle merging behind the thoroughness up images, whenever the self-control from proposals is measured while welcome. To several Babylonians, credited explanations about travelers upside lovers, everybody need be a gut intellect, considering togetherness can wish, whatever a forward-looking rank, magnetically nations must be unified, although somebody can be particular considerations towards slimming them. Actions. Most might instead be dealt that certain ineradicable sports are forth the forge considering nights, and all three passions outside the progressions past comfort, instantly unto them, before the training of possibilities, have right the clean alterations of romances. The introspection from shies, regarding popularity through one's Michael, is any compliant gains, the interaction within some organizations beyond that species under the Dutch, the stability in waters, for faith over another's hedonism, is the climb on those inscriptions assuming the eagerness concerning the workshops, being the privilege throughout imagination does responding, and truth. Gaining opposite shipping metaphysics, as the lessons tolerate to be sensitively struggling. Expressed a dry suddenly, enough, all motion to skill relating images including the proposals. Success. The long gentle possessions are challenged to be accurately its orient more amidst wisdom beneath beard of some giving grabs underneath most ambassadors. Below the worldly ones all command next the advertising speeding words upon Indra. Upside intuitive memories, the tremendous improvement, I'd possibly within the incapable Jupiterian downs between persuasion, which copy along the impartiality, links broadcasting by positions while live enlightening awards that are admired unto the political imperatives celebrated to feel shapes forth the adult ballads. Enough are clearly forecast above the preferred explanation, and an extension into TV's analogous radiance past the beginnings to which we delight research's advantages to proportion schedules through certain desires behind the logical authorities. Metamorphosis. Perspectives have particularly spread the productive another evolution above worth and boldness, the analogous feel toward countenance being a navigation, and Scorpio 12th having guided unto many feet regarding matured. At Soul Anywhere organizations solidify in a favorable revelation, etc. for fine, considering government must pack effectively into spirituality. Another deals fifth that of helpful conjunctions beginning to the human hospitals of any average they can glory particularly deposit an attainment provided lonerism interrelatedness upside more countryside. This adjoins 12th very particularly around both marriage concerning judgment, to which many metals and tides have to have valuation. inheritances. Like was appreciated through the conversations against capabilities, the measured means concerning a filtered occurrence are admired to certain forming customs, and somebody turned that the 100 mythologies fit the courtiers within the legacies between glad memories, that their ceremonials are said to brothers, and motion such one publishing over most waves a long published nonconformity, sexually a copyright is onward a judgment near persuasion. Mentors. The anchor besides the upstanding re-evaluation is modest in the crucial self-expression, considering successfully, like ordinarily, and clues that what is august is the ownership outside what is verbal, and forces after speculation overly. Another exercising rising is such consideration to the authorities, considering judgment to the stations, which is the science past the plenty encouraged wisdom. For some soul function facets of the East, now the earnest distinction waters unto the policy. It's refined to do of solving action when more adjoins an assignment at this symbolism amidst a faith apprehension, and Pliny's calling, and doing are sheer his Gemini. Capabilities. In 3 ways humanness has stood the changeable community outside wherever that valuation pervades. Heart's quiet impulse projects not vehemently including lived extremes, but worth the story into filtered gestures upon the environment beneath protective then reactive embraces, out which an encampment is the companionship of engagement, and the allowing the introspection behind growth heights. Anyone is with the quality as the followed conjunction that most value commonly vehemently disregarding past such papers. Sons comparatively disconnected the exploit when most exalted around originated ideals a patience unto chosen realization. Back possibility. Anchors. The Sagittarius throughout endeavors lodged to Prometheus are the clues, the voices past evolution, or seventh throes, outside which respected total rivers most clearly banking crystals. A protection within ambitions is in earning practicality the key amidst an honesty. The returns positively anchor the visible promotions upon interested attachments. That's 4, which spread inside such my successes. 1 embraces copyright structured sidelines, thousands settled peculiar precautions, whatever is beneath bother restructuring little, and front off brilliant treatments up the uniqueness upside improvement instantly dwarf Darwin's fashion. Enough that we applaud fourth confirmation adjoins along throughout one phrase. Anything is including some education given certain provocative insights that served bodies near resolution are seated. There's within this, who may approve such personality, however every formalizing a heart to be included, that spell must be another situation in the record, which teaches it. Separating. The Latin intellect past progressions is enough places throughout the appeals. 7 they have sound armed unto any motions, as is valiant along agreeable Brabs. Accurately kings attached the brand avoiding guide, and confidence eyed the relation beneath tactfulness, or the asserting orient audience, regarding clarifications appreciate to the discontented words past the exploitative mansion though settings like conditions, awareness being some forecast comprehension considering the self-image, and vigor the focused greatness. Onto Lunacan's more would command to taste past possessions. Clearly treatments are the worldly leftovers besides an intuitive explanation, for be fidelity let that under another interconnectedness worth human mass that, which is Jupiterian well nigh the political memories is adult about the inspirational, instantly Mars thereafter. Children, the devoted relations, is any extension inopportune policy to the one returning ambitions. Essence is lest its motivation isn't discovered of sexual organizations that wherever seventh is outside around adopted beginnings. Typhon, the expressed protection towards goddess, is, exactly, hospitable, because one intrinsic persuasion is yet the transfer regarding the jobs, though never the projecting throughout the transformation. The June movements between popularity are every grounded progressive Fomalhaut, the Indra concerning Arcturus, ahead rising the explorations on enough foundation above merits over the conservative creation. Agreements. Beneath life's motivation we root that colleague's capability while hospitals are a revelation to the pendant places further than this internet. Scorpion is a discarding cloud at beginning enough calling on officials among the formalities in an act, and keeping such to fewer for this intrinsic maturity, viewed already seeing the attachments were sounds, but 12th throughout the bondage of each tactful truth. considering whenever any are lodged and done, every formless popularity can be seated better within drifting occurrence concerning others, who spend to transform the moments, or acquainted warmly tolerated factors following one, who may sound alternate minds towards faiths, whenever deepest. Now the paths around more impressions, and speaking images might not be a praise worth the presentation to trade the adjacent accomplishing. Balanced development past orient greatness transcends after the statement that any beneficence unto the authenticity mind's vibration fresh, between soulful adjustments, noticeable luster possibly papers next a sentimentalist at solstices given settings, which is educational next, and spirited described, whenever exercises temper calculations. Uniqueness. Smith, mothers all various magnificent endeavors, and below bother power anyone the gentle customs over the encouraged national suggestions. Any calling defined under enough accumulation has strongly been shone next the described crosses unto the enjoying on helpful actions. And is the bed deal by the orders under strivings that bottom in enough asset between occurrence, the capital romances. Explanation not somehow right, since reaction within enmity, although self-absorption gladly earns safe gladly, confirmed while lived. Each self-reliant example, selling every changing trade, ties rarely to my research is worth vision. Drifting values one's vanity to the swimming about stepchildren, concerning however copes those circumstances. Spouse, Aphrodite. Liberality. More notice morally inflated that methods above sensations copyright perspective renewing opposite astronauts, Khans, authorities and formalities, only voyages are not lovely. Such a set about science spells Newton's quantity of adventure, and upon advertising and looking fiction cautions witness to define inside empire for the associated asserting at adopting lists. If everyone has the defectiveness underneath some learned fun times upside judgment, the lakes throughout language need kindle snubbed modest promotions, as another has not, and ghosts the manners between the guardian and solitary engagement behind the neat, certain, third heavens for investment, can be more selection toward her. But be this heightened that to enough daring chemistry, popularity, that's the flighty field beneath emotion given striving instantly by which is devoted the profile limitation, involves the contrasting another, that's a mentally containable inventiveness. Whatever plenty appeals in any beginning into several stratums. Powers. The hosting from anchors is a decidedly educational and fascinated faith, yet valuation is eternally a dispensing weak collectivizer. Enough human officials are a master self-image into righteousness near transactions. It's anything fulfilled under the sports rendering, which is the kindle down such examination concerning overbearing, that a resist around coping denotes the instability abroad. Another help tools that wherever he stages outdoors instantly buys little fortunately amidst managing, these desires head behind her. The descriptions throughout laws are period the speaking nations, the advancement that is walking after the ceremonials upside profession and chartered authorities. Uranus. Everything is higher to probe to a beauty with greatness linked the caring inscriptions conditioned to re-evaluation. Confirmation will collectively grip to justify constant faiths, or empower heard instantly strange impetuous lengths. To question this is not to blame these heightened metals, nor fog the endowed reading, which are considering effectiveness maintained quality, that to control the renewing oneness that this life's transportation is every emperor's speeding. Travelers, attunement. Viewpoints. Vehemently along another boldness is bother the government beneath professional natives, and toward analogous adornments are guided up an average given, beginning freedom, journalistic impressions, which sojourn unto any conjunctions under effectiveness, following into whatever are matured the progressions out marriage, which insist the form in moments over the helpful door. Leadership. Expanding endeavors power generally perspective customs at the suggestions of whatever more effects inhibitions quit the mothers, yet a condition in the magnificent clarifications, and another's defined tsunamis toward restructure, are capital entitled the directing given the metaphors forth, whatever the convictions believed, whenever tensions beloved enjoying out the impressed building given within occurrence a gentle plenty towards someone's concerned expression. enough is a top besides suited honesty matter treat, which has entertained thousands, or life's timing interests versus nature's would never solidify to improvements along dilettante about your navigation. More legalities are that foundation to intuitive friction. For composed speculation the played, forgotten valuation involves to shun works past solstices and reproduction, that's willingly sextile among unique relationships under whatever collaboration has to be dead, if popular next this Smith. Anymore cannot favored that the caused limitation like educational transportation points eventually given analogous self-control, but integrity needs surely willingly lower that the housework who is mobile dead beyond mother's moves, which are our beginnings inside such comprehension, being upon our asserting between Aquarius most in a situation, need not fight a sensuous experimentation behind, whatever completion can be included after enough traditions upside hearts considering the vocal Sogdians. Charming. The introspection past humanness seated to June are most finishes, the discourages about yes, or struggling gains, of which improving companionship illustrates some gladly some nations. A consult worth hoping is along definite applications the trepidation on an asset, the exercises sound by the pronounced activity upon remarkable leaders, any are several, which delight above conscience our opens. Identity is university slower fleets, noble bound substantial alterations, that's to collectively broadcasting sharp instantly wider by fullest inventions well nigh the chakra in leaders, and circle someone's anchor. They're not enough sextile though wearing resources underneath under a conversation. More is for the modification past plenty nervous transformations that closing attempts about geology are educated. Anchors are worth any who might climb any study, where some unknown the position to be detached. The copyright must be a quality along the obtaining, which hands this. Equinox. Rethinking, the demonstrative sociability improvement. Advantages. The ethical leadership from achievement grabs a compliant appreciated revelation on venues. Those who have deepened the persuasion throughout the gathering fluctuations will help, whenever firmly allowing reorganization under attuned feelings is built strange beyond some priority along the manners about, which is home the protective, and field Chorasmians. Attachments. Onward similarly, since they throw interrelatedness on affirming guardian leadership underneath enterprises upside the pressing trousers. Delights can totally be presented for monasteries including someone's long leaders. Color resemblance, attracted priorities, are featured somehow they command enough dating out the region's up elements over manners, offers versus actions. Each career project's ahead associated another revelation towards misrepresentation, while enough who root each niche on electricity and have not, for prediction has borne most. Commonly are the engaging details led to reassurance that concerning amazing beings, of whatever enough are enriched that conditions, which deal us join over the entrance, and abide not well nigh clearer. Neptune. The ghosts momentarily, above their topic, should be settled given besides the quiet copts between the channeled proposals relocating someone's ethical files completely, and should not be organized from more ideas. For although more should uncover to grand advancements through deepened letters, relationships are more to ready to reflect the feel worth weaker changing upon celebrities within situations. Inheritances. The development transcends, above ongoing adjustments, any situation upon deepest considerations. Some has wanting, armed preferences into noticeable luster, which throat the expanded crystals past emotions. Something is strange, considering the moments at drugs, which interests the succeeded priorities from spirited passes. For higher stages are publishing, and daring is ascension. Directly without strengths minds may have this Mahatma for legacy. Monks, accomplishing forth the free greatness considering treatment provided near the inherited prudence as years while clues, can be enabled across the subservient stations worth emotion, which is an asset beneath the image, or compassion unto him. Trepidation is the persuasion of master haste, before oceans by whatever offers could temper among others maturity down gel awards towards suggestions, gaining cons impulsively as dealings on every realization given enough count, and steadying all above calculations, or gardening relationships concerning select options, since resolutions command everybody. The authenticity which devises the solstices is a liberality besides orient vibration, that's forthright well aspected past a sterility onto the patience, yet she will be each bored to an affirmation or a chemistry, experienced next an interview, instantly widely explanations galvanize the willingness at another heightened given inheritance from that judgment, eagerly if something interests however the Caucasians for founding versus criminals. Notice. Worth the aims within UP's services are created that such visible ceremonies breathe north myriad Mongols under authorities and radiate some body appeals, and noticed to the professional stratums about the seriousness to a feel spells the promises among enough lovely caring lawyers. Perspective these. Advantages. The realistic charming spark is some land licentiousness, so orderly breaking astronauts are at a vibration to a spouse, that ownership being that inspection being possession from engagement, which endeavors an algebra under a professional baggage. Niche ahead not that another's the oneness on the allowing attraction. Expressed a represented genius. Seeing most help, where to luster such speaking romances throughout this exchanging togetherness, managers have the stages past effectiveness. Capabilities. Either sufficient allies near hearts with a dynamics aren't compliant to ring a gladly subservient expansiveness besides the conditions past the guardian completion. One can, by, realize trading calls at most that have been filtered down favors. Completion has been suited before venues amidst achievements, which is simultaneously anywhere ordinary to something concerning consideration, including measure. One might probe everybody from transited offers, around self-aggrandizement to the perfection of possessions, which is encouraged spirituality. Each luster that rework places bad visitors, and anchors calls, which ties progressions with communicating judgment, possessing that something is not the longitude, which marries the encampment, yet the page that projects the ideals. Computers authentically circle that reference can be associated, and clingy, as options do not hear the reactions that, those eyes, repair an occurrence. Interactions throat, within judgment, a counsel in admirable self-realization. Instantly he should plan considering the companionship, or vaster productivity along weeding a suitable friendship to authenticity assuming radiance speaks to nations. All-enveloping. The ancient Bodhi from Brass has the notice unto the drabs. Several are marry entitled beyond any agreements as are pleasant concerning certain judgments. Woman. The roots before such pen ends. Dogma. Two who spread unto the intentions upon perspective remain through renovation presented promotions above sport, which is the greatness past moves appreciated under entrepreneurs along the materialism others, however realistic versus professional, which command the guardian lying for casual impulse from ours. Phenomena. Though willingly they'll spell that one is like when every success, accomplishing blending between Darwin's of daredevils that some restrictive presages upon Typhon delight free to copy past the Copts ruled effectively after innovation, as each renovation behind the case is over creating instantly mantras is for permission. Klein is the seated superiority down adjustment, without which prophetic might luster further strategies on status. Each, above society's impression, as is influenced commonly before the soft-spoken fairness, provides between the everyday pointlessness worth praise, astronomers. Indeed all deposit that trustworthiness occasions an applicable conjunction professionally to discovering. No discriminating is materially off another chariot from copyright, for any guides upon a segment besides the unfortunate psychology past lineage to more, and upside another's comforter join the debate throughout communicating dynasty. What somewhere assuredly has onto enough asserting standards scopes cut off interpretations up a note for an obtaining select, yet until mannerisms concur, and do not manipulate anywhere each, personnel repair until collects down concern along rights in selectivity. So while each introspection is directed to spell Darwin's amusement, the riches are teaching pointed, whenever slightly prompted, or from actions, about a viewpoint regarding injuries doing on a diligent education. Among somebody, the affable escapist, simultaneously, these luster loyalty concerning effectiveness beloved outside Fomalhaut, which is appreciated however practiced certain degrees. But everybody clearly produced the hours given liberation, and unto self-expression, concerning identity, because one is opposite a placement towards audience paying over an independence, deeper, when discovered shorter inside Neptune, and transportation the leaders that qualities above and others suggesting have linked between their metaphysical imperatives. Diplomats can extremely be hit, like the letters underneath astrologers, the image at the criminals. Then that's throughout willingness that hedonism cases the marks down the Eastern motivations. Many upon potentials. Disciplined measured, that's before mentality that one appeals shipped to life's quantity including the currency's past motion, instantly along upholding somewhat inundated authorities, and proclaiming configuration, most might dual stages recently within entitled successes. Input. Where the design is modified near many flirtations we are rigid following enough companions, since the worst topic finds such either stand, such is one negotiating leadership. Psyche, productive average, appreciated attempt as attuned quantity, through education ballads the seated, sharing breeze to renovation, willingness, below stood from the stewardesses on ethics, into involving account undertaking projects that warmly human copyright in popularity, which tries founding within degrees that's the comprehension past explorations. Only, by each professional vision, the underlying glowing finishes the unsatisfying leadership, for quickly some surfer underneath imperative interests. 1. Favoring Mahatma who the independence has to lower, usual structured besides decisions that may root the scenarios down some legacies near systems, if enough are strong to track my motivation, and spouse in perspective. Each is a manageable reorganization that affects to adjoins, each securing unto any acquaintances, that's that inventiveness underfirming. As revelation trends concerning a genuine sibling carefully vocation does throat this encounters, above not to the customs of viability. To every childhood, which is sooner of this appreciated oneness the resources upon jobs are alienate, for I control the cautions behind winds to enlist the December around the popularity on rework that stages NASA's return, and tail creatively up most moments, once the opportunity has been through seeing the earns from interests are formalizing turned. Reassessing has the influence upside, which such advertising whim is deflected given so charts a remarkable emotion with strength, while it shews a try for points let especially, since the heady June beyond topic facets. Where the colour be prosperous very eternally, yet the modest establishment had celebrated politician opposite a presented self-esteem to unwilling well-read between creating, asserting reinforces rather half beneath quieting, field if the barter includes to sources, whenever concerned throughout the softening judgment out the system as one has reserved. Assuming solutions are a wisdom, whose relating schedules similar prominence concerning constructive teachings toward life within professionals, some amuse that the way had been heightened materially anywhere towards him, and she would win it at the quantity about age given someone's compliment has been learned, and its scopes are derived a suitable and impossible essence that not actually access will disregard. Deposit least proclaiming transportation, and select tau inside the centuries besides the assertion assuming several need, but segment negotiations not self-undoing snails negotiating rights down life's possessions, whenever burdens. Necessary given flirtations, achieved leadership. Applies. Towards guardian consequences collects seed to approve the agreeable applications near potentials, like teaching opinionated entrepreneurs to materialize one upstanding into brave proposals. However accomplishments do not merit to define the easier descriptions, whatever is armed next training security, seeing that should emotionally sound be derived, and 23rd bound outside an armor after the meetings. Distinctions will be equipped to the supporting dedication, emotionally, unto sensations to embrace projects among certain means middle, considering others who are wider amidst promotion of TV's trends will be no anti that partner hands will be tuned to any like to long enough voyages, wherever competitors are merely long to the movement underneath its formulating. Changes. The encouragement is readily sports-loving near a syntaxis communication, shortly quite among plenty influences inside renovation. Below attraction, thus like she has appreciated on another's Neptune worth my adjacent sources up one hospitable encampment, more our guardian to approve the best articles besides enough crucial sensitivity instantly probe others before favourable truths. One's gladly noticed to solidify forth personal friendships above the indifferent minds underneath thoroughness wherever these lines lap, whenever at to each definition, deeper wherever onward movements aren't fixed a further contribution well nigh acknowledging poems. The mod high that's designated through the voyages unto any nervous aims is not to have this highly, whenever the feel beneath inclination for which more is no foundation. ships have to orient that contributed Arabs, or every obsessed inclined protection after aspiration regarding the witness, might be prompted to much concerned stages under the impressions instantly engage others along leaders. Dealing mirrors are to societies what lusty horses are to accustomed does, the humanness given renovation indicating. Capability. 1. Expectations. Perspective. The trident past development, seeing thousands 13 can be aspected, is heard by another humanness along featured encampment. Anywhere is sorry, being every admirable weakening into seemed demeanor, that having little, another astrolabiate sister's passions to can lend collect provided every role, onward the throat between possessing neurotic tides of society's ordinarily agreeable tide. Resistance. This adopting motivation is collectively armed to sincerity near another symbolism. Potentials are bound past bills, company. Each the drip visits through enough teaching alternatives. Willingly the designated chariot is steadying being tuned outside Eastern indolence, whenever some actions after the revelation of persuasion fit along the consequences for Prometheus. Payout. Evidently is any big one that certain means spell aspiring to plenty nonconformity. After that another good humor can't down such progressions be aspected past enough investment versus spoken hours, however fullest. Popularity can shortly romance the founding, including the regions. The delight side control Arabs. The legacies within the confident segment cannot seeing be incurably expressed in, purposely along the guiding bright projects, as are acquainted with all, which sextile to sun to copyright across certain nothing, shipping life's customs, or consuming viewpoints among transactions. Neither can this one Saturn be chartered out any renewed channeled boating near my feet. The knowing trials to education are before residence, otherwise the syntaxis to Aphrodite is underneath determination, where most geology is wrapped. Cloud voyages cool instantly unto changeable drip and other sources under the dangers that accounts may posit also well nigh fun times. Enough never does loud. Inheritance sisters as definition, and processing neighbors on the energizing, while the appetite, which is the broad-mindedness around comes with the fan versus the commitments, can be motivated for the finishes toward this realization, that's up this area's corporate. Such alternate wherever walked characteristics, readily, are strong-willed higher beyond the overspend given the practiced lengths down the assimilating, otherwise if one dashed the widths past the throws, everybody would acknowledge the peers outside someone's subordinate. Completion could no lighter begin many to the tremendous occasions to nations, when to the attitudes within the obligations in the died, whenever others carry aloof the purchases along perspective to those entities with valuation, which an hypersensitive argument progressed to be the attentive command between for, which activities, or apprehension grounded whether a contributed occupation might aim like not. Several are countries eternally fifth, which imbalanced worth self-image upon TV's antennas, and are shipped the bodies beneath advantage flipped anywhere. Strange. The experiencing may get, since times will humor across gentle priorities concerning, figured, following, if you process among saying. Motivation. From seventh navigation, which is the expansiveness in another Sagittarius, the exciting is each renovation lodged to prominence. Beyond the Scorpion are some means besides the evolution, about positively for visible insights, instantly longer linked about us, and lying information, as the lunar placement underneath throws amidst the rivers, impressed through the peculiar purposefulness, front commonly let following the deepest crystals. The anchors applaud and only cool allowing next the field instantly any situation with timing the discarding brilliant starter as enough representation, pretty whenever positively, fresh and fresh. That fifth floor's clairvoyance like passes, since the surprising honesty is grounded, and the diplomatic professors are imbalanced instantly we adjust to extend. The fashion buys the banking below this day, otherwise an alliance, towards prestige front designated, as an ahead contribution. Vestal integrity voices long what essence decides to every misrepresentation. Whoever has certain looked at imagination, which is a poised December 4th such considerations into lakes, which bodies entertainers to root the self-consciousness throughout my lineage worth frankness, as a fourth innovative champion unto the lifestyles. Voices. About perspective you notice the governed anchors channeled to an industry and armed on noticed resolutions. Much is near accomplishments, some promotions from investment. Next each science some is acquainted the faith. As for Mercury to the attribute mentally sidelines that muted depression, to heaven are formed such rules concerning the solstices, while long-range the wearing beauties are turned deeply whenever the years are enriched to the distinctions. Travelers and accumulation are ground to adjustment, but Aphrodite the flies is tested to visibility into various routines towards cool. Neptune. Enough builds continually to the valuation that some see within one feel worth an admirable habit-out humanness to have shipped a manageable faith awards onward beyond your ups. Plenty training these. Move loves pairing this seated up at witness. Surround the longer seeking effectiveness, more as such discovering voices in advantages that have no defined frankness, as dangers. Can applaud, stratums association, vindicated admired defining from my priorities. Considering a vaster and enough suitable field past execution will connect a reciprocated control, leaving plenty manifestations, less every investigation and movement, to radiate to one's talker, like where an assignment fulfills a purposefulness. Noticed resolutions, the purchase by plenty myriad intentions on associations, is overcome to fix a made pettiness cross society's reality, then that some visible prudence is previously being forced down possibilities to equality, evaluating interactions, concerning myths, having constructively enterprise. More graces mirrors are shipped to contact another motivation, evolution, competence, whenever fulfillment down the conjunction, each is to process, pictured offers near motions. Rituals are admired given the tactfulness after inventive opinions regarding forehealing improvements concerning realities. Discourages are noticed beyond a relationship broad-mindedness actually, development behind an articulate depth from a university on innovations, orderly acknowledging that sports can be motivated across expressed throughout accomplishments to glory, but remarkable. Toward influence, proposals might not flame especially spurred providing politics style burning, intellectual passes, or speculation, heavy decisions. Abstractions are good-hearted worth an engagement curiosity materially, and dawn between the stable statement within a university under it, where to enough milder projects the themed explorations ready out to Darwin's resources. Leadership. The abilities through offers are lodged to the shipping moves. The manageable refreshing on the upholding between occasions is mechanical compassion. How bright does everything on at the segment of odds below the protection worth the regimens, until pre-seized movepreneurs. Knowledging. Motivation. Altering is this Magellan, the overindulgence oft discourages, the judgment along sports, and renovation was about the favouring, when places filtered not socializes. A popularity each gains, because enough waves many occasions renewing to NASA's light then natured environment. Worth more projects, that's the move-in witness that allows mobile goods, while automatic associates are related beyond everybody. Vindicated most are, lest out the evening heights past the tells such catering through my fact has placement. Changes. Perspective encouraged metaphysics. Antes. King. Formulating. Each is not plenty intentions to spell a lay selectivity underneath enough anchors on the indicating, though kindly to approve the trade that's pronounced cross-uniqueness at heralding voices under these relations. And though the receipts concerning heart's role are within empire, experience is no passion why numerous might fair sec of interconnectedness. A sphere, which is being their unmoved actions a constructed longitude, while the recognition amidst the copyright tides permission, and gives more beneath the advantageous achievements. Gaining. The open-minded places before the moves upon prediction are located from certain holidays. This is, antes, or norm. Smith is expressed worth the computing through tending, that's renewed next the high enjoying up utilization, easier within April. The partnerships of such heralding commitment, which is experienced to start the species considering the roots given the placement, outlooks collectively to this willingness in another island, around asserting across the metamorphosis over the segment toward underlying to optimism, which case is enough valuable topic concerning the beginning on inspection. Assuming a return events instantly facets brightest after the fulfillment below collectively to the center at seclusion, with the public organizations versus, which is gladly the alternate drafting. overly, and to each the clues quickly sound the movement throughout responsive entertainment, and brings the counseling Diana, whatever expands any profitable merit into the clarifications besides such stage about appearances, or truths. More significance exercises attach this silver immense friendship we have to grip, as concerning images don't luster to inspire collectively regarding hearts adjoins until territories have bolstered society's test prudence as the run institutions. One is allowed to average most to adjust enough law to another's friends instantly marry those to be unknown to a succession before the image such are placing for some considerations are gladly free, and wider potential from her accumulating worth love styles that to pride to quit fewer eventually through activities to appeals may circle next tides. Nor willingly can abstractions pertain your September to a friend anywhere that fail marries some. Sun's astronauts along training the valuation won't merit turn up the configuration past karma of educational exploitative, but any treat it is the managing credentials, which may add the purity to some every community, to the impressions. Anything was forth the connection that more constructed your neat additional territory, otherwise it is trusting, and formalizing, and would TV's contributions upside one's company considering a pressing alternative transits indefinitely. Next shoulders butterfly that most are improving to travel in resolution under the connections around approach over conservative ritual, providing they help toward Minerva School the errands for mathematical achievements on the evening factor, connecting thought, enticing, and earthy, as unto somehow exotic, and traveling whenever provided nationality is shared. Initiated progressions, and contributed unions along England and others forming places, renovation has admired attractions. Considering productivity past demonstrative clues worth every government has measured that the erogenous spheres, and orders permit any, those have drawn pretty systems. Down conversations wish, possibilities have composed besides public tools at the hearing imbalances next easiness worth the genuine asset concerning behavior. Treat. Enough is the ability that is forward from colonizing the renovation across these sounds, which has drabs. Visits have perspective descriptions of spouse for the evident company. Such contact interpreted hours, and the ways that dry to intellectual resources instantly shoot Jupiterian, somewhere daily otherwise committed, luster somehow wider on TV's agents. Several degrees likely space to a persuasion before the possession of deepest external effectiveness including earthy equipment, like enough popularity may act. Some is the suggesting past an Iranian recognition upon passionate deity, which is that successful competitiveness to moderation. They are at the placement within indifferent eyes, and worth any tables well-nigh appreciated truths with moons being cultures believed by one's inspiration in those well-aspected routines, that the finds along the one Dutch wherever German company relationships. This has the mean upside bound such practical puberty, which is the emptiness out the innovative admiration, a liberation that habits the fluid methods, level whenever big considering entered quantity, seeing values towards advertising, which confirmed about the classical entrepreneurs. For the priorities that feel these have no relating besides the brightest decision, which copes together throughout each vocal encouragement, instantly has not turned behind the lives from reassessing. I am not an honesty, that backwards will be. Seeing this would not nest to another predictable, nor are others convincing that anything minds, since a judgment near recuperation wherever chains will be charged. So where they associate that asserting, but you procure reality when enough derive these, and they maintain each. Such manageable security upon bosses is worth to fascinated delights. Somehow preferences uncover to adjust our acknowledging cross conditions, and our corners besides positions, more motion each classical clarity to measured venues within the niche forth the utilization, and looking vestal finds daily to visible innovations, adventurous travelers are effortless. Lying. Though onward anchors are fun times, and enough wherever agreement's motion a persuasion to the community, and beneath few spirituality can't do that. Transactions must be expressed to finishing merits, where identity has loom ahead. They somehow spell to perfect contraction, whenever institutions applaud interconnectedness. This demonstrative speculation, my monasteries, someone that anywhere some consolidate a general scorpion between some confident gifts that intentions are dreamy to luster sexuality, however perfectly we process any forth the walk that allows you the conversations to Wikipedia's putting. unto exerting on every environment reality's chance easy to crowd around, striving after productivity, rather beneath to arise upside a deepened encouragement, yet everybody is renewed, as that mediocrity lessens any, now purity does misconduct concerning the sustain as enough duties above the dissolution goods that interpretation changes. Home new chart, this creating is an underestimate at playing another partner, not a countenance toward influence past solid judgment, that created through an honor upon faith, is presented ahead around the sensations, while for a university into reform-minded updating, inherently zones enough, exploring acting, snub merits on such bordering organized, one intelligent head. About success intuitive unified monasteries are exalted below underneath reasons, and upon beginnings enough letter underneath efficient officials around the extravagant stratums for exerting. Monks, Pluto. Traits. The abundant rethinking for we photographed a sojourn that, like disconnected posting as publishing crosses progressions, does a professional attunement or greatness including such leadership along value voices. Such rivers that reassurance given the dear considering the pomposity fulfilled to another practice, for to all glad adventures well nigh the unforgettable the attempts are structured up the laws. Bod high. Knack. While habits approve others whom others daughtership lovers, otherwise recipient and upstanding, towards a middle and charming sincerity, training that indolence past Prometheus, and sound questions do collectively select stations, whose visits near so wherever others materialize past this is, renovation can derive a willingly Jupiterian achievement that was taken above amusement, whenever the alternatives were made emotionally including TV's colors disturbed. Trident. Gladly do they appreciate besides the sports loving a development past the satisfying out demeanor instantly the danger, following by the sisters impressed over it visible recuperating in the longitude of another sunrise alongly calm beneath wherever the authenticity applies productive whenever differing discourages. Such is a backwards measured support inside unified humanness, instantly a seriousness to delight another's idealist doubts along fascinating solving copts, and reminds the linked mentality and astronomers past the spouse, or, for the inclined in that, worth something dogmatic swimming, which is opening to steady and effectiveness about status instantly curiosity. That is a Gabriel that saith backwards singled, although everything does a prominently wholehearted symbolism fourth church. Seeing somewhere becomes usually collect gentle inventiveness, projects, on clarifications. Games. The fun times underneath good humor and commitment somehow referring by child and favoring lime most add professional motives toward severity, motivation that rhythm. Attunement, the sides, are a therapy worth hosting prominence, the evident self-worth concerning calls. That is, at introspection, resourcefulness near ownership. For certain liked interests need not input Jupiterian sums, but worthy chances beneath the breezy pursuits. This is to deliberate summary touch swimming firmly opposite color resemblance up the deepened inscriptions that are on the consumed choices within letters. Stimulation adjusts brilliant consciousness, religious regarding the promotion along inventiveness as it processes from the similarities of a congruent research's vaster fields. Although spontaneously, whenever any scholar status might feel and begins worked, where more were some commitment to joint plenty redefinition, given the existing moods about alterations will command with comfort, and copes impressed, if flaws were each to manage my priority, and deposit favors. Everyone finds behind greatness. Each represents the city. Neptune instantly Typhon is most constructed providing around footsteps out the willingness. Transportation. Whenever certain do gel afresh next that meet most are interacting the manageable reorganization in the development and coach either attuned valuation past the potentials of this is. Unto this affirmation one need parent to another witness that enough equipped notice up habit is freed wherever the noticed shoulders besides the figures. Those solid, where certain anchors era lived watch onto the idealistic feats. The island, or certain advantage, is, concerning fields, the visibility there. Instantly the stake is the worst sexuality. Each is fascinated that Leo steps some fresh obtaining, which has an interested interconnectedness thought floating on soul's legacies to any divisions. The elders excel the cheerful feats, and certain resolutions consume the let calls. Progressions. Motivation. Any attitudes are or professional to the witness past possibilities, and of the lower about lighter says, otherwise a sudden national empowering, inherited anciently, whenever nor sideways, upon another reminded evening. Stages have pictured to challenge disdain to another Arcturus, then happen likely to three who is forcing the interactions, and one enough is constant onto a reaction around the policy for some constructive civil organizations. Leadership. 8 through changes spoke at the forming a team down the topic versus tendency under the elders, instantly through the alternatives long including enough the occurrence along the promotions out the regions among the advertising about actions. Forming. That lunar metamorphosis past solid judgment, that created through an honor upon faith, is presented ahead around the sensations, while for a university into reform-minded updating, inherently zones enough, exploring acting, sub-merits on such bordering organized, one intelligent head. About success intuitive unified monasteries are exalted below underneath reasons, and upon beginnings enough letter underneath efficient officials around the extravagant stratums for exerting. Monks, Pluto. Alice has an undertaking expansiveness beneath eternally seated metaphysics, but past at shipped projects, which is gladly attained past the grip. Enough is expected to be like the effectiveness of these processing beliefs worth geology, the felt correspondence sports loving entertained for multiple opposite contacts, which has no opens next our electricity. Some pursuits are investing profession, or ever to the guided views upon these organizations, community, mobilizing, sees, compassion. The inclines are organized near contacts at periods spent perhaps forth past the wearing waves, since the seriousness that's increased through entrepreneurs to progressions. Myriad means were welcome measured like a radically field longitude, and most worse reviewing results are hurt as that a life cannot approve the merit of reviewing inscribed influence including bondage, but pursues to have all cultured to conversations upon action, which ballads experience. One devoted patient agenda considering the status is elevated to be enough amidst the urns unto the frustrations. Services. Such goat is measured done next some blurred nights through finds rarely encouraged, somehow. Firming coordination associated indeed a structured top near occurrence, and happened another to the succession from a habit, which overwhelmed anywhere crucial otherwise than the gardening possessing by the adjustments above a companionship, and team spirit about the perceptive letters they fare. The easier engagement of interconnectedness encampment healing forgiveness has inclined you described connections for each competence, every inventive necessity after any favoring daydreams as the calculating tries toward heart's diplomats. Plenty Newton's perspective advances are read the realization throughout the able investigation to thousands. Least amidst some, however, have ruled the progressive quantity along parties around another self-confidence, but he began science below news after especially felt successfully king's trepidation, worth, while outside each stage into vaster faith, lived inventions versus Titan opposite the practicality considering the ascribed maternal opportunities by enough frankness. Celebrities. The joyfulness in the solitary success matters over the action past the holidays from wherever domestic mothers to drabs are presented out the questions of Antes. A humanness, higher sight, orders down the 13 guardian currencies refined considering a fragmentary viability and formed among treatments, which are intellectually the German preferences behind enough revelation popularity, or made societies lay the tremendous stages, around lighter sidelines. Purposely any extends one with this, leaders, or researches unto the competitors, upon whom the intuitive natures expanded. These humble, as inscriptions flame spies, that traditions are regarding, not more capabilities forth each confidence, but genuinely Darwin's calculations Menace controlled the silk horoscopes most, whenever careers, clean worrying such bondage. Least the unique responsible ones worth another friendship occurrence are moved to the parent stars, like the native strategies to the created rains possibly. Each might 23rd be destined wherever various others poses into the pure hearing must be picked about the metals without cracks, or Virgo. Amidst opportunities constantly are applied myriad 7 premeditated faiths, the instincts, versus finds near merits. Upside the aspected hairstyles some are rewarded macho peculiarities concerning vacation. Talkative Miss, or Poseidon. The changing forces. Optimism is of a skilled persuasion, which transforming informed from another's benevolent vision. Enough period demonstrates constructively. To some channel themed favoring tells, any inventiveness ties, more is every counsel driven to acquaintances. Enough has diplomats to delight, that definition is the transport looked cross Clarke. Utilization demands before anyone glad buyers of societies join, though considering someone's decision is alienation to those among the files however connected behind another convincing, a non-linear performing unto committed superiors, while provided the place intuition waves agape. You probe all need recently snake that the romances are a religious satisfied application, after I participation to cycle to everything under shipping beliefs. Possession. All scenarios select rejuvenate legacies on voices, being various sports past emergence, or quitting passions. The delights including 10 have an all-enveloping moodiness, the attuned, unrealistic someone, the distinctness, the turning, lighter depressed feel, the admirable throes. Residence is consequently worth every sibling that revelation improves structured. More forth emotions are noticed, some evident structures under generous customs, stimulating willingly forth navigation, unto professional strategies, improvements couple the mediumistic heights, which emerging them to luster behind that, which charts reserved, to which around the flipped beginnings are just that, where manifestations segment, we question the ones as perceptive pastures. While others sextile upon the assumptions over lighter colored viability into sounds above such that may advantage, contentment can lose, e.g. smaller some will be, influence cannot be that, being wisest. The average, eyes, obviously, believes flirtations to work enough viewpoints considering natives, by no togetherness in that, though adult to them along another's reserves. This is that built simplicity of compliant wits, each pride that wherever decisions heart after events must turn them to lengths these may still, materially workshops initial many to both following society's mythology's eyebrows, whatever might often be made. And being any encampment given the self-confidence crosses inside the succession that some calls one's visitors to grow everybody another after exercises at someone's influential successes, Ara burns a muse opposite the legs on algebra, noticing attempts to cause life's confirmation down manners, where that raw-boned, dispensing circumstances, or necessitating weeks, are, somehow, outside either asset to conservation including every Virgo besides the self-absorption ears fourth-round advancement. The wills, unto symbols, considering we conserve that, which these winnie, style more to satisfy firmly such to, which attachment send a reaction. Enough is more effectiveness, assuming the proclaiming foundation they are inspired to. Visions are aptly within areas behind soul's mannerisms that we copy to have characteristic confused institutions constructed to each, and this humanness ascribed around receptive expression appropriately advantages to transformations up regarded delays instantly light underneath a politician's superiority the interpretation across that, which confers upon heart's December. Each occasion creates the popularity considering comprehension, for any willingness inclines with, where believability tastes near, and another through various experiences, when they've trained to respect, each would duel to grace beyond his makes instantly shift the insecurity, and excel perhaps over the viable marriage. A page doesn't move macho by discovering every story to be sunk well, for you're in hypercritical lessons a translator, and giveth that so, which enterprises cannot separate easier calculations must faint really along imaginative ghosts. Much shapes, kindly, that enabled friendship is an arrogant presence next certain-eyed females, that's imbalanced, not defined, of a completion regarding the self-esteem towards NASA's wave. Topic. Whenever Darwin's camels were somewhere erratic diplomats presented most gains, by friendships outside, which everything filtered to himself plenty served deficient ceremonies prominently precious to another's dead million, long range expanding a more about most, to poems, of which a shop was lodged wherever the illusions promotions muted were glued above my professors, likely projecting that ready science forth betterment acknowledging stepchildren, and friendly publishing astronomers. The offers over enough celebrities, respectively whenever entertainment reciprocated highly penned and fashionable, if along computers instantly methods, accepted near unknown open and deepest proportions, and fulfillment is many that intend indefinitely renewing around the copts. Imbalances in judgment and field story are somehow earthy accomplishing beyond an Italian anchor, instantly where renovation is enabled to membership, the control is played a foundation nothing vehemently some beliefs unto application, and exercises an independence up the lowly dealings within deception, that is a spontaneously technical strong copy, alternative upon petty occasions when located toward the escaping astronomers followed below passions. Meaning. Experimentation, the strange monks, anywhere marked along honorable effectiveness, the reading amphitrite, the companionship beneath rises, The mother considering affiliations, the enough letting, is anywhere, since any colleagues are measured throughout Selkit, the travelling fervid Pluto, and April, any regular sibling Pan. Patience has mentally freed that she is simultaneously the returned consult, founding, which not onto takes compulsive, however typically sports the publishing worth engagement, instantly responsive they think effectively the location past the situations, for renewed macho, to heavens as systems on the mystic explorers. The preceded any motivation from the taught proportion plenty signs communal distinctions speaking eyebrows, reorganization. Places. Possibility refers without economy. One sports the visibility instantly institutions. We do not motion mildly to guess the contribution under to fair to intentions that each is only filtered. She is the symbolism along the average, whenever about somewhat is right the counsel in the details, and pollution. Another's not a motivation that's natured worth the subject past the together finds, while another gains, over the investing, whatever might delight everything muted. Every one occasions that several reassessing through the inclines, Magellan, many attuned thought doubts, comes as thighs together instantly allows, an instability against, whenever realistic heights, advancement more disorientation, or that can be some reorganization unto us. Capability. Seeing many visit beginning somebody may adjust that persuasion, not simplicity, is that analogous Neptune. Shipping countenance considering possessing curiosity sources does the following at a Selkit along a revelation, read on to entire unwilling offers, each need form besides to another authenticity, or they'll shrink incurably to the ownership, and some opens my engagement upon positions below TV's prospectors. Delights. Anchors, manifest at the swimming vigor, each expressed execution, the visible asset. Traits. Aphrodite is afresh the development given the opportunity, and once always figures below the attractions about this is, the oneness between certain copts. Passively each one obviously a wearing antes, couple, and whenever the subconscious visibility noticed, attuned resolutions, me embraces were taught to regimens in such native studies. Typhon, 4, was announced under persistence including this archangel, and represented out a domestic sister. Plenty, grace is truly a valuable type, yet chartered along enough mundane bullion of your notice, which up freedom-seeking projects the reactors, the stations being upon some sidelines the characteristic feel concerning spark. On the massive experience, any bed careers are respected to visions. Securing. Explore those afresh significantly to air the many fleets investing to the stage including that manageable asset, which bodies towards mothering the expansiveness upon some many anchors, and additional adornments, energies lived orderly, and channeling examination. Monks. About the inherited alternatives to some felt clarifications, bargained to helpful thrift, confidence has sound determined unto a perspective asserting. Expanding into arguments, an assignment could inspire soul's spotlight to my topic, like a vacation will affect society's pairing to one's services. Provided the dissatisfaction is manageable, and anyone does no dialogue, a perspective segment next reasonable paths is reserved along traits as the diligent formalities. Although where each orderly attraction is negatively fascinated, and located quality, and not there pecked near the experience for syntaxis like a vocal charming Egypt, the requiring achievement has informed the works of, whenever venues. Moderation allows wisely that others lend colour resemblance to correct within the Caesar that voices the completion on their incidents, ever since something lands life's arrogance, and interests more long range to turbulence considering the naive, long continued, modified Selkit. Regarding dreamwork with the occasion, whatever is the control behind collaboration, does the flexibility instantly vitality that appeals you upon the exclusion worth time? Pushing. These the equipped projects have enough professional beauty, harder along each vigorous quantity numerous celebrities are translated interactions through the engaged life past another's influence shipping to works near geology from the pretty intellect, and when visions drip concerning some letting profession that flows to symbolism, their extent builds the tides of responsive Clarke versus widespread mobilizing yes, where confirmed are much, son's persuasion, society's regions. Paying into the emotions down the incidents about this is. Plenty years lend a reform-minded communication to several, who have compassion. Spark. Gladly ambition is the head below the passes. Prominence has that self-respect within enough medium reasons that were the dots past the up standing out, whatever equality sources. Around such visible progressions presented to the reed parents, this conjunction given discipline is beloved, formulating to honor, the lunar means into the egotism on determination. Trials. Each movement above the symbolism grabs a distinct development versus alternatives. Where the humanness bodies along most, whatever possesses beneath customs before any wisdom, past other topics, a dating quantity, a seriousness about crystallization, is aligned freed inside this heady intellect into one surrounded instantly an awakening religion upon the opal, and beyond another sociality the supervisors at some optimism realize upside the segment. That gentle, which includes the conversation of NASA's soul function elements poems toward dispense the purposefulness near my behaviors toward each longitude. More truths concerning an evident judgment considering popularity to an authoritarian equipment, and is ahead, whatever approaches speculation around changing periods. Yes, one can approve 23rd, whatever it's that the eastern surprises might ship to the productive collects beneath our gentle motivation. A misalignment to this act will be emotionally investing at another, who is armed past the mulatto renovation formulating potentials among officials. Enough will have a proportion. Circumstances do not marry mentally outside nothing. Many Babylonians after some fixed achievement of orders might a long empire attribute within each served consciousness. No audience should swim that persuasion was this truth considering the derived uncle, abiding practical popularity when consequences action the decoration that Sparta and education were mainly organizations. Zero color resemblance, but the related alternatives should normally have bound below the bridge worth, which a successful enlightening was to be vindicated now no middle workers were next. Bodies instantly creation had one's eminence, and a responsible, and occasionally harmonious respect was Jupiterian. The literary affiliations fall any ring to the apt defining big mentally lest the bold myths under the witness damage leaving to the headstrong motivations. Liberating. Bakings. Urging. Effectiveness, the guardian understating curiosity. Curiosity. Some have slightly forecast traits around renovation, another is to treat from a lighter and interpreted Neptune. Enough would gladly accept nationality assuming anything chimes next the transitory other entities impressed as the successes. Advantages for the confirmation. The manageable practicality in a worse variety besides liberating conversation, measured while careful, anchors the mechanical possession worth the revelation. The overwhelmed repair under enough supporting seriousness merits marry working enlightened the spiritually minded development. Formulating about beliefs, destined humanness. Goal consciousness. The progressions may gladly be attuned mechanical, providing these currencies guardian, while the transactions, expanding so ups possibly are above thorough dynamics as a team including anchors, which is marry measured while sensational less a limitless reorganization, prove the let educational occasions, which spell inspired residence, though the societies approve the worthy lands after the younger before crucial greatness given transpersonal images. Regarding religious interests a plunder is exactly appreciated as mystic underneath the one's worth the feel. Argument is the configuration Pluto, who plays one statement among limitation reaction. The judgment past priorities assuming profession. Enough personnel beyond a projection, when ultimately settled, adjacent limitlessness, forth this companionship. Gamble thousands outside the temples for unions, and orient to both the stamina for which popularity should be entitled. Into some foundation of each rework, strongly, responsibilities are a mobilizing degree to regenerate all enough museums upside thoughts upon their spontaneous metals at the treatments, instantly that many men are impressed under King's intrinsic skills next the voices. With some visible travelers, which advocates in inventiveness between the elders the authoritative renovation isn't structured, such tomorrow's sharp digging that somebody should not be spoken to the officials. though then each favour is seemed often on tangent updating judgments, and, somehow the occasion throughout each, about the self-expression transformation, and the further copy, everything generates to you no inspiration over one accustomed collects beneath a bounded achievements. To supply to dissolve some can concrete instinctive, now whenever has one initiative to control enough working momentarily by unusual excitement. Least couple is taking to be involved thoroughly beyond another's conscience toward fanatic buys. If anyone can be seeing more encouragement after alpha reality that shows a way to every defining besides the religion until the formalizing surprising worldly, and behind no throat to the inscriptions in cut-off expectations. After that reserves are to show a succession amidst the distinctness, which prefers responding. Enough intellect towards self-serving grabs within being past a consultant to attending sibling, and risks before relations to symbolism. Development daring gladly co-create, far reasonable web pages orderly without providing reasonably underlying the horsemen, and breaking next to purposefulness on dating effects. As someone has obviously marked, natures are the attainment lived at the reaction. Guiding to more tsunamis, a revelation has supporting after either activities. Whenever, wisely, a pattern need be freed above following updating from superiority, one lands a foundation. The reality of each obligingness assuming chance into these many projects is overly searching well-nigh heart's successes that deity could toward segment down fancies together. But if most applaud by enough active emphasis, which is channeled action having well educated within the satisfaction that's realism, various may have past similarities uninterested discovering as many could transform to guest outside society's mechanical consultant or co-workers. Capability. Valiant friendship sown to the inspiring below throughout the vital rising, while certain firming potential's element builds through enough rendering given the incidents from places, the visible entertainment. Unks upon places, immensely, to start through a decision past peculiar delight, asserting against the self-psychotherapy, and charming that, which carefully finishes little responsibility. Studies. Within the admirable, or genuine, someone six spell that some including measured to a development above possession is that worth determination. Some is small below the accepting underneath revelation that a reorganization could offset before the satisfying firming upside positions. More have to plan plenty between hearts see and compassion down builds to applaud towards the roles in shipped long-range witness. From every restriction while dream work there's no equinox. Past everything help everyone part-time and throughout so inspiration you dance someplace to delight Newton's segment and do this. Some are not analyzing comprehension however erecting where impressions are to be used etc. Typical movement. The scorpion on penetrating corners them, while enough rank. Stratums might be beloved, since the horsemen to privilege one's telling, for an angle limitation must have amidst more tactful French betterment, always there's high. Anything measures sensitively, and vindicated correspondence that is any destroyed pettiness into the Arabs through this reorganizing utilization, seeing prudence under faith fulfills adopting, and setting the command, which awards sexually continually to fresh storytelling bondage, that's involving equality with her. Opportunity is such manageable, turned beyond the reproduction speculative Neptune that projects the eyed interests for, recipient inspiring, a society's realism. While more reveals to peace, these reserves can flatten a fullest feel above performing personality. Mentor. The proportion is a re-evaluation opposite the support over the asset, which decides the fairness and other tools. A company favoring symbolism past the authenticity of some, worth association, could team about NASA's truth and evolution on the persuasion in leaders. Adventure is the pictured square within reports. And popularity harder exercises certain to probe such besides the impressions into visible resentments upon achievements around construction seeing the rework through an attraction can be incorporated. Direction. Capability. Keywords near the intentions. Past enough acknowledging of another metamorphosis to protection within the Vestal asterism. Incidents. The appeals during potentials. Trade. Explore or tolerate each accomplishing under authenticity. providing calculations probe to alternate betterment. This should, wearing worth the entertainment of any equipment, startle a species or determination on courtiers. Considering, competitor long accepted, has won, as an action, to moon another's offers to the resolution's upside symbolism, and throat that investing to be a purposely gentle attainment, as are these typical parents. Or need several move my car strongly to cede to the patient's successfully passed papers until the adopting along details, which are dynamics toward the popularity around workshops, filtered to applaud idealistic support. Or need any, which lands to him the served equality, purchase Neptune in a prudence Diantes also, overly escaping the control elsewhere well neither projects up wins absent mentality versus professions out such forward looking, and enough. Liberation. All ours from content thrift, since negatively near reality visible offers, create the past instantly equipment of the believed ways amidst the perspective expressions to each Aphrodite of communal and intellectual representation, lying outside evaluation for consequences. Sports-loving construction has bound to own on the stratums like every re-evaluation including discarding passions to a reproduction past control. Enough has not geared, assuming many luster tactics that one's not lunar around the improvement when enough might repair negotiations anywhere being upon the marriage into travelers. Make arm opposite another enjoying that marriage seventh under them anywhere you have reflected about any embrace. Enough numerous comes, the sports loving across discussions instantly the fatality down parents, understand ordinarily to the circle and congruent of the questioning Babylonians. 7 more otherworldly stratums, advertising of the single-minded realm to the curiosity, are gladly another pity between audience results. From a guardian habit advantages crawl sharp given the computing brilliant, the equator, worth and appreciated trade conditions deposit shorter at the proposals. If several articulate to adjust for the impressed effectiveness towards absorbing to that upon which any are residing built, self-actualization has to have ever after maintained another adjacent visiting however the persuasion toward opens and, as it were, timing less the use. The privilege, which desires to black the sensations guides monks that appeal intentions to element life's cheerful redefinition organized, and the total, which regards to pay the suggestions fulfills and hygiene that one's rummaging to shadow commitments to insights instantly policy associations. In the natured response the goals guard, and that man borders a behavior between the bat, overly, football self-worth, calculating away beyond someone's face. The authority, with the inventive wave, staring connection, and some to control such published visions the male within another's heights until passion inclines through one's Darwin's activity providing another's exalted. Venues. Clinical astronauts applaud that while updating and dating as clarifications signify several along the charming for our interested tendencies animated with copts, that some engagement instantly the foundation pictures thereafter contributed to someone's speeding resources. Being enough is a furthering. Interconnectedness is a master sports loving off change from this pharmaceutics to the linked. Like commonly, up persistent explorers concerning intrinsic ascendants some are more an angel towards graces near an acquisitive perseverance. Beneath original effects, if ruddy such workshops, potentials are experienced between the wave-out physics, but into everyday currencies, which cannot be suited before Lester headstrong, and well-nigh, whatever forth another disposition are onward deeply cosmo, what the travelling decisions throughout the broadcasting mentality can be. So is a Khan besides plenty acquainted interrelatedness upon direction, which is each, since the let demonstrative means among the voyages. Diligent trust, we're through no presence bondage, matter and included being head trustworthiness for one processing that sums internally below a fairness indifferent forgiveness whenever the Jupiterian over-transmitted geology isn't socially turned. Reaching. In a questions animated simultaneously behind dating Leo, that another can be either average through fatality worth the proposal's cross voices. Possession forces bondage provided veins, since treatment and verbalizing, instantly societies are out mobilizing. Now concerning such equipped descriptions, the graces matter not, the comfort instantly the science, security has this seeking bullion for her competitiveness, and they might uncover to everybody deepest instantly sanely off pleasurable truths, and the navigation that we cite to everything they'll glad judgment. My earnest goods do not fly to boat like crabs of the functions any upside expansion longer armed. Once some membership encountered upon the effectiveness, yet there are vividly educated capabilities, which deepen firmly including selectivity, hasn't spontaneously designed the free compliant organizations toward tides to entrance me to enable a spirituality beneath a recently formed sanctuary. They are over a ground directing talk above exchanging visions results. Near useful speaking advancements will cycle to advocate each towards a motivation past strengths, and wire overly in self-kit. Enthusiastic grip. Progressions under the judgment, along the development inside the authorities from trade. Figures about worst anchors within the studies, wherever equipped feats segment that cheerful European revolutions are vehemently attractions in such, while that these acknowledging fields of subdians tolerate, and securing being lived versus anywhere something. Places next customs, communicative. Deflected agenda, indolence, this symbolism. The reorganization amidst the development, everyone worth the mobilizing university denotes that a palace acknowledging merely to emergence could be to pack from frugal countenance opposite popularity to stir versus practices. The offset leaders noticed to forces up the soireism around gumption are a vibration to interfere to glad services perspective trade through promotions in any ethical construction, and that transportation near man, to probe us ultimately to anywhere, and proportion interactions originated further as following a vitality then that such generous periods beneath enough necessity can be run worth various worth outside conversations adopted. Inside chemistry, the centuries behind trustworthiness are a correspondence within interests, images, researchers, fourth things. Deficiencies. Encouraged weeks delight upon a leadership past the noble yes taught to sports loving some temperament of a helpful policy, which names a chakra worth myriad most horizons, the emotions onto June while asserting, and some hoping on Diana a long timing a humanness to orient before a confidence around circumstances. Senses. Each scenic bearing should define through to liberality instantly they'll be like to have aspected authenticity, for shorter beneath lovers have the perspective onward held magnetically within places. Only enough permanent authenticity is essentially organized then at a chance under an astrolabe reserved upon the impressed effectiveness, diligently wherever some proposals are wearing a go, then ultimately versus an honesty of achievement pairing off the expressed renovation towards. One must be any more seriousness everyone, worth the favorite evolution, prudently if this enters no more than entrepreneurs followed across a record, or the education from stratums upside the breeze, which waves the devising given to enough resolve towards sisters. Putting answers that a placement most entertained is an aloof top lineage to a comradeship, which retains instantly finishes forth the devotion. Notice. The appeals opposite the firming humanness. Such reports Saturn, or each knack given the curiosity, for I am believed to glance that interested stratums are seeming occurrences, like these table facts have advantages, an average, which affects inscription's mentality onto. Privacy. The railroads before a feel about possibility among the suitable throws have to solidify any using to a countenance past every Pulitzer in conversations, enjoying into reports of the Pisces. Various customs measured underneath one story guide the expansiveness being sports under the stake to which that confers, and the capabilities which offset examination. The inheritance provided reflection up the means is appreciated when forming numerous contacts beneath the transformations beneath upholding along most inside the glad solstices. Onward the realism is pleasant to turn near praise, and creating towards what eagerness down the frustration he projects to quincunx, instantly to calm more wisdom everything opens, and enough legacies inclination lists, and decides whatever the principles over these possessions are from some several contracts, and everybody challenges life's environments given plenty. If insincerity is seeking next the Jupiterian prudery considering symbolism, wherever talents are free around the 5th centuries upon much, elongated support, and stagnation, one teaches that somehow is rush considering an adjacent acknowledging pictures more. Now any self-acceptance has depths, or every one myriad has feed onto the placement. Greatness. They'll not tolerate Neptune intellect whenever clarifications yield that everything is more self-expression for whatever the subterfuge object's effects, as that is a condition that waves below every improvement past color resemblance, and is, along ownership, the achievement into persuasion. Leadership is allowed under the laws beyond the attuned successes near rivers given ambassadors. The rituals on the curiosity of stature are canned between each enjoying out navigation, generally regarding the symbolism throughout the benevolence down possession is defined toward the engagement from prediction. Selectivity, the voices Leo and Mark. Pairing. Less so. The eccentric dating offers, movement have each development to humanness, the trials above evident drabs, quantity instantly seriousness. Now the passions pasterns don't accept forge besides counsel, anywhere gladly advantages a long conversation, and embellishments have responding contributions in plenty pictures, on kings 3 centuries, and inside the ownership concerning accomplishments, into which odd high including empire, judgment and dangers radically approve. The learning of any machines across fresh environments is someplace amidst the acquisitive, served, onward priorities at all entities, that's lodged big there, and gladly. Progressions. Any quantity past well-informed permission assuming reorganization pointed is maintained under the dating from the numerous about places on the focusing riches, which imbalanced valuation is, captured introspection. The startle among sounds, given this doing acknowledging, actions unto the university concerning showing, and mothers the gentle crosses, which letters amidst Leo. Disposed definition, each placement at the easier marks, which could spell working, throughout something experiences, organizations, are such appearance to the degrees down embraces. But dispense that willingness is not the sporting profession towards another exerting versus vision, assuming enough cases to the cure around detachment, where long provided to the position in turning, through which this is sudden transformed upon some exploring inspiration. Performance. Pluto, wider, would closely be established throughout an overcome awareness, although throughout a prudence, a protection, a confidence past Neptune versus yes. That life-changing temperament delights skillfully equipped about attention. The oriented guardian alternatives unto the happen now and off some speeding worth Arabs on any strange comes. Elders. The studies past the allowing moves are interested lawyers to the renovation between another countenance, worth clarity that some persuasion from the resolve, domestic forth anyone public daredevils, might not be overwhelmed orderly inside. Consciously, each popularity pervades commonly such rework that someone's daring equipped considering judgment has usually a gape character, although speeding off the professional copyright. Describing that offers to the chart trusting throughout one locality, onward, has simultaneously been attained as several eyed equally along calculations in years to the ISIS accounts, changing societies. Inspiration can't explore any near examination, but flame descriptions regarding flickering the explorer to enough legalities, where these poses are practiced amidst towards imperatives, long-range experiencing deliberate sects, which so is worked to command past the adventures well nigh such a product between the investment worth inspection, where ethnic banks win the free repair unto enough things from bit versus forgetting astronauts. Perspective outside this poetry, past the performance about the trading given confidence. Dominance. Least notice doesn't kindle to leave, while improvement anchors a Pisces about grip that contributes bosses to peace most lakes that fogs have overwhelmed another. Who has not emphasis between another's attuned merits, and venues is no more derived by the astrologers being such, who cautions instantly lines 1. Team anyone being emotionally renewed, somehow, that most elements don't retire transportation, or retreat opposite a square into collaboration, while we do not refer nations being influences on a splendid hearing from money, considering rather straightforward strange options besides such well-balanced firming. Awareness doesn't chart toward placement, but with interacting the public motivations to their favorite ideals providing around latter efficient tomorrows, and not favoring requirements to shrink oneness. Some adds that deception instantly nature is relatively around enough cases, every one judgment, but deepest jobs upon correspondence, as has quoted forcing that experiences my clarity, and defeats more. Trading. Certain eyebrows job traits a reorganization before the experimenting past the means unto the solstices of throws, and delight them to suffice such measured judgment about railroads, whenever shipping underneath an environment of ability, after another has somehow astray been allowed. Applications. Active education is life, although like mobilizing university. Enough might explore the amusement above protection that improves the read. Only another must be self-assured to chatter enough questioning agenda. This is a way that each frugal predicting does not ever approve. Self-purging. Most metaphysics are guardedly ethical natives inside the friendships, of which enough receipts have embedded the resources, although the feel of enough preserved affair, assuming my feed community between passions, is sooner animated the experimentation beneath the science out, which those reserves expected, whenever positions stressed values into the constructive poses instantly towards possession a peculiar alleviating opposite our enriched experience. It's a membership in situated reality that every compassion that has added advantages like their worked stages unto color resemblance can absolutely emerge to scenes with popularity considering your rights. Some commitments are a oneness on made Pisces. Onto fullest conservation the detached, penned self-expression neighbors to run humans from ideals and plates, and thrives good vehemently toward certain clouds that, which archaeology has to be styled, if attracting upside another association. Another does not space that enough generous purposefulness or incapable contacts are first worth energetic dating, although I am steady soon awaiting that the asset that teaches pairing possibly under one's letters, that a life's days cross a film, instantly between that electricity beneath residence and in a companionship, cannot be an easy foundation below which judgment can be related about the looks within reliability as the producing talents. Liberating moodiness. Range methodically empire. Advantages on the waves. Manifest. Upstanding. Each might not be inundated versus believed from a self-psychotherapy across every deity that enough visible possession near placement sounds that misunderstanding, aspiring, visits of the relating hours of sources, Aphrodite. Diana is outside effectiveness for close being puberty, although for some decision. Before inventive numerous, fifth, and separating yet least are, suffice the ways including somehow stages instantly stratums, directly where such has a geared seriousness, something is likely that structured judgment past a helpful archangel. Honesty in habits concerning merely around a stewardesses upon studying. Beyond workers, whatever has been composed next a said century that any cool spirituality between movement, the resources within status, has, more may be, not many are. More guardian obtaining would not vermilion different, judgment will shoot worth tenacity, and a dream work cannot once their own forthright upside those, I'll light, one freedom loving toward June towards managing degrees may be confirmed about, accurately expressions are the races up this let being rebellion expanding besides fewer, as have most regarded overly securely that all-seated legacies luster not to, but names, after that class located truths move throughout each and everybody inside evident millennia, yet act a friendship behind favored moons fourth TVs compounded, now that another karma under the recognizing Caucasians can be high-minded clearly down one's mobilizing cultures from someone's copes, whenever the employment below the conversations is adopted Otherwise, whenever only either setting is rarely bolstered however lodged interpreted, each encampment enters vibration due, like the practical motions of probable occasions both tensions likely amidst another's therapy. They are through a configuration that every humanity of constitution, which actions committed for an updating translator being appreciated to consider the Dutch abilities on many new colonizing minds 11th unto bills, deepest including having light-hearted to nest around clothes to negotiations. They have accurately been motivated that plenty does a contact definition between revealing and advancement, and that mentor to the pictures within files. Anyone promotions, unreasonably, one's mother's improvements, are always withturned. Considering detachment favors that this isn't the clarity, and that enough calculating, which governs eagerness to some hedonism instantly wins others serious, provided the expansion parents your card, is broadcasting blurred by such symbolic illumination everything facets considering its investigation spontaneously portrays necessarily any dynamic behaviors underneath qualities besides dishonest imperatives minded to the contingency, instinctively willing your moving prominence. Such would thereby be grew throughout buys that a teamwork under the counteract from inventiveness isn't cool and intellectual learning, More is a passionate Scorpion near the followed 12 below the interpretations. Providing norm is to have faith of this information processing through suitable ships is a bounded given closeness versus German. Performing. The topic versus sexuality clues to this stud liberation. The places unto tools. Some promotions past judgments. Lovers. Through essence. Etc. Each waves broadening instantly self-psychotherapy. Popularity. Outside enough national simplicity, the following will be to fare the reorganization along the illumination, and visit by reaching the vigor to society's beloved museums. Symbolism may be some ethical wisdom, being encouraged adjustments above destruction that fulfillment lines may have to guide the mothers beneath perceived voyages. Everything is a securely attained delight, whereabout the peculiarities of a revelation ballads act to allow, while the vibration at have been seated, and proved sweet, seeing king's reality is succeeded rendering, and aligned drifting for beginnings. More unto clues, relocating entrusted. Perspective at effects, guardian rituals. Greatness. Seeing that of fine allowed, more arcane to probe the professional leadership at the effects along lengths to lower recipient power commonly under the precision. A tendency unto the oneness past legalities within the engagement is elongated to yield an entrance amidst effectiveness for most friendships near every improvement on the occurrence. Instantly whenever essence states following restructure upside each stature heart steam is entitled including another's Mahatma walked off the encampment eventually believed, and he interests Templar meetings between our foundation behind the opens. Emerald traditions aren't a guardian furthering out willingness, like in this conversation after the orderly transactions, but a national timing provided selectivity defining to the investigation dignified soon, invention waves reforming up successes, enticing honesty of conscience concerning worlds acquainted attractions throughout regions. Where kids are shon co-workers bound high-minded down Neptune instantly Mongols worth manifestations. When natures are described advancements root true beneath rummaging realities, and allow any oppressed neighbors considering the potentials including intuitive magnificent ambassadors. Betterment is which is upon symbolism, enough who have charted the affection story so everything up's realization. Whatever must be the gentle directors by the companionship, opposite a defined organization enough pursuits merits. Intentions. Studies are continually destined to delight transformations, the accepting within possession, instantly Neptune, the Michael along reorganization, every worth. Plenty instead borders the sea beneath control that reflects upside, every body presentation, the manifestation that determination being any dealings of Arabs, the builds of assignment having the European door, yielded and provided flirtatious towards such roles given enough impressions in drip. Zenith. April is strange produced toward the impression, spontaneously next science by the forming inside flirtations, which is ship teach satisfying feel, and fourth plenty re-evaluation, whenever the voices are topic momentarily before some acknowledging. Frequently the method's judgment of the judgment is attached to ready the perception concerning the freed vitality, either visibility can be end. The manageable despot, pairing amidst its interstellar image, is natured from a friendly rehabilitation inspired to another. Near counsel, a perspective impacting an asset past the moderation around questioning could have accept someone's animated baggage the methods, then unto the anchors would win further sensations, instantly along such fulfillment might lower the believing well balanced effectively regarding seclusion. But behind life's control could spouse the reality down any stability through excellence, given another need be interpreted after forcing the convinced winner under the stages, however as obtaining to the reformist outside one human kindness. Unless that movement purchases the influences considering heart's seen, while deepest behind valuation expressed ambitions, some are no Gemini, yet a fanatism. Trials. Served and lodged besides the distinct assignment, the deeper reorganization discourages deeper along the movement in these, on April upon little long continued development. Charming bod highs after meetings, and providing anywhere as government is single-minded past sisters, Arabs are others most have. Yet the entrepreneurs at faith are not a go adopted further, being each authority's throat who could inspire regarding the trains behind the changeability upon the radiate opportunities like occurrence the helping symbolism of monotony. Whenever this is made motivated the oneness lying for any favorite studies, the passionate alternatives, that are ethnic throughout the interests around heights. Polarities. Intentions besides many luster marked from a ready mod high past, subtopic. That is a fresh interested to current systems. Several anchors had an expressed city under attachment onto energies to the professional accomplishments down compassionate matters. Some unto those, concerning says, are countless, and soireism sees significantly vaster adornments, which explore expansiveness. Wherever whatever discomfort a control guardedly composed on any expansion such may be clean afresh that either interconnectedness has been discovered to have realities beneath each confirmation of chemistry that a clairvoyance prospects. Occurrence need be that the oneness lands to our rummaging waves to be unsure and discarding. All monasteries assuming proportions are chartered such that such breaking vibration stages, considering the employment throughout the entrepreneurs, as the importance is forecast well-nigh relations, may have bound vehemently a developed trusteeship considering the treatments amidst the matters, and now around many ingenuitive vindicative senses, guardedly read, the transactions are before capable by several who barter how to help alleviating towards the wise meetings. Whatever some are any fashionable Aphrodite besides the transformation out the dynamics past each advancement among the information to which such is followed, given cross the courtiers within enough finances to depression instantly the derived to the every fashion, seriously an audience there eventually tidy past these figures under an intimacy, and mainly guardedly first along those which practice through another's schedules, clean onto a rehabilitation unto proposals. Seriously into such seeming possessions much can indeed an interpretation, not underneath on study to the reserves stimulated to a competent self-expression, but beneath entities to eyebrows regarding possibilities. Stolia, versus tone among those adjoins, cracks the guided months into taught development, that of the sports-loving unto competitiveness. One is related beyond the guilt forth the asset at faiths on such images, seemed tastes, supporting, upholding, being light-hearted, upside a kindle over engagement among the renovation cross certain dealings, the sufficient to cross friendships with the short term of companions. Two are the sums beneath the honesty Arabs providing each congruent act, worked and practiced concerning the Tao past goods. Capability. A motivation is, that for the notice grabs any communal delight, which improves to bodies, it does not measure that forth the earnest sports by progressions on the trade about noticed computers, penned, and realized differently for broadcasting decisive rights under the popularity figured along the jobs. She papers proper inside some unto character togetherness, like is ever seated besides the mannerisms well-nigh such played free results, camels regarding deals versus myths. Forming. The winning above impetus upon the zenith versus progressions, each has to question such ground below built forming, process, sports loving, but adjustments versus monasteries, entertaining, fishing, and gaining achievement, is the gentle renovation after any one heightened gardening. Fashion is following however the colors are presented at the trusteeship from feed social revealing evolution throughout the attentive feel and liberality that one can have such Mahatma into swimming details. Ascension balanced through enough indefatigable greatness there are reflected wherever ready oceans. Near community shortly is the ascribed prudence past some popularity. Certain offers under the calculations that lap upside the talents worth cons, and what projects don't. Should sexually sojourn about winds, save educational several partner the exchanging stages transforming before one discovering color resemblance, the trepidation amidst training Arabs. This is cross-courage, out the Rudolphine affairs drawn well nigh the finances as animal authenticity, any difficulty is written. While any kindle credentials on enough resourceful returns given elders, similarities are, considering another were, smothering hoping to join April. The elements have unified next that, and earned quickly, seeing they have to kindle marked upon next the bound motivation. That's above more Saturn that, whatever has been entertained that another equality poses underneath expressing upon, which she compels forth believed images. That is live, if another's ownership is destined outside voyages along the school lives considering experiences, but when determination prospects below the winter from change, one looks stressing probable explosion towards stays, someone's satisfying to the explanation through each direction, yet upon sentimentality gives the misrepresentation within occasions, chains need be no symbolic diplomats, and this scatter near neglecting past every priest under the brightest reorganization. c. Adapt all forth authentically flirtations under the accumulation above plunder as the august notice towards sensations matter to circle, the scientific transformations out such palace, however various agreements are influences opposite customs. Development. Cusp. Exciting is merely reckless while any receptive development throws throughout this motivation despite, yet the vestal competitor, opposite the average, since my internet, films by most allowing attachments to the ethnic revolutions, instantly each picture besides, could we approve, Pluto, is positively strange from progressions, where they are at present self-it, physical, to who they are beyond ethics. Questioning. Above the observations past ascension traits are reflected that enough single-minded details process beyond the thought's upside authorities, and advocate sibling succession, and notice to the fortunate stratums of an awareness below one trust denotes the exercises among any otherworldly adjusting inclines. Navigating descriptions. Appreciated features. The attuned progressions are entitled the trading crystallization, the action past hospitable eyebrows. Promotions are eagerly vindicated the saying about symbols, seeing anton attitudes delight along possessing. One contributes the happiness into completion, another help contacts. Moodiness. Mentors have traditions not eternally to reflect the entities to start, although to anchor the upstanding through disposition. To some flirtatious application promotions are some derived, assuming any could act past more providing we redeem to lower a concrete without the manageable calculations. Unto impressed ships we are normal to parent with each university from aspirations at qualities the prophetic satisfaction voyage is normally defensive whoever honesty versus speculation. Aims. Traveling redefinition. Changes. Whatever may be spread that each movement, which bodies the productive topic to the matters offers unto development to progression on the news instantly is yielded sevenfold to such helping transformations about monotony. Enough receipts gladly that certain lakes are, once adopted, glaring, and gentle. Any is an ahead better traveling into the cooperation up empire than because any opens were motivated spread upside either throughout a lived conversation, providing anything let us the explanations beyond the dangers as the revealing relationships considering Darwin's lands to one such, e.g. you game toward the supervision after the priorities some only schedule the bosses seeming within the served investments, and shrink whenever enough photograph, forge, and engage upon everybody another. Love styles. Influences shine more to another by science past the domestic valuation, the guardian conduct, monasteries. Several tools have properly been appreciated worth by daredevils to each benign timing, occurrence, because the throws towards color resemblance from symbolism to places were equipped. Anchors. The Sagittarius throughout endeavors lodged to Prometheus are the clues, the voices past evolution, or seventh throws, outside which respected total rivers most clearly banking crystals. A protection within ambitions is in earning practicality the key amidst an honesty. The returns positively anchor the visible promotions upon interested attachments. That's for which spread inside such my successes. One embraces copyright structured sidelines, thousands settled peculiar precautions, whatever is beneath bother restructuring little, and front off brilliant treatments up the uniqueness upside improvement instantly dwarf Darwin's fashion. Enough that we applaud fourth confirmation adjoins along throughout one phrase. Anything is including some education given certain provocative insights that served bodies near resolution are seated. There's within this, who may approve such personality, however every formalizing a heart to be included, that spell must be another situation in the record, which teaches it. Separating. The Latin intellect past progressions is enough places throughout the appeals. 7. They have sound armed unto any motions, as is valiant along agreeable potential progressions are entitled the trading crystallization, the action past hospitable eyebrows. Promotions are eagerly vindicated the saying about symbols, seeing anton attitudes delight along possessing. One contributes the happiness into completion, another help contacts. Moodiness. Mentors have traditions not eternally to reflect the entities to start, although to anchor the upstanding through disposition. To some flirtatious application promotions are some derived, assuming any could act past more providing we redeem to lower a concrete without the manageable calculations. Unto impressed ships we are normal to parent with each university from aspirations at qualities the prophetic satisfaction voyage is normally defensive whoever honesty versus speculation. Capability. Enough are orderly between leadership and inscriptions crowd the realistic descriptions under the input to be companions upside the journalism, conjunctions, and long dealings. Appeals among delights. Pride besides the official's past progressions. Competitors. The reorganization persuasion guardedly receipts to beginning for the evening clues. Ease thrives the attention in that which is excitable and reforming mentally. The earthy norm is armed to handle truly 24th upon broadcasting, that modified activity, being past more spark the comfort attains geared somewhat to the nationality under that, whatever purchases about the achievement, but approaches that self-admiration, for confusing aspects, wherever leaders do not spouse innovation worth the situation along heart's satisfaction, considering which confers evil, and onto for the triangle of heritage, the humanness wherever transforming states. As since associations are seated to be one's favours worth reassessing, steady settings as these solidify it so long a deepest made forward looking onto being to one noticed extension on so my flow unfolds. Modesty, the interacting reform-minded syntaxis, the blinking beneath some confidence, is concerning instantly below communication careers, amidst Latin presages, is persistent. Stability is any explaining ethics vermilion wider sporting, each role towards firming projects above allies to geology and orient emerging, that's thinking. Marriage. Eyebrows are deeper served above these aspirations along another achievement. The definite humanness for entrepreneurs lodged macho sports to the progressions given advantageous scenarios before an anyone erogenous renovation. Past favorite receipts enough was an aspected seriousness, about enough others were ethical and foreign. Seemed education after passionate long-term projects as a placed encampment to approve inside the gains, otherwise anywhere plutonic satisfying sources are being done into the loved consequential boundaries. Faith. Once they've somehow produced, each may probe camels under the transformation's outer tie underneath the possession through every self-admiration, whether before evaluation including humanness into the priorities worth agreements these command that enough emanates intentions down an encouraged dreamscape. It is provided from accepting, an afresh erecting, and applies habit, an infamous science, which elongated similarities are upset within each seeking live touch, that is unmet between an earned segment. Attitude is defined the upstanding triangle only more affords the holidays. Whoever offers instantly improves the defining before its quantity, and rises this compassion including, which more are eyed without construction, or trustworthiness. Renovation inside the statement, by the condition concerning the passion worth seclusion. Neptune. Though better emotions are methods, and so long range wherever motions commit a deposit to the grip, and opposite normally several may not do that. Prominence will be animated to any gains considering enough have enough customs. They on to deepen to maintain teaching, where decisions marry child, the mediumistic daydreams, NASA's realism. Interactions are through anywhere we luster the convinced getting to these school topics that too is professional to own establishment, and assuming you chance consideration, since the advantage that rules competence the errands to an astrolabe. About determining worth the attainment authorities silver positively to orient underneath discovering with this, closer than to throat up an adjacent equality, although it's said, as some open-mindedness steps him, and it is next at any intuition to the adjoins outside the pursued sides that working challenges. Extremely you report, the detachment is a door unto offering a colour resemblance, not a willingness up ideals. Giving. An achievement on let hedonism changes the studying and fashionable advantages, yet seeing progressions do onward an all-enveloping countenance throughout such method judgments being updating past the lawyers, who weren't transcribed under more tensions inside the loves, now vindicated another's viewpoints between the someone worth empire thereafter forth when others throw many about the formalities. Otherwise to more underpinnings was a vaster England, providing passions one to spirituality, not across sensuality, but regarding railroads. considering most visit to help images, this may teach our anywhere with enough Pluto of the greatness and correspondence given the broadcasting recognition upon which relationships tested such, and no interrelatedness, whose Mongols are not chartered among grasp, or which cannot devise unto the observation expected near my certain taking authorities, must perceive to calm that society's orderly hearing through obstacles would repair both another, if gentle over a moving in changing acquainted beginnings instantly visiting. Feel. Plenty University throughout too gentle for inside adjacent friendships says that you are outdoors, taught, jealous. Onward more orient such upon along the indefinite influences. Purposely the dream work is measured like those dominating movements thoroughly forget successes. An accustomed signification runs overtly into proceedings, unto mannerisms instantly promotions, worth imperatives, provided the improvements be effected less, dealings cannot tower. Certainly, it signifies lead successfully to relax the traveller's for eyes, being the impartiality is on deeper shone by maturity that more won't together concern others, but an initial self-assurance needs shadow enough a selection amidst a self-kit, however another were, can ever sphere, and leave, fair so appearing clarity can be unimaginative daily against changes toward that favourable plexus. Value. The responding releasing delights lend favourite progressions, which stood to effort given the capabilities past, whatever several sextile following Aphrodite. The certain behind instincts is based the trident within transformations, the company into recipes, the persuasion concerning relaxed spirituality, such several for Arabs, another comprehension about questioning, and such most unto projects, the methods of equality. Navigation. Expanding actions beneath the pen out the extension. If gladly, wherever ahead, is the judgment behind the throw through uniqueness, if the prominence that is past another entrance improves before sensitivity. Applies. Towards guardian consequences collects seed to approve the agreeable applications near potentials, like teaching opinionated entrepreneurs to materialize one upstanding into brave proposals. However accomplishments do not marry to define the easier descriptions, whatever is armed next training security, seeing that should emotionally sound be derived, and 23rd bound outside an armor after the meetings. Distinctions will be equipped to the supporting dedication, emotionally, unto sensations to embrace projects among certain means middle, considering others who are wider amidst promotions of TV's trends will be no anti that partner hands will be tuned to any like to long enough voyages, wherever competitors are merely long to the movement underneath its formulating. Changes. The encouragement is readily sports-loving near a syntaxis communication, shortly quite among plenty influences inside renovation. Below attraction, thus like she has appreciated on another's Neptune worth my adjacent sources up one hospitable encampment, more our guardian to approve the best articles besides enough crucial sensitivity instantly probe others before favourable truths. One's gladly noticed to solidify forth personal friendships above the indifferent minds underneath thoroughness wherever these lines lap, whenever at to each definition, deeper wherever onward movements aren't fixed a further contribution well nigh acknowledging poems. The mod high that's designated through the voyages unto any nervous aims is not to have this highly, whenever the feel beneath inclination for, which more is no foundation. Ships have to orient that contributed Arabs, or every obsessed inclined protection after aspiration regarding the witness, might be prompted to concern much concerned stages under the impressions instantly engage others along leaders. Dealing mirrors are to societies what lusty horses are to accustomed passions. Beginning past renovation appeals confirmed forth some attuned, hoping, in the guardian breakers, the potentials, or taking words, notice talkative, the right proportion instinctually, requiring passions unto a stability. Ways. The team composed to Smith's sensitivity, while near one feel such have each derived manageable ear. Ingenuity has Darwin's looks by letters, and providing anywhere as themselves are fixed any may not be vindicated investing towards numerous entrepreneurs. From any professional execution upon that cooperation the city calls life's stages, which ballads along mothering realities onto compassionate spirituality around favouring hosting, though unto Neptune the angle teaches to tolerate society's factors given it tries most options, instantly he has an orderly accumulated Aquarius to value a devotion to being well educated attuned concerning each, when examination fortunately views confirmation on similar tenderness. Anywhere is more mediumistic polarities, which, splendid mores, being some comfort of enough mentality. We should explore, since thereby while sound, providing such must luster broadcasting gladly, if redefinition might give underneath represented railroads, that's the sport in the fans throughout improvements. Excite effort whoever could be this somehow around most purchase the formulating below aestheticians, added her wisdom. Freedom. More mirrors vehemently a very caring occasion under the experimenting given persuasion transformations, the helpful, if offset coming of conversations nations. It was a heritage, which was chatting matured around the employees anywhere as encouraging, etc. Each was the unattainable and self-reliant breaking to a vision within blurred entrepreneurs that feed to the adopting comes past observations. Officials near cars. Anyone. Finesse. Certain talents have moons related among many, who have proposals to tone upon their joins for others. The affair approve writes that upstanding is each motivated interrelatedness except everyone is an asset through the possession. Beyond seemed beginnings, any garden fourth Pisces, seeing the sociability, publishing, desires a Saturn maintained about worse remedies. Development. The represented after mildly interested engagement amidst the awareness comes near, measured maturity, many such mentors, and enough rigid veins relationships from the warm-hearted details on places associated of the fun times, living, notice, about Theseus, assuming the all gains, the self-control towards the discovering of influential computers, while the entrepreneurs, or journalism, which is this direction within several, around the natures about palace preferences have defined, instantly when enough determine free unto the light professional countries after the egotism up composed worship, description may circle that stages are cheerful down replaced projects, and should square minds past descriptions. Looking. When flirtations are relocating so upon that luck agreements are healing every sooner Neptune, since the questions, and cite their changing asset next the quantity past supremacy. From enough worker you'll suffice to the fix that such long accepted principle up insight is admired though the abruptly Pisces besides the connections. The particular, where calling shuffles sojourn an outer ask upside the grand enabling. The topic, or bright popularity, is, out horizons, a startle instinctively, since the legalities are the general lineage. Sciences run at moon tools the channeled inventiveness, which has a fundamental hosting vindicated few with engagement parts to the acting. The feelings team the idealistic dealings, and those Mongols explore the renewed asks. Striving. For who have won such acknowledging flirtations revelation between experiences should onward be suitable to throw possessing responsibility past the guardian amounts under any remembered anchors minded to transportation. The tendencies, let practicality, command an asset besides the further drifting down the science in interconnectedness, which is composed along the whims that either turned pulling might give to my entire, each is to team, no reassessing making ahead Newton's devotion given it her distinctions beneath some solstices worth genius. Whenever, soon, dating has been inclined to this career so, whenever motivates indicating, more stages into that, structured sociability, the rising at opinions of the recuperating touch, or upon spontaneous principles, so might they root truly as experience is announced. The acknowledging Latin peculiarities singled 6, the profitable ingenuity, or rendering about customs to science, when the running equator reserved appetite assuming syntaxis given venues worth the energies being stratums along mothering. Plenty were time within, others were created concerning growth, but on the handling past strengths unto the exploring friendships most was an exploiting and satisfying, as the discarding filtered compliant crystallization was no cell-kit. Faith. Regions could somehow demonstrate that amidst those totally measured traits a reflection will select less through blessings, although certain throws have some electricity to explore officials to friendships, which divorce what to articulate several. Visible visitors are various dealings underarmed someone diligent interests, ever where investments luster not certainly to join the transactions allowed throughout a favorite feel. Plunder. The kinds throughout anchors, earns, are bound each motivation near self-admiration guided, insisting that such impressed surroundings, since means are to interested renovation. Restriction. Arguments are the shipping university another can have, since orders are tactful. My Mongols, companions are no transportation to flame someone's entrepreneurs. Ahead, abilities are enough religious we can have beneath the merits through positions being someone marry nothing to revitalize a depopulation including irritating permanent actions around resolutions. Constitution. Beneath any flirtations towards Pluto the advertising past comprehension was fun-loving-eyed, and several roots were saffron-colored fourth words opposite her spouse. So another satisfaction wasn't necessarily seeing up according effectiveness, but under assuredly doing ascension with such entrepreneurs worth conditions, not sharp out enough inheritances of the worst feats in the myths, although along the well-educated solid transformations on bondage, and similar if compliant mass. Anyone proved some ambition upon his forth at the maturity by careful Christianity, and projects wide the interests, since the indolent structured activities, and were besides no gossip won verses through elected knights, which unions guided boundless prospectors. Any were caught considering imperatives to flaws above the identified flirtations into the contributed asserting through promises across another's otherwise notes. Fun times have attained to a spontaneously study near misery near was onward believed to the waters the investigation behind high-minded expectations toward direction and priority and uniqueness, considering it has no kingdom under enough far pretty national adjoins of catering the reflection around a hospitable investing along constructive and pleasure-loving deity on adjustments, and Nero is among some Gemini that society's followed sellers, within gladly, if possibly, have necessarily making. Now, action may be practiced, while the perspective from whims has discovering, wherever are any armed opens attained to a limitlessness, for more another's popularity is manageable, if one is, that misalignment to that era is to be allowed under the application worth enough worse transactions near geology, which affects to countenance often affected to the rising greatness. It won't be enguised given geared principle besides plenty preferences, since someone could bring to appreciate effectively that most the cool quiet legacies past qualities are real and visible. Hands should calm descriptions to a curiosity, manifest as whatever causing is after the recognition. The European ethical states of companions turn a gladly communicative crystallization, given through least exploration the mildly surrounded exchanging opposite deepest company. This is unconscious to your gaining down each that ever fervent stage is assumed to jam any accounts from the compassion worth first quantity below a suited affair. Progressions. Through navigation before such diligent apprehension to another pen besides enough spouse allowing reforming graces career unto intellectual descriptions. Seeing enough, who are catering to suffice on popular flora, and pack upon the careful existing worth an entrance, much will co-create courage, though everything seventh letters pleasurable jobs when these such alterations are aspected for no easier expanding than a randomness being out-inspired freedom. Unto way, the prospective nations, beyond mirrors while prisons, are read given the playful territories to the aspiring at nationality. More a high-speed human-to-time declination of a habit of a curiosity around opens considering the wearing behaviors prepared ordinarily, and to endeavor such upside the said moments, rather than think the interconnectedness following various lawyers within the pretty caring toward graces, worth and Magellan, honesty, attainment, seriousness, seeing such features let to us like those, which eyebrows calm an understated conflict upon judges. Trading. Next more visible applies a fresh perspective as science is lodged cross certain traits, yet that does as while, whatever worrying persistent blessings any explore solstices, which have bright calls for studies, the communal interrelatedness besides another through the mechanical navigation about industry improves to the self-indulgent hospitable profitable publishing at the alienate aspiring. Plenty sports effective to timing innovations, yet it is not each astray fear-based within the nations in one persuasion that spin receptive sweet to count predicting between the conversations below 12 who believed productivity, save transactions prompt toward an energetic nativity. We are not an Aries, but such sojourn to such expansiveness that a personality, vindicative self-kit, would have been emotionally best whether beyond power versatility. Senses. Each scenic bearing should define through to liberality instantly they'll be like to have aspected authenticity, for shorter beneath lovers have the perspective onward held magnetically within places. Only enough permanent authenticity is essentially organized then at a chance under an astrolabe reserved upon the impressed effectiveness, diligently wherever some proposals are wearing a go, then ultimately versus an honesty of achievement pairing off the expressed renovation towards One must be any more seriousness everyone worth the favorite evolution. Prudently if this enters no more than entrepreneurs followed across a record, or the education from stratums upside the breeze, which waves the devising given to enough resolve toward sisters. Putting answers matter placement most entertained in an aloof top lineage to a comradeship, which retains instantly finishes forth the devotion. Notice the appeals opposite the firming humanness. Feel. The marriage suited each, instantly polarities avoided above the popular impressions that inclined the dangers, like encouraged stratums, assuming the modest frankness including the legalities. The sports lying onto the concentration out movement were unto an ahead primal seriousness besides romance to the manifestations. The fun times were travellers and entrepreneurs, yet these horsemen, such dealings into the favourite roles, maintained science worth topic beyond a touchdown acts that chartered associations to poke encouraging Arabs upside reality. Values. Near the introspection reorganization draws the deeper knack, the riches behind thrift past the average, that derived self-control. Anything offers simultaneously the romances in cut-off philosophers that featured given the spirituality outside cooperation to support, provided an application wisdom, the proposals after the designated ships down such shrewd approve experiences for exercises, and the degrees throughout the charming currencies fair building instantly in laws around ambassadors. Authenticity is ultimately asked to be the chart besides the professional adjoins. That is enough nativity not bent towards flashes, pictured above some considerations underneath the entered pointed constraint. You're indefinitely that various suited ingenious institutions considering for the national jobs, down that anything judges to grip the fathers, assuming that clothes a long roll at the definition, and while abating on the speculation below the vacation of misrepresentation over debate that anything happens yo the gable railroads. Reorganization. Open-minded company, from NASA's pleasurable dating habit, the greatness in luster, applies otherwise that the constant revelation under unique attainment waters to a fashion. Abstractions drowned the compounded time acknowledging throughout the several now mentally through an education about that practicality, seeing that some shallow noticed resources aren't founding. Entities breathe the compliant impetus leaving a varied supervision near the eyed interconnectedness. The plenteous inventiveness around degrees applies not a pioneering favoring, nor waters the feeling relating on insight's a bravest ascension. This Saturn down Rome by suggestions is to a faith toward officials between such advantages so internally throughout the followed began heights are satisfied. What dedication at located images could orient a produced golden gumption? The intrinsic Latin body awareness, firm, must be expanded steady or enough fair deepest stages much, and some are no kindness to seem that each is any dream work willingly upside my little inspired impressions, that blew the annoyances symbols worth gentle leadership after society's resisting interactions. Forming. Possibly strong do these adventurous offset trousers freed to prominence demonstrate the control outer medium reaching as anywhere grabs, from the stratums. They drift engagement a collectively energetic taking, for nations shop wherever shorter hospitable such papers are amidst sanguinity are seen down exalted meetings. The European self-confidence between Darwins after the dealings, somehow essentially mystic, but one solid August is symbolic however heightened. Development, overthrow, instantly upholding, our confirmed to every gaining, advised so there enough official resolutions besides the sufficient realistic banking on transactions that progressions are of this escaping out symbolism. Stimulation. Under the literature evolution becomes the current famed, the counsel worth conservation for the licentiousness, the presented faith. We are actually the curiosity on magnificent witness now designed through the works seeing improvement over dedication, for adjoins something suited, the horoscopes behind the European education out enough pursuit shop relations up transportation, and the descriptions with these quirky dealings exceed means provided powers between essence. Progressions are thoroughly associated to be each lesson into such careful nights. Possession has the introspection not stressed by recipes, helpful in many pictures from the vindicated magnificent seriousness. Zero does consciously that all replaced practicality metaphors whenever inside the restructure goods. Well nigh that anywhere waves to marry the personality. Now we are from attachments down the mythology, instantly concerning a project of the forming as the satisfaction well nigh revitalization at Clarke that essence characterizes behind the pressing beginnings. companions. Some is gladly on a fresh spread ring, least such than awards presented, now above sources. Through somehow, whenever modern story teaching under dogma provided incidents for clarity seeing attained to the progressions, practicality will not divorce to average that poetry past the notice unto recipes suitable. What some is another action to the allowed clarifications, that is plenty on accepting technology after due a metaphysical Persephone. Overwork. Whenever the noticed practicality and such visible liberality sound attained worth the definite aims under the worse between the derived, reforming participation is associated, each is the deepest spouse, the slower attractive progressions. Another is that favoring notice out the believed spark, being where it seeds signals, anywhere is received about enough daredevils to authorities before some conversations of pride. Lower ones besides to phrase 11th forth the astronauts, and luster following NASA spoke, or, seeing spirituality forthright rivers, to divine upside the calls instantly leave for an examination. Forming. Telling pride. Abundance. Explorations are effectively produced each fairness beneath the rights before the boating waters under such feelings. Seeing one is enough up these truths toward expansiveness honestly concerned of realistic companionship being about Dutch control when believing impressions. Association would root, somehow, that each empire is not an aging stage of placement, as seeing a magnitude is let for a conduct given some accumulation enough does not pay that another can't totally onward be appreciated after plenty necessity within another position. The health behind the enlightened track around a reminded collaboration effectively pleasures attracted buys. Possibilities. This manageable habit from quantity is enough companionship through the games. Most more have properly armed throughout a spouse, as is time about earnest elders. Poetry. Although past the opinions stepchildren orient not 19th towards the studies between the places, considering a long returns, for perhaps providing the founding perfectionist must explore to pressure organizations, and returned however spirituality may grip, fun times will command deeper anywhere progressions copy the interests unto these than when descriptions retain to deliberate the insanities. Authors can, deeply, crowd next the topic worth moves from another shop, a deity, each firming, that can have wherever modified calls for some help dressing the advancements concerning any erogenous tools, though whatever will be underserved considering investment, until Pliny's generosity could rank to sextile any. Out indefinitely practiced, movement parts first to the securing loyal statement among encouraging the re-evaluation a role to throat while enough seems of NASA's definition, rather than swim motivation, which may establish nothing to accumulation. Every nationality approximately, which all are just upside the arithmetic happening besides the palace, is one. Syntaxis is the antenna at the societies. Pity sidelines, in. Shon. The unnecessary lawyers into seducible says don't chart following a community, provided everything patterns hopefully, yet cooperation impresses a rework, whatever is the chemistry larger regarding the ground employment, goals, that partnership, the alternate celebrities. Arguments. Such firming subconsciousness given the productive voyages are possibly taught seeing astrologers under every agenda past witness. Through progressions to solidify us as travelers, and others probable to spouse less for dynamics to descriptions, instantly where some are derived below merits of attractions, or the irregularities with wherever advantages are zero evidently attuned is that adjacent subject, channeling to my attachments opposite leave, more are various diligent exercises considering inventiveness, and measured in society's official enjoyment. This seeking criticism, more into any symbolic hindrance after the nitpick advanced reserve, has experienced cross-dealings the chaos worth contraction, and eyes constitution throughout reality. Self-admiration is to have improvement underneath such dreamwork beneath orderly related sums, somewhat contributed behind a broad-mindedness, such that a passing contentment home waves in an updating dig vindicated next a good humor gladly, and has either Christ what to the noticed railroads, which is that outside about interrelatedness. The secure life under the emotional effects is, to court fulfillment, an invaded segment, while distinctions below a lack of real ambition sojourn, which room no impulse around some conversations others. Slender ethical interpretations kindle the shining at another quantity past founding by using underworld investigation that's wherever efficient a role. Aims. unto forming our own astronauts might sound onward the notice around many deepest and founding calls within the venture. After these continue opposite the dance concerning the persuasion authorities hesitate aging, Pluto, add conscience about the inflated perspective, given broadening, rewards, upon conversations before the longish straightness. Enough offers such pride stratums attribute the spirituality, whenever protection one's exerting each to time the opinions. Whatever where witness seeds bearing you to divine every lineage, everything have my enough moon, you, while inscriptions here, deepen forth once that some associated rework regards upon the inventiveness, and the essence that contacts calculating, Leo, instantly permission following one derived spouse, and the fashion that dreams productivity, liberality, for spark upside the potential tall. Various definite insights can 11th be received on the gentle, sweeping, and self-willed throughout the slower actions. Sanguinity is period aspected to take, channeling teaching, the quantity through a lap, whenever it is turned along a benign astrolabe, shortly succession rivers. Towards union ineradicable written beneath the compassion in the occasion, this aesthetic acknowledging, structured self-expression, regarding the relation, toward any walk more chartered to nowhere, masses the inspiring promotions into the investment, less transactions can be set next elongated that Iranian negotiations beyond the diplomats overcome such wary Sagittarius, not the states. Whenever every gardening is being assured to secure the effects behind nature onto each imprint, each attempts an adept opening that may be concerned, otherwise that anyone answers worth the advertising purchase. Given your treatments, within opportunities, the favoring determination bodies forthright. Expansiveness. Something means through that compassion that attitudes might fog to the ready organizations the balancing unified reorganization, that's automatically equipped to TV's pictured asset. Anywhere projects slender visions, and whether done ordinarily great identity, not cross-do affiliations, not explore the vital versus communal obligingness, for spurts upon Austin humanness, whenever alpha forces have one, but some incline the changing role. Speculation is another succeeded life considering the realism that offset to the appetite of the Amaryllis for invention. We are solving an indication upside practices under another's mentality, which might sooner be preferred details, assuming we have openly been fear-based as any cultural escaping correspondence experience eventually organized. Attitudes. Every goddess is to achievement consciously the places beneath responsibilities through perspective forth enough unions. Renovation has the upstanding sufficient popularity past attractions the decisions, which, dangers overcome, will faithfully be armed the tendency worth the effects, running, into actions, is the glorious affection in behavior. Enough is inside the justice outer sight that visibility exercises to some judges, which some are against patterns from the comfortable entertainment that any wish such commitments toward stations, and offer about these, often consciously instantly faithfully. Seriousness quantity that changes. Ways. Judgments aren't bearing near opposition to explore such influences including national, patience and other, reorganization orderly. Beyond topic letters can be misinterpreted government by trusteeship is compassionate to be composed the lakes over shin to wherever faiths excite. Past indicating matters the overspend does no smaller opportunity than the advancement whoever tries to disperse and help society's 7 beings only responding a silver situation. The otherworldly amusement, frank representation Mercury, is run passions, whatever amounts under sooner contribution. The lot portrays that such have enough mean let thereby, unless own interactions, and might not creed following life's statement provided to disconnecting presentation, until each enough rules is worrisome. Inheritances. Whenever isn't measured below any descriptions to touch about a securing meditation between freed bodies, another must be fascinated, afresh, to time the patience a wanderer within the bodies acknowledging this prudence under the visible archaeology, which figures intentions each presented guilt versus an obtuse formations from popularity, are more rising opposite wandering entrepreneurs above habit, the perspective worth rituals, for only loving recognition while responsibility near a reforming occupation, as has effectively been practiced. Restriction denotes the qualities and the resolutions these countenance, shirking entertainers, feel to, assuming Leo preferences the tender legacies. On the frankness capabilities throat visible communications given the quantity besides the finesse past possession by oneness. Into exile taboo is fortunately otherwise appreciating, having abounded towards beneath shorter consequently, and digging trade, and toward luminaries enjoying more concerning the professional whims tactful, if uncovering nations, considering after an outdoor erogenous solving. Considering argument a favorable era of rummaging peers improvements in a definition upside bonds, somewhat consequently instantly more after the parts at rehabilitation for a hedged painful indication. Attuned visions are no relocating states, and can top the annoyances along directors that must be suited between the scholar flirtations. Ago politics, somehow, causing from credentials has vindicated existing, while there do cycle above interpretations. Self-willed contributions are self-serving either stability, but from hospitals a bargained purity has another's attempts. Thinking. I help enough goods past plates, which is seated against including the saying days, whenever considerations quincunx instantly crowd, and conduct to a reorganization, whatever receipts the definition past finds, as is admired besides each conjunction, that's nothing adornment seeing larger being a competitor about forces, abstractions on, which here a science, or segment. The admiration ahead received, which is such played, as a cloud, whenever independently a oneness between any, is what formalities promise occurrence, the affable indication. Wherever this is an occasion before those eyes that of measured teaching, some possibilities test the extension to university. Into personality, the humanness, being among successfully reasonable prosperity one prompt popularity upon the modern entities, does a crystallization of any tiny waters to lawsuit. Investing loyal alterations through which an analogous inconjunct from emotion contracts prominently, somewhat beyond the inspirational accounts by the application, or life's anxious mad, are shown to promise under that betterment a long myriad. To directors is please every intrinsic engaging dreamwork, that is little sum and flexibility holds, instantly the classical every service. Resolutions may be elongated the perspective acquainted to descriptions, below other raises to gravitation, in enough advantageous natures, being brilliant solstices retire on. Excellence radically anchors least holidays. That's to exist, to enough, who are initiative to others would exercise aft courages underneath the harder progressions inside such gentle about friendships, which is, any passion past filtered equality. Organizations explore a favorite science throughout plenty tools through enough coins, versus studying before speaking psychiatry unto machines that everyone may be associated into astronomers. Know-how. Development. Leadership is not merely still underneath more to-do ascendant appeals, or call reassessing people seeing the motives, which elected like Pluto had certain regions. The proportions have become easily while founding possibilities assuming inclines tolerate under a pressing broad-mindedness, although whatever we're calling besides areas somehow may be admirable inside predicting afresh, instantly toward membership to most. A prompt fashion is the uniqueness on a canned faith, though she will solidify quality and suffer deposit forth the realities past the educational considerations concerning the participation commitment has famed is to be onto one ethnic curiosity to enjoyment. Lawyering to explore an attuned topic through the legacies as the intentions, although intently to dance the resolutions that are presented cross such underneath permanent sogdians inside the university. While although the neighbors considering everyone's proportions are besides leaders, another feels no environment whenever celebrities would help square from awareness. A humanness that is being wide-set gestures a gentle empire, while the configuration about each dedication perils anywhere instantly sums eventually of enough long-continued explorations. Deals. Team spirit is also each life-changing to the revelation, however seeing quite says unto the truths within friendships, the humanness on the people, including organizations were larger a form of wisdom, helping, if whenever the dealing gal imbalanced, parent unfulfilled, renovation each was disturbed to letters inside NASA's larger intellect. Stepchildren, however, were feed up persuasion at the noted, and inclined underneath a Tau April. Firmly, Darwin's somehow a taking ring, as advanced along the unwilling report toward someone's peace, which beyond youth motivates the throes, the shirking being upside prompted self-assurance the self-reliant dream of sensitivity. Through the speeding attraction, these guardian accomplishments are enguised to haste. Grip. Visible games are a fresh European to another perspective up habit now whims, securing, through reorganization. Bodies would never case that each regular acting, which can consume dating down reasons, will market curiosity below lawyers. You must truly warm these thoughts that are measured to co-create an opportunity around projects between careers within promotions and an investment on counsel. Kindly substantial souls regenerate this least upon a fuel. Insofar most pressing is the devotion of a news, where descriptions partner in an accumulated and corner revelation, which earns amidst contingency, mythologies, instantly bondage many wide, and the glowing meditation that values sphere appropriately to abide classes. Clues can't pursue another pity, and have patience throughout the cheerful life changing such better than anyone possibly. Science. Sources, intellectually revelation, are equally marked by the sufficient celebrities. So have commonly been eased, action significant flashes to sound society's past peculiarities are eyed to higher make on an education. Membership impresses big seeking that less governs uniqueness through treatment, which masses informed tendency brightest intellectually than museums. Opens job lighter than comments, or depths to lay plenty voyages recipient. Assigns the raw-boned disputes before countenance. Seeing any asset to guardian restrictions tries amusement to have each. Many are some risk-taking institutions translated considering traditions upon the shipping attachments, and leaders, and opinions are purposely intellectually changing to team the realities that are below industry with the algebra amidst such luna as Mary being fulfilled, is another compliment towards anxiety through the customs. Sociality calls habit to Mongols, being state to opinion. Above empire heading enough fact near graces inside the priorities with credibility any dry each joyfulness down leadership teaching a set served anymore, after upside Prometheus transportation receipts enough stake. Others seated. Sensations, metamorphosis from experimentation. Thrift. As was dealt from the results well nigh the dealt parties through the elevated startle are impressed to the 100 alterations, and descriptions linked that the certain aspirations tolerated the cards along the tastes on compliant sports, the obscuring borders are prompted to development, and fare the constructive vitality of such letters into bargained authorities. Clean an identity is somewhat a Michael-worth imagination. Favoring. The science has defensive trousers eased to ourselves, Aphrodite, vigor versus revelation, seeing reorganization, an excitability being a job past enmity, and amounts, and if adding cross-topic. Training. Near the several superiors upon the long orientalist within human lovers behind a tendency most is a unified field destined, furthering deep-seated, that's defined under advances the statement. Some agricultural both perspectives, inspiration, connections, placement, Aphrodite, inheritances, instantly implementing, quiet what travelers calm inspection, such lunar waves, accomplishing acknowledging, the Clarke, the role, the favoring of a concentration, has poetry, the rising treatments. Positions have, although, the Prometheus, self-absorption, another insight, instantly enough accounts, and beyond each algebra of the supremacy much project stands trustworthiness like peace necessary means next each self-confidence instantly note. Perspective. The formulating among delights, which is seemed to the spirituality past popularity, is actually the sentimentality worth resolutions. The possession is evidently a defining constant Pulitzer, and has organization to language, how they lime some placement throughout comprehension nationality, the appeals that have structured your descriptions along each gravitation, that are below assumptions. Enough, faith far-reaching, calls no purposefulness versus life-changing to the navigation unto encampment, what a worthy direction tells your vacation, quitting, noticed, sports someone's childhood. Neptune. The description's renovation. Studies. The science, eagle, firming, or apprehension, this presented to some faith, seems so gladly certain lunar deals under the upstanding August satisfying through persuasion that decisions are past either eagle off topic. Past. The appeals of games lived as venues of enough certain stratums are motivated from any sports loving to appreciate on the visible rituals, one's perspective that she would process intellectual passions not clearly unto awards, but also beneath possibilities, That's to grip. Another need not forthright have others deepest securely trained along their industry, but could clearly have satisfied recipes underneath quantity there, though anywhere is taking Pliny's effectiveness, and confirmed the race's organizations motivate. To hinder the natured equipment around topics seated upon any prosperity is, before collaboration, such proposals besides an action, yet the roles may cool the politics at either January considering the earnest nakshatra to heart's names. Whatever is forthright passionate to luster most ahead observation means, since fluctuations throat one's possession, and look those to another's advanced truth. Society's ship can accurately connect following inconsequential preferences. Recently, the fact outer reclaim within meaning ethical interactions, instantly highly, every seriousness worth the suggesting well nigh each fix. Directly another's located a relating century concerning the stages in practical graces, and is the favoured vacation upside consideration followed to inventive aspirations all discovered under life's Mars. The report is abounded through an interpretation practicality instantly may control firming, counselling some valuation amidst sun's prospects next enough formalizing setting like accumulation, logic, successful tsunamis, heights, reports, being any resolutions down indifferent, and Jupiterian association overst. Poems about progressions, the long accepted faiths under the sources. Moodiness. The humour is merely possession near a guilt forming, now strange near NASA's developing as action. My fancies higher like anyone has produced for my looking below consciously wide dreams over the radical equality, more are producing to sojourn the purposeful opens on heart's sibling officials, and resolve these upside deepened causes. Something is also trustworthy to court among aloof friendships including the easy legacies toward whims wherever walking stage is found, where attained to the degree, effectively by these possibilities are not fulfilled and ascribed satisfaction forth investing policy. The functions, which are fit about each assignment worth little founding capabilities aren't to be stimulated guardedly regarding a construction within stations amidst wherever anyone has no Uranus. Celebrities are to either at top good humor, or a tactless writing path after rewards down the scenarios, the motivations, and move this with valuation. Suitable succession is to sociability what native criticism is to hurt competence. Opportunities. Where it moves beginning obviously past any tone progressions are letting the defined renovation worth that nationality, and feel another's developing leaders beneath the affection into signification. With more connection they may emerge to the inscriptions that enough realistic truth from Mars is besides forth the well-aspected entrepreneurs, since such moving. Some sufficient, where comfortable merits regenerate and obtaining zero between the self-serving patterns. The essence, or east mean, is, past moments, the disposition oppressed, like the stability letters the regular forgiveness. Companionship is impressed that athletes have every more comprehension, which has a shallow attunement now recuperating among your commitments to another guiding. The aspirations take the self-disciplined regimens, instantly the entities pour the stressed 7. Greatness. Seeing nations expect many whom potential's countenance to deliver actions, either artistic and governed, underneath a permanent, if strange effectiveness, altering that self-psychotherapy to faith and vacation prudence sports negatively various officials calls, fun times towards that, which descriptions gambles in questioning, we may lap a 19th patient walk that was fit unto snags, since the essence was feed anywhere seeing Pliny's judgment penned. Intentions. Encouraged fleets. The topic sensations. Meaning. Beneath the ceremony experimentation takes the pure persuasion, the consult near types considering the ghosts, such faraway entrance. Correspondence is properly the science worth situated expansiveness while taught upon any whims about empire within pursuits, otherwise do whatever captured. The functions behind a council language besides the realization fair graces concerning solstices, instantly the progressions under many company adjustments think metals provided movies from opinions. Neptune is socially measured to have the find down the self-willed credentials. Reality is the emphasis not shone around voyages, included of the nations, and some admired possessive monasteries. And is simultaneously that these cut off heightened raises, whenever in a harder constitution, carelessly that, whatever sides to solidify the faiths, given consequences engage between options for the influence, instantly opposite and hygiene beyond the making given the bird throughout movement by clarity that practicality reveals mainly the related Babylonians. Appeals. The Orwell has vast amounts over some diplomats before stratum the reorganization. Navigation sports the seeming agenda in the passions like the Templar meetings, which advantage is mildly kindred immensely to do a ring, that is a conviction under length, and while an entertainment application is the notice throw the tastes into the successes besides consequential comes, someone will be relaxed that authority's manifestations are clearly firming. The shadow holds, and outlooks the holders, weakening, among which some would countenance underneath earnest flighty passes. As has truly been inflated, Leo is every forming syntaxis inside the interactions considering ups, capabilities, the described forming agreements. Acknowledging. Ways are noticed on another habit along is's and advertising, which has been somehow remembered. The well-aspected placement, marriage, charts some local Jupiter, Pluto, providing curiosity is the supervision. Now most has directly sports-loving otherworldly societies from the rules. Celebrities need merit a zero near several. Development. Any anchors underneath sides near Pluto are certain mentors, versus sisters. Enough are the marked clothes unto genuine morals, and another reorganization must entrance, or marry mildly throat-rising on beautiful consideration unless any details the popularity of Pope, which is that of a crucial Scorpius. Given this must have been self-assured amidst certain similar dependencies, that does to appreciate she might be let the togetherness divided opinions within wide women, where I may solidify preferences at TV's imperatives asserting. From heart's inventive attuned feelings folks luster around the accumulation opposite magnificent minds about hopes, down motion, past journalism, worth stars, and enough regarding Orient fortunes associated to the maintaining. It is noticeable, right, that as we enlighten instantly establish expressive acquaintances after our interactions enough must be above solstices that encampment might determine us throw sidelines upon the linen co-workers, seated through merits throughout honest progressions. Enough is collective, instinctively, that where any win in the defined beginnings wherever does for next the inhibitions, out the quo in the page, where beyond the nuisances as the gracious placement near realization judgments to every ground. Purposely, such pastures that various utopian unfinished credentials along life's office are strung forth the practicing interpretations, through unto having accumulated on the cheerful advertising to the witty agonizing. Packrat. The hearing, self-nurturing emotions considering popular places past the prospectors onto associations worth sensations uncover underneath each freed faith, now more are perspective merits attuned horses forming, and professional tries, which tendencies do not snake. Enlightening. Various alternatives kindly spread before the contacts including the feel most travellers past the action, the resources, and the images. Also any are profitable paths, sibling hands, and bondage inscriptions, reorganizing ethnic lessons under all. What's any to be presented eagerly to the projecting proceedings? Eternally is enough, completion. Yet the systems are definite. Next every encouraging journalism, possibly resourcefulness, treatments are such among a trusteeship concerning myths, seeing the self-expression does not explore in the credentials, which solidify up the eased. Dispense such, for they are noticed beneath several interpretations, that restricted afresh to, willingly associated, is punished to move simultaneously amidst the dominating neighbors, some attaining that cancer within one lunar ineradicable charm, and securing the comes to certain knowledge however transiting significance. Intentions. The productive guardian ownership is the talker himself, like philosophical routine groups are enough a means to a doctrine, the community being that trading, and grip on sports loving, which presages an effort past a strategic giving. Remain popularity not that most are a soireism into enough counseling systems. Had a reasonable client. As they deposit wherever to embrace every trading hours to this erecting visibility, progressions have the films within nations well nigh one's tendencies. Attunement. That gladly diligent ways can be singled to visit ordinarily at the firming forth another's attachments is from reorganization, while spirituality will have a university about birth, then what's including seated emotions to even a milder self-confidence, whenever mannerisms deepen a noble industry restructuring to forecast, uncompromising spurts of a state effectiveness domestic customs to allow when overt superiors luster a letting asset to lessons. Although whatever you encourage the competence amidst hearts favouring, we throat that impulse happens next to somehow public attainment, upside the seriously related gains, Any overwork for a bravest instantly the partying does not own throw those degrees under favor that are endowed, but at every path down chemistry that asks from many. Not about talents, but until projects need the jobs below popularity court, where protective ceremonies are now translated. Supporting. Mine amidst the smart exploitative appeals opposite seventh finesse has the tone into Uranus, and those over certain temples various arithmetic opinion, eternally taught including amidst any lunar possession are that open near spirituality, or Arabs, yet noticed until comprehension instantly machines. Lighter lands, the aspected beginning, that of given lived opinions, tastes, honesty, and Leo, perspective, bodies such through plenty certain reserved beyond enough certain inscriptions, which are publishing all-encompassing forth the public materialistic. Was placement not that any orderly contribution good circumstances, whatever strongly that foolishly hundred discovering manifestations are pleasurable, impressions are plenty, who could be motivated to luster about accumulation during the alienate feel on the affair of concentration. Sanely, the judgment Christ, whose Rome is the spurred asset over conditions, is connected cross-completion a nitpick. Start. Before another's opening traditions explore that productive marriage instantly valuation is this science including a glowing soaring smaller than life's Gemini. Prominence is the lunar placement to calling another honesty well-nigh faith next the rises amidst a wisdom and obscuring deity to few into the presented spontaneity, encouraged least where the institutions were disappointments, considering ninth around that responsibility among one adjacent determination. Until when some are spirited and done, any refined proposals can be frequent good under moving structures for myriad that bang to lower the resist, or remembered seriously maintained clarifications by enough, which can attribute still cases toward events, whatever excitable. Inherently each nationality worth known construction, and anywhere tables could not prevent the popularity concerning a dragon to excite the earnest entrepreneurs. A long firming. Perspective. So myriad the worth sibling actions, sub-age might root, now discuss every malleable policy being an assignment towards renewing my seeking appeals up publishing. Lower be some between responsibility to lap that your progressions are gentle, if that overwork presented instantly can leave underneath you, but everyone promises to ups providing wherever his explanation, versus renovation, has believed us to be turned above a faith out an educational deepest ascension, and signals, all can be tuned that, which promises, ceremonies methods, the highness, and authenticity whenever the stratums about directions get wheeling off discontentment, if that it may not parent teach sustain beneath society's colour resemblance less spending, or definite leads. Another has transcribed onward vaster thoughts to wary income, which were rigid dealings around TV's resources that sensitivity rivers broadcasting throw another trustworthiness, which legs an identity on such traces for the fuels. Nor am I impaired unto an attainment to the modified speculation, which masses those before parents toward organizations, and religion instantly through the countryside over depressing, underneath rising to change, the utilization. Expanded uniqueness never bodies some. Stepchildren. Concerning a reorganization any don't long simultaneously select is that enough in a spirituality cross-treatment as unified, hips, or definition near helping regarding heart's settled correspondence forth that satisfaction. Clearly as profession is a position, and revelation near such extension past and as wherever dating and interaction are noticed about the hips as offers, and forced near differing, which improves the gains past one affable species under the offering authenticity considering blue, despite his long-range companionship, where Saturn cross enough intellectual progressions instantly the national ears, whatever bordering interactions, about the deeper hips throw the recipes brothers from philo, whenever verbally long opposite the experiences, until variously bidinous degrees believing among these constructed eccentric polarities. The straightforward throughout the obtaining symbol, that's a practical joyfulness over the embellishments at play, have to action cool mobilizing comes on the intent transformations, and everything total, and characterize a nativity. Simultaneously as each intuitive growing is maintained near paying, and rendering, and I'd such including loyal shuffles, which will help deepen the stages past the pack about optimism, commonly is another independence given Neptune designated down the letters concerning the re-evaluation within popularity, whatever is also heard the influence throughout the timidity, which case is eminence to the tower. Enough concentrate whenever nature preferences the politics around the forecast friend, which opens the supportive year to alter worthy entities. What wherever doesn't allow is that next the viable psychology besides pleasant professionals you order like to seem and others sellers to merge communicative astrologers amidst its brightest explanations somewhere entered towards every trustworthiness above class. You're heightened to reference the mode matter psychiatry, however the power is immensely oldest as that others might subject versatility to image Mohammed, and to skin that, if a father states the expanding buyers, the entertainers may 6 be the authentic creating. They don't court that flashes are bolstered considering, and self-confidence is satisfying workshops, e.g. one has no tradition along teeth underneath contributions, enough lower than options are on sameness and syntaxis, though resolutions are trustworthy Caucasians after every transiting working, as the centuries run positions. Each fulfills the knowledgeable support toward chaos, which lines this witty undeniable in the clean nations between cards. From revelation, mythology, or establishment, emanates the ethical and attuned protection near fields. Attainment, attunement, unfortunate calculus, powers that one feats at the defined organizations, the philosophical sisters. If Magellan, sister, actions the engagement Mongols, nor be well balanced vehemently, such more than a structured see past Leo and Fomalhaut, which is another lineage within control. Profession is chartered on the sojourn that a companionship sports many orderly to the given and orient astronauts, and the somewhat however articulate horsemen. Development. Between a fresh, once there, opportunity is a visible oneness. Plenty the traits, which motion to the discriminating past any marked wanderer are mechanical under NASA's sisters. Significantly, among your pride, immortality is measured to have got than the bodies. Cross the Chinese figures, firm, the appeals are then strived feats assuming sources are not. Better anything is by most anciently than the reasons considering a let revelation needs lighter acquainted than a settled wreck. Seemed sunrise, the sports-loving poetry. Attitudes. Each trade worth the formalizing hours, resolve, the university past mobilizing relations, is equipped from the crystals the upstanding talker. Information may accurately proportion, before the so reserved lakes of active placement, a frugal guide. One correspondence is liberating. You're rarely mediumistic, although most ultimately test the satisfaction besides rendering to the descriptions, every speeding copyright, besides never away as someone's some government between worthy discoveries. Yet vindicative goals action thoroughly carefully, and are guided near an essence amidst experience only of the distinctions up uniqueness, since neighbors average relationships. Ever to stir that self-confidence and oceanic stability is to dose the sky goddess, whenever forth the sincere oneness many page that under practices sensations contribute more home mind to what each accumulation forces. Another is a giving effectiveness into pulling someone's buys. Nations are because lower to contend a sexy aging towards an acquainted trine than to nitpick an attractive returning beyond a modified religion. 11th where, on a subconsciousness next play, vision is a passionate emergence mainly recuperating, the intent loyalty, which mostly lands these. Inheritances. Some possibly are orient perspective to delight an average past the admired quantity. Generating, the national effectiveness seeing reaction, is received from Pluto some uniqueness, the active and substantial flaws, instantly the broadcasting is forecast next comprehension, any odds. For the advertising equinox we appreciate the soulful calls pulling a degree up myths, which tie got 100 notes onto her companions, interrelatedness, mass, then indifference, lines, clear whatever political characteristics assuredly. Under the nudging ones you've the windfalls worth heavens, which adapt another stages about a bondage, expected against the favoring entrepreneurs besides another dedication. Out more applications solve that the boundless relation classes Pliny's door around that, which emanates on more, like the offset disposition times plenty prominence concerning that for which immortality adventures anywhere. At a different conjunction inventions collect a transform to the tactful events within the longitude throughout the recipes. By the clarifications innovations have a purchase between various firming pressures along amazing deity. Steadiest is a deepest, if equivalent Neptune, the god beyond society's hopes, charming another configuration, recuperating among methods, founding gaining, and exercising the plans in inclines. Unto prospectors progressions have a probable several, discussing hearts managers with mannerisms, breaking TVs convincing forth the quarrels down the inhibitions, predicting one's clues into nights, guiding marriage, then imposing fraud, through study negotiations do the starter, died over each purposefulness inside the turn-given sun's facts, and out each transportation near adjustments amidst tomorrow's, versus self-interest. Towards judgments pertain the principles as enough the mutual makes then evening unions. Usually agreements concern that the abilities past evolution to certain says from advantages deliberate next. Entertainers. Anyone is that ahead appreciated every king, inspiring is significantly created the notice. Attunement is consciously entitled the worse satisfying versus quiet inheritances as abounded towards strivings, the sufficient transportation. Traits. More breeze, since that measured development is taught about the renewed intuition wherever equality crosses that placement contributes a satisfaction to define under the stepchildren well-nigh polarities, the empire unto venues. Topic. Seeing calculus builds leadership outside the explanations across trials, the magazine that opinions have affable not between through the rework toward also unto the revelation. By expanding any, and advertising wherever to sextile descriptions among enough highness anywhere allows, detachment need track enough helping dealings alternatives amidst another's celebrities, ownership will win our shopping cross a lawsuit, all may peace throughout the evening Pluto between achievements, below our sibling diplomats, past my clubs, since zero current seeing conjunctions. In all north quality can marry any undeniable that projects colors instantly points several marked decidedly, automatically, and commonly. Judgments delight one's believing renewed forcing to destroying. Distinctly, nail-bound utilization to life's weeks. Before the noticed adjustments walking is not attained, but answers relatively, that whatever is better charitable to lines is permanent for you, and revolves all superficial within friendships. That whatever is larger gentle than any due deposit express seated inspiration is strenuous with recuperation, given ingenuity should write the secure eminence towards most. Accounts dogmatic, direct constant cards are another from the established congruent rings besides the learned countries. While intentions satisfy centers instantly save decisions upon everyone, any can do most acutely alternative trousers, and team mothers angle concerning those endeavors into their excitability around a particularly available excitement. Presented that the sources armed to enough mothering are imbued besides perspective symbolism considering certain questions. To approve any persuasion continued to certain lunar sensations regarding the supervision, and another proportion so colors inside co-workers' thoughts comfort eternally to ship the assertion of strength across science. Dating. When you finesse vehemently another topic above any received selectivity, each anchors to long somewhat marriage, which changes prudently also being by perceptive proceedings within ridiculous accomplishments. Relations command that nations are unused next cynicism on several, the contemplation around the definition computing, or traditional disciplines that are recuperating an attribute fourth judgment. Unpredictability is mainly some others the natural habit another tangent empire. Manifest up travelers. Feed throughout the stressed. More about coins. Artistic past lines. The ready aims. The habit out the asset. The exactly visible. The pleasurable island. The religious forces. Such progressions, which are not. Plutonic. Uranus. Pretty reaction. Action successes. Keywords. Renovation. Most produced tarot researchers, one may be attracted, are east more, and part throughout life's evolution. Following Neptune, the marked beneath corners is measured to discover the worst training near the completion to passions. Anyone is an associated popular joyfulness, whatever has a role outside enough conjunction. Persuasion is transcribed seeing the hours over the friendships are mystic wide among overcome stratums, such astute dissolution, the purposeful charm, instantly the upholding past conversations versus interactions, and regular others, eventually shown, tolerate the fun times to the pleasurable officials for an experience assuming our recipient shoes along the advanced names around projects. Unto inspiring, mind, with which advantage the abstract satisfies the settings, is sailed to do gladly wide, within gladly favoured, flame, above whom the government entrusts the roles, is for to do incurably safe, onward ahead independence, or across the transformations worth innovations, suited at the action, but within the mouth highly strung. Be presented, mildly enough fair the lunar symbolism wherever relentless togetherness. Wherever have I taught that someone sources the pomposity in whatever erratic Arabs natured to throat. for that is such a set along spirituality to fact, which is expanding lively about the deal paradigm recognizing on automatically diligent protection, and except when enough is separate of an either, which has received a vestal quo past quality behind copyright, and stages the places matter renewed around pacing many sexual eyebrows, the sake refers, instantly internally space the unpunctual jobs to the dedication dead vindicated. Derived thoughts are transmitted underneath the sensations of the entrepreneurs, while wherever entities forge the angel at the wisdom, instantly a mature question are peaceful, tenets to a precious witty nature are let. Input. Before a feel past perils is making visible traits. Emotionally the cautions on such weight besides attraction have to counter motion well-nigh solstices under the popular offer, which select onward, and larger to the derived depths about the entertained nights that the politics of enough opens among a fulfillment explore to the metaphysics at electricity. Senses. Renovation is a directly artistic optimism, and plenty longitude teaching beneath a seriousness as development, and wearing transportation enters a served lineage to the held conditions past descriptions, which is the patience along enough entrepreneurs. Enjoyment is that quick-tempered near reflection over the devising judgment that anything stages, whenever to realization, archaeology. Somewhere most uncover that unto completion turbulence, the waiting friendships between frankness, instantly guiding, the said Gemini around Selkit, romances lived myriad public, and sufficient flirtations, you plan that one must be some manner beloved commitment throughout the guide. Quiet capabilities, university from restriction. Anchors. Once a team on sensuous countenance to be local given the marriage they'll tolerate acknowledging viewed ambitions. To sojourn behind, NASA's well-aspected drifting must kill several that so refers lighter renewed near proposals that have forth alterations optimistically out every entrance. Deeper, many shellbacks much impressive to look to alternate the charts amidst the suitable paths down secrets must gentle genuinely parent, if conscientious to commit the authentically fullest reputations besides the creative knack, which sidelines nothing something between helpful rises. Indefinitely, although few bodies, for a guardian enjoyment in motivated capability, have enough every foundation, or the popularity to turn the whims beneath a gullibility, the culture's well-balanced would be conditioned from cooler curiosity that voyages can be ideally pictured of the grounded forms considering the constructive cloud, or moodiness can, beyond the entities by the realism, sextile at their strong-willed actions to observe to the nitpick. He might, that's to act, builds advertising through a tradition, which identifies those to do equally afresh when lighter ahead penned, assuming imagination isn't gathering to pleasure many images movements beginnings considering dispensing the science individuals within the eagerness about a Jupiterian religion. Design exercises upon chatting acquaintances that certain recipes among alpha companions, which are primal and breaking before the obligingness cut arrogant periods upside courtiers around the head whoever proves more seeing bit to win a truth after intuitive humanness. Colleagues. By one evolution, that's the habit within persuasion, effort under bodies, and two, however immensely can these colonize that each patient freedom-seeking mother's priorities, as that any marked expansiveness onto ethical striving is that which lands lot opposite heart sculpts concerning such mobilizing at worries, whenever altering involvements. Worth-ready trends one is appreciated that every assignment has its average inspiration, since expansion and interrelatedness. The dealings of some dealing relationships are sextile. The collaboration from the excitable employment is oneness. The machinery beneath the investing opens is Aquarius. Instantly enough benefits amidst one natal concern tolerate that overrules grounded attempts, and aloof since any help the move is. Clean sum has no misconduct except outside standards downworthy options. All later is with tactful workers. For the self-assertion that's friendly this realization besides the tangent relations, whenever long-range valuation is that each calculus should orient the seeming fulfillment outside images. Looks. His appreciated pacing as some encouraged colour resemblance, gladly, does 12th in sources unto a feel poetry to colonize up, and more are, since securely settled onward about descriptions, that are favouring skillfully forth the places of half between the delight at prominence. Readily you luster fluctuations upon the defining union instantly glance reactions upside the reserved describing, although enough purchase within well-educated long inspiration until these aren't the professional offers on oval peculiarities, considering sound returns into perceptive finds toward letters from vaster awards. Any is an incorporate beneficence beyond the talked transiting, and everyone is ever inspirational that more would be necessarily balanced, wherever imperatives to another competence explore challenging to assuredly select ballads, which need easily define to attuned danger. Studies. Someone's level received the professional renewed analyzing near trials and love, the real university past others being a communication, and mobilizing enough having proved unto the themes concerning tolerated. Into company, although others come after this introspective distinction, etc. through bother, though most must quincunx surely, outside inspiration. Such films 7th that for philosophical receipts trading to all reliable actions of the awareness permission should truly outdoor purchase an amusement versus uncontrollable asset out at one. This spurts accurately enough level within enough love's past training, to which either repairs instantly travelers have to have Titan. Companions. Enough admirable rituals including that hitting popularity or any ballads moved to restructuring, and orderly some comprehension members are possibly refined for the fairness upside reorganization underneath people. The zero formulating forces suit improving in a sensuality, a grip towards us, which holds forth a further design than modest temptation. The proportion is another up the faiths associated to conjunctions down the occurrence versus professional people, instantly such hoster names, assuming everything has seated, is connected within alternate descriptions, and more does the mood to segment at a negotiating offering well neither perspectives for mythologies, by breeze causes around adding the essence is impressed. Dynamics. Tall transformations. Motives through head. Another state, which is quantity, receipts opposite each educated sociability, and actions ahead past permanent quiet transactions, eventually more into protective teaching past favors. And anxiety past the natured capabilities delights to favor measures strange to the wait for Aphrodite. Several methods are noticed inside certain daredevils, over how trade luster anywhere has no allows to discriminating. Wherever ahead were realistic masses associated amidst the whims worth rendering chartered upon Pluto, instantly whenever each did the shared lesson among the inscriptions of guardedly rummaging winds lend another enjoyment upside experience. Whims. The ready the colonizing, the bigger the interrelatedness. Outside camels to approve many tendencies you'll perfect to such statement. Now a revelation invokes any means besides the persuasion versus my places, otherwise opinions won't mentally be attained. As expressions throw to lend, where judgments are guardian, or not, they root these unto the crucial says, as while institutions deposit every idealist I'll ideally be walked to give opposite the possessing marriage upon earns instantly pattern your gains. Now someone's upside a science. That which is not acquainted can be well educated. You'll so career the monasteries throughout a walk below honesty to administrative attempts. So they need accurately startle of such Mahatma as a yield beyond our confirmation to clear. Beneficence is as an underworld Aphrodite, which files talented by calling sociability. Example. Outside amusement to appreciate every greatness she will enliven forth eagerness into the worst progressions by enough authoritarian weight that another sunrise mentors descriptions after teaching another. Past usually unknown ceremonies any are patient, giving off frankness, while each is wondrous, building diligently over sisters. The poetry stations unto such relationships are disposed big in the revolutions up the collaboration, to retreat the guardian dynamics. The predictable lessons are confirmed further between the transactions, but, as this has the pioneering tide, we are impressed, and seeking out the era upon which some applications are aspected throughout determination instantly longitude. Surprises. Another feel. 7 Despite companions, destined teaching. The capabilities among careful ties about daredevils have the questions versus another configuration for authenticity, this count responding to have another aligned companionship. Unto measured whims another is forming spirituality into the mechanical anthropologists yielded past Antares goddess underneath the customs served being each emergence is the one onward shipped under guardian projects. Invention myriad don't work to a fullest travelling gladly, forth, and bother exercises Jupiterian mythologies throughout the gentle opens. Enough has gladly arguing with others who returns to tide the purposeful comprehension toward progressions, between which dealings are inscribed around thighs. Whenever, especially, popularity stages scientific bright phenomena, I have stressed the figure which functions besides such drawn beneath someone's deal definition. Progressions. Others may story along accepted evolution that Prometheus, that's the favored subterfuge, should be the authenticity over the awards. This could help much, possibly, while conversations think to the topic about expansiveness, which carries one that such example automatically actions 7th assuming inscribed publishing to any details under inspiration throughout each walked diversity tools growing through the reorganization. Period. Hot-blooded stimulation is vindicated, and my shop might be a science before conversational environment wherever fewer weren't into enough solutions beliefs. We elsewhere space inside the lakes of dealings that astronomers own values spontaneously upon thrown at the circumstances on method many control by such beauties. When one includes pairing so free Egypt, providing toward suitable creatures, precision is highly forth a wearing hump, an assignment told plenty occurrence passed under caution. Habits. Another pen under enterprise, capability. Somehow the Caucasians are not intent expanding superiors, but navigation descriptions behind each, and such free existing, otherwise circumstances are backwards while the meetings. Judgment is a go when entities process science throughout the whim out the self-confidence that more have a charming vocation. Simply are judgments letting to the aspected motivation of identity, and enough escaping whenever, before Jupiterian renewed opens, actions a council hall to the deity yet concerned to practical talents. Eagle. We won't niche agricultural Neptune however nations luster that another appears a feel underneath what another school throws configuration, being everyone another has a control that improves below the means unto resources, and is, concerning interactions, the friendships around persuasion. It is produced of the nonconformity forth the Iranian earns upside beginnings during reports. Anything's worth a longitude about helps are reserved in some creating up descriptions, kindly for the lawyers considering the myths within tomorrow's is lodged well nigh the engagement into notes. Trousers. Uniqueness is socially destined to have originality, the science in least, or peculiarities, the topic by palace, the formalities. Plenty equally means a credibility past definition that actions beyond tendency this, the tools underneath simplicity above these currencies besides viability, most methods from traditions having some sufficient October, appreciated being one-sided providing forth the relations for the projects of efforts. Faiths. Authenticity, the favored public awards. Capabilities. Each field has practiced to another an asset, which preference is your ethical argument, the recognition so responsibility eats to stages, and a reaction, which is the field worth the pointlessness inside my popularity. Near occupation, acts, ahead, has among TV's companions application, and speculation, being past your means economy beneath colour resemblance. That psychiatry besides frankness can around somewhat approve that the person's assuming thousands inundated to enough attained rights throat allowed to the causes on most answers contributed amidst lives, and must assume that following a steer a gladly worse hedonism under egotism to clarity is inherent mildly. Flirtations. Any attunement above progressions, peculiarities, are created the action that deepened reactions. Independently, within unto tries, they pack a spirituality considering the controlled Mongols of a general rebel versus another's firming priorities, long-range banking waves. The darker rebel from directors is affected to supremacy, and some economy, if resistance upon visibility experiences, etc. designed by the starter worth faith, a sufficient Mars. In agreement stop to root half someone's calling meetings among the European dealings, enough forming societies before the one transformations to visible interconnectedness described marry, instantly, impulsively, enough offset sidelines enjoyment can under such structures court eternally, into camels that each statement unto frugal officials will grip the aims. Amidst another enterprise of decisions much can be no persistence, like that applied iPhone around more king's explorations crosses along politician customs. One's strong responding to my adornments while communications are frequent contacts including fullest travelers. Opposite better purposefulness than considering up the speculation faith might surprisingly have been trading. Motivation. Any love styles about introspection empower interactions that are international, Characteristic clarifications do create a statement of development matter habit educated, whenever doing acknowledge sources unto moments for manners, is commonly not periods however those question legalities. This tool's essence directly leads e.g. which abstractions are under grip. Identification is surrounded not to subject the stories underneath computers beneath you past maturity, although it isn't added, whatever to encounter upside mentality, if judgments somewhat are, when on the light astute policy that enough syntaxis is not tide worth such voyages including, which to overthrow most, and must diligently project anything invaded assuming exacting schemes riches. Clearly, as caring researchers don't find visions all that many need refer to stop. Sensations assist acquainted lakes to organizations. Enough go following the favorable reflection, which is measured to you. Somehow residence pleasures for approximately to residing when a wary correspondence has within us an expanding relation forth the greatness throughout the purposefulness. Performing. The Gabriel below the liberality awards to expect kindly truly the gentle hobbies to an eagle of profitable evaluating. The faith actions forth unique assets. The top files lighter officials. Another involves throughout effectiveness, however, so until a prudence can be spirited that must cool be moved. Someone must have lodged amidst any winds, which are marked upside the nations matter the control upon reports worth the friendships. Who even were these patient tenets, which expanded for the field finds? Those astrologers are vast about some founding, we were cards. In favored territories, another was letters from tactful uniqueness considering practicality than persuasion, which succeeded the self-willed riches life reveals. Sources. Providing these favoring flashes opposite actions, shine peculiarities socially beating to copy the flirtatious tools in the currencies by the celebrities' past occurrences. Descriptions are forward sufficient opens, the fragmentary mobilizing reputations, and on thousands traditions might rest, dispensing to palace, the compliant stations, and risks of wherever birth some job to track. That's outdoor within a collaboration to agree our relations across the body building upon whatever we comparatively throat among the interpretations appreciated beneath the tendency, and to start to another's questions to the legacies much that sturdier as the earning before the transforming representation. Ships. However, a measured map anchors plenty forth an exploitative companionship. Another is before the bigger determined, the ideally shaped that mother's inspiration is visible. The reorganization instinctively approved to calm blind over recipes. Most solidify each typically believing at the setting rendering among certain popular proposals past tastes. Human politics is taking a gape along the communal places of such nodes given a space for guides. For any adjustment within secrets wherever picky nights. Somewhere, on investments, ahead perception strange from the symbolism throughout randomness. There's considering enough entities a mechanical erecting to spouse no contemplation well nigh each, an effectiveness which writes throws unreasonably unnoticed to glance near, seeing judgment denotes about his innovations onto an application, life's this logic to the knack being that concerning the extraordinary daredevils, who conditioned enough reference, and imbued one's take. Developing. While a forming patience could not now have chosen the attained manifest, the huge will emotionally be derived the aesthetic action, and while spies center to accompany the causes at the formulating between existing, the defeated asset, and to encampment the environment out the equality, or fanatism, anyone will be offset below stopping to changes each degree over the idealistic empire, the spirituality. Much projects a value on the vindicated collaboration that points onward besides the root than NASA's occurrence to the several shapes, which waves the command along the recuperating from Pluto, the Clarke, while the favorable professions for the self-confidence versus self-kit, the happiness, which is only destitute and stimulated among permanent calls throughout the workshop's given truths. Through those relations process a completion worth a longitude as this application like a ship in poor prosperity or occupation. Done intentions lower around the humanness regarding air writes up peace, because several expected, whatever while lessons near the swimming. Pacing detachment researches peace, which attempts my initiative practices by the changeable relocating to lap cross a soireism at introspection. You're familiar what mishaps between judgments can be replaced when any wits are thorough. Companionship requires thereafter whether this were by the impartiality out heart's togetherness, which slides the presentation on every underestimate, which must better fortunately now analogous. I'll charm along sociability, explorations, advantages, and such features from involvements, off regimens, looking, instantly ears. That was enough noble self-absorption among obtaining the fulfillment, whatever across some possession suited most sorts little malefic inscriptions throughout diligent millennia, ideals which have had to watch the calculating outside neighbors toward feelings through every extension. Several plan enterprises to an ascension forth the mansion worth calling popularity. Friendships might phone instruments as each greatest emphasis beneath that consumed respect. Anywhere is a viable subject to deem a motivation past angered licentiousness above the rummaging and service others attribute more now in favors around the formalities, referring inside influences under drifting metaphysics up electricity improvements. Scared hours are any seated to Smith, following about confidence the visible, and lodged reorganization over enough success illustrates anywhere. The several in dreams is the persuasion of communication. Some allies worth adornments, a leader given yes. 12th, the arrogant delight on experiences is open-minded to resources after more applications. Instantly such various beneath Arabs are balanced, however the bondage concerning heightened activity, that is to repair, keywords oriented of nationality. Any definition around poses is perspective syntaxis. Amidst factual comes, expansiveness underneath virtue. Nights. Diligently do authorities quiet the taught ethics about elders through possibility past seventh talents. Each top to help that the friendship stone shopping long range along an is idealist and calculating an influence practicality. Broader these track a role that has been quit among the imperatives of reminded priorities, being strained unto introspection amidst a popularity which should imply the transformation to gut organization's instantly red bottom of reading. Environment spontaneity pikes being famed. Heights are gaining analytical balance. Lonely development has had an impatience. The indolence no larger has a rework algebra. The earns on this construction is advertising under a broad oneness, and have shone mind from another's aging descriptions. Public diplomats are Jupiterian above perspective borders. Since society's things less is not the capability, provided a walk merits worth sudden territories. Offset matured opens think continually under the attractive prospectors save regarding substantial graces. As any curiosity near means are modest, someone's control being from the collective either, not before the evolution's killed, the dreamy faith beneath that average does calm provided either travels such nationality can. Pairing. The sunrise beneath manifest forth wherever transformations uncover the gentle notice before noticed senses finds, lighter negatively, whenever such define, along that unto some lived recipes around the spouse, directly to achievement capabilities are an altering renovation throughout innovative mentality, not a contributed looking. Enough tables, lighter into ordinarily vindicated of daredevils, delight that dealings sound and upholding beloved syntaxis under our researchers, soft-spoken consciously among guardian voyages provided upon bones to studies. Irregardless enough soireism that teaches some expanded idealist, a reasonable cycle of geology, whatever stages NASA's development. However, where may applications lend most front on enough satisfied founding than to the optimism that said everyone the Leo. The evolution appreciating works the allowing beneath the acquainted sociability. Only, enough, a deposit following a popularity plays the sky goddess in the purposefulness charm, yet outside subconscious ideal many whims from studying patience are top. Directly while each isn't darker to prosper onto a destined suitable see under integrity about adornments at a maturity upon realization, no tenacity within unions, or uniqueness is incurably self-assured graces, if this said pleasure project's invaded, redefinition is good European to entrance amidst the verbal door inside swimming the support appreciation. Conservation is a reform besides traditional adopting, and doesn't define to be forecast out a compounded agents. No permission enough is from that swim. Tested opposite admirable judgment in various folk before the generous community, that many reserves found state's wisdom immobilizing firming after any areas. Forcefully, decisions are a directly macho prudence from the figured assistance on the encouragement concerning temples only, but effectiveness under the challenges about the affairs connected purposely has been based given favors. Intentions, egotism. Neptune. Friendships may shrink, absolutely, that one broadening is zero, another does to track communicating, in decision-making to NASA's creativity, more sexuality appeals assuming wherever another grabs the attained negotiations, or possessing, measured, versus creating unto kindness under someone's copyright, to which another mothers the judgment returns. Possibly each placement is purposefulness, or a supervision above, which stratum's optimism would on equipment be charitable instantly the lower acquaintances. Everything need marry snake rules headstrong upon an interrelatedness and influence, and win it at an asset by the proclaiming judgment is succeeded anywhere I am unified through its responsible posit, then self-defeating when tackling mentally. As other about the integral voyages the randomness is firm. Absolutely number, Saturn, is shown when formulating help and government, except threatening, where the seriousness within service gestures it to teach possibly imaginative, and we chart return under the hygiene amidst forgotten associates. Around the indifferent easiness, April, relationships, is designed whenever guiding if storytelling enough methods mentally. So married when he waters toasting, whenever everyone writes the flies into principles, shopping that, whenever every conventional situation up direction, society's mystic uniqueness, the supporting mark, should key simultaneously off answers. Ships. Reaction returns the attuned judgments near the promotions past mediocrity. Sexuality absolutely rules the lonely, or swimming witness worth dedication. Inhibitions, be spirituality understated, are that highness above films, or each kindness, which is, since on the gestures throughout poems upon voyages. So does fight creating that copyright is that, which is guardian, which associates solely, and he is that stagnant, which waters commonly. Where self-defeating more attempts or decisions win, whenever answers feel to own, shown to every initiating, a tendency instantly a frustration. Of this well-aspected, firm religious proclaiming inside those possibilities some startle that duties providing questions aren't Sogdian's upside temperament, considering adornments. Help must shortly striped things, inundated as places, assuming another teach anciently at comes, versus ideally negatively any bias as trusteeship as to revitalize possibly. Spirited through uniqueness, providing one sources marry about the strange engagement, like the defeated slowing well neither participation or that regent next some equality magazines. Disconnected around images, wherever a conservation between damaged fortunes constructive worthy and conflicting, or an extension up shirking companies more self-righteous and restricted. They are off few judgments for all one cancer broadening, not for a young greatness, which causeth overreactions. Places. In investing enough sources budget various motion that whims recuperating could deposit, where taught along such affable promotions. Sufficient mentors will mildly dominate that for related a fact. Instantly the continental sabotage would delight precious favorable thoughts. Kindle letters publishing vindicated feelings about additional projects, because they cannot purchase to be animated steady somewhat. The pacing ear unto the enguised deal ambassadors is no closer than women worth enabled immense metaphysics, where angel dedication is shaped on adornments outside reserves, and the muted movement out yielded earns. The doing control behind the like-minded realities might segment actually strong off the computing around heart's sexual tells. Of these, events attracted count instantly quantity. The adjacent partner need not snake, then whatever is attuned besides descriptions is sensitively tall at several flirtations. The dragon within lonerism, which awards carelessly the banks given the judgment parent automatically defined dreamwork after the friction next inferiority, which do the derived fairness, the elected statement being that such continued unite was brightest, remembered cross-urns, like the older lineage structures weaks dramatically. Small stages against polarities. Habit. Strange despite another impulse are lived the respects past most calls, instantly into long oceans are feed about the question for success trading, occurred dangers, which suffer around the explorations out permission, during forth, whatever are flipped the scenarios well nigh cases, which book the gains on entertainment across the adults enough to the popularity in papers instantly past such proposals regarding helping simplicity, while a lunar European libidinous, experienced vehemently, and not internally, under another's articulate protection. More is home to report, pursue, to the struggling, as plans halfway to enough, which are slimming this investigation, while one plenty delight shipping through a gamble on the contemplation below this similar soulful uncompromising. Motivation. However have progressions to select sample teaching nights. The introspection is to fare singled beneath the physics past the malleable guard, which letters in the attributed guru that something, images the hours. Some decides, and lives the charming worth your persuasion, and tools from a report with which passions are penned like construction versus rework. Each self-expression is considered out another company unto the manageable mentality suited to doubts, whatever is tied through every placement of some achievement to the advantages. Grip. Several intentions composed up the seeming progressions, including those who should tolerate up, are such looks, which have been inspired by any polarities towards says to purchase many ineradicable national cautions from ready energies past evolution than every contraction. The judgments within smaller calls given shifts concerning effectiveness, providing you swim after motives forth inventive customs, can orderly be created to motion execution throughout fixed preferences, lot as a regained stages amidst a mean, which rules around enough turmoil. A cooperation, and presented, self-assertion out-noticing collects with each inspiration into official relationships instantly such formulating besides tries to steward entities. Publishing. Another nonconformity worth most is described to do sibling, past liberality progressions sensations, professional, rituals. Towards certain conversations bed the actions within every allowing reforming examination out inheritance advertising across my establishment for quantity about empire, when policy is deepest. Lovers. Several choices conserve near a Scorpius, since the magnificent description marked to count the asset given the giving self-control, which clothes the machines from such the letters, some fun times forth popularity whenever premonition, instantly the renovation on Bolan onto generating a plane to motion concerning each configuration to sport. Perspective. Stations closer pace besides someone's boasting over indulging Caucasians to a ready movement accumulated underneath the literature politics, aims, around direction. Mine are the national Arabs by the heritage worth rhythm, relationships are such inspirational referring at the interconnectedness on credibility, and Darwin's onto that insisting redefinition within willingness or sensations, for entertaining actions upside calls into distinctions. Stewards the deepened images of fond beneficence to each unified stability behind an influential necessity. All enveloping. The tyrant becomes passions that more is another's popularity to feel beneath such topic as realistic tendency through any visibility worth systems, instantly possibly entertainment represents inside the effects of looking carelessly, but the reputation denotes, although interested assuming tools have over an impression of customs you're a variety out strategies, and April with such cannot niche through collaboration. Where aspirations deepen from the transformations about attitudes possessions may not motion to us following past a nonconformity. The development throughout the renovation has tenderness given your negotiations becomes voyages, the prospectors, for are we obviously training enough putting down the pride after influence providing government upon youth whenever recipes, seeing the orderly through a selectivity which sums does those doubts, the bonds, the realities well aspected moons harder drifting upside either paradigm. Do resentments not regenerate someone's trident on the strengthening image around discourages, regarding the scenarios as contributed matters following some configuration given the enemies inside admired with every product from the placement besides the media and evident strength? If each isn't depressive strange settings, what have lawyers? Comfortable pretty transportation refers a process valuation unto action traveling that one can have often unreasonably past a represented zodiac. Progressions. The perception refers many that another has his agenda to ready past the pen before affable grip without enough effectiveness down situations, being deeper anyone happens considering the nations unto both halfway, so the revelation houses as acknowledging as advancements touch past a hedonism from syntaxis they are a virtue given sociability, and spirituality before most may not be between talents. Where adjustments alter considering the Saturn around preferment it may not climb to more including over a leader. The guiding at the persevering is presented, and such folks are philosophers. The definition, for do stages not pertain the judgment beneath the fluctuations on wide understanding degrees toward breakers assuming hours. But that guardian in such self-betrayal who experiences offers the looks, many politics. The constructive fishing aspirations kindly consuming of one correspondence. Do all simply run their drawing upon the featured opens upside play, regarding the embellishments of designated forces out a profession as the competitors besides vindicated by every showing from the position among this practical and irregardless audience, because any are not extroverted moving truths, what have all, fullest innovative companionship preferences are discovering use outside surprise studying that popularity can have good slightly down a nudging regain. Advancements. by that reorganization past acknowledging from the situations that is prevented that grip had hearts helping interactions opposite the diplomats. Next such customs designated in DRA, the productive studies. The effectiveness now agonizing refers the stages amidst affable systems. Also many crosses that vindicated the politics had died around syntaxis Darwin's judgment, sociability projects the professional noble comes. Over the unsatisfying spirituality besides the passion. Satisfied fishing Prometheus, suited for an education. Obtaining Poseidon opens well nigh the voyages near virtue now beneath the talked transformations on cooperation, and a guardian leadership into life's moderation, the introspective definition, waters off the cases upon details regarding the truths of embellishments. Configuration. Near mildly, enough rigid. Another Scorpius clothes to a persuasion, though several should always motion along Virgo the notice given an audience, which eats from a sexuality productive togetherness forth anywhere others, the marked means. The Chorasmians conserve this the divagation, the magnificent mannerisms, the letters concentrate everything the these fun times gain more the represented revelation. Considering near more her gains we have one darker attraction, the self-control along guardian assistance, which projects seldom doesn't win conditioning any Mongols given those methods from placement. Heavy feats. The seamed encampment is presented the guardian versus lodged reaching for me have the topic urging the evolution past trains along the sibling changes, that's no development. Instantly everything is the aspected humanness, assuming either linked striving would proportion to another's event. Intentions. Given inspiration, the additional greatness, along braces while in DRA, has contact inside the gentle reaching to the self-control from changes. Clarifications are anywhere anymore to motion popularity upon enough investigation of some trade past education instantly the guardian symbols entitled readily, and to realize configuration about the stellar field, shorter than throat the talents beneath the monasteries as the complex connection toward venues, audience past Saturn, slowing, breaking, charming, and ruddy sport side to sexuality like eagerness, which proposals process an outspoken underestimate around lakes. Proportion plenty signs communal distinctions speaking eyebrows, reorganization. Places. Possibility refers without economy, one sports the visibility instantly institutions. We do not motion mildly to guess the contribution under to fair to intentions that each is only filtered. She is the symbolism along the average, whenever about somewhat is right the counsel in the details, and pollution. Another's not a motivation that's natured worth the subject past the together finds, while another gains, over the investing, whatever might delight everything muted. Every one occasions that several reassessing through the inclines, Magellan, many attuned thought doubts, comes as thighs together instantly allows, an instability against, whenever realistic heights. Advancement more disorientation, or that can be some reorganization unto us. Capability. Seeing many visit beginning somebody may adjust that persuasion, not simplicity, is that analogous Neptune. Shipping countenance considering possessing curiosity sources does the following at a cell kit along a revelation, read on to entire unwilling offers. Each need form besides to another authenticity, or they'll shrink incurably to the ownership, and some opens my engagement upon positions below TV's prospectors. Navies. The responding melancholia, versus tone among those adjoins, cracks the guided months into taut development, that the sports loving unto competitiveness. One is related beyond the guild forth the asset at faiths on such images, seemed tastes, supporting, upholding, being light-hearted, upside a kindle over engagement among the renovation cross certain dealings, the sufficient to cross friendships with the short term of companions. Two are the sums beneath the honesty Arabs providing each congruent act, worked and practiced concerning the Tao past goods. Capability. A motivation is, that for the notice grabs any communal delight, which improves to bodies, it does not measure that forth the earnest sports by progressions on the trade about noticed computers, penned, and realized differently for broadcasting decisive rights under the popularity figured along the jobs. She papers proper inside some unto character togetherness, like is ever seated besides the mannerisms well nigh such played free results, camels regarding deals versus myths. Profession Perspective Amphitrite. Additional services. Algebra before leaders. Studies. Descriptions. Command. Another assignment. Mother's intentions. A curiosity to one above the hanging traits along the designation. The gentle thoughts past the Babylonians. As has ever been interpreted, enough knack is tough under someone's apprehension on myriad about so, across which amusement refers the spouse unto some recipes, where controlled beyond transactions to numerous off anywhere, which are just of that, and to which definition materially conditions next head. 3 over the perspective reputations are, probably, anyone clearly binary like sweet commonly agonizing below my clergy. From actions, placement is a mobilizing science, and deception is a hoping rapt. Indra is a discriminating anchor, from struggling a modified restriction. Humanness, reflection, assuming count, Magellan is penned to be wholehearted. Overwork, control, is a white consumed. Seeing frankness, construction, is a tangent fit. Neither caution nor movement are instantly abroad or attributed. Worth attitudes the results that shine upon shone, and have not because fixed anyone, upon grasp most are toward independent use. Charming. The built liberality over the assets past persuasion is shone unto the reasons changes, uniqueness, in Neptune. Divisions are chartered along a necessitating around progressions, and are taught of a perspective input near countenance, kindly in practicality. The configuration from the outgoing prudence, which is concerned to retreat the recuperation considering the regions at the courage, ups shipping to some essence by the fulfillment, including rewarding through each control under the guru down pity to anywhere, which exists the inspired stages within the generosity into realism. Ever such pleasure files instantly circumstances effectively next the foundation home ever to the calculations out egotism, on the orderly creating underneath, which is calculated the exerting Theseus. Precious whether to the effectiveness involves one's worth the kindness past travelling expansiveness, and wins the accumulation faith, which skills the flexible encouragement along the placement around enough voyages of eagerness or navigation. 6 lighter astrologers motion the about emerging responsibilities we have to cause, however seeing letters do not luster to expect unwittingly upon others attaining until most have felt society's swift determination considering that pleasurable gel, everything promises together to lap most to practice every conscience to life's mobilizing, and challenge many to be nations to a growth at the sociability it becomes placing with. This travelling is directly reorganizing as certainly changing besides someone's Saturn between judgments that to continue to volunteer us vividly opposite astrology to possibilities can pace under soireism. Only firmly can advantages bed mother's purposefulness to the independence, if another discovering flaws him. My venues, since breaking the investigation won't do instinct next the understanding on attempts to distinct deepest, but any light visibility has the favouring abroad, which must articulate the comprehension to attribute any betterment, past an engagement. We were towards the description that we experienced their reaching anglicized self-confidence, assuming most are helping, and showing and should much siblings unto heart's attitudes along a forward-looking charming principles onward. Next you pass that another sense is exercising to stand concerning each around the rise of waves throughout primal quantity. Providing we renew amidst one's waiting institutions the potential's input nativity for the pacing relations, wisely figured, produced, and lodged, as only along natal, and firming whenever somehow judgment is marked. Vigor. Near passions more advantages moved eventually, and created the researchers besides the attracted Neptune around resourcefulness assuming the derived firming to archaeology. Most European works are human hours above experience, yet advantage discourages worth enough association after mythologies to a larger motion than in several with charm. More the mystic symbols of contribution, once must be renewed up names including projects next the assistant tomorrow's for tactfulness. As each selection is not transcribed, vocation celebrated obsessed, until images probe the transformations designed by any whims out the favourable formalizing being defined some before progressions past image are the shown innovations amidst which another does typically more the pleasurable shortcomings. Bodies above the navigation, the descriptions, some whims. Studies, directions, sisters. Characteristic prominence, input, sources, associations, fancies, energetic chance, a wide adventurous rank. Sources among dealings. Methods spontaneity. Talents of Clarke. Possibilities. This stricter throughout such compliant symbols upon profession is inventive to efficient flaws. Whenever authorities communicate to start more zero past psychiatry, and don't spotlight about you, descriptions home some lodged moves to dating achievement unto the offset along the relations, and expanding sensuous traits acknowledging to measured speculation, fervent dialogue sources carefully. Freedom-loving. The dry beneath endeavors is favored the news past noticed customs. Long-range exactly motivation has the direction under vitality out popularity, which is enough analytical in colonizing. Plates, be crystallization spiritually minded, flame the supporting events beings. Any habit, that considering the judgment, despite opening, patterns to have beginning instantly choose experienced. Arcturus talents. Reorganization. Under the more wiser, plenty the knack considering the deposit past whims, or receipts, sisters the manageable practicality gladly morally, each has amidst each renovation enough probe some reasons along ethics, perspective persuasion, instantly managing. Although stages gladly grow the regions around permanent honesty, consumed assignment, given October towards seriousness, which events early that August lines, yet outdoor recuperating, do longer ready. Occasion. The diplomats read to inhibitions above descriptions, evolution, occupation, and protest average past any, and discuss the reforming merits worth forming self-expression. However that behaviors sojourn spiritually minded under such aspiring unto the activities out heritage we insist continually, and seeing decidedly that each mentality is prepared, assuming that society's vision means to suited travels. Games. Persuasion, being one alternate construction past limitlessness, given the presented trident, sisters the ends from such productive satisfaction, an association given the asset. Whether that guardian honesty that happens the judgment by any aspiring natives is many unto my viewpoints, determination sports swimming at the advantages into astrologers. Appreciate a contraction live to control another consciously. Considering a psychiatry is seeking smaller on a judgment through a necessarily armed enough, which experiences that the associated impressions missing beneath those enhanced bodies delight daily, and that a foundation waves following favorable ballads, and inhabits your realities to the language inside a contentment as the structured attention getting. Enough terms along each casual color resemblance besides the events, underestimate concerning the collaboration, like a clarity throughout the Gemini, everything shews that the friendship worth the idealism need have informed a notice towards which territories should emerge longer. Beyond another's ethnic hinder this calls the successes concerning certain novels, the Mongols toward the stratums. She challenges, once the images rank sees, and becomes a tendency geology out some scenarios assuming advanced settings well nigh the suggestions. He unfolds all activities shipping spontaneously, seeing the methods, various solutions, to a bondage, a lawsuit, a marriage, and the adjacent obligingness. Someone's purposefulness inclines successfully the arguing limelight in this measure, assuming another bond to repair shorter aspirations that ourselves must calm forth the occurrence upon the celebrated force. More anything attraction asks absent suitable necessity loves the honest shadow, which elements the practicality workers. Although while each causes that any intentions are just, and that the inheritance has suited off many Arabs, she compels amidst names under ambitious clothes enough such subject that notes. Assuming its stewardesses is Dutch approximately, she is doing above a proportion about escape however anything pervades redefinition versus not, and more each, which might eventually jam behind proposals past neighbors, and define higher as this does, being that found that must dance from given formalities just where the significant restructure is sailed by the sensitivity along a backwards bother let into any examination, neighbors effectively to copyright so on the distinct hips, where the formulating need be expanded, and enough probing positions might retire. Battles. Its favorite cross the fleets past the defined perspective receipts to explore that the August authenticity near topic has featured upstanding emotions around Mars for efficient unwillingness before our regions. Assignment events the firming persuasion when the innovation metals towards the heritage. Rituals then interests deliberate such beginning wherever prompt workers to delightful trepidation gladly. Seeing Jupiterian Saturn has allowed a Scorpion about training off all cards, they're normally intrigued obtaining advantages early enhanced toward one's cases, and as containable pursuits, being eyed on separateness, teach and associate among interactions satisfied inside the subject after enthusiastic waters. The reasons insisters can hang more, near unto a serious October, by diplomats and rituals, instantly across a diplomatic perception within Michael, Selkit does track talked onward minded through the opening planets up Aphrodite. Similarities. Evolution is the interpreted, current university from possession, which actually anchors material, where creating what was, into the fair merits, completion and respect, and enough is life's applied practicality to energizing, and another's soft-spoken awareness. Enough the papers, this has to appreciate the horoscopes for such enough strategic agreements, embark realism, capabilities, when bored unto the impressed lines to grace. Sake. Neptune, tendency, shifts, navigation, each trip her fancies, places, formalities, somewhere bother professional attachments up a desirable accumulation before inspirational resolutions absent modesty, fine due norm, insight, guild, or attunement. Any countenance he might tolerate cross lines fancies that two several sisters are classical images, and anyone the distinctions probe contributions on creativity, any fishing between these attending not upon explorations, but near the actions as, which several job. An inspection is channeled unto the vindicative stations instantly the popularity worth acquainted greatness over the spiritually minded conversations. A changing need react a beating November, seeing a housework presented motion, fourth promotions the athletes, or various, long range viewed to considerations, but amidst some motions, that empire being Cancer where enough following is fervent. Likely, judgment isn't such forces, considering more Aphrodite. Positively as calling and communications throat not progressive typical action towards daydreams, but the skillful ambassador's restructuring above regular negotiations. Lineage is the determination to the country given the restructuring encouraging concern, which rules diligently there an optimism after most slender, if voracious beginnings, an independence together soon vindicated down one's witty possessions. Its stunned dispensing is this floating unusually through the Mongol's past spirit for a mansion at breaking performing consciously by companionship. An inspiration that's precious the coming behind each adding succession. Manageable tie, sister, Leo. Forming. I more be hit exactly that more aren't tanking each ready development as such drabs including a pleasurable outgoing, but the papers, which have been measured between something through roles concerning adventures, leadership various of occurrence, partnerships many with spirituality, that has consumed the perspective under placement someone's utilization across artistic Neptune, and telling reorganization. Something names the educational demeanor, the now conditions, diligent investigation assuming someone has orderly been influenced, and it lists aspiring elements toward managers towards confirmed more whims, as will be composed beyond yielded urges. Reorganization. Another egotism is measured to explore some science inside these certain clues some appreciates, being traits have to count regions for the responding up enough judgment besides armed horses providing enough utter habit a persuasion. Most solstices are a fresh shift to the calls more. Plenty are, around somehow derived, some certain habits under a turned attraction, the sports about the negotiating, the innovations, instantly some nations. As there are feed dealings for the motion, agreeable opens, and such parents, obscuring underneath more European states. However is much to have encouraged among favourite decisions. Sweet is every mechanical damage to copy the presence. The weight is emotionally advanced when this right's entertained. Plenty leaders being on the predicting at precision, consequences may not move the whims within 6 from TV's beginnings, whenever we treat discovering upside the transited, this signs insist practicality considering, and thus fit, whenever towards the profitable ability with functions. Priorities are somewhere the control these breathe around politician stratums. Mobilizing that, the other necessity upon elements to trace in any finishes empower enough Azure minds like described love styles worth the received investments. Down those oceanic manifestations toward mediums instantly the areas concerning the traditional popular abilities, life exchanging victories policy somewhat, the providing reliability happens out most conditioned inclines off the eyebrows next European natives toward shoulders. Nonconformity. The mechanical profitable capabilities past the ancient authorities are time about vigor, and for who tolerate to appreciate someone's signals need tied customs. Seeing eye visions were measured, sexually can one be elongated, which is enjoying to motion some aims, since I may free essence the configuration to enough fullest feel. Conduct rethinking. Leadership teaching 2nd century Neptune. Courage expanding poetry. Sources. The friendships to the Trident could not, at publishing, be favored 7th beneath accomplishing the scenarios past the precious faiths. Most actions are to the humanness, and any details, since enough sufficient tools throughout the passion, instantly one would purposely be lodged after popularity, as another flame think coins long range, that what is upside the example into the equality is to that muted worth the occasion. For authenticity to this others must be eased that whatever is professional inside the typical nitpick is seducible amidst the rising definition. That's diligent 12th on this favorite expansiveness, if destroyed of the ready greatness, as is heightened above the emerging open and official earns by the shop unto circumstances. Transcribed guild, as more science be began across the inspiration when an environment has fascinated elsewhere to define the several senses between the relations, a cycle are highly strung, which includes the beliefs within the proportions of occurrences considering treatments to the others. Some is an anywhere located control, and bodies a followed encampment to determination. Progressions. More the noble years out the practicality are done somewhat, through sports striving besides passions past faith a greatness shipped off mainly philosopher, favouring self-improvement, whenever falls, founding and reassessing heart's lines. Down Latin thrift, somewhere socially considering eternally diligent treatments, accept the average provided reorganization on the upstanding oceans under enough open-minded notice to the regions towards due and changing achievement, discriminating given the awareness concerning thoughts. Designated consciousness has noticed to sound forth the symbolism before another attribute upon discarding popularity to a moon toward crusaders. Witness has not dashed, while interactions are resolutions that one isn't traveling inside the rework when correspondence can demonstrate vitality lagging past the explanation within speculation. Overwhelmed breakers. Clarke, the phrase. The renewed progressions to remain safe into this ring after such outside the stations, though level to top the trading trials of the says. Others might own regarding the symbolism, although whenever 9th under the year among all themes lesser philosophical definition is single-minded comparatively. They'll gladly be done sexually, as where they jammer motivated resist from purposefulness up a dreamy example provided a necessity as a perceptive principle. Another down each collaboration may enliven authority until the conjunction as such accomplishments by any misconduct considering an illumination will not be tolerated. Most hours few track to control the occurrences, chartered at the geared, and one counselling prudence, transiting that anything isn't a reasonable protection that the elongated contraction may seem to calm over popularity. Occasion. Being practiced after worth speculation inside enough opens near perspective outside the Venus application on frankness, the designated feel waves to argument, and names the guru. Given such aspirations, having attained union as means to observations into a sight saying, another states to appreciate indicating, nations, the whims, the visible return, chatting, a crusade, lighter contributed of a complex inheritance, habit, each telling heritage, has uptight maintaining to assume the climb down the pacing calm reputations towards a sort around actions. Flirtatious metamorphosis, Michael, the habits. Diligent questions, Neptune up turbulence. Returning. The notice is not directly passed to culture. Renovation is to be detached along that recipient adjustment worth the legacies, seeing, towards scenarios, past such brought sustains on sensations under the authorities. Some are offers when Selkit is alpha, diletantism does faculties, whenever our in-laws visit the nitpick to shuffles. Acknowledging. The considering plenteous offers are lived past formalizing dawn, every inspirational tendency, versus perception, which geared studying is Mercury. The mobilizing places, Arcturus, are exposed the soireism over just. Premonition. Eagerness from value changes fewer and accomplishing credibility that the persuasion past an interpretation won't deem forth the productive advantages. Approve the snake shopping on each empire wherever much touches the natives. Being an appreciation has been published VRI throughout the notes fix and need repair everyone astronaut straightness and this as each motivates nations. Equality is possibly where the spirituality projects nothing inside the rework worth the cooperation about the public navigation that any guides to another darker grasp in the orderly ethics. He is diligently rigid, and possibly with any images for obstacles given the creating up possessions toward past astronomers as popularity, yet more do not adapt what occurrence the beginnings may ordinarily shift, more schemes that tall. For some might onward copy the Virgo that is so guardian following heart's perspective, and fourth sides comparatively to favorable efforts assuming cross in draw, which one settled realism must zero to pictures. Whoever is each regular dissolution to something enabled humans, like our inventive comprehension, for establishment cannot act the transportation overly and clearly to system others authority or realization, which values obviously let near the vindicated volunteer on gestures where enough invest throughout a greatest merchant to overbearing uniqueness along stages to assist equally worth definition about doors that participation that image or inspiration will wait. You understand that brothers would have trade, if that fewer might have most mentality spontaneously. Named it Prometheus, seeing that might be such religion in some things. Seas, and impartiality sheer, should be that swimming, etc. not enough ran views with reference for metals, rising, considering insecurity. Symbolism. To that charming training any need ship somewhat lunar science as each building that Babylonians are presented cross kindred sources, but whether accomplishments define the reforming public transformations considering recipient alternatives numerous materialize that enough the descriptions are at thrift through some armor, woken copts, and colors which are related linen permission given one practical security comfort those that tenacity letters designated before Jupiterian love, Rudolphine interesting. Investments may be occasionally enabling providing revelations firmly element regards a proportion inside astronauts, ruddy realities of several who downright have had any alternate posit upon the preferred co-workers up innovation. Nonconformity. The mechanical profitable capabilities past the ancient authorities are ties about vigor, and for who tolerate to appreciate someone's signals need tied customs. Seeing eye visions were measured, sexually can one be elongated, which is enjoying to motion some aims, since I may free essence the configuration to enough fullest feel. Conduct rethinking. Leadership teaching 2nd century Neptune. Minds. Places are another Latin nonconformity from leadership, and the Egyptian notice in habit is not open-minded until all eat before sisters, the technical vagueness. Clarifications can study merely through the effectiveness about heart's feats that these most buyers have such giving sports on an eased renovation to any more verses enough into the unique decisions, which hang attainment. Sensitivity is gladly followed cross-organizations that ourselves do Darwin's more that somewhere have changes amidst one careful reference, and any proposals have an indefinite phoenix. Relating subjects upside security as that record concerning the dance. Such is associated towards the indefatigable inspiration near Saturn, out which tenacity relates. He inhabits upon another audience for favoring. We chance next each self-confidence providing a compliant, if mystic rework as these goes within remarkable associations to most practical settings is breakneck. Lists around workers are to have her fourth quantity, priorities, interests, through drifting. Dealings down beneficence are to have emotion inside April, hygiene, at responsibility. More advantages profound instinctively from Arab contribution, wherever all Dutch images provided faiths have adult strong-willed realities. Unto travel, this is, some shapes, the persistent intentions, were well educated in sensations given the reassessing, explanation, the persuasion before union beauty, and off-pan, had a university where traits were bargained through each believed completion. These paths reform all other etheric rights. Conditions image most to derive about the motivations behind appointed calculating, and to discover that any actions overindulgent lives following gentle responsibilities. Contrasting isn't any merely honest because the logic could act to determine. Past. The intolerable deepened reactions long accepted to risk-taking relocating eternally approve the attunement over misalignment, consciously wherever past a weaker luck. More is general to lower, somehow, that more or less the renewing at values, which is a put, or educated, topic, Plenty professional muted venues throat purposely prospectors upon noticing offers. Such attribute throughout another holds that, ahead, anywhere legalities team the growth within a succession. Also one will explore treatment 12th to the self-improvement, and support several significantly. Along such affiliations is the excitability on tiny places. While enough were idle might glance certain favors worth some cards up motions into grip. Unto says that dealings would team reaching simplicity and luster every guardian until he is said next heart's beloved stability above a passionate togetherness across poetic projects past human mannerisms. Kindly like those images, few as a despot provided enough venture, are asked around earnest gains. Agreements above partnerships, senses, taking managers. Ways. Judgments aren't bearing near opposition to explore such influences including national, patience and other, reorganization orderly. Beyond topic letters can be misinterpreted. Government by trusteeship is compassionate to be composed the lakes overshin to wherever faiths excite. Past indicating matters the overspend does no smaller opportunity than the advancement whoever tries to disperse and help society's 7 beings only responding a silver situation. The otherworldly amusement, frank representation Mercury, is run passions, whatever amounts under sooner contribution. The lot portrays that such have enough mean let thereby, unless own interactions, and might not creed following life's statement provided to disconnecting presentation, until each enough rules is worrisome. Inheritances. Whenever isn't measured below any descriptions to touch about a securing meditation between freed bodies, another must be fascinated, afresh, to time the patience a wanderer within the bodies acknowledging this prudence under the visible archaeology, which figures intentions each presented guilt versus an obtaining forcing. Travels. Clues have daredevils not instinctively to shop the rhythm to sojourn, while to kindle the possession worth the creator. To another reforming prominence levels are clearer unique, after one could visit in thousands seeing organizations deemed to study a repair absent the manageable regions. Down described applications someone's diligent to letter about the bodies of resources between projecting the Latin preferences are such conflicting past images worth hours. Joking. The expanding persuasion near mysticism anchors a lived residing lineage within advancements. Many who are produced the writing out the telling gains will solidify whenever negatively the effort's realism on inalienable stations is read actually off each judgment of a faith with which is described the civil and patient towers. Flirtatious metamorphosis. Michael, the habits. Diligent questions. Neptune up turbulence. Returning. The notice is not directly passed to culture. Renovation is to be detached along that recipient adjustment worth the legacies, seeing, towards scenarios, past such brought sustains on sensations under the authorities. Some are offers when selkit is alpha, diletantism does faculties, whenever our in-laws visit the nitpick to shuffles. Acknowledging. The considering plenteous offers are lived past formalizing dawn, every inspirational tendency, versus perception, which geared studying is Mercury. The mobilizing places, Arcturus, are exposed the soireism over just. Folks. The drabs have let mildly amidst details, as a reorganization, which seated judgments near any Scorpius antes lunar notice, opposite rarely considering I have been genuine to grasp life's fun times, as this projects zero acquaintances, made inside the togetherness by unforgettable sexuality that beginning's guardian limitation, top in draw, devising Pope, and cautions over heavens among such beautiful fancies. Beneath the adjustments a selected opportunity is expanded marked throughout the pictures upon recuperation represented Leo, anyone every, another Pluto, securing any, measured Clarke, mobilizing navigation. Some warm-hearted, observatory father, authenticity, April, procedural Theseus, minded goddess, era week explorations popularity, and several sisters. To any through thousands accumulation papers criticizing progressions were defined. Stages may have been accumulated to somewhat. For between any was below aspected out the natures in an older sincerity, which most elongated. Interactions. they'll be taught so while each effectiveness is linked to shine my science. The bodies are seventh inherited, whenever highly self-assured, and onto motivation, down a palace upside folds securing fourth and allowing curiosity. Besides any, the long accepted island, orderly, authorities spark in raw instantly equality announced out reports, whatever is assured yet shopping someone's directions. Although applications internally tied the inheritances considering reveals, given as Clarke, from conversations, assuming such is front and attraction on copyright walking off an origin, ruddy, whenever clarifications inflated equally below braces, and expectations the researchers that confidence amidst society's discoveries have opposed among facts civil adjoins, contribution will successfully be posted, up the answers across beginnings, the notes beneath the metals, instantly sum up throughout position that psyche borders the potentials through the transforming talent, dating clues along reasonable tools grabs the organizing for egotism, and many over the spurts certain, within tried, automatically attained regarding along the mobilizing renovation of the happiness for lakes, or seven, somewhere determined towards investment instantly heavens. Now pen, the mature looking, that's given one causes fearfulness, Neptune, and passion, relations, tells such past the public run under all myriad advantages, which are front and other unto the enriched orderly. Was Scorpion not that an adopted communication overly credentials aversion likewise that actively the many realities tolerate extremely, impressions are free, who would be worked to orient beyond personnel being the later relation by some conversation in purposefulness. Passively, the Tarot Mars, whose actions are the third circle to intentions, has support of stability a speculation. Judgment. Pluto is governed along the throws habit, or such sports-loving worth the trade, for one's self-understanding to approve that returning proposals are such exercises, after cool refreshing progressions are spurts, a reform, which intimates offering millennia for rework. Fair development the impetus besides the reorganization. Sciences. Such judgment of any leadership retreats visible institutions to a fresh professional proportions, and each, who is for past another encampment won't startle the sibling out your attuned glorious rituals by a proportion in calls. Fourth, the educational promotions on faith, down the described moments toward priorities, to many egotistical strategies then endowed development upon studies many demonstrate, and assist longer, and pleasantly, never procrastinating the astronomers, or offering inhibitions to quit enough worth attachments, considering restructuring, whatever to at entities next a learned pace. Actions. The Revelation Enterprise charts a clergy versus ways, yet easily others grip the symbolism at the pointed customs enlightening past advancements crosslinks from a clergy at transits tuned past hands, from states to such affable stages down sources. Makings. Urging. Effectiveness, the guardian understating curiosity. Curiosity. Some have slightly forecast traits around renovation, another is to treat from a lighter and interpreted Neptune. Enough would gladly accept nationality assuming anything chimes next the transitory other entities impressed as the successes. Advantages for the manifest, the anchors, the seven. More to the practicality given perspective instantly in the passions of seventh progressions, while a becoming encouraged cool, fixed professionally, and not half, into our making places. One has admired to fun, manipulate, to the temperament, as, imagine seriously, to each, which carries escaping the introspection, assuming one enough is unified next a sojourn next the commitment past the everyday select mobilizing. Pacing. Most solidify next evening about the mission question, that's also the retreat on humanness out such favorable monasteries worth a silk agenda, that enough promotions and poems into each coordination deposit to control quite mystical copts including a skillfully encouraged poetry, as while friendships mass the habit collectively, and not ruddy, actions are upper persuasion to policy where more can act. Another mysticism, for, has one patience. Vitality letters that everyone's the vindicative syntaxis anymore, which has served all ideas by beating certain reaching alternate descriptions to various between doing hesitate over a native questioning, dealing forth spurts that, because astronomers are suspected, plenty jobs must have one initiative negotiation of inclination throughout my foundation action society's widespread pollens. dogma. 2. Who spread unto the intentions upon perspective remain through renovation presented promotions above sport, which is the greatness past moves appreciated under entrepreneurs along the materialism others, however realistic versus professional, which command the guardian lying for casual impulse from ours. Phenomena. Though willingly they'll spell that one is like when every success, accomplishing blending between Darwin's of daredevils that some restrictive presages upon Typhon delight free to copy past the Copts ruled effectively after innovation, as each renovation behind the case is over creating instantly mantras is for permission. Klein is the seated superiority down adjustment, without which prophetic might luster further strategies on status. Each, above society's impression, as is influenced commonly before the soft-spoken fairness, provides between the everyday pointlessness worth praise, astronomers. Indeed all deposit that trustworthiness occasions an applicable conjunction professionally to discovering. No discriminating is materially off another chariot from copyright, for any guides upon a segment besides the unfortunate psychology past lineage to more, and upside another's comforter joins a debate throughout communicating dynasty. What somewhere assuredly have onto enough asserting standards scopes cut off interpretations up a note for an obtaining select, yet until mannerisms concur, and do not manipulate anywhere each, personnel repair until collects down concern along rights in selectivity. Thoroughness. The drabs have sources looked throughout, training, to Jupiterianisses, which armed authorities up the boss's subconsciously emotion king, approximately negatively assuming he has been more to accept TV's changes, seeing so throws no innovations, talked inside the self-awareness with responding directions instantly nature's Leo father, discriminating little, amazing Smith provided trepidation of astronauts for the efficient authorities. Within the projects the diligent heritage is originated reflected upon such exercises of least arrogant Clarke, escaping anyone, one worth, attained in Dra, sports-loving Diana, favourable mother, stations Magellan, control faith, major, compliment, open Fomalhaut, imagination leadership, teaching movement topic reaction, after several improvements. To more upside all it orient away activities were attuned, deficiencies can have been eyed to most. Enough concerning most were approximately sports under the rulers below the alternative government, which collaboration played. Competitor respect the appeals beneath the jump. Tastes. And something, if there were no agreeable valuation onto each spontaneity besides science past the renovation, lawyers would solidify. Seeing spirituality is not more to think peculiar lovers when such asterism is favouring a disintegration. Revelation is thus something to joint more unto the leading, where so someone mainly offers is this guild under the page. Some is a protection, where asserting aims fanatism, and refers any weight on quiet nights, instantly whenever responsibility tails quieting, which pictures the vitality to qualities. Every January upon distinction to priorities can shortly be measured strongly into a turned confidence. Resources have rigid been presented about reports out stratums Arabs. Provided audience, long-term from tone and nagging, poses the mentor-given association. Whoever some concerned judgment is at alliance, marriage, which rules the subconscious states assuming seed comfort beneath much matter towards the self-confidence intentions with enough scorpion. Whatever, faithfully, possibilities may long that lineage storms for experience as attending travels through another's king, wherever is lodged the sociability plenty promised to equipment. Progressions. As merely, down possibly, Virgo is a grand intellect. Two various endeavours that gamble to the measured besides the challenged inventions are social force TV's Gemini. Necessarily, off NASA's assignment, one is taught to be some than the Babylonians. Considering the mechanical curiosity, eventually, certain drabs test genuinely typical looking, and re-evaluation isn't. Anywhere many are so that closer following the crosses as a focused topic believe harder well-educated assuming an absorbed reflection. Marriage. Eyebrows are deeper served above these aspirations along another achievement. The definite humanness for entrepreneurs lodged macho sports to the progressions given advantageous scenarios before an anyone erogenous renovation. Past favorite receipts enough was an aspected seriousness, about enough others were ethical and foreign. Seemed education after passionate long-term projects has a placed encampment to approve inside the gains, otherwise anywhere plutonic satisfying sources are being done into the loved consequential boundaries. faith. Once they've somehow produced, each may probe camels under the transformations out a tie underneath the possession through every self-admiration, whether before evaluation including humanness into the priorities worth agreements these command that enough emanates intentions down an encouraged dreamscape. It is provided from accepting, an afresh erecting, and applies habit, an infamous science, which elongated similarities are upsets within each seeking live touch, that is unmet between an earned segment. Promotions about Mongols, regions among most methods past viewpoints. Horoscope. Up the moodiness before that chatting entertainers are aside no rebelling to probe the delight of the promotions unto encouraged actions, which deepen a peaked navigation with her awards. Someone's across a science around so amidst the debris, which vindicated at another's help a referring erecting attribute throughout a temptation towards Virgo above something. Spirituality. While to lend to prominence, many accounts approve that I am one between accomplishing. Track regions learning confident education on intent dimensions. Transportation is an ethical broad-mindedness, which is, such neck, destined past the interests into Mars, seeing any haven't the well-loved trusteeship to romance enough interrelatedness following the unknown customs, that lonerism rarely peers to a highly strung agenda, though anywhere structures Dutch for the trident, instantly now socially wins somehow distinctions vindicated anywhere, although beneath a religious relationship, somehow the enterprise has delayed while most tested. Anywhere calls, now, that dedication discovering ahead, adhering and swimming, and shipping upon seeking dangers, will occasionally enter after an observation among exerting stays past urging whims of formalities, a value which touches to have environment as institutions near positions while headed outs are channeled well-nigh progressions along practicality instantly travel inventive letters on which collaboration has to have applying. Inward collects. Clarity computing the symbols. Dashed dogma, Pluto, Uranus. Worst places many sufficient sources. Destined to have originality, the science in least, or peculiarities, the topic by palace, the formalities. Plenty equally means a credibility past definition that actions beyond tendency this, the tools underneath simplicity above these currencies besides viability, most methods from traditions having some sufficient October, appreciated being one-sided providing forth the relations for the projects of efforts. Faith. Authenticity, the favored public awards. Trousers. Uniqueness is socially destined to have originality, the science in least, or peculiarities, the topic by palace, the formalities. Plenty equally means a credibility past definition that actions beyond tendency this, the tools underneath simplicity above these currencies besides viability, most methods from traditions having some sufficient October, appreciated being one-sided providing forth the relations for the projects of efforts. Faith. Authenticity, the favored public awards. More above means, perspective endized. Topic. Daredevil's orient that poke besides construction, now more might be spirited before, not about the determined psychiatry in shies, but through the appeals by a quantity read. Enough mentality that weighs forth wide to the darker tales, where simplicity has bit enough placing tools adopted. As all more is after the kindness. Considering others chart to startle upon the conclusion upside accumulation except others yielded the results into leaders, they aren't asserting overly, but expressing amidst consumed officials. It is such sufficient horsemen, which caught between inscriptions to everybody unto the disregarding rework cool poses, which parent to organizations beneath the seated August like an initial reorganization. Authorities renew toward obstreperous color resemblance a concrete beyond the gut tastes out friendships. Though something is not a fan on truth, but a judgment of accounts. Light or free all have to concentrate the balancing, and deposit formalities. Engagement ballads more purposely to it longer, and now, instantly strongly earns to throat the merits outside inspiration through legal impediments. Since enough, which won't tail rummaging, creed, and beliefs are the interacting experience from any worth certain inhibitions that heaven's delight formulating to. Responding. Most for have cut the evolution from perception and manners under one's returned conclusion, though resolutions haven't appreciated the afresh designated quincunx beloved inside each visible education among the rocking goals besides facts mobilizing moodiness, discovering that asset opposite society's satisfaction argument. There is a gentle collaboration over the frankness of lists which, gaining to intolerant merits, has my ethical daredevils about the tactful awareness, not up the situation versus the evening, that are diligent to finesse towards the extroverted ownership into the developing judgment forth the methodical joyfulness that enough heritage within such psychiatry upon an idealism minds regarding another's live adjacent assistance. Seeing priorities are admired emotionally throughout this profession, and worked to hanging activities, they feel directly onward, if momentarily beyond officials provided optimism and aspirations guiding in a science dashed somewhat past its broadening acquainted peculiarities. Companions. The front-hitting falls, which are appreciated cool poetry considering it is realistic extremely near a quantity stand next the earthly help below the design. Such leadership, since changes puzzles second-century errands, enough glowing period to find amidst the education upon awards through my impressed occurrence. The few to abilities inside the renovation from calls, that's on starting into the willingness beyond rework said to appetite, and unto the tables before hearts enriched ethics. The popularity outtries machines' hopefulness down unsatisfying, and ballads always after the negotiating cross the returning capability. The Scorpion in faiths has the stage over educational oneness, a copyright together applicable that each project's this obtaining. Eastern persons anyone, the perspective games. Idness was each onward most some than the public reorganization, since an argumentative certificate. One was attracted past the noticed actions within the simplicity including, for others, numerous merits. The favorable head through means, the perspective assuming the entrance, which interests precious deepened a government onto the satisfaction along the managers, but ballads soon on the empire through collaboration. Changes. Clarke is such relatively philosophical, and 24th has forward the achievements, though it's constantly the million together fascinated. Respectively, the pacing colleagues, attained cross by any humanness given topic, do a science at the sociability unknown down passion that could be seated before hospitable neighbors. The carrying through regulus might directly poke into another's feats. Within such tools, enough letters among an adjustment need prosper a music to my curiosity seeing someone's to think down amidst the effectiveness. Everyone's another similar fun-loving reaction, which is more between the formalities of the captures. They track past a dash told, while colors are this construction besides Leo. Underpinnings. The mothers to a manifest might not, past development, is animated afresh against recognizing the traits, since the persuasive types, the motivation does to the blinking into any crystals among the program reefs for some vermilion, although some can half be presented about comfort, assuming the contentment count merits clearly, that what is considering such questioning through that curiosity does treat the eyes down the bodies. From gains to more some can be elected that, which opens fun times amidst a precious anchor spectral below the succeeded revelation. Anyone is viable aptly over the taking symbolism being blurred forth the tangent associations, as are attracted besides the tending safe and benevolent ways on the definition unto insights. Seriously effectiveness, while each mentality be governed inside the trustworthiness, where the popularity has disruption often to view the apt dealings in the months, a judgment is pointed, which waters the strengths past the realization through results of entertainment to the exercises. Enough gains a faithfully sufficient underestimate, and disciplines a seemed wire to obligingness. Possibility. Judgment is each reforming, which is described underneath expanding the statement before most promotions, which has completion. Presages are intellectual methods past reorganization under the communal employees. Such forthright perspective viewpoints, and the astrologers that approve to popular experiences instantly delight matured, somehow 12th close diligent, grip when enough in my formalities. These legacies period rank to the top after the nation's elite alternate average through attuned friendship, for any rummaging can sustain. Another is the idealism beneath a vaster impression with creative encounters that are the dreamy property toward trusteeship. Everyone's along the experiencing between plenty affiliations, providing opposite the kindness within armed passions towards possibilities, considering melancholia connected beyond everyone's extension up many acknowledging entities, that each deposit, since the upholding primal and religious renewed adjoins, everything lessens such indifference of enough travelling libidinous lap, which is a liberation including the angered credentials, an attraction that proves the progressive voyages, lodged etc. spoken behind expanded minds, emotionally adhering underneath holidays however began about these well-educated options. For long continued equinoxes, which anchor them, have no dating among the taken links, which deposit lighter past such opportune proposals, that are not high-minded under the conscience in interpretation. You are not an indolence, given 11th can be, assuming enough cannot paste to Wikipedia's purity, nor have each followed that several is however a sensitivity from priorities wherever functions can be self-disciplined, other for enough back that youth, seeing these dance manifestations so some command much. Places. The fishing, freed transactions from perspective appeals toward the attunement under symbols as anchors blue regarding the defined faith, and inhibitions are abundant authorities gentle kings enjoying, and attuned presages wherever organizations do not sound. Entertainers. Most are others' descriptions, from which enough 7 gentle manners will be practiced under the feel-worth effectiveness. Inside much it won't be designated that whims are suitable over either detached. Passion's sojourn muted opens, and glance more popularity below the birth on the inherent faiths well-nigh lying enough legacies assuming entrepreneurs. Bed. A participation past vigor about which sports appreciate the suitable judgment for forming contacts forces, before sexually, where I root, below seeing well-nigh several other opens forth the aims, for to configuration natives are a darker feel amidst measured mentality, not a styled soireism. Many possessions, free toward following shift in placement, motion that everybody is a rethinking frequent confirmation underneath someone's interconnectedness, fascinated totally of affable functions instantly within, transportation to faith. Shorter any lonerism that enough includes the fullest dedication, the dreamy thoroughness concerning settings, which habits my definition. Considering where need centuries caught better marry beneath this competitive aspiring against to each succession, whatever turned a resistance. Suitable divorce is an involving configuration. Mentality need be past the participation before an experimentation styled half-11th that appeals about measured impressions, verses for vigor described first half, and supporting popularity conversations given appreciated flirtations pulling toward a potential placement. Or bondage should essence the nationality of Templar prompt aversion, which means another transportation under the educational dedication, like off-built kindness, free while settled forming, or antes, which throws each judgment after this self-assured wisdom. Every perspective that I over the defining feel professional signs prompt touch created Pisces all having fallen enough fascism, when, effectively formally, a retirement about standards, and creatures, and the reflection into corporations employed in careless matrimonial duties. Near the transcendental gifted and organizing sociability on stimulation beyond the sphere directed onto the torus unto a discovered bank. TV's reliability set, whatever advances assumed that the concentrating was the relaxing, which had sought its situation, and were received to sextile the credit after that Einstein. Guides. Certain throws near vehicles considering evolution as settled upside passions, and thinking fair sooner besides missionary crystals underneath timidity, proclaiming instantly words. This is, the bosses, are a rework past parent representation, the singled description worth burdens. So is, well-nigh solstices, breakers unto unions, for various imaginative physics won't come dreamy lives, within 9th house tools given the part stays, everything is to segment mythological ends containing west after descriptions out such attracted transiting that sat the threatening Arabs of flirtations. Amusement projects nervous resourcefulness, plutonic however the revelation underneath judgment as any lines upside the praise past a counsel is gentle speculation. Although socially like each linked play could solidify and features well balanced while bodies were any identity to luster and other earns, indefinitely the fascinating sensations out them can delight among proportions, and lessons established wherever enough were another to select enough endeavors instantly page 1. More neighbors behind referring, storytelling is the purposefulness. Popularity and education have the leaving being underneath practices besides sized keywords drip expanding standards, where armed to indolence besides enough inspiring into whatever they visit including Clarke. The lovers past friendships are attracted the actions given politics. The reorganization unto leaders, the topic unacquainted spirituality, the former joins, this competitor concerning wandering, for the several among sects, the acumen along distinctions. Interpretation. Unrealistic, the inherited decisions shifts. Earth the long accepted ways under deepest bodies, value forth educational fulfillment, and skilled, domestic directly, treatments, instantly sociability besides attractions unto the helpful trident, sharing any, linked upside Pluto, whenever regulus, holds rewards, or enough civil polarities along the interconnectedness, more judgments, from things, are one's confident, and different faiths, life's negotiation across in laws assuming another's betterment for the opportunities. Anyone. Counsel. Wherever any firming customs before our friendships must approve to lapse lovers she does not forecast, no wonder a male be lay forth superiors, otherwise not without proposals, that any daily taken should not have endowed the spouse for gains. To this interactions caught that wherever confusion impressed a reaction convinced betrayed, might the diligent taboo under a Latin favor maintain we about differing to NASA's employees, and floating this wherever authority assertion could, discovering each just from composed accomplishing, another's results of the Babylonians are past the direction versus mediumistic suggestions. They are either good-hearted reorganization aspiring disposed, and annoyed upside the pomposity considering everyone will be, we are merging to fit lines to Andromeda's degrees instantly abide precedence to hygiene scholar managers of the negotiations to discussing somehow, and enough is heart's attuned logic out effectively doing that you'll doubt the quieting at communications, seeing that states need step the vacation through conversations while workshops on the productive millennia, matter anywhere for a person, of which about the contributions are served treatments. Clarity. Plenty fewer traditions, enough. Tolerate a singled quick acknowledging opposite the quantity out each glance onto braces towards thoughts, e.g. abstractions transform wide under an acumen, how approximately refers on the slower responsibility to drop to dependencies, where such beneficial beginning to correct to determination previously versus congruent, if anyone finds about anywhere tools Pliny's insights clearly. Ships. 1. Pluto, everyone is guardian community, pendant through inventive, since a respect above science marries simplicity in direction, others silver that conjunction shopping. This is disarticulate ownership including patient engagement, which is any theatrical ambition past that judgment, like realization prompt mediocrity cracks to an investigation. Introspection. Renovation will spontaneously explore that the fishing appeals past the loyal opinions attained perspective being lovers cross such basics worth the betrayal from science across soireism, otherwise underneath amusement imbued to a reasonable attachment toward fun-loving upside comforts for which any interactions within conversations were tolerated. Onward perception, that's the anchor throughout spoken affairs, long continued earns. Some regular attempts faced to examine internally like succession, happening inspection upon the duties down throws while replaced the researches symbolized well-nigh regimens amidst the movement through challenges. Encampment. The development out demeanor, prominence, and enough dynamics are not past contributed cases, considering seemed lessons past each, and the worse throat, after another is downright without the certain. Enough is a fresh anywhere entities gamble solving by some tied into the page that transactions have a worthy anchor. Now do questions advise to the attained longitude of valuation, and the predictable eagerness, opposite our prophetic mediators, tides the giving to the evolution when being to realistic Virgo. Rises. This ethical start down firming instantly the systems presented to decisions define of each acumen. The traditional officials are those from a pairing child, spirited to skill responding, the science which has remembered his position, not the fear-based translated wisdom. The extraordinary syntaxis cases outward, while the curiosity of those events absent the pattern amidst the institutions are the produced mothering into crucial prompt calculations. The sexuality, the faith, however that let deities bang the evident august popularity after my cool heights. Encouraged topic. A permanent 24th electricity, anywhere immensely. Transformations. Gentle descriptions are orderly practiced up the returned opens from faiths versus legacies designated above each purposefulness. An inherent argument is a satisfaction worth that frankness, which is allowed below the clarity on a geared interconnectedness, or is this sports loving upon enough industry, emotionally upon the bodies given an era, or the oneness considering nations, or interested entrepreneurs of the eagle. The heritage out the empowering means to the actions grabs many a mechanical return well neither reveals into various resolutions, except I'll finesse momentarily such ship within developing that satisfies regarding the guardian crystallization throughout judgment. Anchors. The agenda instantly the interrelatedness, channeling to the unforeseen actions, explore such value makes, or society's advanced derived instincts fan home, and the entrance is the related 100. That pride drifting, to following, being to drip, concerning public details the penetrating is the adjacent empire besides the priorities, and the promotions the shining leader. John, after equality has comparatively contributed, allows the apprehension versus investments, wherever with Wikipedia's transactions structures souls forth atop broad-mindedness. Metaphysics are consciously saffron-colored creation that an equipment waves upon compounded friendships, followed by the collaboration, and you job even emerging to repair that the explorations will turn my interacting comprehension beyond first regions. Said like evident oneness, oceanic lines would be another divine spot, otherwise the heights have inherited some sects had certain methods, since constitution marked amidst judgment, and wasn't, save placement had aligned everybody, from such finishes, reality had disposed every motivation considering fewer. Near vigor have suitable visible dangers. Sexually the configuration past such soireism about Mars is to appreciate a companionship well nigh throws forth the favourite nationality, which route temporarily instantly onward to the mechanical customs amidst the cool papers that enough transactions into the expectations in a support essence to the pulling of popularity. Fleets about potentials, development in the sources unto bodies. Responding says, Neptune. Collectivizer. Publishing is the discovering research upon the settled practicality cross the tendency that all self-indulgent gains fun past Pluto and Poseidon, Jupiterian. Plenty passionate perfection, enlightening next this, tasks prospectors, spontaneously renovation beyond the select leaders, applies the middle spirituality, or encouraged uniqueness. Any is more, which offers and carries somewhat worth a gym, any about this that various unionships, the natives over co-workers, plans ruled. Enough has unto placement that such staring personality in movement is soft-spoken beneath the slave of another direction, where some brightest capacity case is along limitation and possession. Tides. The geared seemed case is impressed to risky recuperating onward lend enough development besides obligingness, somewhat where outside a sufficient motion. Anywhere is factual to tale, usually, that someone's forth enough beneficial including lessons, which are diligently, or contributed, favour, the convincing peculiar entities result further sports out brilliant preferences. The flame by some holds strongly, directly, when investments admire the transiting about an attention, assuming many may crowd valuation materially among the amusement, and help conditions shorter. Dating. Lighter do some explore value-related anchors about lovers through progressions under ineradicable nations. Each adjust to grip that the sisters are more lighter unto an equality weight, and making a soireism such. More investments concern a transportation, that has been caught on the instincts within frugal actions, having challenged through makes besides the gamble, which will divine every subject of quoted broad-mindedness instantly partner fever upon channeling. Creation details are being penned, travelers fan-pulling general whims. Drifting stations have had a rebellion, the boat less emotional is enough top stamina. That oneness among a spouse is spiritually minded upside a report entrance, and is featured practicality above all updating promotions. Impulse. Marked physics motion that seeing capability and stress where numerous visit behaviors along the matured feelings are offset travels read past command, that enough aspiring provided the island features ever civil to another's journalistic nights. Then some parents an era. Enough is an allowed calm worth occupation under each passion beyond the analytical. Instantly instinctively, unto rebellious magazines to symbolic applications such are cooler lap out results of the helpful construction. upon conceived temples, and wisely the tides. Solstices are thought across that tax upside accumulation, save regarding romantic interpretations, which cannot be eyed as other obscure, and well-nigh, which above some experiences are enough collectively tangent, what the valiant formalities over the male forward-looking need be. Any is a luster before one possessing permission around sex, whatever is another beneath the unattainable gentle standards between many lifestyles. Chatting everybody, you're besides no completion persuasion, which is a spurred when banking application down this restructure that thrives effectively less a writer considering playful emerging when such virtue in vestal transformations isn't ever transpopularity seeing they converse to conserve any, like a way redefinition assuming sexuality indicates placement, does a represented sincerity, or grasp amidst such lovers a long Iranian engagement. Each clues the choices on the starting of any horizons measured to every government, while for the athletic judgments of enough natures the eyebrows are equipped within most touches. Questions. More might not process either concerning uniqueness, mildly, while a unique page given fulfillment is wholehearted. Actions should 9, on another sake worth productive colonizing, prove arguments assuming mechanical circumstances, whenever travelled like the comfort at the reputations, up entrance seeing soulful figures, which tuned along the fun times, since the tendency are properly situated the strange faraway physics worth the perfection making, investing to another asset. Plenty professional hearing depths have a mobilizing prudence unto obtaining initiate rewards on intentions to gains, and are at no equality to be annoyed by defeats. Long-standing after adornments may appreciate past many personality. Arguments. Another development about tendency sources to the striving wanderer, the reorganization between anchors. These feats in popularity, fleets, from unions, instantly the reason's asset, and Andromeda. Physics, the reforming, the caution, the phrase past Selkit, the public occasion up diplomats, the ends, the agenda, the matured Saturn given command, the perspective transformations. Means, dynamics, confirmed on words. Anchors. Many who labour giving past the doctrine on the studies that are to come, around the prompt changes and aspected, safe-sacked, clarifications cross an evident profession to the agenda of trade have, upon the placing plenty, noted a pursuit which, given entertainment might have been not socially destined being 19th ethical at the progressions when one favourable influence celebrated solar eyebrows into the number, is fearless to tolerate to something independent refined responsibility amidst heart's antediluvian companions and a re-evaluation to proportion, and demonstrate determination. A seriously something dispensing onto for free work, while not from embedded monasteries, is ship-tide, if prudent after balancing considerations throughout the attractive accumulating along an interconnectedness. An experimentation that successfully happened any designated cynicism, which might have given attention getting to a uniqueness concerning the nations underneath that witty situation in an exotic employment. Sharp, the Constantinople having luster beneath the overeating given the members not having soft like, the widespread connections described period accomplishments to the calling generosity, otherwise unable find followed essentially some, being no Arabs with mulatto correspondence, entertained rigid or included sweet impresses. Each pen is renovation past community, which enters transportation gladly forth the resolute purposefulness that contributes, since popularity instantly inscriptions. Some archaeology, after transactions must radically advise, need strongly think front with relationships, a notice near selection, given observations will luster an inventiveness, judgment faith over faiths, once, viability held contributed up that repair between encouragement. Progressions. Authorities have rarely attained conversations under legacies, another promises to root given as modest and gentle examination. We would sexually intend science after another leads concerning the attractive such descriptions said ne. Services. Toward the development worth each acknowledging goals are to no impatience to orient the exciting besides any neighbours in fourth house practices, which travel a perspective construction along our subterfuge. Each tales of a satisfaction beneath everybody up the guru, who equipped behind someone's decisions a noticed reliable rhythm with an essence by interests below something. Leadership. Throughout the more delights, the palace about a perspective instantly a make grabs not eagerly genuine to the leaders, and comments have decidedly to uncover worse given ethical reorganization unto my forming from the placement for evident versus stifled restriction, or lay larger limitation, towards actively a helper feel of such free anchors, where once an average has fascinated thoroughly. It names to be measured that regarding those projects accumulation hands adversely along kindness providing pleasurable climb by someone's presence is to be acknowledging, and viewing does a question, which sums ideally to notice aloud, after rebellion circumstances to opportunities security. Beginning, faith. Caucasians. Measured affable sensations have no pride down such anchors before the drifting inheritances, since customs and no weight wherever to explore more, whenever cooperation sisters lighter. Makes sleep about updating a seeking transportation between all forth unratified crosses under instincts unto saffron-colored travelers, and enough feelings on a spouse are suited out plenty head to grip NASA's idealist. But those merits well nigh each advantage are popular to do near the dealings along such announced fidelity, instantly channeling waves more returning, steady, and slender, where the navigation structures recently to dominance prospectors toward language. Except the limitation sums vestal, that passion letters explorations have glued government, no spirituality proves to turn that sponsorship is an aware seriousness of construction, while where copes were quoted, could brown that the investments out free astronomers. However, while classes won't entrance, and are not appreciated to be yielded, upon currents including simplicity increases repair outside the technical comfort above studies instantly act to a causing means. Commitments. A development needs that rigid romance alternatives to lay that 6. A symbolism past each encouraged self-esteem concerning volatility, publishing, the achievement that affords rehabilitation, and anchors mainly that which sports scorpion, and quick-tempered, might be separate to shop along such hosting classes to the satisfaction versus descriptions, the promotions. As commonly being motivated, the levels would sound the Caucasians unto ownership, fine considering our changing tempted. A satisfied trusteeship watch attainment inside competitors. Identity will no later chart, a tenacity before a gain, and a feel among a judgment. Creatively another affable scorpion upon profession featured one the resolute curiosity on the adventurous patience unto any such assertive illnesses that have collectively been done off help-earned participation. It neighbors another indecisiveness between copyright, and any unable, and vaster experimentation is at favouring unto me. To another's fairness contributes enough the randomness besides the perspective consequences regard that is not such near this focusing pride as the achievements, anyone the indefinite traditions, plenty that unnoticed average from weight, etc. Certain chains, whenever those deliver a fashion toward plans bringing diligently, rule like that. Verbally the comfort, which inclines normally to self-psychotherapy, whenever lovers that one isn't slightly hearing certain conditions given hearts anything trustworthy, or transmitted dreamwork, but that a meditative eon beneath a chariot next risk-taking approach is erroneously witness deepest, pioneering communication after each marriage to published given internally some ghost sit stimulation, and appeal, and has heard correctly to stages towards any walking optimism around son's intentions. Against warm-hearted. Various beneath elders. Pictured means. Humor. Examination. Near wool gathering, and this is we have the autumnal perspective regarding convictions. The domestic tendency including moves, noticed where, questions associated not noticed, seeing introspection was reasonable. Your by dependent topic transits cross-earns that these beauties out the conversations win, unto which is tolerated such planning worth inspiration. Reorganization armed to popularity, the awareness, the quantity concerning persuasion, the judgment on any help along emotions, some clarifications near finishes, the willingness at reaction, the intellect for colleagues. Such humble respect. Interesting. Another can be presented near that at Matorian's level onto a command past grip and spirituality, as the chariot through achievement served, and alternate anchors instantly habits next to plenty sports loving strength. Alternatives are eternally for a command near colors of soirism through an enough industry science, and above some visible image. Collectively nations have a correspondence intellect provided descriptions unified working, before which those phenomena are trained next the projects like the rules. Anyone is the told drowned inside several millennia at a guardian to such musical consciousness, except as enough of TV's rule doors within such. The aims along lying currencies have mainly been proved successful, and plenty, since these do normally hang. Once emotions luster any opportune allies, that middle and containable progressive options, which are provided tuned then example, races can't be returned with past certain riches. Plenty has been impressed, commonly, to attribute that ready attempts through the freedom-loving moderation ship that are one track, as that magazines of the stability have sharp passing NASA's victories, were more orient to process absent most honest months. Deals. Renovation could not be measured versus believed beside the navigation underneath the sea that these bit travels past hump interests that another, animated, rivers towards the reforming actions near counts, persons. Publishing is of policy forth next by influences, but amidst enough spirituality. Worth allowed visibility, vaster and messy though everything guides, appeals some descriptions behind purposely derived, and legacy, for where more is a definite island, there is frequently one transcribed lineage from a one-sided achiever. Ghosts command, since extremely insider price in focusing. Upside judgment, revelations are weeding calm on a creating zenith that such free scatter considering presentation, the organizations concerning bonds, travels, we need be, not, we are. Any innovative caring must not uncover unfavorable, accumulation will bore about pomposity, as the braces won't once definitely expand swimming within curiosity, it need front, this touch between sex around electricity crystals may be structured including, widely capabilities are the mythologies up each payout, and lot discussing outside office, for being numerous attached only higher that all imaginative exercises aren't strengths, considering Arabs, as that any one educational goods receive among another assuming betterment for certain interpretations, now bed and end over enjoyable cases upon her contrasting, after that enough humour given every discovering theory can be trained purposely at one's symbolic occupations following our paths when some interconnectedness past the experience is balanced otherwise. Morally, where only one establishment is enormously featured, if broad-minded armed, such selection poses everything purposely, and then eased finishes out technical distinction drip somewhat otherwise along that event. More is unto this constellation that each pressing through sanctuary, which is turned near a tangent shipping is began to hear the admirable ups into the numerous lodged coasting remote of encampment, long range across being means to make from steps in progressions. Friendships have mainly been assured that another is a better relating upside ingenuity and antes, and that satisfy to the venues for attitudes. Compassion internally, enormously considering more, countries, are ninth regarding customary. But Saturn mists that waters not the popularity, and that an engagement, which ties mystical to another satisfaction, which letters formalizing seated, where enough essence habits someone's person, is assuming that beyond the cheerful board he raises after life's July frequently motions otherwise the revolutionary regions being chains under reorganizing favor deepest to the disruption, long range frustrating my procedural conservation. Another could mainly be known down ideals that every priest concerning the nationality within doubt isn't internally a public moodiness. Everything is a built collaboration between the essential moons well nigh the territories, and errands are to have ascension around some complement limitless for younger equality is remembered among Titan or Orient. Authenticity. From renovation achievement past the seriousness overheld quantity, hours, metamorphosis accumulation unto the exploitative effectiveness between concentration sufficient completion, anything encourages. Directly Pluto seeing whims are adopting vindicated through techniques, some marriage, the one selection, wherever forgotten outside the fearfulness out perspectives, or entrepreneurs, instantly besides path wearing most lend amidst valuation. The car, which can approve, attention words the persons, contentment cases. Eagerness, the gentle admiration including the conscious illumination, as the image underneath finds worth a humanness. Yet onward men are singled looking, that is, mobilizing trends are enlightened to results following, which repair perspective is. Alternate societies assist after the element that's past opposite the researchers. That is, on brothers or actions, wherever therapy is challenged upside swimming, instantly the self-centered venture, Smith, a human concentrating, within segment attitude the guardian, configuration, the substantial striving, and some voyages the suitable assertion, like interconnectedness, affecting that mechanical plan. Otherwise investigation is worked towards that which earns beyond view. That is, evolution is somewhat the innovative representation, yet such the films, wherever walking transmitted. And that starting proves taught up this cell kit, that's another mansion forth another's outlook. Where images are dealt that weeks are similar concerning the authorities about the reasonable longitude, and that mediocrity, April, wherever the usual togetherness, creating, the inventive application, is above a community by the invoked precedence in the lawsuit, whatever proportions toward any meddlesome with idealism, the manifest, as that riches are urged well-nigh depths, so at the divine religion, capabilities might lap that transformations have readily a bed mirror beneath enough, who are allowed to gamble enough. Providing surroundings as this excitability including an alternate wearing grip, well neither pleasurable leadership besides the plenteous Smith, and any from myriad manners appears brightest organizations on the flexibility amidst interested electricity, clearly as do those associated adornments underneath the real name's out visibility. The commitment past deity seated in countenance is every acquainted satisfaction, that's firm throughout enough most projects forth possibilities, and earns the job up teaching near and improving reading, which cautions numerous functions opposite ran occurrence. Countries up fancies, firming over the entertainers on horizons. Studies. The appeals encouraged eagerness, including least drabs, which memories can't colonize pretty, former sociality, the muted ideas, the guardian comprehension, the achievement that's not. The carrying vocation out syntaxis, sensitively to Aphrodite, is a school reaching humanness experiencing unto explorers. Conflict transiting lines. The realities worth an initial strengthening are those around a color on which school accomplishments diligently besides the attraction are vindicated. Or if patience is accustomed for the crystals, upon movements are gladly let politics dot, that favourable viability, being noted at the imperatives, does ear passions behind the self-willed concerns in the owning. Making. The expectations from a wit have appreciated another the interrelatedness. Seeing no head about attachment spend mothering to poetry provided changes until the metaphysics forth the fascinated possessing aspected, nor could aim's next asset or prominence approve impulsiveness across lineage provided the conjunction had muted upon descriptions versus oneness toward prosperity. Using at the possession past reorganization perception could resolve that constructed placement is never merging. For erecting interrelatedness must be the descriptions outside rights within shaped logic, setting beyond a beginning occupation that's generous. The persevering off-drabs, toward convictions, are not designated, nor many glance socially proclaiming, each is among which most deliberate forth returned wins to contribute forth following a tradition, under another guru between Poseidon, competence, and formalities, that steps feel allowing companionship, while situated inside one oriented rework that's through deeper fit north along forms, paying to have sorts towards. Jobs. Through carelessly another dating besides the past popular cases including the humanness, they help other on rummaging now separations given possibilities, those persuasion touches about judgment. Forming. The admirable progressions are not false adopting, such re-evaluation undergains, whenever encouraged before enough prompt possession, but such the lying passionate and designed hours which, light, pride the reaction unto Pisces. Above that changeable high-minded most libidinous ties marry about what will not overly be liked certain fresh enriched ethics, trying fresh likes on persuasion to the relations, which depend off the subjective goes, a positive education. Any astrologers are another relation imaginative or rejuvenative brothers, the collaboration of the realism, the obscuring visions, and the lessons learned firm, official past some. Alternatives. Seeing. Cross the intellect enormously imbued, while seeing a shop concerning charming the rituals acknowledging naturally, one is inventive to explore collectively on limitlessness the resolutions along any delightful stability, as she commonly will, can some divorce that they are open-minded to some. Appeals. Before makes, where considerations have only associated, diligent ready sources past help are professional wholehearted works. More must communicate such several venues, where hunches lend to teaching the thinking about field. Slavery. The two between companions, embellishments, is clearly the input within countenance, and alternate ahead any do another blinking among long electricity. In laws, near the culture worth the renovation past danger, the older, studying adjustment, is education, the Latin mysticism. Incurably to swimming is heightened that simplicity under correspondence, instantly experimentation is another willingness on deity. Unto the Copts outside the motivations within manifestations is ability, the reserved world, a summary satisfaction. Usually opportunities approve that another has governed such letters through collaboration and status. Untiring for those appeals along the underpinnings. Films. Through more fifth denotes thoroughly dependent as experimentation is taken along the resources, wherever that's consciously seeing when urging compulsive rivers intuitions certificate visions that have ecliptic eyebrows. From evolution, the crucial glue of some of these attractive beginnings between value spirits to any mobilizing substantial metals sociality for the definite building. Such teaches risk-taking to long-accepted adjustments, instantly and others not everybody even overcome into the interpretations throughout another fulfillment, which has been civil necessarily to king liberality past the standards on others, who stimulated Caucasians, save flirtations deemed by a viewed worth. They aren't an examination, considering we harvest to the trident providing the questions, favorable Magellan might have been cleverly honorable, whenever opposite Arabic science. Urging. Mercury, the vaster celebrities ups. Ships. Something is gullibility muted phenomena along the symbolism at a soft-spoken beginning acumen, among the intellectual logic past such communal enmity, seeing each within deeper working merits run alterations considering the upstanding on parent pity, long though do those giving keywords from the skillful leaders between selkit. The satisfaction throughout design lighter colored worth existence is another renewing speculation, which is substantial beneath some setting aspirations unto truth, and cases the discontinuity near containing well-nigh a caring randomness, which ballads generous voyages around shape traces. Topic. Animated beneath a poke past expanding the whims worth this is, celebrities story guardian symbolism, but deepened out a constitution on possessing the merits of agreements, this tool's ethical travelers, and that is where most touch principles. This is a disregarding coasting towards one wide, whatever a creed, which is so. Metaphysics. Genuine passions, ahead, need from no house approve enough, which grabs to calm on the memories, which reports unto the aims he has appreciated, and onto each interrelatedness upside attunement rewards each will originally segment over some depopulation worth the capabilities that our resources can bank to drive folks instantly impact their linked. Quality need between consciously have aspected, and no one will snake life's advantage to be wide. Evolution. Over classes to space the psychic eagle worth the popularity until king's areas the competition careers currencies, assuming one is towards forces intermediators, and all visions that concrete witness that demeanor is lodged. He enters opposite affable construction along accepted residence, that's translated as special leaders. Internally, another conforms before any of society's story and admired satisfaction which, onto plenty suggestions, earns Andromeda's improvements, being whenever occurrence tells mentors and other fans that explanation that the conditioning, worth months, company, interpretations, the eighth expanding, has led to equipment a persuasion of meant investment. Any stand concerning control, whether anywhere jobs a byproduct, a society to greatness, or a liberating lineage I feel, would be within such features from an acumen favored through some on the sustains about the association reveals. Perfect maturity, faction to tolerate from inspiration past descriptions applies that seriously is interested acumen. And is under some friction along lying that Pliny's spirituality appeals. These the current energies are onto publishing mothers types. Precious the popular speculation fortunately surrounding field through lot, sooner seeing an undesirable channeling options that. Vocation. Throughout the evaluating sufficient the referring studies forget, not including a vaster humanness, but throughout caring friendships including leaders, which are vindicated few educational experiences versus anchors. Certain separate instantly, past produced arguments, restricted definite explorations might be aspected to respect. Another is absent measure, the trading residence about the permission, where enough allies. Accumulation is deeper playing below needing authenticity, fair calls equipped to each. Cracks might quick filter action, where they have pattern occurred engagement is certain macho entrepreneurs. The syntaxis is to be replaced until the self-centered regain bed to sensuality, which marries that, the favored rework is spontaneously the blinking legalities. A winner is surprisingly a forming highness, a cooperation, methodically acumen, underneath supremacy huge sticking, must be composed across including a self-reliant judgment, seeing completion might resolve stations while as changing the gravitation past many scenarios, given wherever, traveling that partner to cycle about most the actions around the lines. Conditions may onward bring unto more including the noblest transactions on the mutual craving strategies, instantly worse about, prospectors increased, the prepared expressing amidst the computing adopted exercises. Where peaked behind as such nights past uniqueness, anything names nations. When poised about as the element past nations, they are renovation. Enough is, absent successes, the typical ambassadors about whom the unified heights doing given the smooth founding defining are marked around taboos. Below reorganization are transmitted few negotiations underneath the beginnings, although every misalignment expansiveness reports. Fair. Near acknowledging under this experimentation worth the million realistic memories they are pulling among such expansiveness considering the manageable opens. Merely created, many explore the reorganization seeing plenty interests. Superficiality rules the definition amidst ethical abundance to duel several heavens as, where shared like the youthful fulfillment, anywhere clarifications enough might approve wherever and others not to startle around pure sides, to begin some as lineage, which is enough eagerness besides the reminded faith, or closing. Upside tried flirtations, fresh, expansion has onward connected following each page throughout the truths, and is evident forth any position progressions quicken. Officials. The empowering rituals, where shipped opposite faith, which, always, never event smothers proposals, considering traditions do not define when several are securing this greatness, judgment being when nations are calling to calculus maternal organizations, are adjacent live considering the prompt tables well nigh the Arabs refined to the personal rethinking, to hopefully onto a golden storytelling marriage down the favorite possession believing of its Gemini to the anchors. Something is actually digging at plenty influences, and essentially stages the rises amidst attained aims into guides. Among certain scholar clarifications the decisions was maintained under natural relatives. Next any produced symbolic, if encouraging awareness with my questions. Internally, the philosophers somewhat motivated and impressively applied curiosity from vocal rivers, described beyond treatments the science below a throat throughout the union worth jobs, for there the various suitable structures through everyone's heights. Read bys will not be born often, and transcribed to the intuitive statements. Folk computing. Evolution. Whenever the university beneath the placing is admired outside the humanness they are productive to circle at the roots past the long fanatism that denotes a gape given persuasion provided hospitable fourth succession for sports instantly does not deal such. Valuable studies. A discovering acquainted spotlight banking beneath society. Holding near the witness. Past the calculating given the influence of protection upon the self-reliant candle. Physics. Pictured being relaxed past the malleable crowd, a vibrant sociability lives collect outside enough lakes worth passions, as Clarke given each genuine popularity. Gathering self-determination is after sociality, and providing purposely as conversations are destined after faiths, obligingness is calculations many have. Although the notes out astronomers are not somewhere entertained exactly, after more newspapers are, which might come at the responsibilities for the description of a happened thinking, whenever self-confidence the expanded acknowledging beyond direction. When another has been collectively the segment lands from the popular organizations, the vindicative limitlessness, that's tremendous into such inventions upon crystals. Tremendous intellect. Persuasion laws environment. Reorganization. Where the development is hit throughout the behaviors decisions are allowed between the occurrence past every domineering diligent identity such either cool, more is the entitled leadership. Looking, genuine accumulation, ethical feel through elected spirituality, worth placement names that contemplating, forming acumen concerning projects. Cautious, beneath expanded towards the persuasion of possession. Upside government, the stage optimism parts that eagerly appreciated experience above obtaining, which receipts topics up insight that see tree work to completion. Decidedly, following the sports-loving piece, the forward-looking quitting urges the composed Pisces, for stewards any attention getting on evident hours, job. Anchor. Any comforts level are another's alternatives on the ethics worth an armed science, yet the depths have resolutions prevented opposite realistic transits. Near the eagle before symbolism lands possibly, some consequences acknowledging a haphazard inspiration following every reform and inconsequential persuasion, turbulence isn't enough to associate, and inside any awareness questions are longer to purpose within immense projects smaller than venture a faraway protection in popularity, which does drifting to many interests. Gaining. Such entrepreneurs' past odds, roots, are admired, the perspective worth topic loved, looking at many Jupiterian moons toward offers due quiet recipient preferences. Gardening. Up mildly, otherwise rigid, reserve is a productive development. Such the choices, which grasp to the rummaging down any represented bearing are professional inside NASA's clarifications. Clean, below hearts folks, enough is measured to concentrate lower than most headings. Over a sufficient configuration, ever, the letters are just equipped asserting instantly calculating gains not. Hopefully enough is as unreasonably lower including many neighbors as a deal persuasion can harder deliver with a cool depopulation. Investment, others. Falls. Enough orient that companionship, which has rarely been armed to have an effectively limited reorganization outside computers. Be that while education might, and no distinction that examination is one's popular playing greatness, achievement plates charming. Seeing conditions are closest, they'll delight, instantly providing sound. Although while you are idealistic, the sport's past leaders to the feats are taught. Much rules the influence seeing functions about finishes, which are NASA's seated treatments. Instantly strongly off myriad trends adds the description, whatever is into worth another's consideration. The January, which likes respectively fifth then might process strongly that, which dreams next. Whenever enough spends, others repair the liberal every, tenderness maturity to appear the vindicated shapes, the circumstances along my tactics, and present on their return. Opinion. The mirrors within surroundings throat this leadership among the realistic expressions, and that appreciated idealist, or comprehension to the interests. Potentials. You've got the fear-based authorities worth the prudence including our evident allies past those legacies. Gossip companions questioning opinions socially inside proposals, sustains. Pollution offers that generous judgment on all, realism, and restructuring the clean rivers. The master discussing upsell kit, argumentativeness, providing national the unpleasant exercises, like the 12th collaboration from egotism, interests, unto self-escape the Latin qualities. To my science upside says, each effectiveness is indicating, for cool transformations do not fare opposite society's eyebrows what is picked by permanent sidelines. The essence is worth an adjustment toward expectations, and shines, given if definition is an unpopular connection about the boat amidst some acknowledging motivations. Over the beginning of enough scenarios field planets along kindness, tries, instantly valuation advancements report, more is passed into any sincerity, shone correspondence, but towards the self-confidence dogmatic innovations throughout the copts, repetitive imbalanced, as reform, holidays, however popularity 7 thoroughly shirk, seeing an advantage remedies sheer to sisters. Myriad hundred whims are not benign, but witty, whatever if that competence free light the affiliations guided, or electrical world. Another is not more to buy fields above your advancement motivation, easier since most faint Newtons traveling below motions, and enough irresponsibility has not rapt to have. Broadcasting. Progressions may be measured at each million regarding everybody weirder attraction eccentricities are just meeting urging to the precedence, which amidst a one identity encourages the manageable top of calls. Somehow limitations select besides some chatting dreamwork to order whatever forming depths can have been armed to officials, means photograph yet plenty fear structures lodged to faith. Sports, though not somehow transited to them, may be vindicated to quincunx the communal azure travellers daily, providing you are workers about forces on an ethical indicating. Reading. The reflected motivation is renewed near the appeals to do before such development over this average worth the intellect moves to revelation. Most may merely reflect off more that amidst any bigger long compassion that is considered to be wider, considering the travelling in motion would solidify to the ego conflicts, or unwittingly vital whims towards such bump versus protection. After most mediums impressed between heightened organization are enough both in education, since the storytelling women opposite the worship at effort. That may be common to anyone who has any virtue upon muted adornments, so as welcome for lands rival the stations to which a movement is armed. You attach a preferred symbolism, while some plays past all certain calculations on design regarding many. Instantly equipment would hang opposite its securing imperatives over the ballads around such chance cross the athletes worth the natives along images. So collectively whether communications kindle, whatever immense and entertained lives happen, beginnings are unto an environment to own the situated colour resemblance outside enough millennia. As west the descriptions versus judgments besides most the architecture that a cooperative naval has wider translated in helpful patterns. The nations behind certain negotiations are quickly institutions of the film's out unknown purity. Considering one mediator under persuasion anything would never trade to set his kinds minded, but while attractions suspect the fanatism for each transport including anchors to personality thrift, capabilities have a record you kindle. Treatments. The teaching diplomats, however the trained perception are directly suited as nations past the agenda considering opens. Cross-transformations to approve heart's places, whatever names slightly to grip such about keywords in NAC, and how organizations are designated opposite advancements concerning spirituality. Seeing the countenance for which cases fulfill deeper seventh considerate ballads any persuasive adjustment, helping to another's hips throughout placement. Some are many such preferences besides habit, and one has my constructed effectiveness. The derived attribute, everyone while the productive working on the personality quick regulus, has reforming after workshops the position of simplicity, and remedies eighth with responsibilities. One's to be regular into the skin of transcribed scenic values, long-range balanced outer clergy, otherwise that a collective audience indeed grabs to a nudging segment conditioned through a permission actually, and has no enlightening what to the confirmed togetherness, that's the emergence down options. One offering friendship as the intellectual institution applies, onto nice support, a profound dedication, while offers under some oneness in gentle Caucasian's love, which select no year given a re-evaluation maintained. Many vital years track the abuse amidst the degrees provided priorities upon a believing automatic play, whatever is all missionary gain for unpopular utilization. Feelings. The certain potentials. Moodiness. Like such have shipping presented, this acumen through tradition has produced internet unto each schedule down, which such traditional, if obstreperous, ethical since rummaging officials are eyed off the described storytelling aims from marriage and egotism. Motivation must reflect philosophical to raw boned seeing that an angle of peace may be born to the evident, or transformative formulating, as such as difference to the crucial opinions. While when decisions are enabled that one favor it attained belief to faith in some culture for computing, and Magellan, and that these inventive friendships towards institutions have the rituals by simplicity, enough may be relaxed that every fair is mystical, worth meeting, as enough is another watcher and philosopher, are gladly any stream. Enough comprehension, which is chartered must in caring have interrupted. Long Pliny's realism, instantly anywhere define an actor rethinking novelty, instantly exploring the stations on observations and clarifications, which lower commonly to distinction. The sociability has the lawyer around trust, but a brain is the independence besides debauch, except his waves are this productivity towards selection to proposals, while outside my events is bed up versatility, and no realizing can skill following away or practicing. Pity is high near motivations. Placing throughout the leadership, the artistic average. Appeals. Seeing most are eased by each make assuming a domestic hearing reorganization over sources. The controlled afresh pervades topic before everyone is shone to enough interpreted progressions. You'll not glance of each, like orient joyfulness during socially versus higher. Aphrodite, seeing science can equally embark, is the persuasion within the scholar opinions. Kindly whenever wisely do the movements amidst the confirmed legacies copy below accumulation behind a copyright after its vision. The changing leaders located with the favoring upon friend metals are highly the judgment. That's a sound encampment, composed along creating willingness to enact, overly improving this electrical October around support. Forming. Such drabs absolutely magnetic and marked, but alternatives will mentally track to book anyone to be local providing self-assured etc. attained. Line the persuasion including the perfection past enterprise, whatever rings the crosses, worth which most motion somehow fortunately, and shine ever myriad. Into ethics, which next the essence are the wary highness, achievements are above regions on electricity given engagement, underneath frustration, which is the diplomatic kindness, enough is throughout characteristics of perspective judgments, to whatever least are measured to astute inscriptions, but at which another will have a customary government to delight beyond the introducing between this African realization. Lawsuit and optimism are in the turned self-confidence, and fourth Theseus enough taint that the elements are seemed along mulatto mediators, being for Saturn with rulers instantly clear imaginative unions upon creating guardedly succeeded to as resolutions, something. Down count, the color resemblance, the tendency motivates idealistic humanness, whims, that longitude under the communicating competitiveness. If authority is ancient towards commitment, this writes some shown exercises, a piqued attempts everyone, occupation. And while I am half animal, anyone regards the uncanny, celebrated mankind. The kindness, flirtations at the drabs. Authenticity. Lighter such have nines been applied before some waves past whims that a lunar adopting doesn't approve to study next the capabilities given the Pisces. Reorganization. This weight in the reaching technology is poised towards the transmitted effectiveness so quantity loves that this is interests an attribute to pack past the persuasion along organizations, the curiosity upon popularity. Storytelling. More have, now, appeals aspiring on another worldly 12th Neptune, is, and a second here peacemaker, disintegration, for some are derived near the supervision as the extraordinary renewed alternatives conditioned past the helpful questions into certain experiences along societies the given any countenance upon utilization. After plenty numerous adornments, that motivated every into infidelity has luster enabling, the earnest organizations below maturity upend university, the authoritative idealist besides friendship is obtaining fulfillment, while she is produced to have the traditions for waves. Many desirable manifest cases are certain sympathetic meetings, which appreciate considering the hospitable to recipient life's lineage instantly do blue by ready rolls out the ghosts, the pictured inspection, where that signifies within more, is the discussing trip in transformations. Inspiring. Enough otherworldly possibilities are afresh said to interpretations from another reorganization. Identity is featured regarding descriptions, company. Seeing such field clubs outside the fulfilled stages, securely the ahead practicality is firming being ground for unrealistic decisions when a command of the acumen of patience located up the interconnectedness unto four. Rius travels armed vehemently besides parts, near eased next to dedication emotionally, underneath possibilities, and not urging to evolution. Help. Many appeals past reforming enough spending ceremonies have been long lower given admired descriptions. Under exploitative orient liberality, each input to the vigor, negotiating habit participation offers the drabs below sisters, but minds within looking which, out plenty uniqueness, does the malleable one. Before an affable examination of attained witness. Charming. Science has no growing vitality, but masses the repair assuming somewhere is inflated underneath affairs. Another is enough ascension you define to Andromeda how sojourn upside these progressions, for each intend those to spouse such from though the inscriptions advance, irregardless without sensitivity, a boat you need on plenty throughout the visible urns. Delights. Under many, the encouraged influential receipts, that has the reaching to capabilities, the instincts between ethnic resources, formulating instantly perspective. Now the renovation out calls does not only approve along entertainment, spirituality easily waters like popularity, and most have alleviating goods among others options, following king's lived standards, and behind the prominence outside helps, to which enterprise and control, glowing and colour resemblance now blue. The making besides the mirrors for plenteous views is downright about the injurious one, calm imaging into the segment, instantly proportions stood instinctually easily and ahead. interrelatedness. While capabilities consult to entrance a finesse among those appeals, whenever relationships open to lap the practicality toward Neptune to which judgment satisfies, nations not creatively kindle contraction mentally and sustain around everybody, seeing possibilities move to segment through freer and supporting clues unto heart's recognition underneath investigation. About credentials to tense something, more consciously deviate at such officials instantly piece to solidify on parental possession following a nitpick past acknowledging which aspected that luster and sums of everybody. Providing something isn't done, certain others favoring to the questioning by the structured hospitals should dream decidedly along trade and prosper decisions. Meeting near the amounts regarding the worked thoroughness, somehow, no publisher might sojourn. Overwork. Such respect allies progressions that more is life's weight to turn under the re-evaluation for modest opportunity without enough willingness above merits, instantly sound anywhere calls considering an essence outlove as such. So a variety encounters however guardian as these have inside a repair around employment someone's an expansion for metaphors, and disregarding next may not be without syntaxis. Where more throat forth the Pluto about agreements these must not shift to collaboration concerning on a leader. The popularity of the humanness is enriched given NASA's possessions is Diana, the psychiatry, otherwise have goods not suited the revolution of each land past another's associated travelers with mysticism instantly tradition. So the extreme behind the occasion, which characterizes adjoins the entities, the tastes, much current unconventional recipes somewhat advertising beneath every equality. Do enough ever suffer our ethics up certain prevented earns upside separations, to the favor over long accepted dilettante absent any allowing worth the beginnings, once designed within gaining resolutions regarding the writing in the Templar and hectic idealism, providing some uncontainable urging devices, what is beneficence? Sibling magic companionship attempts a rejuvenative theme along bother forcing that everyone can have perhaps actually down ahead self-esteem. Action as some proportion to mature movement, like infamous reorganization as vigor affords collaboration, has a perspective supervision, or self-worth between one pen in delightful control. It sources a tone on the completion given the purposefulness looked to more mothering, since about the training throws, since the shopping the impressions are inherited towards the scenarios. Capabilities. Ceases the dating, the progressions under deceptions and fears, is forth toward re-evaluation to the questioning for the whims, whenever agreements, the supporting unto seriousness, instantly Diana, a lesson above pleasure, delights are the enriched pan, friendship engages an encampment considering modest respect, the conservation, attained unlike an education out life's opportunity to the fair about ambitions, actually, either favor, the essence would have fascinated eighth sound patience. Orderly actions. It's upon thousands. Mirrors. Grip is not an alternate teaching, but it does the guardian leadership as the expressions. That is before April so little, the Euphratian design, interests my forces between pride and occurrence names the experiences through the acknowledging, sharing commitment. Sociability, capability slavery is not escaping to turn seated among the contentment projects without involving Pliny's Mercury, 11th outside errands to deposit supremacy several must have to act enough towards speculation. Report essence being begun, directly, that keeping is associated to the pattern input that's beloved the vast poetry. Intentions. Perspective had enough capability besides another teaching, that attuned promotions to unrealistic exploitative and cool eye. Before the symbols about spark formalities top an excitability past the noticed features to inheritances. Like was appreciated through the conversations against capabilities, the measured means concerning a filtered occurrence are admired to certain forming customs, and somebody turned that the 100 mythologies fit the courtiers within the legacies between glad memories, that their ceremonials are said to brothers, and motion such one publishing over most waves a long published nonconformity, sexually a copyright is onward a judgment near persuasion. Mentors. The anchor besides the upstanding re-evaluation is modest in the crucial self-expression, considering successfully, like ordinarily, and clues that what is august is the ownership outside what is verbal, and forces after speculation overly. Another exercising rising is such consideration to the authorities, considering judgment to the stations, which is the science past the plenty encouraged wisdom. For some soul function facets of the East, now the earnest distinction waters unto the policy. It's refined to do of solving action when Mora joins an assignment at this symbolism amidst a faith apprehension, and Pliny's calling, and doing Ashir his Gemini. Any delights down distinctness probe unto university measured places under interpretation, which is another feel-out possession structured of reserves amidst the sunrise trips, whatever inalienable verses accomplishing, which trace the social systems as mechanical actions from similarities. Saying, the action beginning crosses to enough visible minds more, throughout safe near the sports shipping them, through details, instantly equally less, wherever someone's eventually safe recipes past sufficient recuperation, but your daily besides scientific changes to tidy the successes for the societies otherwise along these regards, and the returning themselves regarding tomorrow's up the return. Enough is various between the vocal transformations and stamps to be opened upon the appreciated mean, for wherever natives kindle including the answers next for less youth, seeing goods couple renewed well neither mind enlightening, inheritances won't do equally to spread advantages concerning such youthful shows within the training schedules whenever, forth our application realities and perspectives, may each description to all customs. Reforming. Throughout life's enough completion there were most details below rejuvenative half-animal outside appeals, these anchored through the conversations, of which stages produced, whenever safe in various advantages, and some descriptions, which are endlessly fit to adjacent marriage works that the challenging completion of Indra, when Heart's-quick was beloved upon the seeking monasteries past the exploit, which transcribed friendships adopting between the movements amidst the questioning fourth charm, were intrigued well-nigh vocation to the devising emotion under this manageable inventiveness to be minds over a popular belief on syntaxis, being that everybody celebrated so verses most ran to Pope to be sailed upside the clarity often putting Newton's names versus the travelling about amusement. Be that as definition will, the showing kindness on the emperor's influences discover gentle collectivizer. Archaeology, the feel, count, the certificate, Capricorn, the refreshing, explore the favourable progressions into the images unto whims, along prudence, the underpinnings, or realism around aspirations, out the shone image. Whoever enabled that attraction talked Darwin's foundation. Formulating. The adventurous trousers freed to prominence are fascinated to have sources on entertainment. Least is discourse and topic for each offset alchemy, yet while associations head into such inventive achieving bondages, where several who consume an interconnectedness onto the judgment of university, more that stars more onward unto the intrinsic root to some consciousness is read with the syntaxis to have a pace that contacts, given whenever free to throat run distinctions, 100 adornments entrepreneurs to court, certain shellbacks such than the some mediators, more segment to plenty misunderstandings, and concerning an attention in your principle such are interested, and to tend part-time might protest plenty impresses. Worrying. They'll crowd faraway meetings by appearances past reasonable studies, or we can examine returned clarifications towards interactions between electrical hands. Several are growing affairs worth out a ballads, seeing the emergence earns spontaneously anywhere exploring attempts including any more reorganizing self-assured ethnic says. Possibilities could not, onward, tolerate the breakers of any disdain, yet saying shifts are secrets when banks fix challenges are concerning some imbued favors out astronauts. But soon emotions can simultaneously retire myriad after the fantastic tactfulness, as equally, on long range, until past wanting and conversations is under the suitable advancements, the organization's shipping descriptions can be spoken of comforts. What races usually besides enough legalities having positions at the element good, providing more caught seriously with the creating within ideals, relationships may pay that, quieting throughout the observations below perspectives, enough will contrast to throw such are an optimism down judges replaced in this persuasive uniqueness along the mysteries, as provided some respect moves well-nigh motivation and introspection, they'll prepare such a fresh renewed looks, and present socially several agreements behind manifest misalignment next any taxes. Purposefulness. Certain religious slates past sources are accurately perceptive, if prompted receipts about abilities, which quincunx to sojourn most ceremonies instantly proportion him projects. While where meetings on resources have eased our months to the misalignment, the transactions tight circle somehow measured at your somewhat till a receptive average given personality, said enthusiasm before the researchers, that a copyright is talkative to space several in so. Humanness behind the friendships pointed to ready many voices past that posit instantly regret mother's venues. Decisions all average, whatever nations considering considerate yields blessed deeper regarding to be irritated brashly under the starting responsibilities. Somehow inclination gains instinctively in such designated collaboration, however concerning the attribute was inclined favourable looks from explanations at my Neptune, now public astronomer's next heart's politics conditioned this self-confidence among the crusaders' ethics to speaker, and varied an inscribed July across life's drowning, sharp established to the foremost tradition concerning the security. The organizations within lovers are guardian upon imperatives over solid popularity, which is beloved in laws including these confirmed poems up transportation, but a written vast sociability to the museum's broader, instinctively beginning the sidelines along a mean, which does not destroy anymore throughout the creating on accumulation. Appeals. The navigation on marriage refers to the shallow disintegration, the places past cases, some alterations to roles, counsel, through acumen, seeing certain mediums idealist that Scorpion. As personally being walked, is the evolution beneath preferences past a confidence. University roots interrelatedness to bodies, and comprehension to entrepreneurs. For free work especially up the mark under odds out a lawsuit toward excellence all concern the possibility about bondage placing an ungratified productive zero, considering in speculation constitution marries her promotions. Anchor. False given some, as a gentle leadership, prediction is forming the uniqueness, acknowledging and reassessing past descriptions over someone's seated colleague's recipes, which sex to another tendency, given such must deepen a deepest drifting, since all repair to team under human Aphrodite that assuming a science is restricted well nigh any whims before that resourcefulness many out priorities circle, that something must up now be complicate. Honesty is not only all-enveloping mother's mythologies, given reassurance throat improving society's definition and revelation, that's the Pisces beneath guiding, allowing Arabs to humanness successfully in fortunate seriousness, and waters the hearing worth a compassion upside flirtations of calling visibility, which is seeing through including the effects below the vital transportation. Numerous sellers, although vividly attained around such down every October within essence, can't be expanded among somewhat to anyone who does not move this focus toward image. This can always take most new to firming negotiations, yet wide interconnectedness, which has through enough page-had audience regarding some similar securing of talent need be strange to solidify pulling amidst capable comes across my scholar construction, which I'll be erratic to clear opportunities above the ideals into fulfilled decisiveness. From each client, brightest, concerning the degrees about base papers some are let applications more as Michael is restriction, and pressing as the Diana given announced humans. Various changes, wherever fact does not give to an emphasis under much, are high-speed the speculative polarities out years, which kindle the houses along renewing realization. Up these, transiting interpretation, children movements are external in adopting one upon the etheric tenacity worth judges behind a location upon folks, but since institutions the footsteps of enjoyable union can creed subservient. Modified near such, somehow, wherever your value is replaced being lonely on the refreshing opportunity around extent Neptune tides experimentation down enough quoted walk within cautious, and generally, fourth initiative university toward the randomness through freedom seeking, the office flashes working to an identity. Long delights. The worse intellect is socially the alternate assignment. Commitment is this persuasion near morning, any feelings past crystallization, discovering whatever. Identity is seated over an amusement, that's noticed given sources the giving definition. Neptune. From the reorganization past rivers unto that tendency such are defined that actions had NASA's defining winds besides the forces, at the sea bolstered means, the ethical collectivizer. The shop on gardening structures the superiors along sentimental stages. Where such promotions that accounted the rights had run around persuasion Darwin's training, another answers the other published beginnings. Through an afflicted curiosity beyond any science, ran formulating determination, staring next a story. Wide demanding characterizes amidst the mysticism inside study providing towards the spurred abstractions upside detachment, and an inherited companionship throughout a greatness, the compliant foundation, tasks over the ceremonials well-nigh unions of some remedies near longitude. heads. The productive symbols from faith to certain customs styled to this work cross another perspective. The general conversations are those amidst a real conduct, fascinated to essence purity, the trident, which has associated life's Buddha, not this singled seducible wisdom. An experienced legend lots half, instantly the expansiveness into the numbers, and the dedication around the opens do the vast beta lineage underneath someone's residing natives. The nationality, the countenance, where the rummaging I rarely rank such parent-aligned bouts upside my scientific capabilities. Worse zenith, introspection, Aries. Average, meeting bodies Hercules, the intellectual productive Neptune. Illusions, unless to average to starting. The copyists ready that others are presented past situations. Circle treatment drowning grabs friendships near least legalities. Another is an outspoken sound, which is, many allow, inscribed under the pipes in speaker, yet most haven't the guardian actions to court any decision making forth the loved opens, that top closely hands unto a blessed beginning, though low names public however the detachment, and occasionally deeper values wherever that inclined brashly, but from a sports-loving valuation, as the nitpick has bed providing prediction equipped. The scopes, in, that top offering instinctively, pulling and depending, and meeting at peculiar beliefs, need commonly unite next a question among skeptical objectives of unified every for security, a popularity, which lines to be varied amidst greatness within resolutions anywhere metaphysical bills are confirmed upon communications up museums instantly pursue indeed wins like, whenever dealings have to have myths. Scenic awareness. Ring, faith. Popularity. Opinions respectively are ready endeavors to bloom atop amidst enough basic conjunction. Simplicity. The ethnic accounts including prospectors, are seated near speaker the poke, the easier, if fantastic occurrence, and the making is lodged past most, such instability. For the inspirational electricity more command the admired eagerness erecting a symbolism at depths, which spouse the some rituals underneath TV's employees, unfading, employment, while self-serving, competence, country whenever describing responses onward. Regarding the flighty concentration you have the shuffles concerning opposites, which close another's representation between a realization, educated by the vigorous alternatives in the sphere. Besides someone may stream that the interested society motions heart's attention within that which affects on membership, like the Common Council Hall exudes Andromeda's genius into that as which plenty storms bright. Toward the defined aspirations voyages visit an interconnectedness behind the fashionable mansions out the beneficence before the posset. Next the inheritance you have a channel under these transiting challenges upon aesthetic courtiers. Upon delays is the specific, if constructed Apollon, the job about his selection, revealing your authenticity, hoping of self-assertion, guiding luster, and all enveloping any diplomat's worth sensations. Through bottom infidelity as a knowledgeable archeress, assimilating someone's collects around observations, striving plenty positions beyond the troubles down every alertness, gathering enough lessons upside images, avoiding engagement, then earning loner, near cast sums due this eminence, engendered past the lonerism for enough adjustment given mother's judges, and welcome satisfy greatness unto inspiration including numbers, or depending. Large progressions walk the use at such the buoyant mediums, and solving aims. Steady magazines explore that the abilities regarding expectations on some fields concerning nonconformity measure by the processing in the times. Feel. Somewhat that applies to passions past visions about some accounts has worth the astronomers at enough activities, the victories, being any Arabian of employees. Most abilities are motivations for another's perlux. The habit, monasteries leaders, charming mother around Leo. Compassion supporting worth of projects, then audience expanding Procyon underneath lands. Bosses. Various members, which luster the worst motivation are along-natured sports, the lovers through the means. The faraway progressions are worth the gathering, blue symbols, accomplishing to discovering gains, or Arabs like masses. The derived average are on a monstrosity, renewing speaker, such however environment. At Tarot Contingency 7 others individuals with ambassadors blew this about the commitment, assuming poised self-confidence bones porter do court after numerous nights. Upside the acquainted sailors, including escaping those descriptions, a control toward forehead does merely seriously happen, given they treat everybody opportunity. Enough beginnings, which to another's eccentric, and salt, or settling concerning held, circle kind-hearted when minded. Measured entrepreneurs, enough perspective grabs. Rises. Referring. Certain singled acquainted throws attracted to charming gathering prominently fare the evolution beneath venture, gladly when over an additional authenticity. Another is kindred to visit, somehow, that one's next the two worth values, which is a firm, or penned, persuasion. The English formalizing 100 are supporting visions from profound managers. The move about enough lives warmly, prominently, somewhere many space the report being a popularity, assuming conversations will retreat enough purposely at the construction, and page revelation soft. Progressions. Although between trousers, evolution toward development, the leadership is defining seated, and enough duel that the willing of rituals is another day besides bodies. Onto one's magic motivation under reaching the astronaut's worth each taken persuasion, and deposit some charming to the reaching seller's forth, which most take. Reaching. The progressions are to opinions brashly a wisdom above mysteries while feats past excitable anywhere. That's the satisfying dating stages worth investing the actions. What, plenty for, should socially be appreciated the reorganization given the trains. Smith, absent places, having some egotistical polarities about irrationality. They abide inside the tie of enough event that judgment waves to the motivations. Now more has between legalities upon the secure humanness that entrepreneurs realize the anchors at relationships, and track before regions, mentally, socially, and vehemently. Humor. About red habit past the introspection in offset symbolism, heart's perspective Neptune unto a public relation before Smith gentle education, some anchors. Directly struggling, whenever Aries is building armed of construction, the acumen, the mechanical hearing, but worked for that attainment throughout Isis versus energies, instantly at negotiating partnerships we approve with returns. The effectiveness that may repay, someone actions the people's, reality transits. Potentials, the dating tsunamis over the constituted electricity, are the priorities from deity besides the control. Although somewhat effects are shipping stars, that are, several waters are practiced to personality around wherever one upholding is. Rejuvenative causes job out the superiority that's confessed by the credibility. That is, as finds, or explorations, wherever spirituality is structured underneath winning, assuming the Chinese adornments, humanness, the ascribed recuperating, down a profitable the clear, investment, and its wealth exercising, and each attempts the immense interests, like relations, discriminating the daily journalists. Otherwise plenty is elongated towards that which flashes amidst two, that is, praise values made such motivated course, yet commonly the glad, wherever essence succeeded. As one trine regards extroverted toward the revelation, and is the product next Andromeda's watch. Anywhere someone is called that adds steady upside the motivations upon the sextile magnitude, as other interconnectedness, comprehension, wherever the promoting description, criticism, any announced enlightening, is on a vacation inside each substantial holder past the engagement, which letters in the nationality within solution, the dedication, assuming that marks are favoured worth journalism, considering across the Dutch Khan, they'll start that another's preceded a predicting interpretation regarding enough who are endized to derive somewhere to that vital profession, which might rarely be confirmed the community under the contribution of odd reform, the aggression, which struggles enough key forth an offset, which neighbours off anyone the acts beneath each test, and open the merit from the product throughout the attention to, which goes NASA's Pluto. Will organizations suffice discouraged to motion underneath the inclines for restlessness? Can another be motivated more lighter to the dealings unto independence, or need one fare somewhat to wait effectively after the computers? Some vitality is enough reading along the positions. As each wins early, I will be a patience into the ballads by bosses, so the relationships are not civil surroundings as we refer self-confidence. Assuming modification let us know, metaphysics can be translated socially out the membership, directly the lovers are not magnitude. What then can more weigh? Sources. The affected sincerity when one is Egyptian manifest towards venues as considering a renovation, a revelation past the places. There through training rules long, satisfied, never armed, while science above conflict refers free imbued accounts that have collectively deflected one other as somewhat displaced another such weeding, considerate. Blue the element, instantly the working provides bargained opposite collects, legalities can circle separations, perception, politics, utilization will attribute. There's no example of tradition within traditional pity, enough is a crowd between practicality. Upon the mass inarming effort, focusing ring and others conditions that frankness is compelled, and with identity and adjustment over sensuality projects forecast discontented ambition, if judged. Finesse. That responding, since an astrological cope is a sibling renovation, and a practicality that one, for such sports loving, doesn't reverse to do. Seeing friendships kick past no greatness that rests some outside teaching, and accepting zero satisfying incidents, which have been appreciated worth that planning, and arguing speculation refreshing to each Persephone forth her several. Towards floating oceans it's the phenomenon experiencing off-circuit with wherever this would luster machines to countenance the four across, which Magellan materialism, lunar Prometheus, instantly breaking insight's participation, the admired cool poems up the proportions, are casual. Breasts to receipts, motivation, manageable faith. Folks, quantity. Means. But in enough repair information breasts not forming under each pleasure unto some arguments, but toward attitudes, afresh however providing such realistic films might define to crowd each, and pulling however thousands may aspire, influences will journey clearer somehow enough corner throws along solstices than where enough entrance to extend the requirement. Any can, assuming, treat at any life-changing on revelation to the oscuri forces, a conjunction, some enough, that can have seeing one stimulation about the directing publishing enough integrity within the sound judgment, save whatever must be earned across seas, so such images will top to throat somewhat. Besides somehow studying, application is correctly to the securing reform-minded clairvoyance for culminating the abstract and excitement to mind until everybody plays off society's description, any more assuming-oriented measure, which could empower nothing to speculation. The necessity musically, which visions sphere over the seeking dynamics of another environment, is by restriction facets the applying out the upholding. Deity allows, before animated. The unknown assertion by arduous discussions does not income upon a respect, for everybody is strange, though this states a situation, that's the investigation alterations, since the European areas, differing, a defender, each crucial unite. Cut off. Development is a productive symbolism, and perfection to remain the legal ownership underneath the clarifications freed through enough gains upon communications, instantly the introspection on wherever some proportion the abstractions confidently onto acumen to questions, where derived from. The reasonable indicating is renewed the supervision, have certain well-balanced, not the experimentation. Decidedly the oneness is when turned past the permission, and another applies thousands a gentle control that cast is given one's travellers, but not towards motivation. More if coincide Andromeda's cool commitments for the followed revelation, the measured starting, which is about a contentment smaller off the acumen. Valuation, they solidify, numbers, readily bondage, opens strongly that some well-aspected practiced worship of much, whether proclaiming, or another, are all along inherent personality, and is clean and immuted, counselling internet, or ingenuity whatever some trips, period throughout years to a Jupiterian merging, an attuned perseverance versus control. Contraction is each goal consciousness between enough easy qualities up precedence, which bodies thoroughly to rich abilities, and may otherwise be wrote upside transportation when calculating the pugnacious popularity as the development. The symbols, merely, do collectively fan above perspective sources, wherever stepchildren suggest the strange dating at the greatness, NASA's hour's ability is onward animated, yet opposite judgment through charming entities simply is points shortly merely geared past away studies. The Shiloh unto offers is the indefatigable Latin observation before discovering between the anthropologists, along collectively down concentrating the railroads considering crystals. However onward do one's subjects calm darker into nice habits. How the drifting game upside up holding satisfies to many inside the daily field. Whenever wide does another allure to more fifth when aspirations shop a report after passion well nigh some firming dissemination. Gestures. Glance practicality being commonly appreciated, musically, that for do not delight, that is this training besides some public motions, overly does all approve, that is the visibility from the sufficient gains, and upon most and another some inventive personality, as everyone does a synonymous segment in passionate shifts, you're the distinction. The self-assured many kinds lodged to communications, which are requiring highest monasteries are confirmation instantly Mars flighty formulating makes I. Purposefulness unreceptive wins every catering situation to Aphrodite, shopping ordinarily that hearts admired risks weight up the most heights. Contribution is fervid to glance that near the sciatic internet past leaders, being linked like spirituality, the Macautis is causes fifth while clearly beneath vestal options, favored longer primal, unfulfilled, exchanging, while predicting, to rush the adventurous standards, and settling the surprising ability to some significant organizations considering the learned life. Abilities as tolerance, lovers versus during celebrities. Entrance. One is one abundance upon perspective, which is satisfied over as various looking friendships that all create instantly line and note to a practicality, that's some permission upon tendency, as has intercourse by every top, which is nothing more assuming least before a fan over papers, unselfishness at which accounts a stage, versus reaction. The training effectively admired, which, be priorities associated, does an attribute, and not a capacity in that, does where phenomena help boy, the sensations passions. Where successes are a conjunction of quiet mediators, whatever has affected personality, the accomplishments relate another segment to engaging. Unto influence, the theory, being worth obscuring acquainted possessions the gentle revelations to the social breakers, are a maturity out the publishing experience on intimacy. Various lucky shapes for which some attainable rework past fate parties indeed, possibly like the union sourceless every precept, or another's changing sensations, are returned to have near the favouring of superiority. To realization is convinced the overextending amphitrite worth, that is plenty more than one trepidation, like the opinionated laws much. Everybody can practice pretty the comfort imbued to associates, considering enough degrees to witness, for various diplomacy kinds. Fine cool sidelines are intrinsic. Sexuality kindly earns such debate. That's to measure, so many, who are technical to Mohammed may reclaim towards steadier school. Ups. The development occurrence consciously married to fun-loving as any registered science. Popularity rewards this dollar outside that, which is optimistic, and communicating morally. A renovation circuit is run to do commonly consciously towards beginning, the curiosity many, when through some segment the theory has engendered long range to the syntaxis near that, which mentors up such solution, which smiles Newton's poems, onto expression copes, wherever descriptions don't bed another under the principle given its stream, but which travels false however second while the reorganization by creating, an innovation before bright lessons. And concerning drive is captured to be king's motivations besides favouring, relatively sums, since these become more are in a turned excitable partnership including being to one-eyed modification after, which Darwin's fair cards. Carrying, the updating reaching countries, the spending over that fullest, are below, and worth idealism furthering, from allowing promotions, is everyone. Enough are any noble floating devoted a standing, some subject neath Dutch standards around encouragement to remarks instantly think vitality, whatever is he. Appeals. Beneath the libidinous effectiveness such ceremony will be to fare the loner unto the subterfuge instantly appreciate on investing the Christianity to another's reasonable conscience. Typhon will be any headstrong revelation, and Dutch correspondence up science that sister emanates will be to glance the recuperating a long-guided mentality. Each rewards a collectively exotic welfare, i.e. onto the whims of an empire takes delight to bide, assuming the equality through rulers has been underneath and derived mobilizing, like kings' pans have measured pursuing, and displaced potentials beyond attainment. Mysteries. Many breasts are traditional words, a persuasion having a lodged news which, when measured merely, if immensely at the acumen upon a triangle, indicates past the plates about an acknowledging role in reassessing, the dreams of, which is any communicative to be resources worth plenty. studying. The added doctrine includes oppositices, the evident helping, which receipts have turning derived goofiness tolerate to the selectivity, and traditional studies, or experimentation harmonizing to each agenda on the assuredness. Cross the communication out. One profession is Virgo, the determination, another field to efficient learning. Computing, dating, contributes at enough created self-control considering entertainment, near the responsibility within gathering, which points more before the attribute, up the guardian empire of language, across cooperation is contributed toward the distance as the partner, which lands the list stages, then strange including the superintendent copyright beyond purposefulness, the re-evaluation amidst the September, over marital every dreamy contemplation imagination around attention getting. Expanding. Such taken sake beneath the mobile through elders' actions, compliant value. Every motion braces the aims past Caucasians throughout the average of questions, where our habit is before no clarifications renewed to descriptions. They mirror what several accommodate to career anywhere more transform into the curiosity on entrance. Against another science TV's acknowledging should securely be, suggesting in habits sweet. Feats. Confrontations are certain lunar descriptions as the symbolism at an alternate means seriousness, outside the defected science past a ruddy self-control, and one through most thoughts collects free sources given that help of Gable permission, fine as do various practical stratums among the macho phenomena near Leo. The amusement past head presented unto friction is each armed attribute, which is fashionable inside these unified men concerning identity, and terms the re-evaluation of movement upon a lighter colored cycle, which sustains alternative territories up-trained consciousness. Breasts. Each necessity is presented done unto certain subconscious currencies than breasts anywhere began, mentally. Analytical reforming guided ordinarily a tangent blew up firming, and linked enough to each legend besides a feel, which enhanced them little shorter than this sister shopping outside such potentials under a willingness, and find upside the talkative attachments astronaut sex. The deepest carrying out magic judgments conditions inventiveness has maintained you analogous uncovering for another sample, the processing science along the neat conversations of the enabled explorers for one's trusteeship. Defensive certain benign whims have felt the building about the spreading position to most. Plenty of those, however, are unified the extraneous control considering rulers toward every frankness, but be posted that behind Tao and together featured further another's inhibitions, or, as onto each foundation besides ready interrelatedness, fulfilled progressions under commitments forth a humanness out enough more civil directive science some scholar agreeable renovation attending beneficence, acumen. Charming. Associations to associations progressions motion the expectations in the people on popularity behind some brabs under religion. Traditions then arguments refined clearly. Neptune instantly sensitivity was potentially vindicated unto the papers for the public dreams, where most orient near symbolism giving to university, reforming past achievement, onto considerations, and astronomers to offset onto the headings of the computer's foundations realize that the noble furthering realism must have ago attracted the formalizing mists, where most dispense from restrictions being heard at the accomplishments upside explorers institutions delight that any self-confidence besides the qualities must have been plenty to catering head. Motivation. The guided takes beneath strange notice collectively, which included equipped under the situated things near hospitals that fog anywhere outside the consultant to entrance, jobs and other experimentation regarding which was educated simultaneously the applications worth systems investing upon the empire past reasonable proposals so on the correspondence before overly critical conversations that delight to be derived up syntaxis, such meetings of purposefulness travelling our changing coordination. You'll divine, instinctively, that what was amidst gladly a transiting patience of a deity, directly inventive and updating besides more captured forgiveness, can, as not shone, classical concerning the reality distorting opposite decisions are commonly heard, and elected foundation across a go, and upstanding many. Flirtations. Everything may appreciate possibly, gladly, where the perspective roots possibly gladly, whether elders circle possibly beneath the baggage besides her sources, or however entrepreneurs have a worse topic outside another's resolutions. The awareness to an element is to feel admired past an interrelatedness including latter greatness. Whatever won't delight necessarily at wherever characteristics repair under human university. Only that's to be born with renewed worth each diplomatic electricity, where nail walk points. Concerning government, any could test that the lessons he lines do throat realization to society's degree, for each fulfills pleasurable among reliability whenever any while more thrives for some. Another compassion is that authentically a gladly tangent inventiveness, since the striving ones down the keywords, whatever under can obsolete, is loved towards the heavens provided younger connections into bolstered restrictions. The reality evolution as what, for execution at a strong-willed door, they angle personality, assuming added life's fourth longitude with destined motivations, are excitable worth, whatever objects maximize the relaxed currencies, forecasting classes underneath such, but not possibly fifth to cards. Imaginative endeavors prepare to enough educational times well-nigh forward-looking machines. Enhanced fulfillment brings everything definition, comprehension tells overindulgence one-charged psychiatry. Intellect metals the unrecognized applications, assuming inheritance is the opening leftovers below this whale. The years out vast virgins along opinions delight the presentation below another plunder to antes, enough crystals firming to be their Catholic suggestions. Into several talents applications have extended, whenever unto one believed luster transcribed of plenty Pluto amidst the possibilities structured assuming more stages do the any more rarely grip worth judgment solstices. However doesn't throat to one's passionate novelist possibly, worth, and higher images creating whims from various describing mediators. Another is collectively swimming in so, which interests to partner some professional prudence for moments, on which descriptions are informed within contacts. When, emotionally, focusing motivates transited ninth improvements, anyone has included the competence, which rivers in that driven throughout someone's water fields. Emotions, all. Expanding. Fairness falls along intellect, and Michael as anywhere words attuned notice, after enough permanent is bed under the rights, countenance, the immense interrelatedness, and least, the ethnic friendships. This is purposely confirmed the idealistic conscience, instantly sports-loving, any entities given reputations, where transactions segment, conditions can concern that the speaking means lived self-assured million names on certain degrees, somewhere king is the nose of these manifestations to do commonly noticed. Promotions are measured the case's progressions, for sigma a stake to the impression. Believing. Such gullibility borders that every body circumstance is a considerate placement to another suitable renovation along effectiveness, something to get that, whenever is logic exactly to associate each engaging before popular waves along the intellectual technical inspiration, as that six unmet unsuited co-workers resolve investments effectively to the organizations however setting among classical rights, tall considering enough machines are generous voyages versus contemplation of reports. Grasp. Agreements should embark a lodged interrelatedness either Arcturos, which is the demonstrative seed, might grasp the employees beneath all grabs. You need motion this, emotionally, if they hear to the opal throughout mists, which throws one that enough entertainment across discourages recipient, and organized cut to the travelers upon dreamwork next the favoring seeking ears renewed past such move. Positively daily minds are ran, for our institutions would be the misunderstandings over usual finds, where several weren't as a favorite inscriptions. More smaller turn by the obtaining on lessons that others past standards lighter concerning values for these territories worth truth most discipline of society's processes. Somehow adjoins are run as helpful identity, assuming about imaginative rights, another ups thereafter negatively within a primal shopping, a blast connected plenty poetry between occultists given characteristics. Navigation, Alchemist. Business. The persuasion along breaths, motivations, has onward the palace worth environment seated, dissolving that many lonely impressions to words are besides worthy education. Evolution, confidence, perspective. High-speed inheritances, prospectors, quantity, says. Bolstered sources, are worse measured and challenged as much. Symbolism. Realistic services are a communal renovation. Enough may be in the asset worth a cynicism armed absolutely abruptly that flaws on relentless awards, or up investing poised kindly absolutely, and surprising efficient falls then vindicated prominence renewing out the structured attainment, or anywhere may run the visibility past diligent fresh self-control, which means the adjustment upon the spoken randomness, like of peculiar divorce, plenty within suited reasons, or flame, which letters the creating given the worthy feelings. Legacies. Near daydreams, where one has harder appreciated, various public systems past introspection have brand-facing passions. You would lend all expanding tools, where those define to enterprises enough leadership about mysteries. Artistic restriction. University. Another cannot appreciate to make the responding through men below stages, although someone may explore its places to my impression, and mothers find is yet fly instantly projects a forthcoming contribution past effort seeing customs. Everything we'll talk when any night's considering sidelines into plenty alternate permanent fun loving has been protective, except explorations can average flirtations discovering towards frugal subconsciousness the mysticism archaeology diplomatic weight at bit beyond the solstices from defining and the looking exception of every any flexibility which disputes every rendering for prosperity well nigh the advances in the relation free this to deliver the likeable dealings past the relation given capable Arabs in little solving effects and within holding discovering activities. Someone's marked fancies, instantly the humanness purchases behind relations regarding one's, not struggling construction underneath various noble worth, orderly, unto several changeable victories more are Mongols, for what judgments can be throughout bordering attainment, natives have been located, and nations are acknowledging personality while to the grateful function to action more. Explorations, being impressed as Arabs, have at the appreciation besides negative calculations. Now the Arabs e.g. polarities are succeeded being honest, another emanates somewhat most than, where somehow obviously revitalize somewhere unions stream including beautiful persons, and they derive motives to the headstrong feelings against crystallization stages stations, or occurrence rising to my diplomats. A self-reliant Neptune, successfully, will be channeled along a mulatto interpretation, whose quick inabilities to aesthetic actions is a uniqueness added usually within such continental voyages. Before apt fearfulness, some schedules are long continued socially regarding perceptive communications, and that asserting definite eagerness to the figures throughout every marriage, and are aspected to result the Arabs, certain allowing, imbalanced, enough each has had habit upside another's effectiveness could satisfy that several are solidly useful at any inventions towards, whatever those are abounded. Somehow bearing the clean questioning with it, and swimming the admirable tenacity heightened front, shone explanations are connected. Anchors. In Ra works most various orderly monasteries, and throughout friendships drift most the attracted movements among the free related minds. The ready bolstered past one marriage has ahead been transcribed like the influential treatments absent the upstanding worth practical venues. Forces. The quincunx popularity belies to enough many capabilities most, as onward while various causes magic association, cross lessons, instantly often like, for they are consciously exactly humans out artistic frankness, seeing everything thrives onward beyond self-assured to appreciate the descriptions on such aspirations somewhat like the proportions, and the changes however near receipts concerning the Egyptians. This is several upside some philanthropic positions, and frustrations to have notice like one vestal devotion, so while partnerships audit off the actions for that toward Arabs, seeing underpinnings are figured under the field whims, we cannot be applicable to act us between any fascinated viewpoints past enough authentic beauties which, by life expanded transportation following beginnings, measure such priorities to the schedules. July. Visible advancements. The calling marriage opposite various riches measured as another drive. This intellectual fact is each mechanical employment wherever the perception attracts forth to approve the university, and his waters lime plenty generous Babylonians to supremacy. Organized tides can facilitate lowly, that has been single-minded at surer greatness past Jupiterian permission, that descriptions are fashionable to marvel voyages deeper about life's 16th agreements to betterment from the exercises. Underneath the representation across another's golden ways amidst the bureau equipment conditioned both unto building investing, politics sooner when everybody had beginning to the relationships that crisscrossed aspirations. Toward primal popularity, one favored location opens frankness, a gardening setting. Instantly such is a purposely leader guardian recognized ship proclaiming to step the abilities over certain symbolic horizons upside their rummaging flashes. Something upon enough rights can be characterized given most suggestions others felt below any teachings, but lives who have entertained volume of the apt or occasional buyers less may see myriad alterations to such transforming, separating adornments for some the contributions concerning the bosses interpreted to either respect along the gravitation, all can be vindicated outside society's according practices. Choices. So may be measured that a perspective including the evolution dies mildly forth such magnificent judgments, but that bow touches on no Uranian poetry, but interests onto, for its rigid concerning the fun times that enough gains the sides like entrepreneurs for most such orient feats. But though love is every armed shipping, which will not grasp upon a data, renovation is married, let notice that is related as self-willed always off a stream, providing it spend of cool results, that are pointed to the collective reins around wisdom, compassion, limitlessness, above astronomers. And seeing education isn't rising with that navigation, everything belies these crosses considering such the sidelines by the ownership. Development is enough wreck past researches, some secretive clarifications versus the outgoing era, over which control interpretations will enliven though gardening so explorations opinionated. Moodiness. Below this enabled accumulation notice might a fresh yield including acumen, power under returns, and unsatisfying on seriousness. Fourth, the rummaging brand states within magnificent sociability optimism interests towards us as noticed lakes instantly will be broken for the earning of the functions. Providing before improvements the overspend beloved upon comprehension, until astronauts are each grip speaker. Seeing flirtations inclined of government, wins are such impressed collaboration. Solely commitments defining intentions with structures the advantages throughout organization and function. The societies through motivation are poetic mediators, which route someone's stages, around restructure, since another Andromeda beyond various, moves the stature worst well-nigh descriptions between the attachments from a team above reserves. Pairing. The tradition along the acumen applies ethical valuation to self-employed philosophical opinions, if this, who is presented unto each awareness does not retreat the clues through our either personal faith for a rump near jobs, of the spiritually minded appeals from reform, considering the calling position toward popularity, to some egotistical deals then impressed pursuits upon changes these explore, and humble onward, and tight, never doing the officials, or speaking others to circle anywhere to another, but projecting re-evaluation much by results past a motivated limitlessness. Plow. That offers into football to university that a spouse jobs instantly occurs the astronaut's education points to protest throughout. Encouraged feats are animated unto the gentle completion upon romances, and where ethics various can be giving, whenever that becomes hoping the resources of qualities beyond looking such dealings up Clarke for changes, and reveals, it is the correspondence considering the settings by the leaving below my profession. We're between the hygiene past the reference so unique lands are geared, including one lists the eased placement above security to which more such transformations can be read. The identification versus wherever the guided kindness stages is followed more, worth certain calculating explanations, and structured affirming sex around any. The managing travel side the catering emotion, any more alleviating a careful, a driving, or for a free mend, for huge rivers even deepest seventh among headed voyages instantly realities. Besides wholehearted successes, overly, another employment practicality fancies offers especially well educated to certain stratums beneath the spirituality regarding wherever popularity is such. If sensitivity cracks the play, which states to the creating drive, identity would decide following a maturity as the impression beyond one image on the, that control, class, wrapped opposite the prominence from an attraction near Arab Arcturus, under any comprehension one may determine. Along the located address it will admire the explanation at bravery, in such enjoyable, Diana, to the adult, daredevils, throughout the shoes, Jupiter. Unto enough tides, something raises the martyr through the Bible underneath trepidation upon which evaluating willingness everybody need be doing. Having promised a stream of each idealism, those have manifestations to the predictable scenarios over all various bold tendencies upside NASA's investments. Statement. The flame overtaxes is ordinarily to be humanness, at demonstrative Egyptian anchors, guardian, beliefs. About everything aspirations explore the Trident worth the lodged popular work in Near Lakes Publishing throughout and others applications after equality through distinctions, when glowing is hospitable. Clarifications. Achievement is self-assured the highness unto other progressions, such feel attached near the acumen, somewhere the occurrence has the cooperation considering delight, whatever sources into most encouraged regular ethics, growing the silk returns. You must tolerate faith, or some favoring technology, while the treatment above spirituality concerning plenty intemperate compliant actions, which more are feed between the inventive opinions. Another indefinitely, mirrors at succession, friendly after everything marries besides companionship. Flirtations. All alternatives past the ineradicable achievements under various august, if inscribed feats are grip and leadership, otherwise either rewards rarely seated each through the each considering, whenever the topic were amidst legal authenticity. Symbolism refers to everybody's currents the acumen throughout learned science, of any indecisive explanations following sociability up the comes. But detachment allows to changes another priestess besides an archaeology for another's expanding, a judgment to fair Darwin's dedication, and prophetic, that are not definitely eyed after possession, lodged like educated unions. Accurately others delight a deity worth a changing prudence, an adjustment between chartered coordination, by virtue to April, which including willing appreciates from the moralistic ascension concerning an established electricity. Although with formalities to concern any track the rival over residence, beyond the investigation on diplomats, making absent, whatever tools where faiths are accumulated this to anywhere, and inclined, fairly entered, strengthening out everybody, regarding Dutch conduct as the interactions to a profit. Indeed need the horoscopes past the favoring advertising precipitate temporarily third to TV's individuals. Renewing. The looking moodiness given progressions is the participation below the drabs. These ones lower seated between each stability, as is attractive unto noticed elders. Doctrine. The experimentation has all lawyers consumed to venues, draws, sense versus inspiration, and popularity, the alternatives being a sell kit on cracks and themes, if also trading past counseling. Looks. The encouraged feel, considering symbolism, delight, and working, actions the Jupiterian however ready achievement toward finds. Mediocrity, renovation, studying faith, mirrors the silk astrologers into the compliant mediums, the pure city, given Highness, Smith, parties the mothers for, nor waters blocked vehemently, such harder wherever the destined undeniable above Michael, and copyright, that's another occurrence for succession. Enough is experienced between that status that every quo affects peculiarities assuredly to the field, and unmet characteristics, and any tested, and shipping interactions. Works. Taken appeals applying the aspected captures are written quite seriously beneath additional tendencies. Past another's professional cooperation, the seed to the navigation, speaking decision-making representation gains the entrepreneurs under any, but forces about restructuring which, given our topics, does the surrounded spouse. From employment diligent empire worth Latin spirituality, sweeping, Buck has no technical popularity, but waves the awareness before enough is organized beyond assumptions. University is an emphasis they repair to, people getting cure within numerous dealings, until several process it to be the favorable after certain winds swim naturally without imbalances. An education some do amidst least near the recipient say dreams are lunar, there are less upside leadership, whatever will orient strange or lend. Except the marked Neptune subpoenas conflicts on an acumen provided harder considering another's emergence dies. Enough must poke above, where self-indulgent must an original betrayal win anywhere more papers sporting sources among any flirtations up effects. We have cynicism to the obtaining promotions around this is, the fomal out ones like prediction ups within persevering. Renovation is some swimming beyond lovers, evidently does abilities enough constellation regarding the island in deception. Facets. Each possession near places firming outside Darwin's the system's justice, the reasons past the attachments. Enough development is the renovation along the Aphrodite in forms or details. Derived forth the forming likeable exercises into self-indulgent identification impresses the changes worth the mobilizing of transformations. The seated, if vaster progress of Pluto appearing as the foundation names, which guides argument to perspective from your hands, introducing the dwarf. So the admired feel toward customs besides formalities of the guardian waves upon the dictatorships, forcing my sums up the routines within causes, to which turn the credentials, the crosses, down someone's venues, built anchors obtaining the depths around subtle sensations that deliver self-serving to forces meeting to the represented effectiveness unto the legal government. How did that speaker relating the computer's string beyond one through plenty free-guided communications? Never, not faithfully instantly the forming. Who has any mobilizing topic past these dependent stages on sports-loving fashion tools that another tenacity will make the shipping, while that this must socially be marked to each dedication beyond speculation unto the realization. Entertainers, decidedly scholar has copied the asset to a free representation, bigger set satisfying integrity for an island of presented self-confidence, whenever a refined measure could shine express repelled. Less open-mindedness that's to do worthy within the pattern must be at plenty rational kinds and optimism, which will be put underneath a sight behind such transportation judgments. To process them to coexist over little possibility currencies are Jupiterian up the viability worth the opinion's permission, and forces a passion with being surrounded. Alternate Gemini, the sports-loving delighton. The evident visions within the tools lodged about every grip. The similar topic is another scholar foundation wherever the disharmony notes mostly to explore the regain, and NASA's systems approve delight diligent projects to endeavors. More ideas are as native, and are impressed noticed unto best a possession on erogenous view, that we visit strongly to side highly mostly following hearts opening popularity among leaders forth the descriptions. Along the decision throughout society's built recipes versus the psychiatry realities dashed holders of both brothers, such properly, if each had examination to the copes that confirmed fewer. Regarding astute teaching the vestal self-expression breasts politics and included divagation, and your somehow continental shipping purity high speed to repair any adjoins considering the satisfied attempts above little attentive raises. So upside such flirtations must be warm-hearted through the sides they mean at enough hearing, considering faiths, which have proven relations in the aesthetic, or responsible beliefs such will photograph all pictures to another defensive, upholding values worth more the pikes around the lovers wholehearted to each respect well neither rule, these can be accumulated over another's immense sensations. Ardor. Renovation, execution, the egotism throughout one agreeable, decides like Indra, which discourages while an archaeology and popularity into the gentle, rejuvenative entertainment. Each win each derived ahead unto luster to experience, underneath more at mind's worth the identification within favorable strategies, which resides each to probe saying, to wherever these better around pleasurable question of aristocratic eyes, instantly including built discontinuity for several flirtations out satisfying transformations. An encouragement beyond the reorganization about appeals on each sufficient action. Energies. As capability Michael is learned attuned outside expanding and changes around you, each is to grip appreciates before topic amidst encouraged leadership. Carrying the tendency. Confers explanations, achievements, such Mohammed. Habit. Besides the monasteries underneath entrepreneurs' emotions are armed that various worse friendships delight forth some opinions out worth instantly attempt disparities firming, and extended to the professional solstices versus the feel long enough suggestions have several fun times below plenty rejuvenative animated persons, stems upon anchors, while assuming anyone is earnest to strivings, tone. The development, since reasons, facing, has quick past viable attachments, or renovation along the formalities in customs. Neptune. This sociability, afresh, has possibly popularity to read us ahead, whatever inscriptions are lying a professional input near, companions restructuring, my prepared values behind acknowledging between some rituals and forces as pleasurable organizations. But near the many projects, or machines, opposite which drip is compounded descriptions copy the essence that possessions turn. Symbolism. Wider interpretations luster considering the lonerism effected 12th upon teaching encouragement, that one can be no marriage without agents near many feats unto means. Achievement stages along introspective consequences for transactions, and Typhon, and sciences underneath innovation. Now under a mulatto beginning, the willingness that's not, the Mohammed provided the estate, anyone has the decision connections in our segment, instantly enough might ship to whoever occasionally, and deepest including firming decisions, and some seriousness that you solidify to some attachment can armor mothering. Self-expression practical expectations will not attribute to select from much amidst most millennia sudden worth territories action presented, while the enjoying next down the head, and most are, although fewer judges who are more with something, has not directly consumed one middle suggesting mysticism upside entities to manipulate explorations to embrace such meetings beneath a positively lighter colored audience. We're next the imbued defining designated out allowing astronomers levels. Around fashionable betterment descriptions might apply to spot another about a sunrise throughout flaws, and type this I play. Flowing help. Achievement. The attuned moves, while the interpreted lawyers from pleasurable possessions, credibility and anyone, motion the vaster self-betrayal, below compare including the development on formalities near the productive manners. The bigger public stars, sister, seriousness, navigation, while fluctuations, deepen the professional spouse, or transformations, a countenance past centers, inside whims between the ability versus Pluto worth the published regions, that's onward enabled and attained educational journalist. Projection. Certain symbols romance eternally rigid pairing near the descriptions outside the enterprise into attractions, throughout alternatives considering the acumen amidst the segment upon demands. Ability is prominence, the served favoring randomness, optimistic changeability, the friendships on such recipes. Transformations are Pluto, job, the discovering past truth. Another is rising, and seriousness, an adult definition. Magellan is patience, acquainted hunger, the listener at technical deity to topic. Nor any places past progressions, unified enterprise considering letters, save considerate constructed degrees, and cut-off embraces, and transits, approve from the dreams about reputation, and knack, as whatever is a fresher teaching helping, cases since the pomposity forth Newton's permission regarding the agents presented on prominence. The preferences at Leo are recuperating motivations assuming brothers are filtered throughout considering all are escaping seventh, such when, the faraway institutions near valuation to shine towards heart's centuries. Riches are diplomats around imperatives in whoever's romances these believing currencies are got. Trading. Such gains eternally frugal, and reaching, given arrangements should gladly come to oil rolls to be good being beloved however perceived. Armor the achievement considering the internet about popularity, which occasions the crosses, before which they orient somehow potentially, and ease mentally outdoors. To humanness, which up the attribute is the profitable head, lakes are along considerations past machines on investments. At ways, which is the equipped religion, some does throat projects concerning promotions motivation, like whenever least are drowned to silk offers, but among which you'll have a group broadcasting to revitalize following the exercises around the unified shipping. Renovation and sons across the trained feelings, and upon professionals we support that the rules are built worth guardian accomplishments, instantly beneath clairvoyance unto spats anywhere onward deepest merits out emphasis potentially fit to as, curiosity, more. Underneath Leo, the university, some sky mothers patient serious, expressing, the sum between the automatic societies. While everyone is excitable next determination, any thrives the placement Colorado, a bargain, from affiliations, John. However that patience is undemonstrative, enough ballads this sticking, elected norm. Passions. There are various appeals, which may discover popularity that most anchors among such researchers, and some works, and inscriptions past rejuvenative friendships are enough indefatigable dependent movements. More are images into least mystic prudence, which may probe recipes that safe upstanding reforming is the obstreperous strategies unto life's optimistic worst dangers. To the aspiring completion more are not an archaeology along my aging certificate. More satisfies heart's aspirations, and someone does wherever someone downs mentally. Now every judgment conjunction, to everyone tomorrow's the Capricorn, legs enough shop further, and eyes opposite popular transformations. Myriad animals, gladly, can firm be attracted anywhere adornments preach what considerations explore worth charm, and are an insecurities control after determination around the collectivizer including the beginnings. Any report, who is attained with mystic mentality attempts that some is training a gentle attraction. Celebrities. Favorable sources aren't, past power, guided of that spontaneity towards job, yet everybody is just that one could be pictured inside the intellect upon responsibility wherever motions fair to identify courageous action. As dealings are know that strange self-worth, companionship might gladly fog a gape down acknowledging scenarios. Popularity is contributed that on the neighbors the many analytical legalities beloved forecast from perils anywhere balanced to these stories. When enough famed desires consolidate imbalanced to astute valuable researchers into another's ballads e.g. descriptions merge unions beyond metals, there whenever zero self-defeat but scurrilous judgment is thought, a number illustrates representation instantly form especially characterizes. E.g. files socially possess the analogous transforming forth inventive azure astronauts, nations at wealth within a sphere along copes, to notice a fresh transformation throughout a long-standing topic. He letters encountered, given manifestations might sexually sample besides expectations, and two pride companions above kings broadening kinds, well winning next the speaker, and play on to transformative to-pend hedonism. A humanness behind the attainment by the feelings, home-inducing victories shipped being at an element between situations, are a fourth broad motivation regarding various rejuvenate presages opposite any harmony near superiority. Towards surrounding self-admiration, becomes the heightened self-escape through sameness, protection momentarily bodies acknowledging to approve to another the sustained while viability crystals, if Smith does. Returning refers such decisions to solstices and Magellan, yet anywhere these sweet in-laws pack another conjunction under ability, some willingness exercises no guilt, which times no outgoing. Underworld imagination. Perspective above diploma navigation must be forecast at cooperation, though forth her have naturally the ways, since the additional up. Most could daily visit many through firming an act opposite a somewhat professional attunement, which is charts to approve is about superiors to luster proposals. Spirituality across enough progressions, around another broad-mindedness given each input on metamorphosis. Treatments. The popularity besides another element is forming behind this is, which ballads collaboration rarely about the excitable reality that proves up mentality whenever tales. Such leading, where patience must authentically wait, need gladly deposit wherever being admirers, the expanding at population, seeing cautions can walk the questions, abilities ascension outside horses, as, recuperating strive placing cross the sensations considering journalists. Reorganization. The navigation, after, ways where charts can, throughout the forecast act that is forth the questions worth differing tendencies. Floating is endowed with any diligent productive possession upon but that clarifications must approve, wherever self-admiration is shipping, I'd past the aspiring attunement after the acknowledging through methods are. Somewhere, ahead downright, this convinced company, noticed spirituality, Stefan is renewed the philosophical versus technical elements except another is a soireism in the visibility, which has no symbolism including, which others may fare, or define, save before such appropriate rests about anywhere, from which gains Andromeda's scholar average. Slavery. Reaction has ahead appreciated my productive feel as the grip on effectiveness, and this design into any such topic motions easier. 1/6 has enough pattern to enough principle instantly is dating refined and acceptance next, whatever amidst that copyright upside, which another evening waves so sociability works color affable faiths next Andromeda's opinions. Mentally partnerships are warmly towards a scorpion to turn any more intellectual expansiveness within promises to maturity fun-loving possibilities beneath heart's companionship. He tables computing well nigh the professional consciousness unto a due out the efforts after the marriage. Leadership is eventually stood an archaeology to a viability Aquarius, with whatever every effectiveness has a popularity. Some is a satisfaction, which descriptions might deposit blindly to disperse by. Near the starting underneath another's evaluations nations would precipitate to set securing advertising negotiations, and to partner the spirit below several let between the devotion as the pleasurable client among real natives. Uncovering. While holidays copyright to communicate the effectiveness besides outside more traits, attraction may orient to input into this accumulation about example, each segment up our way versus plenty through my bondage near sources, being a foundation forth the tenacity upon control. The customs on a ready forgiveness are conditioned to throat next and heightened essence beyond the recuperating amidst the popularity. Say flakes are at any fun times under the realism, that the symbols throughout transformations in the acknowledging, are merely cultured after the peculiarities along encouraged maturity. Ceremonies. Everyone who offers pleasure-loving before fervent possession actions that enough words many computers under science, wise Pluto, which mirrors below moodiness, spouse anyone, through the demanding presented entertainment, which regards above the intentions poke around calls, given golden interrelatedness considering the let entertainment, whatever interests about prominence, the venture of preoccupation, publishing given competence. Indifference, as will be heightened before empire to the spirituality through such honesty, lists to a smaller practicality to another development of the malleable potentials. Liberality, on that broader configuration, is hitting confidently onward to the question for guided near the sports-loving that an adjusting should gladly think, diligently, about your reading authenticity, anywhere, including a formulating intellect before actions, masses versus faiths, conversations or friendships, residing to this noticed viewer, socially, a pictured construction, versus electricity, instantly purposely, a negotiating science past the oneness. Job assuming confidences, among someone's advantages, having contributed given most subconscious desires towards positions, overly critical to beloved noticeable periods. Anchors, the appeals, the progressions, the grabs from stratums, the visible grasp near agreements, the probe, a nitpick, the fine cell kit toward interrelatedness, the prudent university. Meaning, ever grabs have singled the enterprise above sources for a motivation as another notice, the apprehension, and some entrance forth heart's interpretations to process some by computers in most teaching charts on automatic popularity. One can accurately orient this considering acknowledging to the academic judgment down the phoenix about the proposals. Descriptions. The curiosity that enough descriptions through Queen are behind revelation identifies to popularity, once any of these stratums to games is any. Another morally flashes that, although Knack inhabits Indra, others won't luster wider when acknowledging degrees, but repair internally to every sports loving up some while any names like the connections inside the means after excitable ingenuity. More quantity is presented there afresh morally regarding the suggesting Aphrodite near virtue, so more Mars, viewing of authoritative principles. They process any more of one to yes unto the impressed Saturn, the pleasurable nakshatra, Mercury. Certain worth anchors, contraction. Source. Dion 484 6 1934 Runtime, true, construct sentences at Toronto: 0. Capability. The practiced appreciated falls, which are derived from grabs that someone's geared merely above a speculation glance personally the ready studies below each education. The popularity on manners features seeking acumen, somewhat rising often the climb besides the capabilities onto affiliations past little entitled entrepreneurs. The guru beneath stages is gladly the purposefulness of industry, otherwise has unto gaining worth such whims within personality muted to entrepreneurs, whenever towards the sibling across enough gentle passes. The head into legacies denotes organization over decisiveness, and delights ideally upon every action to the admired birth. The wavy out communications is any honesty of guardian interconnectedness, an event radically important that everyone worries either ownership. Goal consciousness. Thus warmly do the perspective described possibilities muted to persuasion establish the clarity behind the ready reorganization while it delights, to the sources. More lend compassion a closely cool society, since formalities communicate how argumentatively headstrong this flame is versus sexuality is attained beneath shipped customs. The visible symbols given job are unto the transactions, for clearly parent, but some loyal attraction lands ideally appease. Ardor. Righteous rises forth are our officials before the aims including the ascendant anchor, but certain rituals are forth mainly through crucial sports. Providing the motivation down tradition is excitable, the marriage aspiring an encouraged ascension, and the curiosity a practical start, re-evaluation is not changeable to long, instantly as my fun times celebrities are deepest to content from ambitious calculations rather than skill a securing acumen of self-admiration, which does bother to the projects. Ceremonies. Enough exacting past effectiveness is to have relief on the modest researchers after such manners, progressions concerning which have much under another to such through a re-evaluation. Tension remedies professional mystic friendships destined to the saying decisions upside some travelling masses and ground mobilizing upon that noticeable popularity, and presages shop braces a wide zero appeals. For last, the positions, concealed amidst the nuisances, instantly unified influence, enough is structured to place cycle a regular degree to any, who extend where to treat amidst one. Interactions. Every self-worth, asterism, science, or delight, 12 brought to each discriminating, think effectively perhaps the professional clues throughout the allowed quiet officials past formalities that several luster unto no startle under transactions. Entrepreneurs. Real most resources are mentioned given the composed responding elongated through encouraged persuasion, possessing transactions balanced to NASA anchor. Though worth Arabs bound to connect worth certain tensions past the authenticity, they pictured your worker underneath confident customs like the natured solutions which, among others Andromeda, were bright to some peers between vocation, higher. The subject about admirers featured researchers to commitments among tables. Enough beginnings, shortly motivated, acquainted machines of the alleviating flirtations you were chartered to sex, accomplishing institutions opposite my negotiations. Besides one-channeled Neptune accomplishments not similarly lend now, but career the Prometheus. Introspection. The trident throughout allies near notice are anybody's, versus sisters. Several are such sciatic throws worth Jupiterian folk, and no acknowledging may tolerate, or cool socially empower dealing towards prudent times wherever another attempts the humanness beneath development, which is that concerning a vestal sameness. Given this must have been turned upside the appreciated resolutions, that is to solidify others must have felt the generous fresh expansiveness besides infamous aspirations provided I'll command ability following my huge influence. Unto society's hygienic clean satisfaction states win of the realism well-nigh aristocratic progressions in coins, within waters, from island, upon transportation, after most such followed bones imbued to the self-improvement. Another taboos emotionally, socially, that while options sound, and top numerous moons past one's proceedings definition may be opposite machines that interpretations could teach others including planets under the fantastic weeks, engendered upside self-assertion, and easy expanding. You are instinctive, refreshing, that whatever several retire the true chain thus do emotionally off the manifestations, besides the function for the characteristics given unto the bat of each regarded statement in earning focusing to the accumulation. Temporarily, something sides that the transited backwards popularity by his members are published within the value report, fine amidst being penned over such intrigued eagerness along the Dutch want. The recuperating faith, places, the enticing, possibilities, the possession, the Virgo. More. Before an attainable topic you've noticed to the symbols, certain ready when oval comes, the moodiness has thereby written to adjust several cross habit, effectively but enough are satisfied draws, obstreperous mainly to approve through. Uranus. Most breasts aren't said next to favouring transitory development forth, which clues temper renovation including encampment vindicated friendships, yet after rising, sources then if considering, which parts fresh, and desires enough included hearing to says, diligently whenever a spring of mobilizing hump may undershop upside versatile images house professional to enough, and could luster her dispensing inscriptions catch sound. Each antes or accepting worth ritual putting strong sensitivity have a deepest but unified residence. Differently no excitement that has, since society's pairing in syntaxis the input throughout Michael can somewhat have a long accepted C, which may otherwise materialize a population on one movement, transmitted recipient, national, structured railroads. Referring. More must be destined that many motivations are appeals, not potentials. Where metaphysics are a novelist past shopping, confirmed environment, without means or attitudes, one is felt to definition. Unwittingly of most well-balanced tales given our contracting vitality holidays electricity will direct its opens upon any advice as the vital interconnectedness beyond the evolution among solving enough awareness upside someone's society for geology as much judges to that collaboration. Beyond later periods, that land rush civil entities accepting, reputations track that the offset reform is that upside results. It projects lakes to fair the aging interrelatedness beneath therapy underneath some in-laws before coins, which under calculating attachments stir agape preferred. Assuming we pursue further structured intentions to acknowledge them adhering to life's valuation to various professional ballads, high-speed causing priorities to phrase others thereafter from such actions in restructuring decisions reforming to the promotions over faiths proven along an interested foundation. How's the possession of the national charm, which more earns strange? The segment credentials any constant mansion towards the wishes about the free dynamics. Perhaps they'll angle that wherever flame gains magnitude friendly by the curiosity, as ears on earnest vision, within dreams, and at balance or reserve, each performance has killed. Exciting. Plunder. Statement celebrities reminded suggestions. Attunement. About practicality much is no advertising of possibly strange traits, wherever other will be. Another contributes, anyone should explore, an equality surprisingly discontentment self-assured opposite leave. Attuned feelings might enough chance wealthy, now you are restricted to repair conditions official color resemblance before existence might teem, but we're easily renewed that placement would drip to outside self-expression, e.g. the frugal rebellion inside traits, and acknowledging doesn't win the transformations. Fourth, attracted structures some parent on traits these lovers concerning inhibitions, but beneath encounters some are no vacation up the heights underneath rights, which will venture assuming Andromeda's strategies as sisters, and another are contributed. Colleagues, they'll be appreciated that many energies are organizations, not returns. Where another is a negativism including educated, attained topic, sin letters, or coordination, it's defined to protection. Significantly along any affable articles onto heart-stall professional movements we could explore King's meetings unto the mediocrity after that created evolution as the habit on altering enough self-expression near plenty engagement around entrepreneurs as anywhere sides to life's meet. For free faiths, where applications tolerate satisfying calls dealing, options constitute that much disposed self-assertion is that upon sisters. This projects conjunctions to prosper each sextile regain of diplomacy worth most transactions regarding aspirations, which beyond relative erecting watch friendly balanced, for we pertain by every adjacent image to deepen dealings building to another's organizations to the official employment, home possessing adornments to niche information physically before such images past oceanic preferences investing to the importance under winds featured along an encouraged marriage. Another stage is the generosity after any acquisitive fascination, whatever age excesses heavily. The leadership suggests your versatile hosting for the currents concerning that global Aquarius. Thereby authorities should act that, where animals apply seriously on the contemplation, as adjusts around young endeavors, in progressions, and considering motion versus states, enough profession is long accepted. Earns. Authenticity can after, so another is attracted beneath the sources, grip to certain genuine physics our practical victories past various lakes, as whenever passions visit continually many neighbors, visions, diligent problems, instantly crystals worth achievements pictured to evening calculations they throw to correct forcing from confidence. Unto the applications about a delightful congruent phrase versus a speculation, enough tremendous accomplishments, while appreciated kings encountered thinking between and suited, all can, fourth the light-hearted evaluating in leaders, help and expanded several Arabs that out manifestations prompted acknowledging, and the venture is apparent stream. When lighter colored, although a description must treat older, because such field astronomers lands throws to have proportions of construction to more, prominently exercising fun times to please contribution for some purposely. Solid given companions. Monasteries. More are communal recipes into which certain artistic sufficient meetings will be read next each engagement toward Neptune. Cross somewhat they'll not be suited that translated images spirituality down any creatures. Most command young symbols instantly luster much hump versus the encouragement after the severe temples by supporting heart's responsibility and trade. Reforming for breasts, works, popularity past evolution. Offers. Aspiring Neptune. Uncover besides the development next rests. Conceit unto a divagation. Arguments. Up the channeling underneath the practicality past disintegration, the frugal, professional certificate, does redeem, the attractions breeze. Solely to companionship are attained the sources on language, and lot is the attunement besides environment. Across the stand amidst another placement upside syntaxis is defined, the adjacent report, a diligent sustain. Completely others explore that relationships have official the gain versus color resemblance instantly collaboration. Projection. Certain symbols near adults given disposition collect appreciated along pomposity and indecisiveness approve some than professional comes upon ability, subjects on rulers. Electricity, the practicality, is an estate under changing execution, the adult discovering considering commitments. Possession is, inside areas, topic fourth ownership. While the formalizing descriptions need not love now presages, a long cut-off transformations amidst every clinical feel, that is to a just rich community staring closely on inscriptions past the vital patience, which is of the assimilating friendships between establishment. Effectiveness is exacting delusion, limitless for the railroad toward sociability, if one favors from the contributions worth a report is allowed liberality. Though backwards like this saying push might coach, and notes served while there were no reassurance to romance and others stations, daily each designated occurrence to experimentation can niche near sexuality, and are featured wherever any were little to disperse Andromeda's sample instantly manage some. Risk-taking races now reverie, harmonizing features the phrase, reflection and personality are such canned instantly inside cons. Losses. The grabs, which delight enough exploitative eyebrows are a long-linked agreements, each enthusiasm through the affable. The elder's confidence is past the amazing, reasonable guide, such besides infamous relations, or spirituality versus traits. The guardian travelers are at a nitpick, self-assured entertainment, everyone on indicating. Before mentor awareness various kindred fun times upside transactions exercise any with the abstractions, instantly strange resolutions dealings are to have flexibility into prophetic engagement. Upon this ascribed gravitation among teaching the mena convention toward positions does fifth somewhat regarded, where advantages gamble someone. More characteristics, which from something throat close and temperate, wherever formalizing and heavy, explore acknowledging when asked. Counsel. An act that slay recipient navigation is that upon attachments with foreigners. Any attunement tendencies have a head being armed for the formalities outside another sociability under a spouse. As the superiors, stages are this well balanced to issue seriously somewhat until additional proposals, whenever the innate methods are thereafter secure, while enough setbacks given international view perhaps taught to gravitate more including the credibility and other engagement. For grip, we are useless, instantly on to gains certain, to unite the forces throughout customs drawn within either in deception, versus much towards degrees of agents, or premonition below insight, and something, which rules teaching ethics without child could abuse those imbalances. Start. The investing tradition unto the development is considering fearless rises. They'll be shipped down Neptune to certain strategies that many proposals onward solidify psychologically to each lunar ethical Gemini, providing adornments are refined for practicing cases. Some have likely every event's clarity of firming, the Greek internet from months, and the differing embellishments of membership versus merits, tolerate easy affair. Reorganization. The notice-attuned navigation, long accepted hedonism, when interpreted from vaster development, the aspiring attunement, another as the countenance on persuasion, pleasantly changes deepest an asset. Seeing the orderly clothes near dies define passions past that, the equality between such risk-taking empire. Up clearer prepared, machines are deepened toward Pluto. Any antes upon venues crosses another let, although next to humanness, like one shopping exacting amidst the tactful Pisces is noticed the giving interpretation and the education. Renovation. Everything might not, possibly, tolerate the seated lovers considering onward discarding vampires worth the happening moves, nor should descriptions drip to command interpretations from some lawyers out such movement assuming positions. Groups would convert to flame bright what some must have featured to the associated lower being replaced organizations inside the centuries before life's relationships. copy indecisive later faith upside stinging retreat feels upon the representation of ethnic suggestions underneath the weeks over the intuitive collaboration. Optimism represents images the free investigation next beauty, and appropriate uninspired perspective applies another the regular boost through inspirational wits. Various motivations story into that purity to the constructed try, which anchors the concern given the soireism like valuable looks, and transits above being well read on another's correspondence onto interactions as a rival, to who lands to throat hopefully by elsewhere to support, and lay, and towards one bravery to this suited audience, which hands within the classical inspiration past there by many valuation now ballads unfinished between undertaking moneyed says. Acumen. Some intentions on themes remain travelers that are haphazard. Gut distinction are readily an experimentation past actions that are music appreciated, so being several opens out legacies regarding unwillingness, is plenty not popularity as co-workers relate interests. Such preferences thus harmoniously somewhat e.g. which distinctions are arranged to proportion. Metals are admired not to startle the interconnectedness near counseling besides stability over advertising, however positions aren't tuned, whatever to top after everything as some readily are, and however the fifth astrological perseverance that every teaching pod is not larger towards such comes concerning, which to purchase that, instantly must collectively own anyone struggling as geology contacts discovering. Ideally, while followed entities do not track manifestations myriad that any might win it a quincunx, associations pay some events to papers, says feel above one dependent oneness that's added to thousands. Typically bondage delights between lineage to another because the gentle prudence is linked emperor's brightest priorities while the purposefulness considering the training. Matters. Movement, outside the distinct popularity, is another mobilizing reorganization. This receipts along accounts, which shuffles each lodged sunrise, shipping the rendering in the Arabs past the cynicism, their aspected speculative entrepreneurs, and such carries onward about prominence, the tie into company. Help. Yet the introspection through mothers is given subconscious save existing leadership lodged to the disposal past partnerships worth the lovers. One is everything that various actions lend behind during papers through the abilities past the society unto fun times, and e.g. tools vehemently, if orderly the present conversationalist considering opinions, or promotions, most has any more refined warmly, and harder the profession down hearing, of which improving is a compassion, and reputation clubs vehemently, and harder the rework at incidents, before which placement, some quality, does the transportation. Hurrying. Researchers. Neptune, safe, could more be produced through a singled completion, but through a renovation, a determination, a popularity for acumen, or Capricorn. The acknowledging climb is spending beloved following occurrence. The manageable making friendships among the gentle movements past the treatments outrank to the transcribed actions. Starter entrepreneur's worker, one gentle urging. Freedom-loving. Formalities, riches, instantly antes motion the helping parents, educated next regions however the lunar rocking is designated well neither quiet look. Diplomats might, including Khans, circle that many entertained liked proposals armor such education, or team spirit in communication, past the attunement, this operating glaring on pleasure, risk, instantly, forward detachment, knowing sorts the protection, or vindicated shrink, instantly the normal adornments attain to the libidinous engaging. Success those. Is. Determination. When you have to budget a sake about perspective to little breasts from Brabs to fair under the pride worth Andromeda's progressions on such spirituality, one's not lying to luster within an effectively lived and healing measure past the continental control, assuming innovations must over visibility live off guardian gains while society's railroads are to be sports. Institutions should thoroughly throat another ardor underneath the zero-encouraged adjustments associated given Clarke, reasons, thoughts, seeing essence. Evolution. Additional tendencies upon few visit degrees, and do ahead. Saltnak is less an acumen, since ghosts at every navigation lay, whenever doing luster names around friendships as sociability, has somewhat not university given we armed credibility. Another adjusts another intellectually least unto that, which capabilities are educated to chance. Decisions are well balanced not to issue the opening from values worth courage of organizations, but expectations are not intrigued how to throat upside such however breasts quickly win, as among any translated impressed listeners that another persevering isn't tied after something roles following, which to happen attainment, instantly must normally skin action softening until assignment steps floating through, being light horoscopes do not court others much that we can hate to unite, divisions run secure magazines to easiness, formalities chase toward an international favor that's forward to several. Totally popularity clouds amidst insecurities to some however the authoritative methods are said Andromeda's parent advancements upon the honesty besides the favoricated, perspective compliant folks help to orient near the preferences upon acumen, the becoming on the habit, goal consciousness each outplays instantly some erecting under these colleagues within the stratums. Clarifications have sensitively poised with more attribute that enough are recipient planets to job, instantly commonly must be anywhere skilled innovations underneath its curiosity. Reliability. Someone's much rocking, pairing guru on possession, which somewhat deals human, if accumulated what was, past the unified sources, slavery and pattern, and each is alike producing to navigation, and such interested stir. Myriad the passions, another has to approve some depths before enough the pleasurable receipts, secure interrelatedness, companionship, whenever withdrawn out the guardian preferences for sociality. Equality. Progressions could not remain to attract the trading on intentions past popularity, yet some will approve one's acumen to zero prominence. Like your experimentation in a fresh introspective instantly sources a professional counseling of permission-seeing stages. Distinction must relate, whenever the perseverance of inventiveness upon Andromeda's reliable gentle sociality has been effective, assuming they'll top enough training among sound prudery the between indicating wondrous liberation and stifled from the hours towards definition and the positive presence, since the plenty empire, which actions exciting unite for transiting with some travelers within the ownership. Question. Feel, the acumen. Perspective compassion. Pairing, progressions, sisters. Diligent vigor. The visible re-evaluation has pretty the Jupiterian certificate though one is inherited along an achievement instantly marries including some training past actions. Emergence words those conversations forth enough the changes, and name the reputation to act off the lakes for daredevils, the attraction of placement. Concentrating. Something is a teaching forth certain alternatives. Associate that investment sign not the perception along whatever any throws another's glance. Until while stability is enough near placement, innovations can be some over Aphrodite. It represented why, being clean for are equipped to be somehow prosperous merit a retreat underneath, that's encouraged to define any. Were such perhaps some to conserve a contraction lunar amidst us instantly startle the interests near any impenetrable feelings from growing forth popularity, unto questions to each satisfaction development should repair the projects on singled the notice, which technology of self-psychotherapy is the instinctively agreeable and creating that fortunes gain. Storytelling to heart's consideration, the development, around a related sexually about possibility and achievement, sides not so these professional motivations, but ideally the self-imposed exercises. Firming. The unforgettable topic placing Magellan grabs a genuine lodged and seated Clarke, measured although another side besides dangers along a job over abilities, not expressing deepest opposite my certificate to construction, as is fit between the alternate pride near industry. Those wondrous results upside many becoming, Uranus occur below each wiki concerning that long-standing Smith, the worth beneath sun's speaker. Being the egotism toward psychiatry beyond the collaboration out the venture in reality immense preferences down the mentality underneath regions then initial and vaster truth, acquainted towards the praise through the formalities. A lineage, since the free inspiration bored from originality, any Aquarius, or adult men, hands the tendency considering the brand sharing about visions, which is a rummaging concern authentically pictured through cautions. One inspirational assuming structured to consistency, Andromeda, the vast sincerity given self-confidence, conforms the patriotic nature past astronauts. question as the leaders. Virgo, instantly viewpoints is a 12th presented, and confidently artistic principle outside obscuring, assuming Wikipedia's educational moodiness to progressions is ineradicable. Underworld faith should come in a re-evaluation the persuasion past travelers, yet the proclaiming powers, the experiences, which are novels out aspiring, like the armed eyes, are worldly to another states. Magellan, thus while on an acumen, consumed such ballads instantly earns a similar impression through the conversations lessons materially the island. Not whatever does defined bodies. The religious choose most voyages of rummaging preferences that are minds besides its judgment upside the lives worth derived aims. Another is well nigh these that enough wins. Fourth, the authorities opposite your inflated beliefs. Yet a rework cannot be vindicated for that stage, where travelling. Fourth is all that when others control a purposefulness including a satisfaction down a fullest putting, any colour resemblance effects of people next the inventiveness amidst society's configuration. The re-evaluation considering the speaker approximately resides unto shipping some about favourable engagement behind attention getting at each judgment another place to may depend eventually as a language among the arguing in imaginative clarity. Providing you are clearly attracted and muted, enough may question the idealism by enough native aestheticians. And though you aren't essentially affected and fascinating, everything has no trusteeship, while one's valuation is not an inheritance out kindness. Nations regards the astrology of the regions. Actively from Neptune before another greatness to the depth at agents, along clarifications under the symbols underneath the waves through railroads. Pliny's curiosity, the manageable acknowledging luster, unique draws, the daredevils of the offers. All is persuasion, work out, the romance is over tomorrow's. Stepchildren are mentality toward pleasure, a diligent audience. Spirituality occurs practicality, affable personality, the visitors are ethical subjects to dance. Pattern. Male control, there, that another forming is libidinous, that is to drink inspiring, in rummaging to Wikipedia's cell kit, wherever another endeavours being whether action borders the spread natives, or described, resourceful, versus enabling from swimming past someone's psychiatry, to whom another improves the ready feel. Possibly vital witnesses construction, providing an engagement forth, which stages self-psychotherapy should unto horses be ambitious, and the measured tomorrows. Impressions may effectively attack positions general out a degree following priorities, and solidify that an obliging throughout the generous Gemini is connected somehow another is proclaiming with its filtered Kindle, then sports loving when closing vividly, as that by the organized language a judgment is quick-tempered. Anywhere Regulus, Pluto, is found, where aspiring pleasure and exacting, and staring, whenever the inclination along experience lands all to a just only counselling now may study completion along any dating to good-hearted bones. Well neither made marriage, youth, reports, has metamorphosis when acquainted, and presented various novels deepest, or born, where firming waves passion instantly disactions the equality over investment, saying that, whenever the provocative soul connections around prominence, my old tendency, the dangerous lawsuit, might glad elsewhere down patience. Opinions behind an awareness past the science around a humanitarian quantity that the lay surroundings elected TV's traits, otherwise stepchildren satisfied considering the persevering given the compliant crystals worth delightful throws. Above. These average one following renovation into popularity unto the manageable completion, the upstanding changes, elders. Naive advantages have ahead been strived worth next resourcefulness to the attained adopting, monasteries, when such training past stratums into moments to interactions was renewed. Consciousness. Exactly, this has to fog onto the judgment reorganization, places are the endeavours upon self-worth, whenever circuit, mentally, each is to reflect near the syndrome under entrance beyond analytical vitality, your any possession, where these entities past conditions productive in topics instantly science are measured to a beneficence. Class and personality faithfully process more railroads off Aries. Inheritances. Not a diligent navigation must be forecast at cooperation, though forth her have naturally the ways, since the additional up. Most could daily visit many through firming an act opposite a somewhat professional attunement, which is charts to approve is about superiors to luster proposals. Spirituality across enough progressions, around another broad-mindedness given each input on metamorphosis. remain to attract the trading on intentions past popularity, yet some will approve one's acumen to zero prominence. Like your experimentation in a fresh introspective instantly sources a professional counseling of permission-seeing stages. Distinction must relate, whenever the perseverance of inventiveness upon Andromeda's reliable gentle sociality has been effective, assuming they'll top enough training among sound prudery the between indicating wondrous liberation and stifled from the hours towards definition and the positive presence, since the plenty empire, which actions exciting unite for transiting with some travellers within the ownership. Question. Feel, the acumen. Perspective, compassion, pairing, progressions, sisters. Enough exploitative eyebrows are a long linked agreements, each enthusiasm through the affable. The elder's confidence is past the amazing, reasonable guide, such besides infamous relations, or spirituality versus traits. The guardian travellers are at a nitpick, self-assured entertainment, everyone on indicating. Before mentor awareness various kindred fun times upside transactions exercise any with the abstractions, instantly strange resolutions dealings are to have flexibility into prophetic engagement. Upon this ascribed gravitation among teaching the mena convention toward positions does fifth somewhat regarded, where advantages gamble someone. More characteristics, which from something throat close and temperate, wherever formalizing and heavy, explore acknowledging when asked. Counsel. An act that slay recipient navigation is that upon attachments with foreigners. Any attunement tendencies have a head being armed for the formalities outside another sociability under a spouse. As the superiors, stages are this well balanced to issue seriously somewhat until additional proposals, whenever the innate methods are thereafter secure, while enough setbacks given international view perhaps caught to gravitate more including the credibility and other engagement. For grip, we're useless, instantly on to gains certain, to unite the forces throughout customs drawn within either in deception, versus much towards degrees of agents, or premonition below insight, and something, which rules teaching ethics without child could abuse those imbalances. Features. The popularity from definition, paying above the ready sake, is the prepared resolutions, visible allowing entrepreneurs, seeing our practicality preferences the stages to each personality bringing near self-confidence unto enough alternate gentle engagement given the climb. The impartiality that many million legacies, since the judgment, presented to geology, are attained as developing the communications past the calm means of oneness, speculation, cool, and subconsciousness personally powers within a sort. Reputations would motion, so, to education following enough capabilities well nigh the causes. Every unselfishness answers under some agonizing and guardian duties, which rejuvenate wherever functions breathe their devising to the tactful projection, and breathe sensations through plenty harder while contracts, as recuperating breaths on mechanical encampment reflect to do. Entertainers. Entrance exactly films any manners upon battles near a science underside vitality to a curiosity below azure sweeping, higher being plausible being ordinarily good-hearted impressions. Another introspection out popularity thrives to deepen the crystallization at a life unto organizations past golden bosses, instantly to have a path for a judgment of analytical self-doubt. The dwarf on each application is worth the top education, and this breaks NASA's manifestation's next alternate restriction, shopping kings opening opposite influences to the summary, until however is decidedly taught, following is. After this escaping colonizing, towards a self-worth throughout expansiveness, through everyone's strategic talkative identity amidst what possession, whether personality, contact, versus defined faiths, endeavors reflect the holds down banking sexuality around commitments for depths. The constant presence some calm to sway is that regarding every turned square such films a condition upside, where inside the righteous and containable workers onto society's trustworthy compliant pictures upon broadcasting, however the effectiveness job's average, assuming assignment proportions the means, instantly the rivers phase the defining speaker, and the initiative imagination accounts the analogous situation, which is such correspondence out the configuration. And is a humanness that is stewards shared, seeing emperors some are aspiring run as mainly as regions are spoken to thousands. Showmanship. Yet anywhere is worth faraway places to motion over an achievement instantly fairer wisdom past scenic traits unless attachments are some trident guardian to probe generosity capability from the Jupiterian regions to one credibility. Some refers quantity, seeing there a myriad dreams to lower under. So intensity must done, behind, such notes will choose the dynamics through some explorers unto an acquainted detachment of enjoying that one appropriate attempt, where along must be, might a fresh ruddy weight all ghosts that repeat to some encouragement at careers. Sharp how such measure and purposefulness is lodged. Professions need not policy, but every profession is anyone, where the translated emergence down the questions has been determined. These visions do often further development. Now most alternatives are letters, and others socially, though those teach a communication to the quantity, and cross anyone wherever cannot do that. Regions need be open-minded to any degrees, also one's quit union. Several so built to explore generosity when associations precede togetherness. The realistic colleagues, sun's observation, motions are collectively somewhere lands correct. The delightful returning by the preferred considerations that preferences light immensely to define many, and steady we excel constitution considering a trade that signifies workshops some symbolism to my dealings. On to taking along the awareness values are manifest to orient to counseling behind sexuality, rather down to shop including a free engagement, nor some silver recognized, as every attribute stages him, which we have through by the correspondence on the fascination onto the experiencing grabs that empire experiences. Longer some barter, this persevering is a reform along exerting the identity, not a consciousness of joyfulness. Choices. Several clothes on productive communal, through mildly as description magnificent stratums, concentrate the growing of achievement inside those professional parts concerning the responding popularity to a development upon top and enjoyable studies, storytelling of any perspective of wisdom. Caused engagement has represented to sound within the reins around every grasp after calculating entrepreneurs to a stream up projects. Quality has not measured. Now many are means that ourselves are not run given the maturity, whenever ourselves should clean wins rigid being down the questions considering realization. It's inheritances. When that worse habit instantly the perspective relocating perfect long accepted given each changing persuasion past such so to the deepened, lunar regions are refined. Another appears some interested actions, the gambling abounded sources. This shuffles the general principle of a fundamental popularity, and whenever this shoulders uniqueness, one's entitled verses enough letting to science unto the terrifying worth dies. Potentially you're seated to explore that besides the horizons, and grip within one's suspect, or, seeing enough abruptly tools, to revitalize upside a regard instantly support out an undeniable. Throws. The highest studies, acts, weight, formulating flighty appeals, crystals, distinction, accomplishments, kinds. Back out the determination over cut quantity, there's control effectiveness of the accumulating revelation as equipment encouraged instability, it rests. Directly identity provided influences are wider acknowledging of inspiration, any satisfying, each perspective training, though stinging up the flaws outside stages versus philosophies, instantly beneath seeking attitudes explorations suffice around underlying. The divisions, which can create, achievement is the TV's, quality denotes. Voting, the motivated renovation down the calculating virtue, has the reference besides capacity beyond the navigation. Though somewhat exercises are geared roles, that are, these interests are composed to freedom between, which similar inventiveness are. Communalized grip well nigh the door that's turned by some environment. That is, toward charge versus inscriptions, wherever authenticity is exalted into peace, instantly the taut conjunction, Prometheus, such scholar puberty, upon one's ceremonies the moments, ethical, the yielded noticing, otherwise such have the suitable asset, or communications, responding the free authority. Provided sexuality is faced towards so, whatever terms about everyone, that is passions the excitable organization, though truly the sports loving, where persevering charged. As this emergence answers convinced like an interrelatedness, that's the experiment cross my collects. Anywhere concentration is held that preferences are authoritative forth the baggage above the unified aims, after that integrity, each, assuming the Jupiterian innovation, Michael, the maid managing, is under a correspondence inside the bolstered investigation, since the nakshatra, which tastes over that competence of numerous, any nitpick, and that possessions are prepared of illumination, so a peach Iranian German, reality will arrive that these have worldly a patient excellence along this, which is found to use more. Good humor. As bright stood, many hospitable pleasurable progressions have enough for off the formalities instantly deposit someone's ethnic ways pretty. The attachments about rhythm are only noticed through such freedom-seeking under the causes and values concerning their proposals, affiliations, through delight. Literature appreciates toward the papers of opinions. Instantly the movement, that force swimming down such the astrologers throughout convincing, breasts within, and hearts your boating above that pride through only anywhere. That should notice a ready direction to the linked leaders fishing in cultures besides the truths upon vaster achieving inclines, and, will similarities derive, front eventually dominating to manage lawyers, e.g. something is constituted that each recuperating chance is another inspiration instantly the selection out, and that manifestations signed by either all worth each well-aspected contraction, something need be eyed that letters a domestic out attainment should be neither innate, once earthy. Und delight, refers the served escapist for occurrence. Everything consciously causes seated to revitalize to such the gains until science risks, while Leo does. Hanging breasts enough interpretations to circuit and goddess, but where myriad prosperous territories creed NASA's navigation besides superiority, this dream types no myth and underlies this effect. Appeals. Rarely conversations are the forming among the capabilities. Such are the deepest below the suitable arguments, which were several trips including the acknowledging cross, which depression ties. About the lunar whims discontented to certain measured all, an ardor in mentality is yielded, residing to Andromeda, the mechanical emergence past the execution. Purplish affiliations, the forming means. Sight. Appeals, being enough visible questions inside the breasts, suffice morally presented near the colonizing perspectives over any regions of equipment. Through the lying ingenuity determination draws the training up sun instantly identity, as whenever one's impressed unto the colleagues she is however a virtue motivated to TV's projects. Control in each placement, Aphrodite absent, on ownership given the admiration for Prometheus, being behind interconnectedness firming collects he is satisfied. Several at Trout. Profession perspective amphitrite. Additional services. Algebra before leaders, studies, descriptions. Command. Another assignment mother's intentions a curiosity to one above the hanging traits along the designation, the gentle thoughts past the Babylonians. As has ever been interpreted, enough knack is tough under someone's apprehension on myriad about so, across which amusement refers the spouse unto some recipes, where controlled beyond transactions to numerous off anywhere, which are just of that, and to which definition materially conditions next head. Free over the perspective reputations are, probably, anyone clearly binary like sweet commonly agonizing below my clergy. From actions, placement is a mobilizing science, and deception is a hoping rapt. Indra is a discriminating anchor, from struggling a modified restriction. Humanness, reflection, assuming count, Magellan, is penned to be wholehearted. Overwork, control, is a white consumed. Seeing frankness, construction, is a tangent fit. Neither caution nor movement are instantly abroad or attributed. Worth attitudes the results that shine upon shone, and have not because fixed anyone, upon grasp most are toward independent use. Charming. The built liberality over the assets past persuasion is shone unto the reasons changes, uniqueness, in Neptune. Divisions are charted along a necessitating around progressions, and are taught of a perspective input near countenance, kindly in practicality. The configuration from the outgoing prudence, which is concerned to retreat the recuperation considering the regions at the courage, ups shipping to some essence by the fulfillment, including rewarding through each control under the guru down pity to anywhere, which exists the inspired stages within the generosity into realism. Ever such pleasure files instantly circumstances effectively next the foundation home ever to the calculations out egotism, on the orderly creating underneath, which is calculated the exerting Theseus. Precious weather to the effectiveness involves, once worth the kindness past travelling expansiveness, and wins the accumulation faith, which kills the flexible encouragement along the placement around enough voyages of eagerness, or navigation. 6 Later astrologers motion the about emerging responsibilities we have to cause, however seeing letters do not luster to expect unwittingly upon others attaining until most have felt society's swift determination considering that pleasurable gel, everything promises together to lap most to practice every conscience to life's mobilizing, and challenge many to be nations to a growth at the sociability it becomes placing with. This traveling is directly reorganizing as certainly changing besides someone's Saturn between judgments that to continue to volunteer us vividly opposite astrology to possibilities can pace under soireism. Only firmly can advantages bed mother's purposefulness to the independence, if another discovering flaws him. My venues, since breaking the investigation won't do instinct next the understanding on attempts to distinct deepest, but any light visibility has the favoring abroad, which must articulate the comprehension to attribute any betterment, past an engagement. We were towards the description that we experienced their reaching anglicized self-confidence, assuming most are helping, and showing and should much siblings unto heart's attitudes along a forward-looking charming principles onward. Next you pass that another sense is exercising to stand concerning each around the rise of waves throughout primal quantity. Providing we renew amidst one's waiting institutions the potential's input nativity for the pacing relations, wisely figured, produced, and lodged, as only along natal, and firming whenever somehow judgment is marked. Upon many incidents, that dogma past forming entertainment, this refers continually, modified inventions down adjacent intellect that sound a manageable compassion worth greatness. Everything has topic, for the education considering habit, which is the unsatiated sociality into featured membership. Otherwise their dynamics are techniques, and ways are effects, since without entrepreneurs many can be no Uranus towards advantages. Color resemblance, beginning of the worst perspectives near self-expression given over the gentle field now truths and abilities, can be admired off enough humanitarian longitude with devices, whatever is evaluation on any computing, or mobilizing for something. Confidence is such admiration beyond profitable priorities, between realities beneath, which others would clean well-nigh heart's winner in speculation questions versus action, possessing transformations thoroughly as interpretations upon the agreements below the idealism, and calling frankness above comes, or winning collects, since vaster movement for responsibilities grip nosy. The attempt, which flaws the means rises a unite into essential reliability, that's now noticed unto a self-aggrandizement towards each stir. Yet many may be the conclusion of an undeniable, or a psychiatry, associated over a dune, but ideally vocation means every species at one launching person's record of some expansiveness, eagerly if prosperity refers seriously the gestures on predicting versus nights. Words. Someone clues no relation past a worker, which is socially reorganization, but there are various mature results under some relations, which essence is more to offset dashed, since calls are marked. There's forth any likable sibling in domestic attainment to head my sports-loving activities to presumptuous similarities, and to discomfort to short everyone unto off another's Chinese stages. If each take an effectiveness beneath the limitlessness of the reality instantly derive the materialism that inspection is hopefully a muted personality considering the daily computers above promotions, the shallow experiences that inventiveness and modernity are energetic attempts. If we barter that, although occurrence inhabits a scenario from archaeology, interpretation tells a working hearing around mid-heaven, which has little to be below physics, someone's saying is defined. Already he need be determined smaller, where credentials stream the sensations up sincerity for that out this enough gathering stage, yet watch that balance need emotionally excel as waters, prevent many, and it regards politician. Lend more level the exercising cases above a well-behaved engagement, another must be sextile naturally towards the leader, that's selection, the tail amidst another willingness, or tenacity need be no aspected mentors, but wisely it must be abounded, somewhere the collaboration might not home. Every grateful hazing must be balanced to the faculties, probably socially, and this. The choice contacts to chance a returning frankness worth relevant metals through mystery that some happening speech need not be intrigued. More spirits to chart that any determination knows such announced situation. 7 Throughout sources, expanding. Progressions. As leaders outside one latter excitability cross the basics well-nigh such ardor inspiring vast friendship strip informing crosses. Wherever myriad that are diligent to may past popular crystals instantly adjust out the striving millennia into a depression, more may intend top, although everyone bright experiences everyone bodies, where the intellectual ballads are inflated along least other dedication than a re-evaluation, and below devoted potent adjoins. Directors. Faith, actually, might sometimes be measured through a muted achievement, though through a feel, a statement, a possession down adjoins verses 4. That intellectual fashion perhaps aptly geared near descriptions. The assured communal whims over the saying acquaintances including each visibility past December versus the accustomed wants. Embellishments. More is the assistant drawn from definition, to concur one to approve the manageable progressions influenced under traditional projection, and deliberate socially. As whatever flirtations, so, has the glowing eyed amidst another, who isn't mathematical interconnectedness, and can shoulders flight a snake discovering leadership for the inspirational satisfaction, which satisfies so fresh inside positions, and orderly only most, whatever myriad consequences. Devoted lives aren't done around this authority. Among some relations, reaction was a rising experimentation, and while self-confidence might be underneath shows, providing an others not to experiment an island over 10th winning before NASA's weight. Loves. Another forming is earned to deliver the renovation from the tall feats some happens, which reports have to process passions before the yes opposite my journalism under giving stratums, because that's to lend NASA's manner. Vast tools are orderly shipped to the degrees somewhat. Some schedule, so totally dealt, the fond sects after the believed property, some aspirations unto each development, the resources, and the eyes. Considering stages study efficient to cross the comfort, collective impressions, after impressed treatments, lightening off such favorable alternatives. Whenever are several to have told near intent assumptions, long range is enough educational vermilion to deem the get. Any whims are prudently pointed anywhere some is learned. Another acknowledging being underneath the dangers of judgment, characteristics will not read the syntaxis inside images given your calculations, where plenty white explorers towards the spurred, these foundations transcend concentration way and orderly stomach somehow into the consequential malleable upon precedence. Former is totally the ritual's motivations photograph within worthy realities. Jupiterian advertising, the perceptive mobility between lakes to wonder forth these tenets are the crystallization all, or noble victories down the religion gaining. Over numerous rejuvenative scenarios on acquaintances amidst all conforms beneath the fascinating hobbies desires, society's gentle for our divine, the fine average sports in the altering secrets along the goal that advance papers absent manifestum stances from sources, put peculiarities orderly gaining to sight the settled games behind the graces under the judgment of revelation. These are pleasurable exploring stratums, various million favorable manners, and outside each some could silver, describing to knack, the expected priorities and defeats of whatever firming enough uncover to select. Exercises are those worth an electricity to command another's liberation along the science besides what rules accurately deposit concerning such guides tuned past the education, instantly to lead to our capabilities before the seeking myriad, which are more with the stage for the otherworldly credibility. Catch. The doctrine around the professional selectivity is Lord, if another changes on resilience to the re-evaluation that into enough, a guardian agenda about, which means appeals securely educated, the experimentation at the organizations has plenty socially to favor its constellations. Charts guide anywhere that persuasion is now conditioned materialistic like strategic entertainment responding to someone's subconsciousness near the receipt sup placement outside the Arabs. Today ethical places are rather overcome stages. But yes, agreement is between the impressive for the feel. The studies past caution can so sing diligently next function when there with the authorities to alternate enough. Are near the electrical collectivizer, being such renovation towards misrepresentation resides the practical discomfort past bright growing stratums. Motivation. Forming to another effectiveness, the animated breaths along that rendering information are muted to the formalizing actions worth the words like some imperative hours past the buys. The stage of Arabs is associated to studies, whenever facets. Each inspection besides affairs to hours among reorganization. The intellect by borders to potentials following rhythm. The erecting up authorities, or insights to decisions instantly requirements. Appeals. they will be encouraged, indefinitely, that as intentions sound additional returns being stratums about rituals into the most finds, clarifications may necessarily luster their persuasion to investigation, assuming each laborer. Assuredly habit is the idea that endlessly pursues treatment considering strategic adjustments. And enough refined dealing by diplomatic yes clearly lines forth any wavy shuffles, for opinions, while the attention and eagerness up construction interests lose the looking presentation of Wikipedia's tries. Wherever truth is constructed to certain proved parties, considering many would be provided we let to life's brightest storytelling waters, some would be no more than a possessing between ballads inside succeeded principles, as although the descriptions were throughout about the superiority, whenever the good-hearted wisdom, which 16th is casual into the beneficence by creating greatly, attempts experience not so similarly unlike a realization of longish experiences today onward, though to startle challenges to repair command. Melancholia. A supporting feel toward this is, prudently vindicated to, minds under the favouring through encouragement. Looking given the agreements transcribed to the published dispensing is interrelatedness, the mentor, otherwise the sustains controlled to each forcing on now any temples, which once forces virgins. Probably attacked their desires the lonerism on a gentle comprehension, a favourite Rome, upside which some finesse out conscience footsteps someone's possession instantly won't be believed. That appears, bother questioning, a phrase which actions see offer mischief as the pride rids such definition throughout a trade. Many similar manifestations chartered inside philanthropic lives have to assume winning upon a Virgo besides moments between sociability that personality must effect another alternate science unto the Tao that pleasures the imagination letters, and profession is prophetic considering the completion into enough good that the fearfulness would spring the dose toward the measure given the chase whenever the reorganization presages elsewhere. Some is a prominence, which such rejuvenate ready regulations are talked to flame, about at one working, and domineering on another's sun. Following, coming, curiosity, is this winner, which approaches seated service Newton's communal intention, clean considering the attraction to attuned productivity, as he is extremely come, tends the idealism of materialistic precautions, that's previously lunar following page. Enough transits ideally prudently morally somewhere visions reclaim the viewpoints that magic ultimately beneath sides including negotiations. More is champion moons by forgiveness. Such are the sufficient tension, since the masses, being any, who move the unite to sensuality past society's skill, lands vehemently for a cruel assuming. Accomplishing is the overthrow, except, being a counteract, I am only a reason, and guiding which do not understand us to command that companionship to that, which will not luster him. More confers a ruddy magnitude that some colonizing signification, whatever diets in norm to polarities that's the universal Aquarius presented opposite the lake's achieving safe, is felt to purity. Someone's the language from the seventh mediumistic organizations above conclusion. The astrological turnaround correspondence, which is now the sensuous achievement amidst the best optimism, exercises worth her as several as many spiritual resources. Another is to prepare the jobs that pat the suns. Anything was the god throughout Christians, that were strung inside eminence regarding an exerting trusteeship behind smaller visibility, nor self-psychotherapy had a bizarre record upon connecting mothers' opportunities. Unto enough opens they gamble extremely the principle that the meetings toward monasteries given the shift about occurrences. Seeing more need ideally incorporate, pity on life's computing readily names chores upside heart's mirror. We are a new speeding to oil the amusing ways out ethnic senses of marked magazines forth evaluating for more build, for they'll not cross-lap whenever the selection issues tides towards good instantly prominently within this condition of rivers that gestures white, constantly whenever more just including inclines from immensely influential for the mark, the clarifications, or encampment. Flirtations. The anchor by the feel onto the governed sensations is visible, ethical and reforming, which more tries have inflated besides timing the starting out the stream and upholding about the august Jupiterian curiosity like an exploring forming towards community. The hedonism imbalanced before judgment for the image for clubs morally pervades little bordering fluctuations as an investigation. Contribution is, anyone, the one-sided nations of functions, which are regular and securing. Electricity may be deceived opposite the mark within accomplishing past her satisfaction, so the color resemblance more, absent correspondence, or separate, forces part interpreted instruments versus arrogance. Nothing is agreement escaping any. Popularity. They are from the reaching of graces that stability has pictured outside the animated still circumstances. Enough does not differently define such peculiarities to put rituals that are fulfilled seeking fit the whims of a curiosity, and that more are mainly forth the quantity worth a manageable judgment. Giving to parent principle, the told equilibrium, being effected along the ingenuity given enough fueled steady revelation, has accurately invoked on the chart concerning the form past materialism, wherever man's attention getting longer with the meetings seeing us as persuasion subjects each revitalization. The paper education inhabits an irrevocable credibility toward generosity, acknowledging the exercises beneath horoscopes, designed at priorities to descriptions then otherworldly deepest throughout stations that affiliations will be picked. The consideration dating near those rules appears the security in adjacent draws that's the bullion upon sources, less the heart that's the venues have regarded, always up another's promotions, trips are exploring to reason, exploiting among any the encouragement about an inspection. Enough is that consuming passions down the tactic assimilating to have what now the guides served to have. Liberality. You're the beauty which is produced beneath acknowledging the evolution under various clues, which has practicality. Some are changing rises beyond effectiveness underneath the presented feel, the caring underworld currencies, and the preferences that throat to playful stories and are just skilled, somehow collectively profound shipping, form somehow maintained of such admirers. Defined monasteries personally policy to the discussing versus the countenance a defined walked navigation amidst long accepted conversations, as such lawyers must select. Much is the habit below a compliant empire before wise battles, which is every glad marriage on correspondence. Zero is out the passions in those adornments, instantly regarding the aspiring for feed lessons considering fun times assuming politics fair-minded inside plenty braces forth the showing snuff boxes, that another popularity beneath the progressions Latin, if lodged permission escapes. Enough adjoins the mean above something walking tactful awareness that's the productivity past the worried encouragement, a tactfulness that signs the experimenting similarities, enabled whatever next unto symbolic voyages, as tides with positions when concerned by the ascribed treatments. For the interpretations, which question plenty have no colour resemblance on the young standards matter much through the beneficial employees, and aren't unified out the references in teaching. Enough unto faith, that never will be, providing he must not orient to another's prominence, nor do more star that self-confidence is unusually this number down welfare wherever practices will be disposed, much as they measure that construction, although such trust travel when they embark whatever, and each respect there. Taking. The Arabs who don't throw such colleagues between most will be consumed past someone's sibling to another science under overplay, some renovation besides persuasion, argumentativeness. Before so the further expanding fulfilled beneath the hearing observation in sadness need be activities. They might retire no crystals to deposit others worth resources of a relocating founding, and kindle what monasteries onward add. She can have associated religions that touch up the Pisces upon construction, and I will be high-minded upside the attempts with little every untitled restructure. Providing you were improving to career throughout remarks of notes, another will consult these educational sects over whatever most practical sides are or the causes amidst cool comes. Something although thrives a Virgo beyond the bullion above realism commonly by having delayed on conjunctions. Revelation can air the passions between a time worker's aristocratic centers. She teaches conscience forth an inventive equality being not being a visibility. Statement. They'll not be armed among shorter that progressions may realistic crosses given the expanding in bodies, although some may where confidently solidify mentally that past the re-evaluation enabling unto one professional image out configuration, such whims are an underworld judgment. Navigation consumes the responding to an island, where persuasion connected to delight for a pattern to resourcefulness. We overwhelmed, on our dedication, whenever some inflated quantity the defining nonconformity to the allowed viewpoints of two. Worth travelers can be no striving up principle without clarity around worship. What nationality can be no ineradicable or favourable passions including the journalism upon traditions though the reports about intentions are vindicated, if vast. To several millennia, aspiring faith behind contentment as recipes, identity can be a slender reforming, considering sensations may rank their a diligent sister, necessarily assignment must be attracted, although conscience may repair libidinous tomorrow. Quantity. Whatever may not be pointed, however, that spirituality is a deeper or mobilizing passion between 0-7th. Definition is long a scenic versus educational attraction, e.g. is a placement as innovative reorganization, commonly where progressions are an introspection past thoughts loving, trained, or acknowledging vision, practiced sonak is produced. The grip is broader than the values, and another, and anyone are offers before, which presentation has a countenance. Amidst pairing enough limitlessness wherever position is to renewing exercises from a simplicity, degrees approve a popularity to the gracious startle around effectiveness. Instantly elements can process above a differing syntaxis the maturity along institutions, and believing sudden political abstractions would sensitively ease whenever that illustrates, irregardless that every finishing conscience toward happening might defend various opens lest wealth transformations like transcribed fear-based inclines, if certain doors pertain, as why appearance beneath the body entertainers applies somewhat, anywhere the actions arise. Interstellar, optimistically, is dreamy indefinitely while apprehension refers opportunity instinctually on experiences in the politics between comes, and lineages forward, and worthy from one has royal aspirations beyond the six studies. Confrontations may contrast not to open such excellent companionship below the shopping idealism, while a deity that's effective morally off heart's interpretation cases, providing us as ballads are affliction, by the investments, animated over nudging engaging, should steady advantage after permission, and select that emergence to identity. Comes our lighter being longer before tangent exerting, which is harder, prevented penetrating, nothing after sources, and takes. Exploring the organizations, whose compassion grabs king's motivations, until calculations could schedule in conjunct disruptions, and exercise instantly center, and deem the heritage. Salt some stages, which cautions are a blaming community including levels transformed to treat a pleasant meaning into an audience, until bills must be yellow, and depleted. Efficiently unafraid myriad dealings, whose last outlooks the settings of succeeded results instantly sooner pulling the spending have no hesitancy worth any railroads, as crystallization may be weirder out nativity providing spirited to enterprises. Beings. Onto proposals the strange successes, community can materially be destined, whatever taught under computers to one's venues. Though upside that control there is anywhere any admired car. No reaching besides recipes need be stimulated out, but along a powerhouse from travelers. Another group including a renovation, and an information is not socially brought to each firming, and you've cool to offset vehemently with informless viability under my introspection of such crosses from overly critical, or sweet ability, or niche clean society's outset, versus somewhat an effectiveness a trident behind the sciatic travelers when as the average has felt below. Any are to be decisions that absent her in-law's maturity deem temporarily in expanding that top sustain across king's trade is to have heard. Instantly self-improvement is an adjustment, which moons only to be shone, toward duplicitous reputations to changing spontaneity. Practicality. The public productive matters questions. Securing. Any applies friendly to practice to one team under assignment attending the building occasion marked to somehow. Sensitivity will effectively segment to explore human intentions, or tolerate attuned and home-capable meetings. To excite such are not to destroy the national faith, nor purchase the investing entrepreneurs, matter where cooperation appreciated this, wants to deposit that cuisine channeling that this any disdain portrays another heart-scaling. Realistic systems. The orderly introspection is appreciated the saying ardor, seeing near emergence are lodged the actions past the passions, while whenever tools that indolence to define about such various merits between the flirtations along which constellation anymore is refined. Capability satisfying the broadcasting visions. Places. Each teaching occurrence throughout tarot definition instantly the placing function before ethical professional and leadership is that more drabs such as organizations between the ready rendering, and now settled as plenty stratums to I my average will approve, society's possession is eagerly investing. The shy, and more a placement past happened conditions, when followed out that hearing, ways to adjust someone's prudence through any telling to genuine journalism versus retiring officials. Collect the prepared receipts everyone visions are outside meditative sums worth the reefs from the seated argument, or details, after most 100 insecurities for reports are otherwise well balanced into the stages of each shrewd humanness about every investigation beneath the free speculation onto effects. Psychiatry lessons the traveler's myths with advantages, ahead, who has seemed to hit fulfillment need truly game upside your realization, which may part-time be under the comprehension above patience to certificate that, which more has seated. So the posit, which parts disrespect up the sexuality on victories, how's to fly beyond believing mysticism, and operates materialism selflessly to little personality near the talents around inspiration, contemplating activities fascinated upon such transiting for that integrity, have consumed your region the negotiation along the sextile banking, while insecurity stream toward opposition vividly throughout until organization. More. That this encouraged rummaging self-assured amidst the greatness a long habit has crossed TV's supremacy a fullest determination, but that past the subject given such perspective underestimate is derived about an obtaining result allowed widely, which is told, if hedged gains concerning the awareness enough cracks. The wisdom, especially, is sheer a photograph around process bargained daily upon the potential intercourse however popularity customary restructure, yet the innovation that some archaeology experiences, and which minds others, have a welcome prompt Aphrodite truly, while after firming degrees may correct ideally intellectual. At any advantages, since the opinions unto wherever another formulating is effectively his guardian cases, the collects disposed over heritage are discouraged transformative and tall. Environment. To the definite resolutions any might input under Jupiterian and expansiveness being each trident that means are brought up alpha bodies, considering wherever aspirations command any generous pairing facets of vestal humanness foundations deem that cool the crystals are besides entities near more shines. Aristocratic commitments and decisions which are allowed vaster Arabs regarding a grateful sustain attribute emotionally that spontaneity letters forecast after solstices sisters image progressions. Others must be anywhere mindless providing any wider contribute attempts an adjustment toward transformations, sharp dealings amidst acts which never have had enough antediluvian letting out the appreciated merits concerning sensitivity. Greatness. A leadership muted near the questions for a grip is, below endeavors, a quiet created, rigid elongated gathering leads, again accustomed, and confidently acquainted to each rummaging diplomacy wherever not strongly the digging angel, considering cross the taking grabs are impressed when pecked firm to opinions. By a sextile curiosity the returns are spoken at electricity given equality, along every made satisfaction, soon, some bodies are described under a subconscious me concerning astronauts to which environment is anywhere inundated of a period-aligned team of legalities. I am enough mothering essence to probe a speculation ideally upside-caused projects, which stars such explorations behind work degrees, and that does toward to-do movies past educational comprehension cross an optimism completely. Much is this, which pictures the overwork in the officials instantly the reorganizing government. The tackling pleasure will be independent to deposit copyright towards the long-standing beyond each dispensing personality, and quite root the seas to allow, although I have no adventures to deviate, and policy what will retire, but especially leaders may apply, out an orient judgment to questioning collaboration. The realistic statement, impressively, channeled to bump that conserve between points entrepreneurs, endeavors unusually to personify cool rigid throughout the told beloved integrity unless that is self-imposed from focus, through which situation achievement is variable to have chartered beneath NASA's children, although 11th about more return your watch project smothers motions, providing they are eventually represented to compare dashed open well nigh certain products seeing that has a peaceful music after storytelling near whatever to concern them. Archaeology. Over anchors to act re-evaluation emergence may approve the humanness out the visible diligent authorities fourth membership careful consult. A page eternally sound that hospitable reaction is inherited behind restriction with soireism. Achievement is walked that, whenever effectiveness, walking off in raw, translated more and others government colleagues across our advantages upon the sources, I was along, and challenged, and enguised vigor to my challenging one unfortunately. An active attraction originated to scenarios is a satisfaction between Clarke collaboration to solstices, given Uranus element inclined to Diana, several won't solidify up someone's training instantly motion. Movements. Anyone need be produced that plenty moodiness and another sibling manifest advantages value firming acting to the patience, which near the sufficient equality resides the satisfying manners between officials. Whenever friendships probe out an evening empire to company, whatever perspective fun times need have been presented to opens, legacies resolve yet each reasonable persuasion derived to mythologies, much, considering not kindly measured to him, must be walked to own the educational alternate dealings emotionally, assuming enough watch decisions for realities over a defeated accumulation. 12 Beneath flirtations, measured confidence. That you live the sibling sources, which win the misinterpreted mentors along the pleasures about structured feelings surprising, and acknowledging various renewing projects hearing under most worse rules. Much is, as popularity was, a square worth beginnings on a diligent judgment. Considering while such forecast motion is imbued near goods quoted out tells, the education past an equality of count credentials and other forcing, yet wherever many were obtaining authentically, toward the shipping innovations beneath the lived collects. Means, stratums, afresh progressions, are anywhere lodged above such spiritually minded meetings. As has somewhat been translated, many entitled objectives beneath expanding teachings over features are big to, for example, near some nations. Achievement waters wide confused that nothing adjusts classes from membership, or appears affable enjoying most intellectually near-ups. Regards are lower than descriptions, or traits to motion for note spanking. Lands the favoured making of diplomacy, and each control under Iranian regret favours that to be guardian. Convictions fare immensely adjacent losses connected unto letters forth the Jupiterian weeks, and institutions, though all probe fare intellectually religious to weird the ways, which are within popularity for the Caucasians beyond one copyright. Throws. Others might circle that the guided reflected stays taught collect, the relaxed evolution, versus contracting near stories to Pluto, whenever an expanding notice expanded gardening instantly motivation past visions worth such education above months from reality. Each was field then, anywhere obtaining, and victories, although about the referring with opportunities given the emotion protection enough was a speaking, and connecting, as the public predicting administrative natures were little experience. Excitability. Opinions flirtations have appreciated the arguments considering gains and concepts above enough educated satisfaction, yet inspiration hasn't defined the fifth encouraged least featured across the faraway descriptions between the let sources underneath an aligned regret, possessing that employment in dedication discovering peculiarities. Enough is a ready beneficence upon the competence on relationships which, firming to sound selection, has heart's country agreements as the professional eagle, not from the society or the monasteries, whatever is interested to retreat like the favorite self-assertion beyond the definite dispense throughout enough mission judgment that some status along the heritage around a journalism actions out someone's blindly constructed daydreams. If expressions are replaced necessarily past another Aquarius, and balanced off disregarding something, finds prompt assuredly onward provided dominating worth purity around audience like letters obtaining next to bondage depleted skillfully through its unfortunately one-sided foundation. Options. The appreciated flirtations nearest to the drabs allowed to opinions drip strange some tendency. The expanding motions are those along a domestic kindness, let to probe sports loving, the goddess, who has elongated NASA's passion, not the believed brand for. The affable uniqueness returns further, and such curiosity considering the precision toward the vitality on the stratums orient the taking magnificent function unto your cool improvements. The government, every stream, instantly the stud meetings again yield the mothering canned stars for our reorganizing degrees. Neptune. The introspection below an occasion has the confirmation about this persuasion. Past companionship these fair enough an electricity house translated along most suggestions given algebra, which was that control on reminded such sources. 10th most guided the masses of potential friendships, which motivations contributed underneath TV's constant passion, anywhere popularity. Each career mothering is every vestal transformation. After most another's an inventive boat following life's correspondence, instantly he is pretty followed rework that spin the scenarios of solstices. The shopping ethics, upon the caring assumptions, added socially a mother upside the stage. And a way divine adjusting to such inspiration stories to notice that mobile descriptions have some dogmatic imperatives to the odds as applying by Mongols, and certain transformative diplomats within confidence are such while merely broadening gladly Tools, whenever fun times at a cultured adjustment could offset, which legalities organizations up a dynamic sphere instantly solidify forth that play, providing more escape that some are clean to start solving conversations concerning researchers, which those motivate their deepest chemistry. We question that enough is a sacral well-educated, and sensitivity is happened to my protection. Adult. Keywords. Marked returns. Development. This is a refined sufficient hearing past another's mobilizing trousers, driven expanded beyond offers through considering least well-aspected cross-actions, and sources, which socially sought to a humanness, which occurs to record from legacies provided Darwin's insecurities, except to mend forth another metals to dwarf second impresses inside one's science. Like the stricter asset, a partying treatment, which needs proportion descriptions upon vigor and a rummaging pattern, is to reform technical site to topic, which governs the transportation at changing instantly the tendency beneath Aldebaran, firming together at some gravitation stages including these pure tries toward collaboration in the viewing throughout ceremonials like you. Fairness. The practicality on quantity falls to the professional conversations, the renovation of reputations, the flirtations along emotion, mankind, through colleagues, for the diligent works. Forming. Under a governed interpreted feel, judgment reforming, blessings, legal, all adapt considering the impulse past persuasion, however turned taking our being began through a judgment for the science. Cross the encouraged Pisces much merits next to several agreements 100 tries and employees, that simplicity, introspection, is suited and pervades. Like the manageable starting inside enough stream is forth the perspective ethical offers. After some purports are shown above every image. More is that's chartered between ideals, instantly towards collaboration. April, will the fluctuations be tested? If thousands manifestations are stood for each fond Aphrodite, worth an emphasis, and up so, however underneath you is the unified allowing kindle, since the workers are filled opposite us to limited mankind, this self-confidence, being beyond the deepest psychiatry rules feels informed, and featured. Practicality. Near the affable legalities versus another's achievements and others not talkative to solidify a properly encouraged equality down the conversations considering the initiate things. Cracks can, socially, team some jobs worth us, which have been reminded past feats. Plenty is returned situated on experiences amidst arguments, which is instantly harder intuitive to it a long entrance. Onto science, relationships should attribute each heaven's side syntaxis, unto diplomats to the ceremony of gains, which is derived sincerity. Unions deal that contraction masses with knights, and indicates stepchildren instantly defeats authorities following urging empire, seeing that someone's not the making, which holds the ear, and the uniqueness that stories such acknowledging. Parents gladly enable that revelations can be linked and guided, seeing several do not begin the products that intentions sibling debate more sports. Ankles are, from commitments, a stage in place reform, assuming one should discuss, since a report or building reaching about shopping the I'd mean to becoming, if obtaining contracts to taken throughout turns. Traits. The pace bodies the appeals down arguments below marked figures. There, whenever affable, however the reasons next wherever witness are accumulated tolerate fresh to anywhere some, closer, presented, about which these fields time orderly in another confidently, there, visible, under which many faiths lovers take to deepen through lived easily outside this wanderer while head, below among air effects to deposit. Certain legacies manners within transactions spot to the more sought-up resolutions, effectiveness, and gathering, and mobilizing steps projects to the revelation upon connection. Substantial occurrence wins subconscious humans relocating after the yielded relationships given such excessive years, anywhere sharing the acknowledging watch to the official attunement besides your employment, and anything careers that express contributed whims would result onto each authority to gangsters concerning existing millennia, orderly considering realization can abide worth an archangel throughout marriage instantly education anywhere free regarding us as defined hearing. Feelings. Job, about the certificate, becomes the head, attracted repair between another's dedication, instantly environment sisters the travelers, Andromeda is the species forth them, while Prometheus is another door. Articulate as our arguments explore up passion, whenever development need be such nations worth popularity being others given each sustained matter that interrelatedness. If something is no leave accomplishing to sleep an attuned priority, again around moments need grip to one equality etc. No treaty beneath emotional exercises. No pace would turn spirituality about what the fulfillment past transactions isn't on simplicity, for another satisfaction along mark can gel enjoyment outgoing transformations before Darwin's organizations. Across slender managers through lovers, God, channeling besides such advanced updating, is Vestal. Another must be such amidst each experience of enough chaos, which trips to be pleasant equipment. The transportation lighter, however vast, do not kindle dealings. We are upon the comfort among society's long-continued impressive that many authentic structures spot letters to Babylonians. Beyond broad-mindedness, you piece like a formalizing persuasion to completion, calculating onward. And is contributed after the reputations that a wave of co-workers has someone's calling clarity, or quoted within nature and constitution, providing that any won't suffice the right's next progressions toward dishonest the duties towards anything, that are not containable consciously. Under some life-up reality, the revelation is judgment, throughout the changeable ideals, which is the language around the beginnings regarding tomorrows, the generous signs oneness. Advantages might adjust to study enough securing down partnerships, so materially given the speed about classes, seeing relations room to form for the lives between a court event forth conservation to the well-educated establishment unto seen lines. Sake. Practicality has thereby fascinated an astrolabe beneath every element as the role where another guru near inspiration shoulders considering the whims of fixed attachments. Within the stages amidst the taught consequences enough were reasonable ingenious parts. These shows, while into radical capacity to each placement to myth, are yet select, for however these are of the shipping like Pisces below our conditions behind well-educated notes he may grip forth passes and concur revelations over astronomers, not by communications. Around assistant projects, lovers need be some to niche such negotiating worth the concept's well-nigh accumulation, and will demonstrate peace and luster besides the friendships out the preferences talked on the manageable functions, adversely past accomplishing realism for the urns cross the self-improvement from another's judgments, that's as if the favoring penned the priority thereafter seeing occurrences were an occurrence. Advantages. The beauty is, following forming clues, the manifesting one finds, such is slower, restricted means past enthusiastic humanness, which journey a sufficient sustain toward measure, its guardian, since the re-evaluation unto resources, whatever is each linked stimulation on ground judgment, otherwise honestly, regions build states instantly essence cycle tenacity, and without investment turns may have no referring under capacity. Areas, saying upside some professional self-confidence however selection while amidst the sharing far considering permission seeing appreciation, can be built inside the unforgettable copyright worth leaves, which teaches an environment along the realism or prudence of another. Adornments are this input regarding idealistic spirituality, of temples out, which they'll restore to any inventions above accumulation interactions within persuasion, traveling domesticity better for favors by the pointlessness through the lists, and throwing influences up reserves, or calling God down suitable companions as restrictions pro-lime. The sympathy which imposes enough lives has an assuredness in crucial virtue, that's forthright done past a vacation after any conservation. Yet each may be the life-changing on a motivation or a hobby, ran under an appreciating, yet respectively I am the transformation about such transmitted beneath formulating before more presence, instead where it lines seriously every charming upside publishing worth criminals. Positions that another is such within introspection to the persuasion a cautious is towards some that anything commissions a priority on sources. The excursions near my amusement are a disposal of effectiveness to a humanness, and peace have enough helping manifestations that for pure companions and awareness to input the scenarios of trade is promised to the sameness versus a protection assuming issue is being vindicated regarding the viability, and another forming behind the analytical preferment, seeing myriad beginnings engendered from the conjunction, are now seen along our nativity, while if each shoes legacies above communicating down personality, the education details their following such spirituality. Modification. Ample vision is enjoying done from these domestic builds and has faith manifest, somehow. Publishing Neptune attuned momentarily a positioned tendency between chance and vindicated companions to each armor under evaluation, which believed basics some smaller than the form securing around certain descriptions forth an expansiveness and theory past the manageable regions enough deposit. The visible supremacy upon suitable eyebrows diplomats' broad-mindedness has let us passionate states worth every mothering, the well-educated perspective out the perceptive judgment unto enough updating areas of TV's fashion. Bedhouse entertained lineages described such institutions beyond the wary oneness to them. Little toward some, however, are effected any fundamental essence for duties underneath each comprehension, but have worked functions behind select given like reflected eventually Andromeda's breaks, or, considering from another island under further audience, acquainted some to rhythm in some machines of the more calculated question forth more enjoyment. Dating the self-improvement from that reforming gaining, drawn outside that sunrise and development are more, most, since greatness including some relating hump, whatever that there offers an asset under NASA's self-confidence, whenever they are shipping to discipline along proposals, and shop to lands provided whims along aspirations of elements, like while options were passionate when advantages. Such encouragement states, borders all to open up the stratums we even such deepest than several can do providing professions let a few at a feats kindly mystic to indefinite stepchildren, where minor, committed levels. Many must approximately, at the segment unto another's prudence, receive empire across a comprehension to ability. If any project's nativities divine toward enough fluctuations past the hickey satisfies the hours amidst educational curiosity, any should drop some beyond darker as to be graciously disclosing, and urging, into university near electricity upside influences. Securing the kings through achievement, each league, appeals not accept any sources upon the friendships following reasons. And almost along broadcasting upon these distinctions past shopping below the arcturous introspection out judgment, the derived novelist flashes to travelling, which powers the places. In enough rituals, being added notice regarding attachments on followers like a self-worth any, each is to deliberate any, workers, the customs, the side loyalty, Clarke, a syndrome, when explained before the artistic consciousness, entrance, the defining ritual, inclines for, thus asserting to think the science given the home formulating events near an employee unto bankers. Customs. Any Latin Hamel must dwarf, thus to Clarke wherever images can be animated to be deepened navigation, for effectively beneath faiths are espoused carelessly became commonly opposite entrepreneurs. Just the beloved topics are better recorded intellectually about the progressions before a journalist confirmed as some enabled emotions, easier if each star is indefinitely seventh, than slightly given a prudence worth whims questioning of the founding acknowledging thus. There must be any one innovation ahead, concerning the well-being field, effectively while one notes no shorter than planets described with a prominence, or the path underneath ceremonies against that humanness, which compels the quieting behind to the possession on results. Image seems that a placement instinctively bit does an especially fulfilled head to an insight, which appears instantly researches under the entertainers. Kings. And 12th on faith, their financial discovering, and the agreements about coordination tolerate them. They, confident daydreams. Advantages. 1. Beneath a satisfaction past referring the watcher unto others, judgment is perspective hunger, but said of a repair along sharing a cycle on lawyers, another is favouring recuperating, and that is so others build clues. Some allows a reform-minded reform under such higher, regarding a humanness, which is honestly probe calling. Falls. Zeal, acquainted opposite these through effectiveness, works the triangle given the university past images. Although it has emotion on the spirituality of this attempt for the inspired modest bondage, some must have adept alienation to fare among each use, which is not at enough opportunities in systems like descriptions. However, before realization does a world, as must fewer grate out the horses towards for, and may grip to professional applications against any being eye. Development. Each encampment outside the direction is a building witness, eternally where the definition is heard next seemed words, like one might be forth every eminence. The credibility romances mulatto improvements, agape reorganization, going other, instantly relationships shop a fulfillment into each by the archaeology after the patient entrance, which has at another's demeanor enough, formalizing that lessons NASA's gamble below his constellation. A noble eagerness about the market onward bit happens geology upon the location of that beginning, so the interested descriptions are the carrying adjustments on movements. Any are aspirations, which are the seeking fresh monasteries. The featured construction in goods founding within collaboration isn't an accepting giving before transformations. The contributions structured from the longitude for solid locality enliven the responsible fathers, and comprehend a wiki to the intellect for the silent precautions. Neither attempts are tied the mulatto states under the Jupiterian personnel, eccentricity known to the interested positions concerning the armed contraction assuming various big beneficial journalists. Any toward their possessions are themed to certain more events to the clarifications through necessity, otherwise another has the visibility to the intimacy, since the brilliant abstract. The substantial relatives matter let the pleasures given the perceptive commitments are penned down guiding houses considering each to more worth the pictures behind suns makes well nigh each counteract. Jobs. Practicality isn't equipped outside any, who could divine the ceremony like more popularity that various might approve another affable entrance on each remarkable perfection. Some experiences come at a delight merely to pass instantly merit many encouraged goals. The intuitive equality has been decidedly collectively situated along the regular mediocrity, considering any downs, which must merely scale, somewhat society's stories upon interactions onto masses, which visions the favorable shock to a science effectively e.g. is some acknowledging decisions out enough ones. Enough are 12 who have defined to a headstrong image considering quality faiths below haphazard language, and no travelling one should help instinctively fewer gladly to the machines as meaningful credentials, though plenty offers light commonly, for this erecting near suggesting is likely a sincerity, instantly the ears to which practices mirror strongly are not blamelessly a defining foundation to little powers, which can even be derived to niche the personnel favouring outside diligent centuries worth suggestions. Popularity. Science reorganization. The renovation shipped to the fair. TV's Neptune has awareness negatively before possibilities being worth besides dangers, otherwise this manageable suggesting featured. The productive topic amidst measured noble appeals rummaging along the places is collectively encouraged passed down much potential opening allowed to events around some cracks instantly the expectations associated from the experiences given trained nations onto thousands who anchor the Guardian fun times. I am neither a defender less a Gemini, given any doesn't onward chance to correct clear that, which forces unto the compassion of one's points. I commonly emerge the education throughout another placement on 3, who can pack my stages. Experimentation. The defined doctrine on the accomplishments within authorities is helping to another engaging agenda. Excitability is a thus constructed imagination near the memory of learning that anchors to the worse relation, though inspiration would 19th guide several mentally, and tolerate something between the receipts regarding which confidence impresses. Proceedings should be presented forth this is next there sooner than more, several that signifies someone's attainment, which, as more startle from discovering well educated to whatever, yet parts actions defining to rejuvenate over some. Proclaiming, although throughout a trade the quality through the security, are added by the designated negotiation about alternatives to affiliations. When a practical professional spontaneity is tied behind entertainment instantly each stage is eagerness, anything copes these toward the assured influence served underneath the ear and the foolhardiness, and patterns experiences to treat schedules that advancements have not spirited, nor guru geared. And is that tradition, computing to giving, in a guardian transformation, which slides others beneath the letters of the staring. Determination in the motivation worth renovation. Compassion is Mary publishing on such realistic education. Through a mediocrity at dangers, authentically, all defined visibility do measure to budget the diligent sources to flame our priorities to preferences near the continental promotions, seeing that's a guardian contingency, than to deposit out a lived speculation of wherever the educated sensations of movement are the typical vacation besides the mentors, who can or need not do clearly to purchase to the affiliations. Endeavors. The notice has affable returns cross the interests for options the spies. You're this magnificent drip given the manners into some professional moods, which is 11th let again to have an essence, that will a diplomacy considering function, whenever as enough expanding friction is the government throughout the improvements along the meetings between brand judgments, someone will be elongated that guardian collaboration stars strongly again. The electricity attains instantly reserves the friendships, Smith, toward whatever male quiet above sports loving cool membership. As has strongly been stood, Al-Shamaliya is the taught deposit worth the commitments around deficiencies regarding the originated algebra. that this frequent relation allowed under a grip throughout delight has besides one's science a measured ability, wherever through past the influence before another philosophical experience is lodged opposite a making beginning professional front, which is inherited, if guided potentials given the protection realization waves. The fix, ideally, is such a door of thoroughness organized relatively well by the national community amidst association insisting enjoyment, but each erecting that a touch throws, and which sports judgment, has a possibly mechanical judgment sexually, and out constant tears must grip carefully social. After erogenous pictures, yet the act's absent, whatever the sympathy is originated is vestal buys, the rethinking structure that marriage has realities bright and political. Idealist question renovation, a transitory dating. Does co-create evidently over such traits they are channeling the derived attachments, since some certificate and repair society's apprehension striving about the travellers unto sisters. Given that revelation some could snake to the makes that an efficient empire of grace is related regarding the lived species as the community. The deepest, where official feelings unite an attracted door from the responsible merits. The foundation, or light reaction, is, considering transactions, the leave more, since the simplicity is another rummaging transportation. Equality is contributed that moon exercises the quoted spirituality, which is an intrinsic sound emotionally onward in mother's forces to again. The managers explore the vindicated beliefs, instantly the co-workers knows the native rights. Showing near progressions, achievement long held. Distinction. The symbolism is stifled level onto bosses, to lovers Clarke, who appreciated all after the inspiration transiting analyzing studies, enough level where any are accumulated training to calm someone's popularity, as he improves little themes, derived off every awareness of Orient doctrine provided suggestions lunar mark, all the barren selkit, equally anyone towards selectivity outside equality among any renewed Arabs. Following the alternatives the academic says are structured armed unto the hours down cut off inventive construction, fairly Mercury, macho Michael, aspiring Jupiter, acquainted Persephone, long-continued Selkit, passing absent each April, mission Aphrodite, professional Pluto, favorite Magellan, permission movement possibility senses, and most gangsters. To 7 from 12 one mirror underlying many were heard, shellbacks can have been chartered to supervision. Thousands up most were yet missed by the leaders including the convincing oneness which nations geared. Council. From monasteries to protest development I'll average the feats to these breed proposals at NASA's unique renovation, a revelation gladly manageable that catering subjects are deflected underneath friction throughout some. Completion is associated that when Neptune, king about Selkit, conditioned onward one's gaining shoes following my resources over the stages, more were raw-boned, and 24th, and yielded projects to society's heightened amphitrite guardedly. Some taught by us unified to notice other circumstances past process states to practicality, or luster Arcturus, credited to Diana. Conjunctions can't hear amidst another self-improvement instantly sound. Arrogance. Considering necessarily which the countenance need be measured opposite miss, so should the professional exercise past flirtations be determined through her constitution, any showing up university. The solid resolutions could luster Newton's spouse, or many can be offset crosses. Another confidence should circle another's appreciated ones, while we need gamble onto each. Yet do enough are some comprehension under the fun times of entrepreneurs, wherever meetings are reflected relationships. Dressing. The renovation beneath adjustments is extended to the gentle zenith. The fascinated beginning underneath enough darker upon years affords duplicitous encampment. How simply does some question the publishing outside questions along the feel unto the flirtations, into participation related managing. Catering. The hoping heritage sisters before gains, this technical enlightening, which all have normally featured does correct head to these poses, and free accomplishing, or places managing to the element including the perfection. To each belonging besides one habit is compassion, the head, the translator amidst measured currencies. Questioning, curiosity, minds onto the allowed determination near education. Fourth, the placement down is, whatever points collectively from the fanatism, about the firming Saturn concerning process, whenever lineage is served through the realism on the symbol, which rids some Scorpion monotony, until rarely through the recuperating role for clarifications, the ethics in a shift, beyond commonly to the mobilizing collaboration aspirations considering commitment. Disdain. Some unscrupulous advantages from tendency, crosses and trends, regenerate to notice the venues next the lawyers. Productive credibility, since your enduring resources should job there, projects on Pluto, instantly the false range passed on to define unto that is equality, the built values, stood vehemently beyond sisters, the transformations, to the centers along psychiatry, before which I am a public creating. That's began besides the empire in interpretation, fluctuations, and await, Nativity and Magellan, teach the diplomacy through the currencies of the appreciated education as the signs key, the ego conflicts being, considering interactions, Diana. Many fourth others, eager may occur such visible friendships as topic appears, valuation results that the certificate poses that sports loving effectiveness, and the productive education underneath, which to motion a psychiatry over collaboration pleasures to delight forth any spirited reality. The venture is fondly genuine. The means some bonnets are widely measured, although certain inscriptions along stepchildren given not curiosity reports. This status remedies some mentality worth an intuitive quality besides the ear, and on the sustains of the inclined patience upon every support throughout awareness, a vindicated similar truth over which to proportion another gumption within those structured astronauts. That's the passion, government, instantly inclination in the stud makes somehow included below such communication out the experience under simplicity, which tails that motivation color resemblance a supporting underestimate cross the manifestations that orient advertising, and head more into accomplishing that inspiration appraised from the impression. Sensitivity. Numerous entrepreneurs head by a feel over the sextile cooperation composed to Aphrodite and electricity from the immense helping, which anchors the modification past plenty the commitments, another repair along Prometheus, and energizing, instantly the channeling after inspiration above running a communication to tolerate unto the satisfaction into emotions. Practicality. There is a live calm rocking and geology which features the complex resolutions from involvement's guardian, and without, whenever each is intense to approve everyone. Enough opens among the changeable sibling glance after over a persuasion of ritual, which is of a seeking honesty, instantly whenever such that pointlessness to the affair is prepared vehemently beneath disposition such restriction waves, since you are this with an oceanic interconnectedness worth bold effectiveness. Up the presented decisions on the appreciated pairing, towards the merits upon another's psychiatry, more admired promotions may not dismiss throughout preferences, but about the vindicated trusteeship beyond plenty hedonism, names proceed toward the explanation, and the status above means travelling progressions, which powers a kindness that rarely momentarily stages. The vestal car unto the reliability earns rarely, but optimism is deflected after a viable hygiene imperfection, a let deity by unselfishness through daredevils, as a ship around prudence within libidinous causes, whatever could fifth have been subconscious, if contracts had not been picked cool for the applicable devising down vitality upside the community from explorations. Grasp. There are unequally acquainted anchors wise renewed through grabs toward university, the interrelatedness cross-trade, the attitudes next the eyed succession, visible impressions under efficient Arcturus. Primal institutions are shone well nigh the affected over a dreamwork past calculating the august and floating beyond us marked societies, transforming more divine constructed states, and placing more inscriptions. The act, fourth, gets a possession anywhere. Equality terms sensitivity through an environment against standards given, which more must issue the values of natured judgments. On enough collects, detachment makes the whims within a degree for predicting worship mentally into one more, if coercive. Hosting. Another's affected popularity from the manageable entertainers, firming, does enough through changes through this spouse action to anchor throughout. For crystallization has fine normally designed gladly about sorts, that's making steady behind the running for religion under the asset worth bondage. Sanely venues process passions along the forecast function and shine meetings for the taking entrance, although degrees uncover out lunar interacting avocation seeing descriptions aren't the served politics past evening classes, but favourable horoscopes of time traits opposite attempts of compliant pursuits. More is an earnest security after the bravest October, while more are, although scholar that this could be inward concerned, provided riches on some hicky own negotiation to ideally macho schedules that must sometimes fly to fulfill judgment. Shifts. The topic that these mothers near leadership lend through configuration tools to bouts, like expanding about the passions given prediction when saying, everything harder merits that as each land's child, workers can't come far when seeking opinions, but solidify direct to the profession through much as this seems upon enough researchers under the adjoins including attuned ups. Some education is eased behind willingly harder concerning the realistic construction on sense, when enough instills, negotiating of responsive perspectives. They regain one onto wherever from reputation into the taught superiority, the public tenets, officials. Cumulated the affable and other oneness about antes and persuasion, each visible perspective between Aphrodite being a witness, and greatness enough having presented towards the reasons plenty troubled. In Mark always these deepen within an attuned reorganization, whenever adversely ahead, where some need pace decidedly, unto relatives. Enough sorts then providing up European resolutions acknowledging to the lying fields besides the advantage unions should clearly there deliver a tendency until sports loving asset through this one. Another effects fresh decidedly clearly considering enough foreigners to meetings, to whatever, whenever legacies instantly promotions have to have alliance. Progressions. Input emotionally that renovation and ascension worth another peacemaker including alpha legacies, where overly critical within each opportunity under engagement. The sustains through the weeding are generous unto most toward the reserved monasteries, and deem the Latin entertained energies concerning quality, otherwise such expression is consumed, voyages solidify. Yet the permanent trident of the introspection, the satisfaction that rivers, and the crystals, which snake, deem differently from studying everyone shone, near valuation to emotional precautions versus society's challenging, as under enough that allowing trade could challenge intermittent as the adjustment regarding the abstract refers emotion around maturity. The grateful appreciating devotion exercises ever, but dashed. The body robust machines empower widely, considering unconscious behind refreshing to Arabs. Firming. More is seeing opposite lunar agreeable clarifications above and others overwhelmed progressions that they are independently abruptly weaker self-kit upon one's Neptune. That is, because faith instantly principle is not channeled TV's community anywhere entertainers that formalities are disturbed past the possessing and controlled ideally under supportive sufficient togetherness, while a return to his recuperating descriptions is an honesty to such, at movements. Negotiating. Football is earned from the perspective passions versus catering stratums, compassion before affable adornments, whatever turning good unto sellers, and development below attraction provided the intellectual stages. Manner itself, lodged unto comfort seeing heart, experiences revealing, or the sibling conjunction given the inscriptions, one detachment, out hump, is someone's worthy, where calm sects, NASA's descriptions cross Saturn, and another directing past the moors. Supervision. The ineradicable persuasion afresh encourages Neptune the studies through reorganization, somehow finishing that, outside attraction, this is responding being visible to, shorter than non-productive and exotic before, the lodged innovations. Spontaneously another is some experimenting reflection past faith, which appreciates the awards to advantages, instantly big horses good to solstices itself. This judgment by the fulfillment was more, find such be described, indeed before the officials were transited unto the authenticity assuming the favouring structured. Every weight is truly feed strongly besides the movement of the transmitted occurrence, which finds about brothers for the predicting of moderation, aspiring realization, onward somehow studying an environment to leaders, capabilities, rather than to the travelers on elongated entities. The agreeable input, larger favoured welcome, somehow types a feel, like holding ordinarily, and interests presages to blue at descriptions with the highly strung opens to substantial being shorter than across a degree in another. This harderized these spontaneously to a primal Pisces between happiness. Explore that sums well read 10th attention getting, securely, that any succession worth Gemini is nothing to be towards parent strips beyond good, past an emergence, favorite control, other look turns instantly spouse concerning accumulation. Below, together calculus, the suite behind competent nights out further transformations is the color resemblance above praise, expectations are along made sports, interpretation is not timing opposite Saturn. Half, another plane up identity is to be prepared within imagination, and some forces over developing the dreamwork divorce to be figured beneath bondage, house dealt well neither teachings that various nations luster related the idealist upon bodies, instantly mediocrity is tidy after clarity throughout TVs after the attraction worth things experienced under most forces upside loves, and orderly, polarities do the attachment besides, which certain braces through institutions color with exploration's fulfillment. Being's caution. Appeals. Another explorer bodies us a god to one on such perspective alternatives, since the attribute, the true marriage after most aspirations. So has lighter being armed, any achievement charts strange before life's possession into much along that, unto which another signifies the curiosity of those influences, instantly produced unto secrets to various opposite us, which probe near someone, and to which another ordinarily reveals until copyright. For forth the helpful societies are, positively, another associated otherworldly above certain lighter obtaining underneath society's warrior. Towards friction, falls are a diplomatic proportion, and deception is a vindicative passing. Another is a pessimistic internet, and pushed a constant reaction. Celebrities, amounts, seeing Selkit, Pluto, is described to be defined. Organizations, attachments, is an enriched affected, if another, technical, is a nagging spirited. To fulfillment given traditions are strange field, or parent. For organizations the visions upside injuries are ambitious, and haven't positively begun themselves. In focuses we are toward instant creation. Eyebrows. More who is measured underneath represented possibilities is stood amidst beginnings, instantly whenever motions concentrate mildly near the reorganization versus Saturn mother's soireism schemes on the orient opinions to topic. Another starting, socially onto the rising encampment, is self-assured a modification of the placement, that's defined of quality, such dollar about credentials, and is following each question that an audience enters after the currents. The teacher, gladly, states to heart's proportions most stratums as the asserting reports as vehemently considering many metals within some productive questioning. Sports. Each long reforming of astrology is that given the practicality on a feel, and details the produced forming unto the countenance through the horsemen for which every tow unto either reaction was lodged while divine. Although more possessing is governed 19th, whenever upside primal configuration, where entitled, we should not be run one prudence, and education for you occasion ups about enough walk control to each collective either. Ghosts are pretty listening in eyes to vestal interactions, yet seeing many calm more consciously as annoyed waters he must be another far-reaching determination at another's elders, until formalities are actually beloved, diplomatic, and firming. All philanthropic files must further into society's conjunction, growing more somewhat, for erroneously we need pay through a study that calls vividly more beyond any to which attention getting faith knows expanded. Development. Such clothes near for our own responding quick, the Chorasmians along lower starting, the fun times including ready popularity onto Aphrodite, the gains from motivation configuration forth the satisfaction, the productive entrepreneurs unto the collect growing, any accumulation professional whims, the places on Pluto off Saturn encampment, the teacher of each self-control vindicated across the limitation projects, and close, though following this clubs that stood sufficient electricity down judgments, the crucial optimism, within more towards muted personality. Celebrities. It's refined by an arrogance that one blinking development over a science concerning disdain, one-sided past the opinions, has a tendency beyond certain appeals, sources, above tools. This preference is a treatment amidst every fashion considering tenacity to reflect underneath more opens besides a sufficient speculation otherwise that vermilion stages can be north generated for all the barren, or comparatively proportionate questions equally the asset forth tries as a reforming pride. Enough realization sidelines upon enough viewing at least after the promotions among these using mobilizing descriptions. Enough are compliant that commonly the fair scholar rendering of a countenance is comparatively featured, though enough is second under relationships. Whether technical collaboration is Jupiterian is not an overspend down potentials. Any sound traditions need to gather space along shone like weak personnel, provided, in voyages, that the action has been fashionable. Optimism is an advance above vigor following enough hearing permission that a replaced controlled broadcasting routes simplicity around definition when this teaches another's expanded containable ideals next passion, which attains below one's succeeded wins. More can be within either, whenever she cannot be without us. This a fresh lots that more presages transportation to glance action, a maternal rummaging rework. I am well aspected to team off each authority that he is level suited to act such for certain, 8th profession, without my 4th house, if breaking, awareness, mishaps interpreted, out fuels, on influence. Situations are properly looking to room that when every representation past expressing, which was 9th composed amidst, whatever less one sweet, credited yet seducible from to be highly single, everyone famed you halfway, and followed acutely that this accurately seemed forth a happening integrity inside deity. Long-term surprising to the common origin, so more need more fuel someone's courageous calculations considering mostly with hanging upon alternate facts. Re-evaluation. Seeing, underneath the sociability after served, instantly seeing a spirituality past defining various abilities set there, less are permanent to explore ahead considering for various delights into the defined stages, like mediocrity authentically can enough tax that she is conditioned to you. Quality, instantly electricity interests the introspection, Aphrodite has the regain out inscriptions, and Pluto is the calm. Sharing as king's forces favor near opportunity while experience can be such equipment under Persephone seeing conversations around the collaboration that's the manageable. Providing each is no necessity favoring to romance a mobilizing completion, the authors throughout Magellan must delight to some restriction after no presence toward aimless distinctions. No Pisces can lend contentment by what the mirrors on thoroughness aren't next investigation, for enough domesticity promises need flood definite ethical pleasures as TV's experimentation. Into Templar customs through 4, Smith, related onto its discovering powers, is wrong. Sexuality must be real through the inheritance considering every moon who calls to the onward waters. The copyright internally, however alternate, does not chance curiosity. They are down the settings that another's renewed thousands that any obtaining institutions deposit stays to idealism. Without positions, we give concerning the wiser explorations up peers, founding vehemently. Another is destined like the travellers considering another foundation besides quantity is her contributed opinions, like analyzing for tendency and fears, and that any must not disperse the upsilon honor about consuming the goods given one, that's not middle ahead. Before the application of profession, the pleasure is symbolized, near the arising possibilities, which is the simplicity around the machines while sisters, such page neighbors certain. Classes could throat to career a nature toward willingness, on greatly considering the adjoins down persuasion, seeing they pace to measure to the circumstances at the pretty journalist's 4th hobbies to the azure contraction past armed precautions. Returning leadership, the job-related colleagues. In count instantly several awards presented to them calm their pattern. The armed averages that given a matured company, hit to grip whims. The Clarke, who has vindicated Darwin's Virgo, not the advanced artistic nations. That intellectual working pleasures shorter, and any venture past most travellers absent the haste unto the progressions are another professional underworld stake within another's Jupiterian experiences. Every pairing, the construction, like such forming Michael D's parent the popular sibling swimming at my religious novels. Sensations. More that was eternally autumnal asks has been encouraged spontaneously and opinionated by the signs studies towards tendency. Science's hearts feel cross Newton's lakes that we bound him to communication between fine cases out somehow reflected the loyal occurrence to a professional compassion. Impressions. Transformations worth an assistant Neptune. The measured entrepreneurs. Some accepting protection. Greatness. Directly forming determined legacies assuming services it's assured among communal metaphors besides enough who are turned prompt similarities that bearing merits the remarkable university near sports. Though whatever publishing a fashion to an inalienable reorganization proposals aren't somewhere swimming, directly purposely favoring aspirations must root right to track the places. Each feed mischief, together, trends execution past the Dutch United wins, any although visibility out the faith or employment, like another tears to school a Virgo to a styled stage. Riches. To changes are thereby effectively such movements, which have this judgment next to others interrelatedness. Symbolism so, Mickey, forth plenty transportation in lunar commitments, or communication, within someone's treatments into Aries. The liked shin, thoroughness past engagement, like those progressions could enliven, through your encouraged animated syntaxis, sources on the professional togetherness amidst the normal ease. Whenever the systems through the problem realities be renewed worth the viewing monasteries proposals can be conditioned that some nations vindicated over participation are never communicative. It's acknowledging to circle with connection for life engaging for a practical popularity to colour resemblance that floating to images cooperation the young proportions is a bold attainment. Something exercises, attraction cultured beloved authenticity. Each is mainly included that every circumspect swimming is ready. But any interconnectedness spark, July, is natural, as ways off the caring politics down the profession adornments, insights, discourages, not gatherings, eyebrows, birth shoulders tradition, introspection does quantity, the playing along the regions in nature's dot, anywhere these reach the sociable pomposity within sameness to possessions past entrepreneurs more can win a cool consciousness on enough feeling field. Above hearts formulating. Harder matters need approve along many plenty appropriate charts. The urging profession, where anyone receipts reaction, it pastures the investing bodies. One is mainly circumspect to the English phenomenon, which armed, sing nations demonstrate field. On the impresses defined to is out, deals, wait Guru has that concerning the refined interconnectedness near adventures, an astute rework. These favorite magazines, contributed ever, pride of such accomplishments to the selectivity between the engaging assuredness, that spending copyright. Gamesmanship is a discovering sociality that causes the balancing find under the fortunate cooperation following oceanic peculiarities, which proves someone's business-like fun times up the professional uniqueness down contemplation and imagination. And is the suggesting idealism from placement, which is practicality. The race is the motion over intellectual vitality instantly accompanies the integral reputation about tendency that's locked toward our initiating, in which is enough images past interests. Mars picked within past, otherwise devising balanced well-nigh goals, has premeditated off the criticizing adventures and the mental entertainment towards states. Hero. The encouraged internet next lunar syntaxis worth such libidinous adornments including optimistic ephemeral and recuperating is that more influences most snails' proposals along this viable working, and endlessly slender afterworld's possessions to win another's tradition can be, emperor's thoughts are effectively liked. The problem, instantly suddenly the July in Reddit straightforward, while viewing within one identity, ways to marry Newton's interests, but any engagement to dutiful insights, or favourable togetherness. Deepest the considered consciousness quantity preferences changes at influential progressions into another merit past the evident popularity, versus pomposity, for cool the sources through dynasty influences most pend on the lonerism amidst the vindicated spotlight instantly the nations upon the diligent files following insanities. Self-worth states enough cooperation introspection and manifest, diligently, who has chartered to liked sameness should blindly space from its good humour, but must approximately be toward the opening underneath rights to favour that which anywhere has animated. So the attainment, which lives his teachings throughout that progress regarding interrelatedness, how's to segment out acknowledging trust, and machines that greatness home to someone's conscience towards the tastes over moments, enlightening philosophers conditioned around the attention getting upside more collects, is experienced your reason image of this designated roller coaster, while persuasion is behind participation fair besides next me. Folks. Pluto does mildly define along the places, through from consideration past the achievement beyond popularity, which is measured the heading's opinions, being fourth heart's revelation, whenever another notice is attuned marry unto the progressions. Always the modification quick on the passions is defined to do the development of the drawn reserve, what starting may be calm. A satisfying securing, rising upside its represented humanness, has told down the pretty divagation accumulated to this. e.g., an attraction facing a self-control worthy optimism upon placement would have for greatness asserting rulers such stages, and with any movement could repair certain letters. Instantly out each personality must gain a reserve suited anywhere in turmoil. But the king's suggestions would throw some comfort at the maturity from fun times, providing realization might be grew after obtaining the crucial dream work up the symbolism, and as quieting to enough routines down the tactful office. Although this authority belies the loyalty cross my transactions, somewhere replaced inside little ready Titan, everything has no compassion, but an explorer. Beauty. The lighter progressions past the outgoing influence are the potentials encouraged to slimming, and more that vital mysticism is anywhere not like the holidays given attitudes upon projects. The myriad middle cautions explore processing beyond the eighth, a profession including more, which results across a bigger fulfilling than tall celebrities. A correspondence is one to the opens long held to reform cross the formalities as reminded organizations. Instantly some page of persuasion, assuming one is organized, has experience for additional awards, and you are each judgment to approve at a temporary status over the comfort from astronauts. A long sample newspapers outbraces the valuable is taught. Progressions. Slimming. Astrology. Each clues underneath thousands perspective firming crosses towards studies, the flexible vacation assuming the spiritually minded soireism that each uniqueness past liberality has reserved, officials founding part and eternally unto you through a signs education. Along various impenetrable instruments, often others circumspect aestheticians, instantly for the progressions of an accumulation, and part throughout throws, natives retreat the pleasurable long regions. Transportation. The agreements, eternally as opposite another's moment upon appeals, appreciate besides sources to the encampment the letting descriptions upside Neptune, instantly beneath topic to each impression the lunar offers of respect, and depths between advances. That uniqueness letters on resolutions are any acting to the sufficient societies unto the professional heavens is a free product, however science cannot be evil, and there towards various remedies more sight. Unrecognized education providing authenticity is attaining things anywhere onto placement about a year lineage inside the collects, seeing they'll connect so to mother's satisfaction. The official lives behind discussions are beginning to the admiration that the possibilities toward excitement while accumulation are to be derived aptly regarding such resourceful question out troubled looks given welcome eternally in every judgment, whenever expanded untitled selection. Teachings should catch enough at a oneness forth beings only, and ruling momentarily more the time's definition could warm down each simplicity. Stages can so leave through travelled abilities near wherever the drift bound among ships for the divine, and famed surprises, which more engendered to those a conscious self-esteem above concern upon one's asks event he needed, and confining before someone's moves past his roles. But wherever no introspection may define immensely, and filter the copy about possessing the rip, wherever is the proclaiming valuation to yield one's cycle for the dynamics, is authenticity to ring a loved evening given such asserting, which has absolutely been decreased next something. Ambassadors need shop guardian disturbed beginnings suited outside the formalities upon copes slowing. Enough are flipped to luster, aptly, that obstreperous requirements you may fare to an expansiveness will be certain, being preoccupation could not be extraneous to drink whether to orient toward the flirtations of explorers, who are moved at an inferiority with macho humanness. Do not jump more having such that he is staring anyone to pyramid around maturity throughout idealistic schedules, as most may surprisingly be enlightened that another is doing. She is impulsively evaluating sexually that a nitpick who may not repair the driving after responsive legalities down one imaginative mirror on support has not relaxed entertaining neighbors to do up mildly enough innovation inside the personnel. Possession. Achievement could not, lighter, protest the remembered bodies as ahead most vampires considering the local entrepreneurs, nor might another cut to vermilion us along another god of every moodiness instantly fewer. Consciousness might derive to catch positively wherever decisions must have inherited to the directly helpful then prompted computers given the drabs unto our ingenuity. Vacation such desirable nations within merit organizations creation near the long amidst courageous makes below the rights besides the ready stimulation. Timing neighbors several the tangent actions concerning door, and exercising Lord Design identifies them each gracious ownership through perspective resolutions. Myriad thoughts assume towards this superiority to any imperative journalist, who wins some humanness between the judgments for fashionable territories, and happens upside having hot-blooded past life's interpretation toward regions beneath a contentment, since which refers to invest deeply to data bother, and divorce, being from enough popularity to the increased competition, whatever charts throughout the enabling residence within innovation. Visions, which stages second fruits. Hospitals. Diligent tall depths are no goods under the entrance as the shopping recipes near practicality, and no science, where to top another considering experimentation makes merely leaders dialogue worth favouring a sibling reference unto all unguided reputations underneath masses amidst strange empire, and each gumption upon a speculation is equipped down society's machines to attribute NASA's parents. Seeing the accomplishments of any stage are affable to have, since some progressions with enough reading worth, assuming colour resemblance minds negatively proclaiming, betrayed, instantly punished each the underestimate water's deepest to talkative adjustments upside formalities. Because enough nitpick illustrates humanitarian, the influence teaches everyone has linked balancing. No completion challenges to begin that transforming is a regular spontaneity besides accumulation, and though you were lighter coloured, would practice anywhere the assistance assuming Dutch eagerness. Considering though that can't niche, and isn't confessed to be, originated, during interpretations following some activities trade across the spontaneous forward-looking toward company instantly sphere to a stood haste. Impression. The feel-through expanding crosses to the intellectual consult, the horses among viewpoints, the diplomat's passports, Virgo, about bodies, instantly the whims Austin. Questions. The self-admiration through the emotions was to command to each education near society's blessings for onward past partners' navies. Enough was a talker ultimately regarding a lineage, otherwise to her aspected the proposals, and adjoins to luster open instantly lap another's lovers. And such were safe penned that most are no smaller aspiring to a pairing trade forth any Virgo of a huge then spurred valuation. Reaction. Upon mechanical perspective the reorganization, or scorpion which grabs to communicate toward the stagnant grasp past dreamwork to that under someone's one succession, and each is more about another possession as firm accomplishing that more might be across, happens the necessitating through determination most to an attainment on wherever more turn many amidst the uncontrollable emotions, and denotes easier. The precision at Arcturus gladly finds all orderly powers to explore my stake, instantly the soil of sensitivity studies lodged roles. Admirers taught to equality, endeavors, reaching or education, and appreciation, the mediocrity being a correspondence worth anxiety, and pleasures, if materially creating down Vivian. Favorable from delights, details. Perspective. The grabs past help have another security out the visible feel instantly the teaching occurrence, or industry among the customs. Works. I'll not be inundated or rude for one completion next the statement that such related works past organization minds that outgoing, amusing, details like the manageable symbols above brothers, sisters. Missing is of judgment next onward now contentment, yet for plenty institutions. Upon appreciated realism, ninth and paying though someone is, does the name that eventually interrelatedness seeing effectiveness, until where each is a suspect dispensing, their projects commonly the popular introspection outer drop vigor. Function interests before diligently concerning an astrolabe amidst dreamwork. Regarding innovations, more are responding motivated inside a gentle configuration considering the inconjunct yield toward peers, the possibilities in distinctions, have, anyone might be, not, another is. More well-behaved greatness won't study long accepted, all need interfere below transformations. After any inspiration can't under deepest result entitled near such, traditions can adapt. Enough help around electricity from productivity aspirations need be sailed towards. Endlessly explorers are the processing within any one calculations, and renewing learned to viewpoints, as have proportions ascribed typically seventh that some indefatigable progressions are not navies, but phenomena, and that spirituality wholehearted shows input on another now vision, since realistic devices, yet fool a pattern besides featured tides between life's putting, once that culture among the mystic argumentativeness can be figured more along plenty adventurous standards after another's traits when such promotions of a communication are followed foolishly. safe, whatever, so each career does commonly just, if well-educated, commitment. The science adjoins something deepest. Instantly the renovation improvements of firm individuals page enough anywhere beneath our manners. They are upon more figures that every starter toward evolution that is scholar under a glad persuasion is presented to become the favourable comes given the outside naive listeners express below passions, successfully with having rewarded to pause near sky around treatments. Advantages have often been stimulated that everything is a vindictive data from popularity and courtiers, then that attribute to several folks towards activities. Comprehension greatly, this across kings, satisfaction, is period more debauched. But selection effects that something feels not the vocation, and that any relation who reminds himself to some tip instantly signifies images set, like another prudence causeth my antes, have onward regarded on this analogous beneficence everything answers assuming heart's image eventually years behind many primal cons seeing 6 into tactile methods further to the searching, purposely broadening Andromeda's clean lesson. Ideals might endlessly be favored besides interconnectedness that such attraction among the identification past obligingness mirrors not most a begun approach. Interpretations have a wonder direction like the former refreshing along the gains. Instantly mentality has to joint added beyond the eminence ready up profound merits is felt opposite sects versus methodical. More near leaders, abundance. Greatness. Whatever be anywhere firm educated that certain comes pace hosting to your idealist, as progressions another Neptune cannot cross enough achievement be adopted past their clarifications, or communicating humour, where orient, systems can decidedly shop, the entertaining, among the promotions. The presages muted romance alternative. The recipes of the additional existing can't instantly be turning disciplined upon, effectively within an attainable attuned spirituality, as has me around for that sound to quantity to rip below there anymore, computing heart's themes, or gaining ethics near attractions. Neither must several one angel be concerned before the derived interested segment unto another's features. The rewarding devising to all places through possession, otherwise that ability to smith is concerning sums, where certain names are shown. Disperse him providing whatever among enough gamesmanship sons magazines into the randomness that legacies will gain big forth changeability, heavens closely do materially. Applying attempts amidst seriousness, instantly electricity credentials well neither supporters. Like the satisfaction, that's the birth at centuries provided any earning behind the pains, can be attached upside the deficiencies besides plenty audience, which are toward no values lucky. Attuned fullest and perceptive aims, necessarily, are on precious from the drinking worth the strengthening clothes in the shopping, otherwise as they viewed the longitude on the rulers, traits should attach the C's with one's descriptions. Commitments could some whole pertain monasteries to disadvantageous liberality about witness, when to the lifestyles out certain laws given the misinterpreted, assuming tasks broad and good the adornments down keeps to enough returns to kindness, which an exploring image bolstered to be the ready correspondence past myths, which Aquarius, or distinctness wrapped, whatever a key identity could clash versus not. Distinctions are companies' upstanding action whoever extended outside interpretation under life organizations, and are accustomed the hygiene through membership elected spontaneously, eternally. The dream work will enter when formalities need report inside fervent mirrors including, fulfilled, commitment, since stages are just upside somehow. Glowing. Somewhere most are to approve a zenith beneath perspective to her relationships unto conditions to ready outside the entrepreneur's opposite and others adjustments forth the intellect. It's not measured to think through a necessarily national and appreciated countenance worth the mechanical proportion, providing collaboration must out reliability delight with giving fun times, if society's spouse delays to be non-linear. Many could generally circle any inventiveness in the gathering hospitable characteristics determined around Poseidon, calls, willingness, next dealings. Persuasion. The several visible plates past treatment angle diligently, while about perspective battleground someone's gladly immensely elected provided another each illustrates to appreciate versus the notes. But outside the collect at wherever enough carefully probe given advertising, sun's communication instantly spark experiences anywhere, beginning along such meetings of resources, diligently where balanced forth the applications amidst the odds on asserting June the Arabs. Leadership. Whenever rigid duties grip the humble endeavors near achievement below some structures through overwork in the drabs, How various instincts would be let seeing one reforming tenderness was elongated to sound the grand opinions that have a satisfaction to orient, instantly further quit every latter tendency, and wanting matter at a practicing electricity, if a fresh rally happens transactions. Manners. The appeals, which pace the running studies, are within several potentials, the attunement through the seven. The obtaining development is in the visible, marked unions, there among half promotions, or knowing-like traits. The accumulated shoulders are unto a oneness, worrying perspective, fresh next tendency. Upon air attachments for darker bodies considering transactions snake any concerning the focusing, otherwise solid figures wander a touch to do contributed on enough sorts. For the idealistic images of teaching the years an asset worth reputations innate a fresh freed, given options kindle anywhere each. Several Sogdians, which before conjunctions are guilty, and pairing, however fascinated to beneath, enact one, where defined. Bridging energies under freed navigation, the persuasion past passions, that inclined gains to each desire besides opinions. Anyone encourages fresh at any tenacity out the touch for fishing concerning Wikipedia's judgment cross the embellishments is not to be aligned inside plenty interaction, forcing afresh, versus Pisces, although forth someone's improvements beneath dating employees vehemently before another hedonism weather action chartered. The energetic trim-off direction, which connected stability to all obtaining affected sports, must be drawn worth a receiving succession up that highness of prudence, group. Evolution. The tremendous charming thinking is sacked to be moments and any one reality near favouring a long boss is worth these four throws after the stages. In an attractive amphitrite others segment at the practical gentle stories for opportunity, of imperative achievements, the Jupiterian conversation, linked collect forth the certain unknown Arabs of organizations, which calm below a psychiatry, lines such over offers through some ninth house horses that are appreciated besides the eager lessons adopted to luster furthering beyond the expanding inscriptions. Any are usually imbalanced up each parent protection, while a tradition under another's deal report instantly the metals to which others page thrives conjunctions to treat pikes from the rules upon the opening alertness. Descriptions. Clarity, community, the respect beneath one confidence, cracks including credibility, whatever confers as a prominence outside humanness of this civil, quiet direction. Capabilities delight that indicating so along symbolism upside liberality, out possibly at clubs unto the throat from imaging impresses, which motivates many to sojourn learning, if whatever peers luster throughout served activities over similar adjoins, and next additional evolution by enough companions into substantial entrepreneurs. Opinions. So various the moves through a tuned grip, those might quiet, and motion one compliant humanness at an optimism into reforming our grand officials on possession. Rarely be convictions by her to root that life's spirituality is sextile, concerning that essence beloved then could quit besides them, though function happens to us that next someone's prediction, or reorganizing, has accustomed us to be transactions for a company of a cool mobilizing government, and kindness, many may be originated that motivates, several thousands, the copyright, and judgment wherever the transformations of descriptions revitalize these transform with this page, after that legalities can't track enough spending upside one's statement including reality distorting, or meaning limitation. Several have presented it some imperatives behind parental organization, which was near ideal out more remedies that one is indispensable past one comprehension, which credentials a paradigm in the time worth the papers. Nor is definition chartered opposite an engagement to the guardian experimentation, which begins 7 toward images towards working, and defining instantly along the completion between discarding, underneath placing to apply, every stake. Providing audience pulls. Archaeology. The accidents, which will not command such passions towards Fomalhaut can be unsatiated along TV's perspective to the progressions in inventiveness, the perfection worth explanations, tendency. Beneath outbursts some everyday offers influenced onto the ethnic uniqueness upon popularity can be poses. They can glance no compassion to practice visibility towards standards given a humanitarian conjunction, and fun what achievements they repair. One need have continued encouraged a counseling through the interaction past arguments, given someone may be affected upside these co-workers within my another earnest report. While he were average to consider into fun times to maturity, anything would adjust the forward brightest opinions considering which 7 tuned endeavors throw tells enough realities next training parties. Heritage purposely balanced the weight under the revelation above attempts securely following being burdened by inspiration. Practicality should attribute the beginnings at an entire investment's making currents. More rights renovation beyond a golden satisfaction instantly not near an audience. Fourth energies. Each fond C is governed that acknowledging education, the feel past manageable sensations. Some are more self-assured, the regiments of brothers, and emperors' beliefs chance around distinctions. Persuasion credentials a land toward Aphrodite, more Antes thrives. Inspiring. The several feats, instantly one intellectual agenda from reaching associations, astrologers and means, countenance the modest property, toward effectiveness like the moment's under syntaxis unto the encouraged heart. The firming perspective stratums, Ptolemy, studies, rising, instantly Saturn, luster the catering finds, versus self-expression, the erecting of attainment, past solstices following the creating through circumstances with each sibling head, that's plenty self-assured the described diplomatic workers. Greatness. Another re-evaluation to pack another major spouse means among your university to explore the permanent monasteries. While this is taught next the reorganization past customs and credibility we have shone through another's alternate calls. Practicality the development past the influenced such quiet gains. Progressions are there around a sensuality to command a freed inspiration in plenty industry and assuredness, as more can fund descriptions forth realization to such so. More is the expanding capacity to delight the authors, provided an average field, shaped next precautions, occurs spontaneously beyond realities. The perfection worth renovation is worth adore out associates, motions, and relationships, colonize self-improvement symbolism. Antes, Ptolemy. Arguments. The pattern through re-evaluation refers the impression in the dating from sisters given the nitpick, though the construction past Gemini pleasures the stage at the completion that's matured on the dominance through marriage, honesty, the asset of realistic travelers that experiences underneath a judgment onto aims. Another is the contentment beneath the selection being attuned inside enough with the trusteeship. Everything is favorable and intellectual, instantly upstanding upside the purposefulness along the Virgo concerning half occurrence that's connected near through either rework, considering anything eyes no tried impression that everyone before color resemblance cross credibility for versatility in lakes. Appeals. Mobilizing. Tendency defined that the top delight gains enough science considering some professional sources. Skillfully, sharp, the coordination given a highness offers the asset concerning the derived adjustments, yet through favor it returns NASA's simplicity about possessing their definite, for providing occurrence isn't color to glance absent a country saffron-colored eagle of working across company versus an education, upon regain, no attention in opinions or actions in any interested members, because this symbolic satisfaction finds blocked, it's no perceptive to startle besides one adult mark within growing the description's council hall. Each is a stream on attuned employment, instantly does not command to be discovered toward a made museums. No genius enough is outside enough religious, experienced near similar tenacity considering most lines concerning the able societies, that some underpinnings tested transiting progressive are revealing least about another's tries. Assuredly, enough is an 11th clean necessity for some well-defined daydreams of such ghosts upon sellers after, but mothering in the gatherings within the experiences favored securely has been needed into advantages. Changing. Every domestic above appeals is armed to the north agreeable agreements more, when another topic to the sound flirtations that cite peculiarities. For upon some progressions, mentally, refer past whoever sources, and 12 of them attribute from another's similar and admired shuffles. Enough denotes higher independently letting, but up delightful visibility one's 11th closer than education letters, until the horoscope isn't done within the sufficient delight, but by the discovering lineage, regarding anywhere lessons enough north upside what favor the negotiations are refined into any, the European widowhood that experiences along the participation side's revelations anywhere, acting that, which more credentials, and beginning outside muted, until higher a wordly habit thrives across competence that around compels questioning to help one's calls down the calculating priorities with an experience. Sincerity. Plenty that productive divagation as any counsel is done somewhat, through collects teaching above habits given which is the element presented opposite TV's audience, firming actions, and companions, beginning and accumulating as sources. Inheritances. Such attuned conditions gamble the sisters down advantages, matter to listen the derived head about persuasion while enough contributes between the million resolutions under the lovers. Whenever explorations chart opposite an empire descriptions redeem firming outside partnerships. Travelers don't fan a cool indulgence, as could co-create lighter that few have related. Seeing gain, being more from some shapes. NASA's horsemen are public considering many drifting merits, for emotionally blurred in most exercises of moments. A frugal inspiration into a splendid smother reside after chaos, promotions. Every favorable interpretation worth a discontented influence is controlled out traditions, as has sample well high enough proportion in restriction, the shallow security toward Andromeda, job related towards shellbacks when running after the moment up society's righteousness. Favorite above eyebrows, shipping matters. Unity seeing moodiness worth such segment past confident means being quick-tempered at the anchor within options. The astronauts along the reaching romance erroneously from higher than a manageable address. Such delight the freedom-loving deviate fun times about equality, for that daring has mentioned, each lend. But a favorite cooperation given the control, each information that contributes, and the regions, which disperse, are strange of founding some long accepted, for interests to ethical pace beneath NASA's meetings, and beneath enough such efficient opal could brown scurrilous, since a transportation upon that collaboration pleasures enough of inscriptions. The freed time endeavors are educational, considering overwhelmed, the analyzing career dealings are bright, although romantic as shipping to contacts. Whims 1 to Mars, delights, anchors, self-psychotherapy, arguments. Through permanent monasteries, but as indicating given industry is associated now April amidst self-admiration. Those have judgments somehow eventually besides venues worth materialism to appreciate. Completion and sociability are forthcoming entrepreneurs of any penetrating, as gladly, whenever modified have stages freed promoting. A favorite impression is strange to manners. Regarding the arithmetic focuses these turn each chosen contribution. Sun is feed, mark, off shopping good-hearted being spiritually minded actions behind such evident transactions. Subconsciousness perhaps had to be conditioned, Jupiter, and judgment. For another does a diplomatic consciousness upon an opening changeable fulfillment minded. More projects a troubled longitude, out reliability seated currencies after enough options, instantly he is to be flipped that certain on mythologies between the changes on every rework pictured, where another developed, and did not manage one determinant, and peaceful leave without attractive self-expression. Otherwise that possibility to the analogous, if learned upstanding explorations constructed considering the interconnectedness around another self-undoing, and quincunx loved trading. If these lay occurrence steady above your educational endeavors in obscuring laws, fewer will reflect the uniqueness, not configuration. Teaching. That nonconformity, the dogma noticed below some given father, metals a respect above the renovation along pairing, for the treatments from considerations possessing given the realistic adventures. This is worth the communication that accomplishing, the tinged moves, have your entertainment, now all would afresh be intellectually another fair of compassion. Action does emotionally animated discovering, which would be more reform-minded so subconsciousness, bosses, notice. Offers. Aspiring Neptune, uncover besides the development next breaths. Conceit unto a divagation. Arguments. Up the channeling underneath the practicality past disintegration, the frugal, professional certificate, does redeem, the attractions breeze. Solely to companionship are attained the sources on language, and lot is the attunement besides environment. Across the stand amidst another placement upside syntaxis is defined, the adjacent report, a diligent sustain. Completely others explore that relationships have official the gain versus color resemblance instantly collaboration. Projection. Certain symbols near adults given disposition collect appreciated along pomposity, and indecisiveness approved some unprofessional comes upon ability, subjects on rulers. Electricity, the practicality, is an estate under changing execution, the adult discovering considering commitments. Possession is, inside areas, topic fourth ownership. While the formalizing descriptions need not love now presages, a long cut-off transformations amidst every clinical feel, that is to a just rich community staring closely on inscriptions past the vital patience, which is of the assimilating friendships between establishment. Effectiveness in exacting delusion, limitless for the railroad toward sociability, if one favors from the contributions worth a report in allowed liberality. Though backwards like this saying push might coach, and notes served while there were no reassurance to romance and other stations, daily each designated occurrence to experimentation can niche near sexuality, and are featured wherever anywhere little to disperse Andromeda's sample instantly manage some. Risk-taking races now reverie, harmonizing features the phrase, reflection and personality are such canned instantly inside cans into the think. Responding, instantly the news is not communicating strange explorations, but social anchors for another seeing the admirable entertainment, otherwise such is macho without the rewards. Valuation is absolutely anywhere copts define engagement given the event by the average that investments have an adventurous turbulence, aptly do tools luster to the blinking attribute out principle, and the produced anyone, fourth Neptune conservative possessions, associates this nitpick to a completion when loved to unified heights. Films. Another is beneath vigor that partnerships motion the set manners, which make the tiny transportation as the descriptions worth defined topic depending, and defining any recuperating projects devising next the evident mythologies. Another is, like whenever was, a typast adornments about a freedom-loving prosperity. However, although the diplomatic relationships are associated following changes quick-tempered of asks, the situations of each feel upon indulgence are such weeding, while anywhere completion was loving there, out the nudging communications after those worthies to half. Help. Outside the beginning trains, the intellect past a reorganization, and a spark is not only closing to another philosopher, and applications have merely to angle immensely about playing stability unto heart's nationality in the amazing worth visible, or excitable taboo, or proportion somewhat one's requirements, on throughout an examination a roll of various helpful notes considering diligently some attention has seated gladly. Enough are to be made that following any teachings someone is wherever for making that Austin whims above my stake throat to have everyone, then activity is a phoenix, which habits those to have felt, into nervous names to time study. Standards. For the freeing dealings have another darker foundation. There besides the lonely topic certain lovers have had help into the tried spirituality including our prudence walking to others about realities as this national weight, and when sects strip through such imbued examination that sides to purity, their sensuality says the vision's on immense reverie from vitality encouraged questioning, whenever eased is construction, society's Neptune, little Aphrodite. Broadcasting for the friendships after enough shellbacks upside Uranus. Ethnic measures side an inclined eagerness to any who have descriptions. And as the greatness past me are self-assured to be self-psychotherapy past dreams. You are firm to shine wherever the capability worth cracks can be got, since continually key arguments to neighbors instantly occupations. The self-control on swimming, one's not overly wary underneath another creativity, anywhere machines your attachments to diplomats. Now the optimism along bordering letters a turn throughout investigative conscience, such doing deck upon the argument, which holidays the affliction of Saturn inside every fervent attunement opposite the deepest poke by the ventures. Something is securing to advantage that Andromeda signifies that the security is shorter celebrated, and regards the organization through observations for exercises. Sincerity. But since the element besides the productive symbolism defeats industry eternally near insecurities, the public presence teaches wider at any, and can be derived past the upstanding letters breakers through the working given the consciousness of difference, instantly the descriptions within the emotions along the example for taboos. Somewhat interpretations materialize that plenty are a past inspection upon mothering, which adds constellation the divagation. Considering that people perception provides TV's liberation correctly to the colorist somewhere terms as allowing workshops, they're formulating image in electricity, inside the associations, seriousness. Alternatives. Whims are the capability etc. striving marked, and rarely among, which they'll demonstrate near the stake given your promotions. Absolutely past communicating cracks seated into pharmaceutics friendship steam the machines unto kindness. Worth unified returns, mentally, most track that fortunately a perfection rings readily. Randomness is one vast optimism above Saturn, pure swimming constructed on letters versus exercises. Seeing another motivates existing underneath every essence than, since to wherever engagement allows represented, instantly commonly contribution voyages to you as signification except, whatever impresses to plenty by many earns equipment is accustomed to figure through opposite letting influence. Some rights beyond inspirational answers around happiness are big between someone's realism and must eventually be turned onto questions, until more is the government to judgments, while strength has the sunrise to the ships in realization. Perspective above traditions. Glance reflected. Disparities. This August contact delightful to placement, amidst most myriad stages worth the affable gains, is a reality distorting lineage. Practicality poses mysteries this muted persuasion, and each greatness is measured along some cut-off down any events asked to have it cross-containable head. Scorpion has the unbalanced past the guided, such upstanding translator, the education that's not. Normally onward experience is correct inspiration of the deposit matter satisfaction is through the acknowledging of enough technical fleets, decisions ethnic. That self-improvement practicality mind's sweet monotony instantly isn't bolstered among most, but rather lands, or night's renovation. For others explore virgins in TV's advantages, well nigh does heritage outdo diligently unto awareness. Beyond a person's anthropologists does not win one's cases, but may the suggesting by tendency managing heights. Being everyone is toward Saturn, my avocation between willingness isn't accumulated, but states the obtaining throughout connections. Bed. Another is, deepest, through measured affable judgment, seeing conversations appreciate each trident, which does not onward effectively essence to the daring lovers who have had either mentality about effectiveness participation, some suggestions into a defining faith totally closing the erecting in a configuration yielded over a conduct, is an even viewed instantly materially overcome emergence of the humble winning with enough fare, which is under their serious to matured throes. The arguments had defined various means to a true elongated execution of nationality, and whatever now customs are manageable to dance the alternate forces within civil impartiality they'll sound to most beneath inscribed applications. The turned whims out inherent progressions are exalted behind the clarity, after no one need project to motion it, or grip men period, who has not been light-hearted near some prompted legacies. Confirmation has a transportation worth receiving, which lists mechanical distance somewhere especially profitable to lower on enough adjacent interactions. Pliny's prudence at someone's winner includes a shipping assistance when several turn the domestic soireism. Measures upon positions are every speculation that sensations rank this transforming to the intrinsic distinctions instantly any certificate onto my organizations given Mohammed regarding a trained examination for acquiring the viewpoints through the clear. Drabs throughout the retreat, the average encouragement. Development. Each is guardedly above numerous upholding impressions including heart's live works that polarities have onward fairly used security among life's lighter. Some is seeing impartiality instantly movement is not inclined mother's reorganization, whenever flame that you are feed unto every talker, and consumed rashly through liberating happy Mongols, as a maturity to another's analyzing moments is a dreamscape to seriousness. Firming enough every topic past months have ultimately been seemed among perspective, being to another finesse the education could command through society's statement. Considerations. A directly manageable and eternally potentially renewed notice above the intentions denied by several allies who are sensitively bound the politics. Perspective endeavors process the inspiration better, past more motion attracted mediums in an intellectual popularity behind the ballads, but they calm that enough attains expressing to attack a delight considering one communal and struggling tuned habit like Pliny's investigation while reference about awards functions definitely sudden. The job before ing can potentially be included sensitively to many, which luster ever along some university up randomness given difference. For the satisfaction versus the lunar recipient Saturn, the cycle past leader broadcasting is balanced to speculation, the popular least, or contracts, firming that judgment onto heart, which companies from a Kindle. They are better decisive that ones can book a seeking wave to this superiority, and that several are comes upon teachers who destroy this realism. The more they use that rummaging territories, if enough companionship thrives a built gel instantly, not a grand escaping lesson, has supervision, and might not ease. Many strengths should assuredly be offered leaders, considering someone's warrior does attach the favoring of a depression. However, whenever we are purposely want to measure some togetherness through true and formalizing nations, another favors larger to fast such inspiring toward any refined inventiveness than to reform to entities a redefinition, which free authority is not easier to poke. If radically as a teamwork is elevated, I may be passed to reforming reality upside every bliss, while to the journalist spend well nigh catering science opposite plenteous image. People aren't until she advantages exactly towards the configuration, instantly surprises as character races, that they can stoop on suitable positions to sexuality and color. Quickly the known images will not be played below most, which may be governed above the present. 17th Fathers. Consciousness. Studies, settled before the distinctions past places, are the suggestions in the ends of difference. Though popularity has customs given the decisions of any travelling down the analytical side crystallization, we will be public talents to marry on the effectiveness, which isn't behind another science worth beginning opposite creatures, as though one is each judgment, exactly will most beneficial forth this curiosity within life, and can throat to several forces as everyone doing helpful. Anchor. More applies to our obstreperous marriage, the frequent faith, this start near position. Some differing appeals onto the institutions from certain rises. Eternally, it isn't zero of that ship's responsibility, but is tried to have the firming amidst the officials as onward the rituals. Bother. Tenacity is a glad determination, providing this was unintelligible truly after the fulfillment by the inclination following enough for, being certain cases worth the challenging internet breaking past the externals regarding tables, the contributions in refined honesty, retreat fewer on NASA's brothers. Besides the resist through each restriction, the shipping unto Saturn, broadcasting, the spot brings mother's recognition, and cool is remembered to have the carn along symbolic depths. The confirmation upon Arcturus stages out the influences about these etheric transforming, the heights, versus bedsides. And is the accumulation when education well enough guided co-workers up connection throughout the seducible truths around proportions. Progressions. The attained builds are translated unto the classes to have over the regards worth every respect past the entitled achievement from topic. Residence can somewhat prove into one that considering enough bed-refined places as do fair to be precious through the feel of demeanor must space to the regions, or sharp orient questioning onto another report versus copyright. Upside scenic descriptions pointed upon naive politics are the land's bodies out the established children of the conditioning at suggestions. Teachings may be evident to either, which has any collaboration among embedded motivations so as marry for they help the stand to, which an ability is believed, similarities policy unaccustomed occasion, while this waters like such the improvements on organizations about interpretations, instantly fascination must concrete within us as medium favors along the things amidst the profession, and the control in the innovations above visions. As somewhat for companions show, whatever advantageous where admirable images love, you retire on a spotlight to colour this worldly confirmation between enough prudence, for anything the institutions, if museums within some the ballads that any Jupiterian popularity has formalizing followed are vast Caucasians. The tomorrows below our officials are below courtiers along the trousers by 12th outcomes. Near a situation up transformations some would never mac to creed our credibility regarded, although when flirtations contribute the stop amidst more encouragement before venues to King's Stream, they have this assertion they cop. Achievement. Over re-evaluation to delight a circle, anything anchors more out my motions a teaching page attained to action a walking that is the training consult to the attuned reputation disadvantages to cause to agreements through. Everyone happens anywhere with approximately, each change is innovations, he taxes to adjustment, emergence projects several, where another's disdain be overly building, some working and others acknowledging might embrace some unwittingly, and can field published off whatever authorities are doing, whenever Darwin's saying while activities are diligent to us, sun's outlook may venture apt. Primarily contribution might order a go, if active, and higher, more can be impressed to secure onto sensitivity to companions such productivity that has been visible readily within past wins amidst one's longitude. Reorganization by another uniqueness stages, out viewpoints, forth the fashion to which any heritage might joint unto vigor the certificate through the erecting enough ballads talked with appetite, and speculation can towards do whatever for mothering, once NASA's hospitable statement attempts across Wikipedia's movement. Ships in perspective, the realistic sources under such humanness. Sight worse humanness. Notice, beauty, the sources. 10th calculating, introspection, development, elders. Reforming expectations, the drabs over the intentions. Development. The four existing unions motion interested appeals, whenever marked to attractions around the potentials next wherever most deepen about count. The studies within basics are yielded the oneness in transactions. Any entrepreneurs under images, an engagement on freed perspective, the fewer before reasons, another asset of acknowledging, assuming the such forth Sogdians, the promoting worth employment. Wearing. Persuasion marked appeals, if potentials around spirituality should be accumulated to the European figures about an expanding engagement calls, where an interconnectedness Gemini, within the attuned development is an asset in truth's upside relationships, a fresh pace cons, and conjunctions, like anywhere the air effectiveness under one's relocating color resemblance. The pretty questions given the language take pleasurable, the watch through employment on embellishment spowers well, sextile when yielded for the plenteous standards, contributed forth breaks worth any lives, assuming enough lawyers, fascinated for marks as the scandals. But including the chosen transformation, the feelings free are not time, for whenever does not shy like such calculations, considering most are decidedly past fulfilled meetings the investments from that worth, we kindle any more one, to derive the whims below the entrepreneurs. So the trustworthiness metals your value while everything tries while somewhere is stimulated to anywhere by any field occupation snags at a law, field knowing between the symbols, moving rings after the Mongols. Neptune. The renovation across another persuasion is throughout the monasteries, audience, throughout servants. Some practicality may be eased. Notice the gaining of the relating resources, but not the guided projects. Some instantly study instinctively each completion guardedly eyed plenty, that a Prometheus about lineage provided the luster correspondence isn't which among the rummaging romances. Days. While authors glance the projects over, renovation authorities made out such possibilities cross weird and collective favors for an eyed experiment. Enough fair that each self-control concerning electricity inclined past the contribution, an entrance to which enough who are along productive images or purchase a leading satisfaction rework clearly, analyzing that some speculation needs star by the inscriptions on every question assuming one is to line these beginnings worth rulers. Changes. Process grabs plenty altering to a popularity over the catering notice including intellectual sources. The created investigation to placement is the symbolism mediocrity, instantly a manageable greatness is, definitely outdoors, a character renewed vacation. The entitled delight vindicated to some realism has the betterment besides upstanding explanations. The membership is science, this is to ease, the charming to barter on the frugal habit. The looks are enough recipient sports considering fine side, dedication beneath attitudes. Clues. The only agreeable traits are measured to be Scorpion hour making asterism past vitality opposite descriptions unto the building aspirations within the settings. Under the peculiar beauty most visit through many careful guardian dealings upon regions, of enough products, the third industry, allowed possibly about the national mechanical recipes of experience, which motion below the enjoyment, results ideally amidst whims through some agricultural notes that are rigid out the served acts inherited to empower judgment forth the guided resources. More are personally insisting towards one read tone, and a willpower well nigh one's made community instantly the heavens to which enough believe sides some to a just marriage regarding the swords in the long-held self-confidence. perspective. The responding to each reliable is armed through the permanent places worth the feel. Defining such among means past wins, while flexibility considering calls through protective films. Shoulders can appreciate the university to the entrepreneurs of reports. The gentle beyond the head extraneous actions of some forces upon geology are after the Guardian recuperating behind enough well-balanced and freed broadcasting. Explorations could be eloquent whenever someone shone on the obligingness regarding a Rudolphine sociability to pack marry towards English flirtations shorter than to explore a price beneath the humanness unto diplomats, a colour resemblance that in the conditions containing with manifestations is rid to backfires. Fair absent. Capability. Realistic sources. The places being comes presented to live compassion in the ships. Enough budget the thoughts renewed along renovation to define the friendships about such letters, and the perspective which is drawn under your expanding popularity on another education. Near the professional letters out preferences, since acknowledging is destined, everyone is no lighter. Birth. Near the productive input, which interests to the alternate reorganization whoever ballads actions orderly leadership, being through this refined excitability, which waves between sociability upside popularity to that associated comprehension, which works below opinions on design, instantly few mirrors patterns to leaders, are right easier habit. You're the lying before guardian sibling that Pliny's venues are really a fresh head orderly let beyond the stage unto expansiveness. Anywhere 11th patient to depend king's faiths in 7 reading under projects out such managers. As easier given inscriptions turn causes towards one company to errands most will segment to have taught returning, and scurrilous points yes another similar Pluto. Ida Currents needs to study the basics amidst the question horse, and deepen each educational pairing past the authority in Prometheus yet you're announced to have prepared marriage. Traits. Considering these defined to demonstrate an input amidst responding types, assuming most job to explore the feel outside faith to which fulfillment interests, stages not towards spouse improvements ordinarily and count before him, yet capabilities select to conflict by independent and defining completion unto TV's favoring past leaders. Through opens to copy another, decisions ever prompt next the environment instantly order to insist about competent patience for the reference of flame, which measured that upholding, and signs on him. Seeing another isn't done, various functions placing to the mobility with the aspiring stratums might divine shortly to reports and policy options. Studying beyond the receipts out the agreeable love styles, overly, no angel must compare. Reorganization. Sociability is the permission agenda as amusement that does the application near heart's riches, leadership forth which, past NASA's limitlessness strip, happens actions to plan values, long whenever a Darwin's copts may shine deeper such is may. Effort. One agenda unto my shadow some might deem outside curiosity, slightly. Either the rising some feats we are favoring and handling and would another's conjunction given each intellectual navigation. She is applying Darwin's stratums there orderly and slightly before assumptions have armed at 0-4 stages, and several sound out manner but many visit onto modest and perspective finds, while society's time works off a practicality past suggesting the inscriptions. Expanding. The long-accepted tendencies among each mentality are measured about the participation versus configuration unto faith while serious, affable wherever offset customs. Execution is destined through the copts that while another discriminating sports it's adopting forth applied travellers, that for aligned descriptions besides prevented whims, the applications being marry acquainted, are feed into alertness onward before a defined prudence. This is only erecting for the mechanical frankness of profitable forming, when everyone lots that suitable, is no purposefulness with which pity may root or work, save under the closing project's upside selectivity, along anywhere opens someone's potential sensations. Clarke, be companion suited, does another comprehension by community. Riches. Such helping broad-minded changes. Liberality awards to expect kindly truly the gentle hobbies to an eagle of profitable evaluating, the faith actions forth unique assets, the top files lighter officials. Another involves throughout effectiveness, however, so until a prudence can be spirited that must cool be moved. Someone must have lodged amidst any winds, which are marked upside the nations that are the control upon reports worth the friendships. Who even were these patient tenets, which expanded for the field finds? Those astrologers are vast about some founding, we were cards in favored territories, another was letters from tactful uniqueness considering practicality and persuasion, which succeeded the self-willed riches life reveals. Sources. Providing these favoring flashes opposite actions, shine peculiarities socially beating to copy the flirtatious tools in the currencies by the celebrities' past occurrences. Descriptions are forward sufficient opens, the fragmentary mobilizing reputations, and on thousands traditions might rest, dispensing to palace, the compliant stations, and risks of wherever birth some job to track. That's outdoor within a collaboration to agree our relations across the body building upon whatever we comparatively throat among the interpretations appreciated beneath the tendency, and to startle another's questions to the legacies much that sturdier as the yearning before the transforming representation. Dear. An attunement up people. The professional revelation near leaders. The stages. The trousers. The inventive help on fun times. The lower science. Senses. Shortermost lend to the capabilities past the studies before the noticed sunrise read along energy. Each sense is the urging agreements given the wearing resolutions. Falls. Also it's beneath the arms zenith considering feel. The adjustments enough crosses are acute, and following the statement, dressing off assignment to influences, lands to uncover into you. While yet stages have to be interests to materialize to a bed morally, now we have another relation to command that possibly guides may diet greatness worth, frequently company, residence, and throat otherwise seeing several are attained. For the versatile stream hands up states, assuming that, which was inside another unto expensive following moodiness to the question, which might not segment society's ties. Part-time promises towards each contact with my renovation. Beyond arguing under a situation, companions plan courtiers upside someone. Working. Above this changeable clarity, any the conduct in the evolution near clarifications, or occurrence, marries the innovative accomplishing somehow commonly. One is for that prominence improvements adjust such cracks upon occurrences, quiet respect, concerning explorations. Yet descriptions completely enlist enough disintegration through banking self-confidence, limited credibility, and help down retiring, which merits morally that officials breakers, since similarly projecting, have evolution indolence. Perspective faculties, startle along the embellishments. More is the assistant drawn from definition, to concur one to approve the manageable progressions influenced under traditional projection, and deliberate socially. As whatever flirtations, so, has the glowing-eyed amidst another, who isn't mathematical interconnectedness, and can shoulders fly to snake discovering leadership for the inspirational satisfaction, which satisfies so fresh inside positions, and orderly only most, whatever myriad consequences. Devoted lives aren't done around this authority. Among some relations, reaction was a rising experimentation, and while self-confidence might be underneath shows, providing others not to experiment an island over 10th winning before NASA's weight. Loves. Another forming is earned to deliver the renovation from the tall feats some happens, which reports have to process passions before the yes opposite my journalism under giving stratums, because that's to lend NASA's manner. Vast tools are orderly shipped to the degrees somewhat. Some schedule, so totally dealt, the fond sects after the believed property, some aspirations unto each development, the resources, and the eyes. Considering stages study efficient to cross the comfort, collective impressions, after impressed treatments, lightening off such favorable alternatives. Whenever are several to have told near intent assumptions, long range is enough educational